Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 499 to Chapter 552. I have trained my Green Lotus Sword spell to the highest level, the 15th level. The purity and quantity of my Xianxia have increased a lot. I might as well go to the next level. Standing up, Yichen opened the door and walked out. The 16th level, the 17th level, the 21st level. Yichen arrived at the 21st level, which was close to the 22nd level. Inside the room, Yichen got rid of all the distracting thoughts and sat down again to train. After 3 days and 3 nights, Yichen had completely consolidated the 15th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell. The Blue Lotus Seed and Lotus Heart Sword Chi in his dantian were getting more and more condensed. Under the heavy pressure, he pushed his Xianxia with all his strength. He could even hear the sound of water flowing, which was the sign of extremely dense and pure Xianxia. Besides that, Yichen had finally trained his spirit body. Each of his movements contained the power of a great weapon, which greatly increased his defense and body's endurance. With the spirit body trained, my Green Lotus Sword spell has reached the highest level. Without using the Lotus Heart Sword Chi, my battling power would increase by around 20%, which would allow me to compete with the weakest spirit level warriors. Once I use a large amount of Lotus Heart Sword Chi and create a Sword Chi tornado, my battling power would increase drastically. After all, who would be able to perform multiple killing attacks at the same time, or even 10 at the same time? 1 or 2 Lotus Heart Sword Chi would not be scary, but when it was formed into a large scale, it would be horrifying. In fact, Yichen's current pure power was only equal to the weakest spirit level warriors. However, if he performed the Lotus Heart Sword Chi, he would be able to kill normal spirit level warriors. This was the advantage of the endless Lotus Heart Sword Chi. The time I promised with Brother Sun was 3 months. It has already been 3 days. Let's get out first. Before coming, Yichen and Sun Shaojin had promised to come out together in 3 months. Of course, because of the possibility of a breakthrough, the first one to go out would have to wait outside for a week. Outside the tunnel, inside the palace, Sun Shaojin sat on the ground with his legs crossed. Yeah, I'm out. Sun Shaojin opened his eyes and looked at Yichen, who had just walked out of the tunnel. Yichen said apologetically, Brother Sun, sorry to keep you waiting. No problem, it has only been 3 days. Eh? You broke through? Sun Shaojin could tell with a single glance that Yichen's aura and physique had become much more powerful than before. This underwater spiral passageway is indeed mysterious. It uses pressure to force out one's potential, allowing one to achieve twice the result with half the effort. I come here once every half a year, and it's rare for me to have a breakthrough. I didn't expect you to be able to improve so quickly on your first visit. You're really abnormal among humans. Sun Shaojin was very shocked at Yichen's training speed. What kind of person is this? He gets stronger every once in a while. If I don't work harder, I will be surpassed by him sooner or later. Sun Shaojin was a prideful person. Becoming the Beast King had always been his goal. He had always thought that he would be able to walk in front of the young generation and be the best. Therefore, even though his grandpa Sun Tai had high hopes for Yichen, he had only thought that Yichen's potential was close to his, and had not reached his level yet. But now, he no longer thought so. This human genius was definitely the most horrifying genius he had ever met. Yichen smiled and looked outside the hall. He asked curiously, why is there no one here? Sun Shaojin frowned, I don't know either. Maybe something big happened? Let's get back to the Water Ape Cave as soon as possible. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Walking out of the hall and leaving the gray light cover, the two flew toward the Water Ape Cave at their fastest speed. Half a day later, the two arrived at the cave. You guys are back. Come to my place. A voice reached the two's ears. It was the leader of the Water Ape race, Sun Tai. Yichen and Sun Shaojin exchanged a look, then walked toward the stone hall behind the stone room. Inside the stone hall, Sun Tai was sitting on top. Sun Shaojin asked, Grandpa, what happened? Sun Tai forced a smile, there is a battle. Is it the deep sea power? Sun Shaojin obviously knew something. Indeed. This time, they came with a lot of energy. I'm afraid they are preparing for a long battle. The Alliance has already started to deploy troops in the underwater plateau. My water ape race has also sent a team of 500 people. The leader is your second Grandpa Sun, and the second and third leaders are your first and third Grandpa Kong. Yichen did not understand. Senior Sun, what is this battle and the deep-sea power? Is it very dangerous? Sun Tai explained, indeed. Sun Tai explained, the 30 million miles of the true spirit continent's ocean is the shallow ocean, and beyond that is the deep ocean. In between the two is a circle of underwater plateaus. The deep ocean is extremely vast, and does not have much contact with our shallow ocean. But, it is not absolute either. Some of the deep ocean powers near the shallow ocean have always been eyeing the shallow ocean's geographical location, wanting to take over the shallow ocean. Of course, our shallow ocean powers would not allow that. Every few years, we would have a battle with them. There are too many shallow ocean powers in the south, and we do not have enough cohesiveness. Therefore, we have gradually formed the South Shallow Ocean Alliance. The main purpose of the alliance is to gather everyone's power together and fight against the deep ocean powers. It has been 100 years since the last battle. I see. However, Yichen could not understand what was so good about the shallow sea that the deep sea powers would not hesitate to start a war. Perhaps seeing through Yichen's question, Sun Tai continued, in the boundless ocean, there is only one true spirit continent. As far as everyone knows, the true spirit continent is a treasure. The shallow sea next to the true spirit continent is naturally the best place for the deep sea powers to use as a springboard. Of course, the most important thing is that the closer one is to the continent, the more spirit veins there will be, and the more treasures there will be. Although the deep sea also has spirit veins and treasures, they are too scattered and hard to find. Plus, there are too many natural dangers. Sun Xiaojin said at this moment, Grandpa, I want to join the battle. Hearing him, Sun Tai smiled and said, I called you here to ask you if you want to join the battle. Don't worry, although the scale of this battle is huge, most of the time, it will just be small skirmishes, wearing out the other side's power. It will not be too intense. If there are no accidents, this battle will last at least 10 years. And in these 10 years, it will be the best time for you young generation to train yourselves. You should not have seen a battle between rank 7 and 8 beasts and astral reaching realm warriors, right? This is a good opportunity. In that case, Yichen would also like to see it. Yichen knew that the scale of this battle was huge, and it was definitely rare. The battles between countries would be made up of mortal realm warriors, while the battles between the shallow sea powers and the deep sea powers would be made up of rank 7 and 8 beasts and astral reaching realm warriors. How could Yichen not go and see it? The scene of the parallel space battlefield was still vivid in Yichen's mind. It was a battle that even king warriors would participate in. Although it was said that before the world was in chaos, king warriors would not participate in the battle, but it was perfect for Yichen. If there were king warriors joining, he would have to think about it. Yeah, it will not be just you two. I have already selected a team of 30 warriors from the water ape race. They are all young water apes, and you two will be the leaders. Xiaojin, although you are very powerful, you are too hot-tempered. Therefore, you can be the leader. The one making the decisions will be Yichen. Yichen, are you willing to be the second leader of this team? Sun Tai looked at Yichen. Yichen said with a bit of hesitation, Senior Sun, the battle is merciless. I am afraid that I might not be able to let them all come back alive. He could not help but worry, since the water ape race was very small in number. If one died, there would be one less. They were not like humans, who could be squandered as they pleased. Haha. Sun Tai laughed out loud. You don't have to worry about that. Since I have sent them, I have already prepared for them to be wiped out. My only request is that you two try not to risk your lives too much and come back alive. I have no other requests. Powerful warriors have to go through life and death situations. What kind of small shrimps would come out in peace? The second leader will be Yichen. Hearing Sun Tai's words, Yichen naturally did not have any burden in his heart. Alright, all of you, come out. Sun Tai looked to the side of the stone palace. Swoosh, a group of young water apes walked out. The lowest was at the 7th rank, and there were 10 who had reached the 8th rank. Kong Xiaowei was one of them. Listen up, Xiaojin will be your leader, and Yichen will be your second leader. During the battle, Xiaojin will be the leader, and before the battle, Yichen will be the leader. Whoever dares to disobey will be punished according to the clan rules. Do you all understand? Understood. The voices of the 30 young water apes were like thunder. Nodding satisfactorily, Sun Tai waved his hand. The wall behind the stone palace suddenly cracked open, revealing a conveyor gate inside. This conveyor gate was built 2 weeks ago. The teleportation point is at the underwater plateau. The conveyor gate there is controlled by our Shallow Sea Alliance. You can go now. Grandpa, I will go now. Senior son, goodbye. Sun Xiaojin and Yichen led the 30 people into the conveyor gate. The group disappeared without a trace. Waiting until everyone had left, Sun Tai sighed. He is indeed worthy of being a true dragon-level martial genius. His improvement is too fast. Compared to him, Xiaojin is really lacking. Plus, this kid is not as simple as he looks. His potential is immeasurable. No one knows where the limit of his potential is. The underwater plateau was the boundary between the shallow sea and the deep sea. It was 50,000 meters tall and 1,000,000 miles wide, looking like a giant ancient dragon in the ocean. On the side of the plateau near the deep sea, a large number of sea beasts gathered there. These sea beasts were different from the normal ones, seeming to be even more ferocious. The small ones were only a couple of meters in size, while the big ones were thousands of meters in size. The evil chi they emitted gathered together, causing the seawater to be extremely turbid. On the side of the plateau near the shallow sea was the army of the Southern Shallow Sea Alliance. Among the army, 10% were humans, and 90% were sea beasts. Be it the humans or the sea beasts, they all had a trace of the same aura ripple. This aura ripple was emitted from the tag, which was the most effective way for the Southern Shallow Sea Alliance to distinguish between friend and foe. After all, once the battle broke out, the shallow sea beasts would be easily confused with the deep sea beasts. Behind a 500-man water ape team, the conveyor gate lit up. 32 figures walked out, led by Sun Xiaojin and Yichen. Xiaojin, you are here. The rank 10 water ape second master Sun walked over and handed out the tags. Sun Xiaojin said, Second master Sun, how many troops do we have? More than 200,000 in total. Hearing him, Yichen took a deep breath. 200,000 troops. This was not an army made up of rank 1 or 2 sea beasts and mortal realm warriors, but rank 7 or 8 sea beasts and astral-reaching realm warriors. 200,000 of them. What kind of concept was that? Dong. 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 All of a sudden, a huge drumming sound was heard, spreading out in all directions. Even the seawater started to vibrate, layer upon layer. The battle had begun. The leader told you to come here to train. But, the battlefield is heartless. If you rush out alone, you won't be able to survive for more than a blink of an eye. Right now, you should follow behind us and attack together. Wait until the two sides collide, then you can move separately. Second Master Sun reminded Sun Xiaojin and Yichen. Yichen faintly nodded. Although he had never experienced such a large-scale war, even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen a pig run. The war was not about one-on-one battles. When there was some distance between the two armies, they would launch wave after wave of long-range attacks. Imagine thousands of attacks, what kind of scene would that be? Perhaps even master-level warriors would not be able to survive. Alright. Let's go. Second Master Sun, Elder Kong, and Third Master Sun all roared and rushed out with 500 water apes. Sun Xiaojin, Yichen, and the rest of the young generation followed behind. Meanwhile, the army of the South Shallow Sea Alliance was like a dark cloud, launching a shocking attack. Although there were tens of thousands of people who stayed behind to protect the conveyor gate, there were hundreds of thousands of people who rushed out as well. Hundreds of thousands of sea beasts and humans were charging at the same time. That kind of scene was even more shocking. The seawater of the seabed plateau had completely exploded. On the surface of the sea, horrifying waves that were thousands of meters tall appeared. The two armies were less than 5,000 miles away from each other, and after 15 minutes, they could see each other. Attack! The commander of the Shallow Sea Alliance waved his hand and roared. Boom, boom. Boom! Boom! Tens of thousands of colorful beast power flows and Jinyuan flows rushed out from the Shallow Sea Alliance's camp, covering the sky and the earth. Wherever they went, the seawater was evaporated directly, forming a huge vacuum. Their target was the army of the Deep Sea Alliance. The commander of the Deep Sea Force was a seahorse with a human head. He stood in the middle of the army, and his eyes that didn't look like a human's quickly turned red. While roaring, he signaled the army to attack crazily. He even took out an extra-large bow and used his demonic power to form an arm, shooting 10 arrows in a row. All of a sudden, a huge amount of beast power rushed toward the incoming beast power flows and Jinyuan flows of the Shallow Sea Alliance. In the next second, it was like tens of thousands of deep-sea bombs exploding. The powerful shockwave shook the seabed plateau continuously. Fortunately, the plateau was filled with a huge amount of deep-sea earth chi, which was extremely sturdy. Only countless spider web-like cracks appeared on the plateau, but it was not damaged at all. At the border of the two armies, most of the chi flows cancelled each other out, while the rest went straight for the opposing army. Walala, on the Shallow Sea Alliance's side, hundreds of Alliance soldiers were annihilated. Their corpses were nowhere to be found. The Deep Sea Alliance's side wasn't any better. They had also lost hundreds of Deep Sea Alliance soldiers. Attack, don't stop. The commander of the Shallow Sea Alliance waved his arm, signaling them not to stop. There was still some distance between the two armies, and this distance was enough to kill more enemies. For a moment, only the sound of explosions could be heard. The turbulent seawater pushed in all directions, unable to withstand the pressure of the attacks. Frightening. In just one round of attacks, both sides have lost more than 1,000 soldiers. These soldiers were all astral-reaching experts, yet so many of them died in one go. Those who had never been to the battlefield would have no idea how terrifying the so-called battlefield was. Here, lives were like weeds, and blood flowed like rivers. If they wanted to survive, they had to move together. If they moved alone, they would definitely not be able to survive for more than a blink of an eye. The battle was still going on. More and more soldiers were falling down. Some were from the Shallow Sea Alliance, some were from the Deep Sea Forces. 5 Water Ape soldiers from the Water Ape clan had also died. 4 of them were rank 8 Water Apes and 1 was rank 9 Water Ape. Before they died, they didn't even have the time to scream. Damn it! Watching his people fall down without even leaving any bones behind, Sun Xiaojin's eyes were red like blood. A horrifying evil chi spread out in all directions, making him look like a peerless evil ape. Yichen had a cold look on his face. His body was surrounded by an invisible sharp chi. He waved out his sword, and a 100-meter-long sword chi spread out, cutting apart the bodies of 5 deep-sea soldiers. Finally, the two armies clashed together. This time, it was like 2 meteors had collided. The number of dead and wounded soldiers was shocking. The aggressive blast wave spread out for hundreds of miles without stopping. Kill. Sun Xiaojin took the lead and rushed out, completely forgetting about Sun Tai's words. Yichen did not say anything. He turned his head and said, "Form the Water Ape battle formation. Do not move alone." Yes. Water apes had always been hot-tempered and impulsive, especially after seeing blood. They would not even be afraid of death. However, Yichen was the second leader appointed by the leader, and his decision-making power was even higher than that of the leader, Sun Xiaojin. Moreover, the sword chi emitted from Yichen's body was too intense, carrying an aura of slaughter. It made them nervous, and they did not dare to talk back. Kill. Like a meat grinder, the 30 water apes and Yichen charged out. Pooh, pooh, the deep-sea soldiers were killed one after another, their blood splashing everywhere. In front of them, Sun Xiaojin had killed more deep-sea soldiers than Yichen and the rest combined. Every time he waved his dark blue iron stick, dozens of lives would be taken. His red eyes shot out horrifying beams of light. Owu, a 10,000-meter-long deep-sea whale shark charged at Sun Xiaojin. It was a rank 9 ocean beast, and it was extremely talented and powerful. Expand. 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 Putting away his iron stick, Sun Xiaojin's body instantly expanded to 3,000 meters tall. He threw out a punch that contained wind, fire, thunder, and water, shattering the deep-sea whale shark into pieces. Little bastard, you're courting death. The water apes were not the only ones who knew how to talk. In fact, as long as the ocean beasts wanted to, they could learn how to talk. It was not hard at all. A rank 9 deep-sea serpent spoke human language as its 10,000-meter-long body coiled around Sun Xiaojin, tightly strangling him. Roar! Sun Xiaojin roared towards the sky, revealing his sharp teeth. He grabbed the deep-sea serpent's body with both of his hands and exerted his strength, forcibly tearing it apart. The deep-sea serpent had a strong life force. Even after its body was torn apart, its upper body still coiled around Sun Xiaojin's body. Its hill-sized head bit on his head, wanting to swallow him whole. However, Sun Xiaojin's defense was just as powerful as his battle power. The deep-sea serpent bit down, and one of its teeth was immediately broken. Burning sparks flew everywhere, as if they were smashing iron. A loud clanging sound rang out, shaking the deep-sea serpent to the point of dizziness. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojin's huge right hand grabbed the deep-sea serpent's neck, his fingernails digging deep into it. With a cracking sound, the deep-sea serpent's head was separated from its body. The upper half of its body drooped down, leaving only its head on Sun Xiaojin's head. Taking off the head, Sun Xiaojin smashed it with one punch, his ominous qi spreading everywhere. Whoosh! A cyan-colored sword qi with a hint of gold in it sliced through the ocean water. Wherever the sword qi passed, the ocean water was instantly annihilated, leaving a 3,000 meters long sword mark. All of the deep-sea soldiers within the range of the sword mark were shaken to death. The defense that they were so proud of did not have much of an effect under the mysterious vibrating power. With his soul power on alert, Yichen spared some time to observe the surrounding situation. It was chaotic, extremely chaotic. Almost every inch of space was being ravaged by qi. Countless soldiers were fighting in every area. Some were fighting in groups of 3 to 5, some were fighting in groups, some were fighting in battle formations, and some were attacking each other. At this moment, even the shockwaves could not be discharged smoothly, and they filled the battlefield. Kill them. A group of iron shell lobsters stared at Yi Chen and the 30 water apes. These iron shell lobsters had huge bodies and black shells. Their huge pincers were dozens of meters long, which could easily tear apart the bodies of the Alliance soldiers. The leading iron shell lobster was a rank 10 one. The beast power inside its body did not need to explode out intentionally, but it was already able to cause the surrounding ocean water to shake violently. Maintain the battle formation and work together. Yichen only had one order. After speaking, he rushed toward the leading iron shell lobster. Boom, the two sides clashed together, causing the qi power to explode. 13 humans have already died in my hands. You will be the 14th. The rank 10 iron shell lobster waved its huge pincer, smashing toward Yi Chen's head. Using sword steps, Yi Chen dodged the attack like a sword light. He then stabbed out with the long sword in his hand, causing a dot of cyan light to appear on the tip of the sword. Swoosh, the protective beast power of the iron shell lobster was penetrated, and a sword hole appeared on its back. Blue blood kept flowing out. The iron shell lobster was a bit surprised. Its tail suddenly flicked, blowing away Yi Chen's long sword. Yi Chen used the momentum to spin his body and shoot out waves of Lotus Heart Sword Qi. Each sword Qi's power was equal to the 9th movement of the Green Lotus Sword Art, Amaranthan Nature. No. The iron shell lobster was terrified. He could feel the power of the Lotus Heart Sword Qi, so his protective beast power was increased to its limit. A pair of huge pincers crossed, protecting his chest and head. Swoosh! 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 The sword qi tornado created by the Lotus Heart Sword Qi was too horrifying. The protective beast power of the iron shell lobster was broken into hundreds of holes, and the extremely tough pincers could not handle the continuous attacks of the sword qi either. They were all cut off within a second. In the next second, dozens of Lotus Heart Sword Qi pierced through the eyes, forehead, and mouth of the iron shell lobster. After killing the iron shell lobster, Yi Chen did not care too much. Although it was at rank 10, there were strong and weak ones among the rank 10 sea beasts. The iron shell lobster's battling power was at most the same as a normal spirit warrior, or even slightly weaker. Only its defense was a bit stronger. On the other side, 3 of the 30 young water apes had been killed. Go to hell. Kong Xiaowei rushed out of the battle formation, his eyes bloodthirsty. Go back. Yichen came back in time and pushed Kong Xiaowei back to his original position. At the same time, a new round of Lotus Heart Sword Chi blossomed, and the Sword Chi tornado ravaged the group of iron shell lobsters. Pooh! 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 Even the rank 10 iron shell lobsters could not handle the Sword Chi tornado of Yichen, not to mention the rank 7 and 8 iron shell lobsters. All of a sudden, more than 50 iron shell lobsters had been shredded into pieces by the Sword Chi tornado. Not even their bones were left behind. Putting away the pellet, Yichen was just about to scold Kong Xiaowei when the sound of the horn was heard. Hearing the sound, the soldiers of the South Shallow Ocean Alliance started to back out. The soldiers of the Deep Ocean did not chase after them either, and started to back out as well. The first battle had ended just like that. Inside the camp of the water ape race, the second master saw that Sun Xiaojin and Yichen had returned safely, so he let out a breath and asked, "Did any of you fall?" Kong Xiaowei said with a sad face, "Sun Xingqi, Kong Xiaoxia, and Kong Xiaolian are all dead." Kong Xiaolian was his lover, which was why he had been so impulsive. The second master sighed, "There will definitely be deaths in the war. Right now, the alliance is counting the casualties. But, we water ape race lost 43 warriors, and you only lost 3. It is already out of my expectation." Kong Xiaowei glanced at Yichen. If it were not for him, he would have been dead for sure, and a lot of the other young water apes would have died as well. After half an hour, the death toll had been tallied. A total of 8,545 soldiers had died, which was about 1/30 of the entire army. Among them, there were more than 300 rank 9 sea beasts, 20 rank 10 sea beasts, and nearly 40 Sea of Soul Realm experts. This is so cruel. One battle and so many rank 9 and 10 beasts have died, as well as Sea of Souls Realm warriors. If they were grouped together, they would be able to take out dozens of rank 6 martial institutions. But, this amount of casualties should be nothing for the South Shallow Ocean Alliance, right? After all, there are more than 3,000 different forces in the South Shallow Ocean Alliance, including 6 rank 5 forces. The South Shallow Ocean was about 1/3 of the whole True Spirit continent. So, it was not hard to imagine how many of them would survive. Letting out a breath, Yichen looked at the water apes in the camp, wondering how many of them would survive after the battle. Of course, he would not be able to see it. This battle would last at least 3 to 5 years, and it might even last for 10 to 20 years. He would not be able to stay here for a long time. Once he stabilized his power completely and could not make another breakthrough, it would be time for him to go back to the continent. The first battle was huge, so there were a lot of casualties. In the following period of time, the scale of the battles had decreased a lot, and they were all small fights. You would send out a team to attack, and the other would send out a team to harass you. The two sides were very patient. 62. Yichen carved 6 yuan characters on the wooden board of the camp. The 7th one only had 2 strokes, so there were 62 of them in total, which meant that he had killed 62 enemies. This was the tradition of the Water Ape clan, and also the proof of hard work. Turning his head to look at Sun Xiaojin's wooden board, Yichen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sun Xiaojin was indeed a battle maniac. The number of enemies he had killed was more than twice of his own. In just 2 months of fighting, he had killed more than 140 people, and most of them were killed in the first battle. Enemy. Attack. Enemy attack. An ear-piercing sound reverberated in the vicinity. All the water apes rushed out, their bodies surrounded by murderous auras, and their eyes were bloodshot. Yichen was not too nervous. He had experienced this kind of sneak attack several times. Second Grandpa Sun had also led them to sneak attack the deep-sea forces twice. Because there were way too many Alliance soldiers, and they were scattered all over the place, sometimes, when one camp was attacked, the other camps would not be able to get there in time. By the time they got there, the enemies would have already left. Therefore, when they were attacked, they would have to fight back with all their might and wait for the reinforcements. Or, if they were powerful enough, they would not need reinforcements. But, if they were not powerful enough, and the enemies were too powerful, the result would be very miserable. After all, the enemies had chosen to sneak attack, so they would definitely bring a lot of warriors with them. There were over 1,000 bloodthirsty octopuses charging over. The bloodthirsty octopuses' bodies were as big as mountains, and their 8 tentacles were incredibly long. The most terrifying thing was that even if the bloodthirsty octopuses' tentacles were cut off, they would continue to grow, giving them a trace of an undying body. Boom, however, the first one to attack was not the bloodthirsty octopuses, but Sun Xiaojin in his battle mode. His body was 3,000 meters tall, and with one punch, wind, fire, thunder, and water gathered together. One of the octopuses did not have the time to dodge or defend, and was turned into pieces directly. The rest of the octopuses were furious. Their bodies were surrounded by the blood-red beast power, and countless tentacles attacked. You are looking for death. Although the octopuses were hard to deal with, there was more than just one camp of the water ape race. There were 7 or 8 camps nearby, and the total number of soldiers was almost 1,500, which was a bit more than the octopuses. Therefore, seeing the octopuses attack, all of them fought back. Shoo, Yichen waved out a sword attack, and the sword chi cut off a huge number of octopus tentacles. These octopuses found out that after being cut off, their tentacles could not be recovered right away, as if something was draining their life force away. The more I kill, the more powerful my slaughter element is. On the battlefield, Yichen would only use his slaughter sword intent. He rarely used his destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent, because the slaughter sword intent would not be any weaker than the other 2 sword intents. It would be much easier for him to deal with the ocean beasts. Plus, after a long time of killing, Yichen's slaughter element seemed to have changed a bit. The killing chi contained within it seemed to be something that even the octopuses, which had super recovery abilities, could not do anything to. Shoo, another sword chi shot out, and another 2 octopuses were cut into pieces. This battle did not last for long. After about 15 minutes, the octopuses left behind dozens of dead bodies and retreated quickly, which prevented the reinforcement forces from attacking. In the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed. Including the first 2 months, this battle had been going on for a full 10 months. The number of casualties on both sides was more than 50,000. Do not underestimate this number, because in these 10 months, there had only been 3 large-scale battles. One was on the first day, one was 4 months ago, and one was 3 days ago. The rest of the time, they were just probing each other. After each probing, the number of casualties was at most a few hundred, and at least a dozen. Moreover, there might not even be a probing battle in a week. Therefore, out of the 50,000 casualties, more than half were caused by these 3 large-scale battles. Inside the water ape race's camp, Yichen had carved 32 yuan characters on his wooden board, which meant that he had killed 320 enemies, while Sun Xiaojin had killed 550 enemies. It was easy to see that the gap between Yichen and Sun Xiaojin was shrinking. At the beginning, Sun Xiaojin had killed twice as many enemies as Yichen, but now, it was not even twice as much. Inside the soundproof tent belonging to Yichen, Yichen was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, meditating with his eyes closed. His body was shrouded in a murderous aura. This aura was formless and formless, traceless and traceless. However, a single glance at it would definitely cause one to shiver. This aura was too terrifying. It was as if it could invade one's mind, cutting one's soul and killing one's life. All of a sudden, the killing chi fluctuated and poured into Yichen's forehead. Inside the sea of soul, all of the killing chi rushed in, each strand after strand of it was imprinted on an ancient longsword sword spirit embryo. As the killing chi continued to imprint, the ancient longsword started to change. Not only did the sword body gradually turn a bloodthirsty red, but the sword intent radiance it was emitting also changed from silver to light red. It was the color of killing, the color of cruelty. As the killing chi completely imprinted on the ancient longsword, the sea of soul nearby fluctuated again, and a new ancient longsword was born. Slaughter sword soul embryo? 2 great sword soul embryos? Yichen opened his eyes, and 2-foot-long beams of light shot out. Originally, Yichen's sword soul embryo was just an ordinary sword soul embryo, which was no different from other sword artists. However, Yichen had mastered 3 great sword intents, which were immortal, destruction, and slaughter. These 3 great sword intents were hidden in his sea of soul, and with a single thought, he could brand them on his sword intents. However, it was precisely because of the additional sword intents in his Sea of Soul that it was extremely difficult to improve the Sword Soul embryo. It was as if something was hindering him from cultivating the Sword Soul embryo and achieving higher achievements in the Sword Dao. But now, the slaughter intents hidden in his Sea of Soul had been completely branded on the Sword Soul embryo. In the future, when Yichen activated the Slaughter Sword Soul embryo, it would directly be the Slaughter Sword intent, a pure Slaughter Sword intent. The Immortal and Destruction intents could no longer interfere with it. Of course, because it was a pure Slaughter Sword intent, its power was much stronger than before, and it had leapt to become the head of Yichen's sword intents. As for the other two intents, it was not that he could not use them for the time being, because another Sword Soul embryo had appeared in his Sea of Soul. This Sword Soul embryo was still an ordinary Sword Soul embryo, and the sword intent it could activate was also an ordinary sword intent. Therefore, the Immortal and Destruction intents could be branded on the Sword Soul embryo at any time. The Slaughter intents are already so powerful. If I brand the Destruction intents on the Sword Soul embryo in the future, wouldn't it be even more powerful? The Immortal intents is the head of the three great intents, and it has an indelible effect. The reason why I can be so powerful in the Sword Soul embryo is all because of the Immortal intents. With it, my foundation is incomparably firm. I wonder what will happen if I brand it on the Sword Soul embryo. Yichen would never forget the power of the Immortal attribute. It allowed him to condense a Sword Soul embryo in advance, allowing him to smoothly receive the Slaughter Sword intent impact of the Dual Sword King's Will image, allowing him to resist the Destruction Sword intent impact of the Iron Sword King's Will image. Without the Immortal attribute, his life would have been completely different, and he would have walked on a completely different path. However, the strangest thing is that my soul is able to bear two great Sword Soul embryos. One is the Slaughter Sword Soul embryo, and the other is a normal Sword Soul embryo. If there is no accident, when the destruction element is imprinted on the normal Sword Soul embryo, there will be another normal Sword Soul embryo. No wonder I have never heard of anyone who has two sword intents. Because two sword intents will condense into two Sword Soul embryos. How can the soul bear it? As for me, I should be an exception. Regardless of whether he was an exception or not, Yichen clearly knew that his path of willpower was the correct one. On this path, he was the king. Who? After participating in the battle for 10 months, it should be about time for me to go back. Sun Xiaojin and the other young water apes will also have to go back alive. As for what happens in the future, it has nothing to do with me. Thinking up to here, Yichen walked out of the tent. One day later, Yichen, Sun Xiaojin, and the surviving young water apes returned to the water ape cave through the conveyor gate. You are leaving? Inside the stone palace, Sun Tai was not surprised to hear the news. Yichen nodded and said, I have left the continent for almost 15 months. I have to go back. Adding the 2 months of training in Thunder City and the time spent on the road, it had been 18 months since the last tea gathering. 18 months was 1.5 years. In another half a year, it would be the date of the next tea gathering. This time, he would be the host. Alright then. Be careful on the way, and do not be careless. Also, if you run into any trouble, my water ape race will help as much as possible. Sun Tai reminded. Many thanks for Senior Sun's concern. Yichen will be careful. As for my 2 friends, I'll have to trouble the water ape race to take care of them. At this moment, Sun Xiaojin said, True Spirit Continent, I will go. I hope the next time I see you, we can fight to our heart's content. Of course. In that case, Yichen will take his leave. Leaving the water ape cave, Yichen arrived in the sky above the boundless ocean. Taking out his flying puppet, he leaped up and sat cross-legged. Shwa, the flying puppet flew at 10 times the speed of sound, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. 1 month later, South Rudra region, Sky Cloud Sect, the Cool Breeze Mountain where the Sky Cloud Sect was located was the same as usual. The disciples who were doing missions were doing them, and those who were cultivating in an orderly manner. On the way up the mountain, there were many disciples coming and going, all chatting. Ever since Supreme Elder Yichen won the first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking, our Sky Cloud Sect's luck has been getting more and more prosperous. In the past few years, we've had 9 new Supreme Elders. The former Elder Luo Hanshan has also become the sect leader, and the former sect leader has abdicated, becoming the Supreme Elder. Adding the original 3 Supreme Elders, our Sky Cloud sect has 12 Supreme Elders in total, more than the Emerald Valley. Yeah. The Emerald Valley has 3 more Supreme Elders, which is far inferior to us. The North Snow Academy is a bit more impressive, having 4 more. Our Sky Cloud sect became a 7th grade sect a year ago. I don't know when we'll become a 6th grade sect. After all, the higher we go, the more Supreme Elders we'll have, which is a bit inappropriate. Once we become a 6th grade sect, the Supreme Elders will become inner sect elders. This is too difficult. A 6th grade sect must have enough astral reaching experts. Our Sky Cloud sect is still lacking. Most importantly, a 6th grade sect must have a Sea of Soul Realm expert. No rush. Supreme Elder Yichen is 24 years old this year. In a few years, he will certainly become a Sea of Soul Realm expert. At that time, our Sky Cloud sect will have enough astral reaching experts. Naturally, we will become a 6th grade sect and become the 7th 6th grade sect in the whole South Ridra region. As a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, everyone was very proud. The current Sky Cloud Martial School was too powerful. There were 12 Supreme Elders, more than 200 Inner Elders, and more than 500 Outer Elders. There were still a few core disciples, but there were more than 2,000 Inner Disciples, and more than 10,000 Outer Disciples. Compared to the past, the strength of the Sky Cloud Martial School was more than doubled. And the source of all this was Yichen. Without Yichen, the Sky Cloud sect wouldn't have such a bright fate. Without Yichen, there wouldn't be so many people joining the sect. Without Yichen, the disciples wouldn't be so diligent. After all, everyone in Windy Nation and even the whole South River region was trying their best to catch up to Yichen. How could the disciples of the Sky Cloud sect be willing to fall behind? One Yichen had transformed the entire Sky Cloud sect. If the founder of the sect were to come back to life, he would probably be scared to death. It was too astonishing. Swish, at the end of the horizon, a black shadow was approaching at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, it was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, the disciples ascending and descending the mountain could already see its true form. It was a huge demonic beast. The aura emitted from its body was several times stronger than that of the Supreme Elders. Especially its speed, it was several times faster than the speed of sound. As for how many times the speed of sound, they couldn't even guess. It was unimaginably fast. What kind of demonic beast is this? Is it coming to attack the Sky Cloud sect? Hurry up and report. This demonic beast is at least peak 8th grade, equivalent to a peak late astral reaching expert. Hearing these words, all the disciples turned pale. No, there's someone up there. It's a blue-robed youngster with a long sword at his waist. His appearance is delicate and handsome. How come he looks so much like the Supreme Elder Yichen? I think so too. Although most of the disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School had never seen Yichen, it did not stop them from seeing Yichen's portrait. With Yichen's fame, how could he not have a portrait? Especially in the Sky Cloud Martial School, it was not difficult to see Yichen's portrait. As for the Ancestral Hall, it had only been built a few years ago. Inside, there were portraits of the previous patriarchs of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Yichen was the only person who was not the patriarch, but still had his portrait in the Ancestral Hall. It's Great Elder Yichen. Look at his sleeves, there's our Sky Cloud Martial School's cloud pattern there. Plus his appearance, who else could it be other than Great Elder Yichen? Supreme Elder Yichen is back. The people who saw this scene went crazy and ran up the mountain desperately. Idle Cloud Peak. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer walked out side by side. Next to them was Luo Xianxia, who was also a Supreme Elder. What a powerful sword chi. I've never seen such a sword chi in my life. It's even more powerful than ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. Cloud Dreamer sucked in a deep breath. Who could it be? Thunder Freer said solemnly. Swish, the huge demonic beast's flying speed was as fast as a shooting star. After a few blinks, it appeared above the idle cloud peak. Then, it suddenly disappeared, and a blue silhouette descended. It's not a demonic beast. Could it be a puppet? Luo Xianxia was astonished. A real demonic beast couldn't be stored in a storage ring. Senior Cloud Dreamer, Senior Thunder Freer, Patriarch, Yichen is back. The blue silhouette was like a phantom as it appeared in front of the three. It's Yichen. Cloud Dreamer's eyes widened. Haha, Yichen, you're back. Thunder Freer was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Supreme Elder Yichen is back. We just saw him. Are you serious? He hasn't been back for so many years. Why would I lie to you? Let's go take a look. All of a sudden, the whole Sky Cloud Sect's atmosphere exploded. This kind of scene was even more frightening than the night before a great battle. 1 to 1, 100 to 100. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone knew that Yichen had returned. Sky Cloud Sect's main hall, Luo Hanshan cried out involuntarily, "What? Yichen is back?" Swish, in the next moment, Luo Hanshan left the elders in the main hall and rushed toward the idol Cloud Peak. He knew that Yichen would go there first. Yichen is back. Zhang Haoran and Wu Zoming exchanged a glance and hurriedly left the main hall. Yichen, it's really you. As soon as he arrived at the idol Cloud Peak, Luo Hanshan saw Yichen. He was still wearing blue robes, still handsome and elegant. The only thing that had changed was his temperament. What kind of temperament was this? Although he was trying to hide it, that invisible sword chi still made Luo Hanshan's scalp go numb. Not only him, even Cloud Dreamer, Thunder Freer, and Luo Xianxia seemed a bit reserved next to Yichen. It had nothing to do with identity or friendship. This was the first time they had met each other. Yichen smiled, "Congratulations on becoming the leader of Sky Cloud Sect." Lu Hanshan shook his head and forced a smile. "If it were possible, I would rather someone else be the leader. But, my talent is only SOSO. I might have the chance to reach the peak of late astral reaching realm in this lifetime, but I will never be able to reach the Sea of Souls realm. Even the top geniuses of the continent need many years to reach the Sea of Souls realm. Even if I were given 20 or 30 years, I would still not be able to reach the Sea of Souls realm." Lu Hanshan had thought for a long time about whether he should be the leader or not, but he eventually agreed. Not everyone could progress as fast as Yichen, and not everyone could become the leader of the sect by working hard. He was already very satisfied with his current achievements. Yichen said, "You should be the leader of the sect. In the future, if there is an opportunity for me, it might not be the same for you." Lu Hanshan was currently at the peak of early astral reaching realm, and astral reaching realm warriors had a lifespan of 200 years. There was still a long way to go. Who would dare to say that he would stop at the astral reaching realm for the rest of his life? Of course, the hope of reaching the Sea of Souls realm was indeed very slim, and nobody could deny this fact. "Thank you for your kind words." Soon, Zhu Mei, Zhang Haoran, and Wu Zoming arrived. Zhu Mei and Zhang Haoran had already reached the astral reaching realm. The former was at the mid-astral reaching realm, while the latter was at the peak of early astral reaching realm. As for Wu Zoming, he was still at the peak of late clasping Yuan realm. Zhu Mei and Zhang Haoran faintly nodded to the three supreme elders. Their status was similar, so nodding at each other was a greeting. Wu Zoming, on the other hand, called them supreme elders. Finally, the three's gazes landed on Yichen. This aura. It is not like the Sea of Souls realm. It is even more powerful. Zhu Mei's cultivation was even higher than Lu Hanshan's, and was at the same level as Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer. With her exceptional eyesight, she could tell that Yichen was not ordinary at all. 2 years ago, she was fortunate enough to meet a Sea of Souls realm warrior, but his aura was clearly not as powerful as Yichen's. "You three, long time no see. You've all made great progress." Yichen was also sizing up the three at the same time and said with a smile. Zhu Mei jokingly said, "Do you know how shocked South River region and Windy Nation were when the news of you defeating astral spirit Sun Chu Zhongtian and drawing a tie with Edict Prince Li Xiaoyun spread? A lot of people are saying that you are a true dragon, and that you are the #1 genius of South River region. Right now, all the big sects have your portrait, and only the core disciples are allowed to see it to motivate them." Wu Zoming also said with a smile, "That's right. Now, as long as I wander around in the martial world, people will come to befriend me and ask about you. Zhang Haoran is even more miserable. The story of you competing with him has become a legend in the martial world. People say that you walked over the corpses of geniuses. Zhang Haoren's mouth twitched, but he was not unhappy, because he had long since given up on competing with Yi Chen. In fact, people talking about him and Yi Chen together was already praising him. His biggest goal from now on was to step into the Sea of Souls realm, and he would work hard for it. Yi Chen suddenly sighed. 9 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 9 years ago, he was still an odd job disciple, not even an outer disciple. Then, he climbed up step by step. Outer disciple, inner disciple, elder, supreme elder. The past was like a dream, vivid in his mind. 9 years had passed, and everyone had grown up. At least, they could no longer be described as youngsters. Thinking back to the past, how could Yi Chen not sigh with emotion? He sighed at how the passage of time had changed everyone, turning them from ignorant youngsters into ambitious youngsters. The only thing that made Yi Chen a bit helpless was that everyone seemed a lot more distant when they met again. Luo Hansan, Zhu Mei, Wu Zongming, and Zhang Haoren were all like strangers. Although they still looked the same on the surface, Yi Chen's observational ability was extremely sharp. He could tell with a glance that they were a bit uneasy. This time, apart from checking on the situation of the martial school and you guys, the second thing is to prepare for the next martial tea gathering. Retracting his sigh, Yi Chen said. Luo Hanshan's eyes brightened. We can participate in the martial tea gathering. He naturally knew that he was not powerful enough, but Yi Chen was the host of the next martial tea gathering. Perhaps, as long as he agreed, he would be able to let them participate. Who didn't know what it meant to participate in the martial tea gathering? Not only could it broaden one's vision, it could also stimulate one's hidden potential. Through some rumors, he knew that people from the South River region who had participated in the last martial tea gathering had trained extremely hard and made great progress after coming back. Yi Chen shook his head. The martial tea gathering has its own rules, which cannot be broken. Otherwise, in the long run, the level of the martial tea gathering would drop. Hearing him, Luo Hansan, Zhu Mei, and even Zhang Haoren were a bit sad. Indeed, the martial tea gathering was not a place to open a back door. However, the host of the martial tea gathering has a special privilege. He can choose 50 people to watch the tea gathering from afar. In the last tea gathering, there were 50 people watching the tea gathering from a tower in the splendid garden. Of course, they were 10 li away from the venue. However, this distance was still acceptable for astral-reaching experts. It was just that they couldn't get a closer feel of the atmosphere, that's all. Really, I should be able to be chosen. Luo Hansan was extremely nervous. Cloud Dreamer and the other two couldn't help but laugh. The current Luo Hansan didn't look like the leader at all. But, it was understandable, since he was still young. Yi Chen didn't answer directly, but asked, how many people in my Sky Cloud sect who have already reached the astral reaching realm before the age of 30? Zhu Mei said, 4 in total. Me, Luo Hansan, Zhang Haoren, and Meng Chong. There are also many people who have reached half-step Xin Yuan. Oh, Meng Chong has also reached the astral reaching realm? Yi Chen was a bit surprised, but soon felt relieved. Even Zhang Haoren had entered, so there was no reason for Meng Chong not to. His talent was even higher than Zhang Haoren's. Speaking of which, for astral reaching experts under the age of 30 was still a bit too little. But, that was because Yi Chen had set his sights too high, comparing the Sky Cloud sect to a rank 6 sect. For a rank 6 sect, for new astral reaching experts were indeed pitifully little. They would need at least a dozen. Wu Zongming, I'm sorry. Privilege is privilege, but privilege also has a bottom line. Yi Chen looked at Wu Zongming apologetically. Wu Zongming said carelessly, Yi Chen, I am not unhappy. Even if you asked me to go and watch, I would not go. Otherwise, people would say that our South River region does not even have enough young astral reaching realm warriors, and that we brought a peak level late clasping Yuan realm warrior. Hehe, it's good that you think like that. Pausing for a second, Yi Chen said to Lu Hansan and the other two, you 4 can go watch the martial tea gathering together. I will build a tower in the heavy mysterious mountain. Lu Hansan let out a breath, then suddenly thought of something. Yi Chen, you rarely come back. Can you meet the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School on the plaza? It won't take long, just a few words will do. You know, a lot of people have never seen you before, and they have always wanted to see you in person. Sure. Yichen hesitated for a second, then nodded. Meeting someone was a small thing for him, but it could satisfy thousands of people's wishes. Once in a while it would be fine. On the huge plaza, there was an ocean of people. All the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School had arrived, as well as attendants, outer elders, inner elders, leaders, and great elders. At this moment, the Sky Cloud Martial School was defenseless. Of course, no one would be stupid enough to invade the Sky Cloud Martial School. It's the great elder, Yi Chen. I finally got to see him in person. I'm so excited. So young. Only in his 20s. How great would it be if I could marry him? Being so close to a legendary figure, I feel like I'm dreaming. All the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School were so excited, and so were the elders. They felt like they had become much younger, especially when Yi Chen looked at them. Standing behind him were the leader of the school, Lu Hanshan, and 12 great elders. Yi Chen cleared his throat to calm everyone down. As if he had some kind of magic power, the previously noisy plaza suddenly quieted down. Even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. 9 years ago, I was still a servant disciple. In the same year, I worked hard to become an outer disciple, then an inner disciple. Back then, I was just like you, working hard to become a powerful warrior. Now, I have already succeeded half of it, and I am working hard for the other half. Therefore, as long as you work hard, you can also succeed. Perhaps your achievements will be limited, but as long as you work hard, you will not regret it. Abruptly, Yi Chen pulled out his long sword. His blue robe and long hair fluttered in the air as he swung his sword towards the sky above the windy mountain. Boom, the sword chi swept across the sky, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the protective screen of the stunning sky was split open. At first glance, the sky seemed to have been completely split open by this sword attack. The crack was tens of thousands of meters long and tens of meters wide. Including the 12 great elders, everyone gasped in shock. What kind of power was this? Standing on the ground, he was able to split open the stunning sky with a single sword attack, causing the sky to change color and thunder to roar. Invisible sword chi coiled around Yi Chen's body. A gigantic dragon formed from dragon fountain chi rushed up from the base of the windy mountain and enveloped Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced around and said, I hope that one day, all of you can reach this level. Do you have the confidence? Yes. Their voices reached to the sky and shook the entire area. Together with the gigantic dragon on Yi Chen's body, the scene became an eternal picture. Alright, today's meeting is over. You all work hard. After that, Yi Chen finished his speech. Next, Lu Hanshan started to disperse the crowd, even though many of them did not want to leave. At the same time, all of the martial institutions in the Windy Nation had sensed the change in the Sky Cloud Martial School. The dragon fountain chi rushing up was way too powerful. In the South Rudra Martial School, Long Bai looked towards the direction of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He's actually able to make the dragon vein chi appear. Just what level has he reached? Once the dragon fountain chi left the hidden dragon ancient city, it would hide itself and no one would be able to sense it. But now, the whole area around the Sky Cloud Martial School had changed drastically. Dragon roars could be heard, and that dragon's power was even more shocking. Even Long Bai was shocked. No genius had ever made her lose her composure like this. A dragon has entered the ocean, a real dragon has entered the ocean. Long Bai sighed. North Snow Martial Academy. Lynch was staring at the southwest direction, where the Sky Cloud Martial School was located. The former leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, who was now the Great Elder, Xue Wuren, walked over and said, being able to live in the same era as him is your sorrow, but also your great fortune. As for the Emerald Martial Palace, more people were lost and felt bitter. After staying in the Sky Cloud Martial School for a day, Yi Chen rushed to the Yi family in Luo City the next morning. The Sky Cloud Martial School was 12,000 miles away from Luo City. When he was still an outer disciple, it took Yi Chen half a month to go home for the first time. But now, riding on the flying puppet, it only took him half an hour. If he didn't ride on the flying puppet and used the sword light flying skill, the time would be even shorter. Whoosh! 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 In the sky above Luo City, the flying puppet slowly descended. Its huge wings kept flapping, creating a whirlwind. young Master Chen is back. When Yi Chen jumped down from the flying puppet and stood in front of the Yi family's gate, the thousands of people in the Yi family all started to move. Some prepared for the banquet, some came out to welcome him, and some cleaned the yard. It was a very busy scene. Chen. As soon as Yi Chen entered the gate, Yi Tianhao and Xianxia already walked over. Beside them were a boy and a girl about 6 or 7 years old. They looked very similar to the young Yi Chen. Father, mother. A gentle smile bloomed on Yi Chen's face. It was the smile of a son returning home. He then greeted the other elders. Good, good. At this moment, Yi Tianhao couldn't say anything. He kept repeating the word good, and then looked at Yi Chen with all his might. It seemed like he wanted to see how his son had changed in the past few years. Xianxia grabbed Yi Chen's hand. His eyes were red. You little bastard. You didn't come home even once in a few years. Do you miss your father and me? Yi Tianhao came back to his senses. He glared at Xianxia and said contradictory words, our son is a man who will do great things. How can I come back just like that? But Chen, if you have time, you still have to come back. All right. Yi Chen felt warmth in his heart. After all, the people of the Sky Cloud Martial School were not related to him by blood. After a long time, they would become estranged from each other. However, home would always be home, and parents would always be parents. They would not become distant just because their son had become stronger. Big brother. Carrie. Perhaps it was because they were related by blood, or perhaps it was because they contained a trace of Yi Chen's dragon vein qi, but the boy and the girl recognized Yi Chen at first glance. They were not shy at all, hugging Yi Chen's thigh and shaking it vigorously, clamoring for him to hug them. Their rosy cheeks and watery eyes were very lovable. Chuckling, Yi Chen picked up the little boy and the little girl, one in each hand, and said to Yi Tianhao and Xianxia, Father, Mother, I've made you worry. Little Xian and little Xiao, be good. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression was incomparably happy. Hearing this, he said, Little Xiao is a bit better, but Xian is a troublemaker, and will soon become the tyrant of Luo City. Yi Chen looked at Yi Xian, Little Xian, is it true? Big brother, I did not bully anyone. Yi Xian lowered his head, afraid that Yi Chen would not like him. Bullying people is wrong. As time goes by, people will not like you, and will gradually hate you. Do you want everyone to dislike you? Of course, Big Brother is not asking you to be bullied without fighting back. As long as you do not take the initiative to bully others, it will be fine. Got it, Big Brother. Hee, Yi Xiaoxiao giggled at the side. Seeing Yi Xian being humiliated made her very happy. Chen, I've already asked people to prepare a banquet. Let's go inside and talk. Yi Tianhao said. Okay. Yi Chen carried Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao and followed behind. The banquet lasted until late at night. Yi Badian also attended the banquet. As for Yi Tang, he was still in the Emerald Valley, while Yi Feng had joined the South Rudra sect. Ever since the destruction of the Purple Sun sect, the disciples and elders of the Purple Sun sect had either joined the South Rudra sect or the Emerald Valley. Very few joined the Sky Cloud sect, mainly because there were too many conflicts in the past. Yi Chen no longer cared about Yi Badian. According to his father, Yi Badian had completely changed. He had started to think about the family in all aspects, and his relationship with everyone had greatly changed. Therefore, if he continued to care about it, he would seem petty. Moreover, he was no longer the little genius of the past. Although the current him was not invincible in the South River region, there was almost no one who could threaten him. His goal was the entire continent and the endless ocean. Tangling with some past conflicts would undoubtedly be too narrow-minded. The past was the past, and the most important thing was the future. By the time Yi Chen returned to the Sky Cloud sect, the news had already spread like wildfire. On the 7th day of his return, the entire Windy Nation knew that Yi Chen had returned. The originally somewhat peaceful Jianghu once again exploded. Many people rushed to Luo City from far away, or to some nearby towns, just to catch a glimpse of Yi Chen's true appearance. Looking at the overcrowded Luo City, the Luo City Lord and the Yi family's patriarch, Yi Tianhao, felt somewhat helpless. However, deep down, they were actually quite proud, especially the former. He didn't have much of a relationship with Yi Chen, so he cherished the honor he received from Yi Chen even more. He firmly believed that as long as he did his best and didn't abuse his power, Yi Tianhao wouldn't let him step down. Moreover, Luo City's prospects were too good. He had already begun to discuss with Yi Tianhao about expanding Luo City and making it into a city comparable to the royal city. As for the Windy Nation's emperor, he would definitely support it. Nowadays, who would dare to offend the Yi family of Luo City? Moreover, Yi Chen's statue had been built in the Luo City's central plaza since the day before yesterday. According to the scale, it would be 100 meters tall golden statue. Big brother Yi Chen. In the hall of Yi Chen's courtyard, a lot of people had gathered. The one who spoke was fourth uncle Yi Wenhao's daughter, Yi Xian. Yi Xian was half a year younger than Yi Chen, and was already 23 years old. She had a dignified appearance and a tall and slender figure. However, standing in front of Yi Chen, she seemed very reserved, and would sneak glances at him from time to time. Yi Chen faintly smiled, "Little Xian, let bygones be bygones. There's no need to blindly think about it. Right now, you're also a mediocre late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Try a bit harder and advance to astral reaching realm as soon as possible. Don't tell me you don't have any confidence?" "I will." Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. The pressure Yi Chen gave her was too great. Sitting there, she almost couldn't breathe. This wasn't because Yi Chen was doing it on purpose, but because she had too many distracting thoughts in her mind. Some elders and juniors of Yi family didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure in front of Yi Chen. They only felt that Yi Chen was very lofty. Yi Chen, Yi Tang and Yi Feng both looked at Yi Chen nervously. Yi Chen was a bit helpless as he smiled at them. "You guys are the same. As long as you think about the family, it will be fine. Of course, the most important thing is to increase your own power. Only by increasing your power can you strengthen the family and protect the family, because you guys are just like me, part of the family." "Thank you, Yi Chen." Yi Tang and Yi Feng were both embarrassed, feeling that they were very childish before. "Oh right, where's Yi Hai?" Yi Hai was the one who had a good relationship with Yi Chen, and he had even given him a yuan light ball. Yi Tianhao said, "Yi Hai is the same as you. After he left with his master, he hasn't come back yet. His parents are always thinking about him." Sigh. Hearing him, Yi Chen frowned. If Yi Hai were still in South River region, it wouldn't be a problem. But, if he were to leave South River region, then he wouldn't be able to find out anything. What he was most afraid of was running into some kind of danger. "If there's a chance in the future, I'll ask someone to ask around." In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Apart from cultivating every day, Yi Chen spent most of his time chatting with his parents and siblings, trying to make up for the many years he owed them. During this time, South River sect's leader, Long Bai, personally came with 3 youngsters. They were Rain Hero Nangong Yun and Yuan Xueme, as well as a disciple that Yi Chen didn't recognize. Without exception, all 3 had entered astral reaching realm. Their purpose was very simple: to select the 50 spectators for the martial tea gathering. Without saying a word, Yi Chen approved all of them. Long Bai and Dragon God Celestial Palace's kindness to Yi Chen would never be forgotten by Yi Chen. After South River Sect, North Snow Martial Academy was next. North Snow Martial Academy also had 3 young experts who had entered astral reaching realm. They were young Master North Snow Suwen, Quick Blade Lynch, and Tyrant Blade Jiyu. Suwen was currently the leader of North Snow Martial Academy, and his cultivation base was at mid-astral reaching realm. Yu was at early astral reaching realm. As for the ordinary-looking Lynch, his cultivation base was the highest, reaching late astral reaching realm. His body was suffused with a trace of sharp and formless blade chi. "Lynch, your blade intent has already reached perfection. You have the strength to participate in the martial tea gathering." How powerful was Yi Chen's eyesight? Even if Lynch intentionally hid his blade intent, it couldn't escape Yi Chen's senses. Shui Wuren, who had abdicated as Supreme Elder, smiled and said, "Yi Chen, I wonder what level Lynch is at in the martial tea gathering?" Yi Chen said in a low voice, "I don't know this time, but last time, it should be low grade." Hearing these words, the faces of everyone in the hall changed, including those of Yi family. There was no one in Windy Nation who didn't know Lynch's strength. In fact, if there were no Yi Chen, Lynch would definitely be the #1 expert in Windy Nation. This kind of strength was actually low grade in the martial tea gathering. Moreover, it was last time. Just how high was the level of this martial tea gathering? It was simply unheard of. Finally, people from the Emerald Martial School arrived. There were 3 of them. One was the leader of the Emerald Martial School, Xianxia, one was Lu Wuxiang, and the last one was Ji Xueyan. Young Master Emerald Shuangfei was naturally also an astral-reaching expert, but he didn't come. Ever since Yi Chen's complete rise, Zhuang Qingxian had already given up on dominating Windy Nation. Therefore, he abdicated to Lu Wuxiang, making him the new leader. Lu Wuxiang was a peaceful person, neither arrogant nor rash, which made him worthy of being the leader. Yi Chen, we are all from the same Windy Nation. I wonder if our leader Lu Wuxiang and Ji Xueyan have the right to enter the top 50? The new martial tea gathering would be held in a few months, and all the martial institutions had gradually learned about the privileges of the hosts. Therefore, Zhuang Qingxian had thrown away his pride and brought his people here. In fact, he was quite worried, not knowing if Yi Chen would refuse right away or not. Yi Chen nodded. 2 or 3? 3. The other one is my son, Shuangfei. Zhuang Qingxian said carefully. Sure. Yi Chen had originally planned to let all the young astral-reaching experts of Windy Nation watch the martial tea gathering, regardless of who it was. Of course, if they didn't come, he wouldn't take the initiative to include them. After all, apart from Windy Nation, there were many young astral-reaching experts in South River region. Standing beside Zhuang Qingxian, Ji Xueyan's expression was extremely complicated. She bit her lower lip and blankly stared at Yi Chen, looking at the little youngster who had now become a peerless genius of South River region. At this moment, Yi Chen's gaze also shifted to Ji Xueyan. In the air, the two's gazes intersected. From Ji Xueyan's gaze, Yi Chen felt a trace of regret, apology, and some indescribable emotions. She didn't choose to avoid it either, opening up her heart. Ji Xueyan saw firmness in Yi Chen's gaze, as well as an exuberant power that could shatter everything. Before this power, everything else seemed so insignificant, like a sparrow looking up at a great pung spreading its wings to the 9 heavens. Is this the reason for your current accomplishments? Ji Xueyan was shaken by Yi Chen's ambition. His ambition seemed boundless and limitless. How could a person with this kind of ambition lower himself to her level? He had long since forgotten the matters of the past. So, it was my own wishful thinking all along. Ji Xueyan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, but why did she feel a sense of loss? However, this was no longer important. From now on, she would live for herself. She wasn't willing to sink into depravity. She didn't want to stop at astral reaching realm in the future. She wanted a vaster sky. Even if she couldn't soar to the 9 heavens, she would spread her wings with all her might. Take care. Yi Chen's words baffled everyone present. Only Ji Xueyan knew what he meant. He had seen through her thoughts. I will. Ji Xueyan nodded. A few days after the 3 left, the remaining 9th grade sects of Windy Nation sent people over. However, they were all rejected by Yi Chen. It wasn't that he didn't want to give them face, but that he had his own bottom line. Without reaching astral reaching realm, he wouldn't let them enter the top 50. Being so busy that he forgot about the quota of Windy Nation's young generation, Yi Chen had a rare few days of leisure. After all, the sects of other nations were a bit far from Windy Nation. On this day, beside the lake, Yi Chen was practicing his sword arts. After the last tea gathering, Yi Chen had a small gathering with the Thunder Princess and the other 3. They had witnessed the achievements of the Thunder Princess in the Thunder mentality. However, Yi Chen's Sky Thunder cut required him to fuse with the 9th style of the Sky Cloud sword art. Therefore, he hadn't made any breakthroughs yet. Today, Yi Chen had a thought and started practicing by the lake. As he practiced and practiced, Yi Chen's feeling became more and more profound. He fused it with the state of thunder, and every sword strike was incomparably natural. It was as if there was really thunder and lightning in the sky, and there was not the slightest bit of awkwardness. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the seemingly ordinary natural environment was actually something he had yet to comprehend. He had only grasped the essence of the state of thunder, but in terms of application, he was still far from the natural world. Chi, a blue light flashed in the void, and the air was slowly cut open. The process was clearly visible. On the air profile, electric arcs flickered. There was no tyranny of thunder, only the nature of thunder. The ninth move has finally been fused successfully. The Sky Thunder cut has officially become a profound martial skill. Letting out a breath slowly, Yichen put his sword back into its scabbard. However, there was not much joy on his face. Although the Sky Thunder cut that had fused with the ninth movement of the Sky Cloud sword art had become a profound martial skill, it was only at 50% completion. That was because Yichen had not learned the Thunder Profound yet. Without it, he would not be able to bring out the true power of the Sky Thunder cut. It was like how a cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. Once the Sky Thunder cut has been completed, the reverse Sky Thunder cut has also become a profound martial skill. The two profound martial skills have both reached 50% completion. Together with the Gold Resonant Radiance sword art, I now have 3 major killing attacks and 1 hidden ace attack. The hidden ace attack was the Sky Thunder cut and the reverse Sky Thunder cut, which combined into a dual sword style. When the two attacks were stacked together, its power would be even more powerful than the Gold Resonant Radiance sword art. Of course, if one had to be honest, the sword chi tornado formed by the Lotus Heart sword chi would be much more powerful. But, the Lotus Heart sword chi was dead after all, and its potential was limited. All the sects of the Windy Nation had gone up. Next, it was the sects of the other nations in the South River region. For the sects of the other nations, Yichen had a new standard: no 6th grade sections. A 6th grade sect already had people who could participate in the tea gathering, so it would be too unreasonable for them to take up another quota. As for the sects below the 6th grade, each sect would only have 1 quota. After all, the Windy Nation had taken up 12 of the 50 spots, so there were not many left. Young warrior Yi, could you give us 1 more spot? My Iron Ruler School is willing to pay a huge price. The leader of the 7th grade sect of the Elephant Mountain Nation revealed an expectant expression. Yichen shook his head. No, your sect taking up 2 spots is equivalent to taking 1 from the other sections. Alright then. Actually, he wasn't too disappointed. Having 1 spot was already enough for him. He thought that the spots would be given to the young generation of the Windy Nation or those on good terms with Yichen. Outside the gate of the Yi family, another group of people descended from the sky. The one in the lead had withered yellow hair, and it was hard to tell his age. His eyes seemed to be emitting light, and he exuded an imposing aura without being angry. Wherever he went, it was his home field, and Yuan Qi revolved around his body. This was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Guests, this way please. The steward led the group toward the meeting hall. Arriving at the meeting hall, the yellow-haired old man didn't see anyone and said unhappily, "Where is Yichen?" My apologies, young Master Chen is currently talking with people from other sections. Therefore, he told me to let the guests wait here. In that case, there's no need to trouble you. I'll go talk to him myself. The yellow-haired old man released his soul power and quickly found Yichen's location. He then led the group in that direction. The steward was anxious. He didn't care that the aura was suffocating him, so he chased after and said, "Young Master Chen said that no matter who you are, you have to wait here. Please obey." Huh? You want me, a Sea of Soul Realm expert, to wait here for him? Can you bear the responsibility? The yellow-haired old man glared at the steward. Dang dang dang, the steward retreated a couple of steps as blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. As a Sea of Soul Realm expert, the yellow-haired old man's gaze could already hurt people, not to mention the steward who was only a mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior. In the yard, Yichen sensed someone using his soul power to scan over. His brows creased, and his soul power traced back to the source. He happened to see the yellow-haired old man injuring the steward with a gaze that contained martial intent. A cold light flashed through his eyes. Footsteps could be heard as a group of people arrived at Yichen's yard. Entering the hall, the yellow-haired old man sized up Yichen. "You are Yichen." Indeed. Yichen's gaze looked straight at the yellow-haired old man. "I'm the Supreme Elder of Moonflower Nation's 7th grade sect, Swallowing Moon Sect. These are my sect's 6 most outstanding youths. Let them enter the top 50. The yellow-haired old man's name was Huang Lin, and his nickname was Yellow-Haired Spiritualist. He had entered the Sea of Soul realm in recent years. If not for the fact that swallowing moon sect's astral-reaching experts were a bit lacking, he would have long announced to the outside world that swallowing moon sect would become the 7th 6th grade sect in South Rudra region. As a newly advanced Sea of Soul realm expert, apart from being wild with joy, Huang Lin had become condescending, and his conduct had become increasingly tyrannical. He had volunteered to participate in this tea gathering, wanting to use his strength to fight for more quotas for his sect. He originally thought that Yi Chen would be apprehensive of his strength and would ponder for a while before finding a way out. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen didn't even think and directly said, "You can leave." "What do you mean?" Huang Lin's eyes narrowed. Yi Chen sneered, "My meaning is clear. Your swallowing moon sect doesn't have a single quota." "Impudent. Our swallowing moon sect's supreme elder has already given you face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." A swallowing moon sect's young generation angrily said. "Impudent." Yi Chen waved his hand, and the young man was sent flying while spurting blood. The other young men were both startled and angered. However, before they could do anything, they were also sent flying while spurting blood. Yi Chen's cheek contained 2 layers of power. "You're provoking me." Huang Lin intended to teach Yi Chen a lesson. "Don't think that just because you're the #1 genius of South Rudra region, you're condescending and think too highly of yourself." "Rip," Yi Chen didn't bother explaining. With a flick of his finger, a bullet-like lotus heart sword chi shot out. Pa, his protective Jin Yuan shattered, and Huang Lin's shoulder was pierced. "Damn it." The yellow-haired old man was shocked at first, then turned furious. He raised his Jin Yuan, about to launch a fierce attack. Rip, another lotus heart sword chi pierced through the yellow-haired old man's left shoulder. "If you don't get lost, I'll make you bleed." Yi Chen's cold voice was heard. "You." Huang Lin was so embarrassed that his eyes had turned red. "Do you really want to die?" On the main seat, Yi Chen stood up. As he stood up, the sky above Luo City changed, and the sword chi was dense. Inside the hall, the yellow-haired old man only felt an invisible sword chi assaulting his face. The surrounding environment seemed to be fading away, turning into swords aimed at him. How is this possible? How can his strength be so horrifying? Huang Lin was disheartened, and the Jin Yuan covering his whole body dispersed. He didn't even dare to look at Yi Chen. His previous arrogance had been completely shattered by Yi Chen, and all that was left was fear. He couldn't imagine how Yi Chen could be so powerful. He didn't even have the power to fight back, and had been wounded continuously. Especially the aura Yi Chen had just released, it made him feel like if he said no, his body would be separated from his body and torn apart by the sword chi. This realm had already surpassed his imagination. "Let's go." Huang Lin led the younger generation of the Swallowing Moon sect, who were dumbfounded, and prepared to leave. "Don't forget to apologize to my Yi family's housekeeper." Behind him, Yi Chen's voice was like sword chi. Humiliation. At this moment, Huang Lin felt incomparably humiliated. However, no matter how humiliated he was, he had no choice but to comply. Apart from humiliation, he felt even more regret. If he had followed the normal procedure, he wouldn't have been humiliated, and he would have been able to obtain a quota for the sect. He had truly been blinded by lard. Outside the hall, Yi Xian was similarly dumbfounded. She had been back for a few days, and it was time for her to return to the Emerald Valley. Therefore, she wanted to say hello to Yi Chen. However, she didn't expect to see this scene. A Sea of Soul Realm expert was driven out by Yi Chen just like that. Moreover, Sea of Soul Realm was the realm she had always dreamed of, the goal she had always strived for. At this moment, Yi Chen's image in her heart became even more invincible. She knew that even if she entered the Sea of Soul Realm, she wouldn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Extreme Void. The second level of the 3 levels. If the first level of the astonishing sky was filled with all kinds of pure Yuan Qi, then the second level of the extreme void was formed by Yuan Qi. In the dusky, vast space, there were countless strange sights. People who came to the extreme void for the first time would definitely think that they had come to a different place. The most common thing in the extreme void were floating mountain peaks. Some were big, some were small, some were inverted cones, some were round, and there were even some that were connected into a complex shape. No matter what the shape of the mountain was, it was actually formed by pure earth Xianxia. On the mountain peaks, some were barren and full of potholes, while some were lush and green. The forest was naturally formed by the wood Xianxia. On some of the mountain peaks, there was only one big tree. The tree was so tall that it covered the entire sky like a huge umbrella. Apart from the common plants, there were also some unknown plants floating in the air. For example, there were vines that were tens of thousands of meters long. The vines were connected to the nearby mountain peaks, and there were house-sized flowers blooming on them. In the dusky space, there were also many green light ribbons. Looking from afar, these ribbons looked like strands, but when one got closer, one would realize that they were actually rivers formed by water Xianxia. These rivers crisscrossed, flowing from the mountain peaks, pouring down, passing through the sky, rushing, and then converging into an even bigger lake. This lake was just one of the thousands of lakes. In the sky, there were huge fireballs. It was because of these fireballs that the extreme void shone so brightly. Other things like metal Xianxia, wind Xianxia, thunder Xianxia, dark Xianxia, bone Xianxia, they all appeared in different forms. What a magical place! It was Yichen's first time in the extreme void, and he was very shocked. Even though he had heard about the extreme void from some places, it was not as shocking as seeing it for himself. He could not imagine how the extreme void worked. In the stunning sky, the speed of comprehending the will can be doubled. In the extreme void, the speed of comprehending the profound will can be doubled. I can see that the pure Xianxia is not something that can be casually condensed into anything. Otherwise, how could it be so profound? These things are all operated and maintained by the profound. Even a stone contains the shallow profound of earth, and a stream of water contains the shallow profound of water. The more complex it is, the deeper the profound it contains. Taking a deep breath, Yichen activated his Jin Yuan to fight against the Xianxia washing in the extreme void. The Xianxia of the extreme void sky was not as simple as it looked, it also contained a profound meaning. Without a certain level of defense, one would not be able to fight against it at all. Of course, first of all, one would have to be able to tear open the extreme void sky barrier and get in. The reason why Yichen was able to get in and stand still was because first, his attacking power was powerful enough, which allowed him to tear open the extreme void sky barrier easily. Second, he had trained his green lotus sword spell to its highest level, the 15th realm. Shu, his speed was suppressed to 1 times the speed of sound. Yichen borrowed the power from the surreal space and flew to a floating inverted cone-shaped mountain peak. The metal Xianxia is normally hidden in the earth Xianxia. It is hard to see it in the surreal space. Let's see what the metal inside the mountain has. Crack, taking out his longsword, Yichen cut a huge hole on the surface of the mountain before flashing his body and jumping in. Inside the mountain, there were indeed metals condensed from the metal Xianxia. These metals were in different colors: gold, black, silver, yellow, pure green, and everything else. Sitting on a tall rock with his legs crossed, Yichen reached out his hand and sucked. A fist-sized piece of gold metal fell into his hand. So heavy! His wrist sank down at an indiscernible speed. Yichen was secretly shocked. Pouring his soul power into it, Yichen carefully sensed the metal profound inside, trying to see how it operated and maintained its form. Tens of thousands of miles away, a red-haired teenager sat next to an exploding volcano. The aura of the red-haired teenager was like that of a demon. It was indeed Chu Zhongtian, who had lost to Yichen in the tea gathering. In the last tea gathering, Chu Zhongtian was only at the late astral reaching realm, not even at the peak level. But now, judging from the vibration frequency of his evil yuan, he had already reached the peak level of the late astral reaching realm, and it had been a while since then. Opening his eyes, a sharp red light flashed through Chu Zhongtian's eyes. Although the evil yuan would not be that much purer from the late astral reaching realm to the peak level, the total amount of evil yuan has increased by 20%. My evil yuan is already very powerful, and once the total amount has increased, my battling power will naturally increase as well. Not only that, my fire and earth dual martial arts have also reached the 14th level. My battling power is completely different from 2 years ago. In this tea gathering, I will beat everyone and then challenge even more powerful opponents. Chu Zhongtian was proud, and he would not allow any failure, not even once. Losing to Yu Chen was the biggest humiliation of his life, and this time, he wanted to get it back. As for the Thunder Princess and Edict Prince, they did not seem to be much of a threat to him, because they were different from Yu Chen. They seemed to be subdued by him, since his evil spirit body and evil yuan were not to be trifled with. However, just in case, I will have to do more research on profound sense martial arts. I think the remaining few months should be enough for me to beat them with absolute power. Boom, the volcano erupted even more violently. The combination of fire yuan qi and earth yuan qi was extremely powerful, containing two kinds of profound sense. Chu Zhongtian carefully studied the fire profound and the earth profound. In the middle of a thunderstorm in the extreme void sky, Jing Yaoshuan opened her arms and floated in the air. Swoosh, beams of lightning struck on Jing Yaoshuan's body one after another. Gradually, Jing Yaoshuan was wrapped in a round electric ball, her long hair dancing in the air with a hint of dark blue. After an unknown period of time, Jing Yaoshuan suddenly opened her eyes. Two spiraling electric currents shot out, and the electric ball exploded. Extreme Emperor Tyrannical Fist. An invisible electric current rolled up as Jing Yaoshuan threw out a punch, hitting right in the middle of the thunderstorm. Boom, this thunderstorm directly dissipated, turning into pure thunder origin energy that radiated outwards. Wherever it went, mountains would explode and rivers would be cut off. Extreme Emperor Tyrannical Fist, 70%. But, it is still not enough. I need to get more powerful. The three of them will not stay where they are. Taking a deep breath, Jing Yaoshuan continued to search for new thunderstorms, trying to learn more about the Thunder Profound. If others knew that Jing Yaoshuan had already trained her low-rank profound sense martial art to 70% and learned the Thunder Profound, they would probably have their mouths wide open. It should be known that there were very few warriors below the Sea of Souls realm who could learn the profound sense. Just this alone was enough for her to look down on everyone else. Xiaoyun, this is the top sky. The planet we are on is called the Colored Glass Planet, and it is one of the smallest planets in the top sky. It is also the least dangerous. You will train here from now on. Remember, you have to be careful. Do not run around. Some of the godly lights with more than 5 types of yuan qi combined will even scare away life and death realm warriors. On the dreamlike little planet, a white-haired elder said to Li Xiaoyun. Li Xiaoyun had been attracted by the top sky for a long time. The pitch-black surreal space, the countless planets, the paths between them, and the nebulas formed by the huge amount of planets. It was hard for him to breathe, but it also stimulated his inner passion. One day, he would reach the sky with his own power. As if knowing that Li Xiaoyun would have this kind of expression, the elder laughed and said, "But, you do not need to worry too much. I have set up a small spell here. It should be enough to protect you from the godly lights." "Thank you, Master." Coming back to his senses, Li Xiaoyun thanked the elder. The white-haired old man waved his hand and said, "Your talent is extraordinary. You have the power of the stars sealed in your right hand, and the power of the wind sealed in your left hand. These two powers aren't simply the application of yuan qi. They are more profound existences, so don't waste your talent. Gradually explore their deeper power. Xiaoyun will remember." "Alright, I will go first. If there is anything, just crush that light ball." Taking a step forward, the white-haired elder disappeared into the surreal space. After the white-haired elder left, Li Xiaoyun curiously looked around. This was the first time he came to the third level, the top sky. The top sky was actually the space closest to the mainland. In his eyes, the top sky was too mysterious. The maintenance and operation of those planets were simply too mysterious. Apart from that, there were some beautiful lights that cut through the darkness from time to time, rendering the dark sky extremely dreamy. Under my feet is the glazed star. Relying on the star power of the glazed star, I will definitely be able to comprehend the star profound. Unfortunately, there is no star yuan qi in the extreme void. Otherwise, why would I bother coming to the top sky? Getting rid of the distracting thoughts, Li Xiaoyun sat cross-legged on the stone platform in the center of the spell and closed his eyes to feel the star power that was everywhere. These days, Yi Chen had almost no time to attend to other things. Comprehending the metal profound, accompanying his parents and siblings, and preparing for the tea gathering in the heavy mystery mountain range. He had to do everything personally. Comprehending the metal profound and chatting with his family were very enjoyable. Only the tea gathering was a little difficult. After all, the heavy mystery mountain range couldn't be compared to the Thunder City's beautiful garden. The beautiful garden was protected by a restrictive power, which was hard to shake. Although the gravity of the heavy mystery mountain range was great, it couldn't stop the destruction during a fierce battle. He couldn't just destroy one place and then move to another. Otherwise, how would he be able to enjoy the tea gathering? Therefore, Yichen first chose the location of the tea gathering in the heavy mystery mountain range. Then, he began to pay for the construction of the tea gathering building. The building was made of metal that was comparable to low-grade spirit weapons in the martial city. It was wrapped in an antique wooden veneer. The sparring area was at the center of the building. There was an entire battling platform there, which was 3 miles long and wide. The entire platform was made of metal that was comparable to low-grade spirit weapons, and there were layers upon layers of fortifying arrays on top of it. 10 miles away, there was also a huge tower, which was provided for the 50 young warriors who didn't have the right to participate in the tea gathering. Originally, even if Yichen didn't spend all of his money, it would at least cost him a lot. However, he didn't need to pay for the spirit stones, since there were way too many martial institutions and countries in the South River region fighting for the spirit stones. After all, this was the glory of the South River region after all. If the tea gathering location was too simple, how would the others look at the South River region? It wouldn't look good at all. Therefore, he directly told Yichen that the spirit stones were not a problem. He could have as many as he wanted, but he had to build a tea gathering location that belonged to the South River region. Plus, the tea gathering location was not a one-time thing. In the future, it might be the South River region's turn. At that time, he wouldn't have to build a tea gathering location anymore. Simple things could be done quickly, but complicated things would take more time. However, learning the gold profound made Yichen feel that time passed very fast. Every time he woke up from his state of learning, 10 days or half a month would have passed in the outside world. In order to spend more time with his family and to digest what he had learned, Yichen would only go to the extreme void sky once a week. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. There were only 3 days left before the martial gathering would begin, and the venue had already been completed a month ago. Right now, the martial city in the center of the heavy mysterious mountains was extremely lively. The flow of people was increasing every day, and everyone was talking about the upcoming martial gathering. Inside the tea houses and restaurants, there were countless young warriors. Of course, most of them were the young warriors from the South River region. Even if they could not participate in the gathering, they still wanted to see some of the top martial geniuses from the other regions, such as the famous Edict Prince, Thunder Princess, and Astral Spirit Sun. As for the legendary warrior from the South River region, they wanted to see him even more. After so many years, the South River region finally had a chance to shine, and the one who had brought all of this was Yichen. Look! This is the martial genius who is only weaker than the Thunder Princess in the Thunder region, Beast Prince Immortal. I heard that he had fought against Yichen in the last tea gathering. Where? Let me see. Inside a tea house, the young warriors from the South River region were pointing at Beast Prince Immortal excitedly. Among them were people from the Sky Cloud Martial School. This Ji is so powerful. I can't even breathe in front of him. Lu Hanshan was shocked. He exchanged a look with Zhu Mei and Zhang Haoren. They couldn't help but think of Yichen. In the last tea gathering, Yichen had fought against this group of powerful warriors and became an undefeated legend. Mo Xiang made a face and said with a frown, "These people are too weak. I really don't know how a genius like Yichen could appear in this kind of environment. There will always be 1 or 2 surprises. I wonder how Yichen will become in this tea gathering. I really wanted to start soon." The Black Sword swordsman, who had lost to Yichen, was with Mo Xiang for some reason. After not seeing him for 2 years, he must have become even stronger. However, the other 3 must have improved a lot as well. Living in the same era as them is really sad. Yeah. After 2 years of cultivation, I have barely reached their level last year. Of course, if I were to really fight against them 2 years ago, I would still lose more than I win, let alone 2 years later. The population of the martial city continued to increase, and the clamor reached the sky. One day later, Thunder Princess Xianxia and Edict Prince Li Xiaoyun arrived one after another. On the same evening, Astral Spirit Sun Chu Zhongtian also arrived at the overcrowded martial city. At this point, 3 of the 4 most powerful warriors of the South River region had arrived. This host, Yi Chen, is too much. He still hasn't shown up until now. In the restaurant in the center of Martial City, Li Xiaoyun joked. Chu Zhongtian crossed his arms in front of his chest. There's no hurry. Just show up at the tea party. It seems like Brother Chu is full of confidence. Li Xiaoyun glanced at Chu Zhongtian and slightly squinted his eyes. The latter gave him a very dangerous feeling. Sitting there, he was like a wild beast taking a nap, emitting an extremely aggressive aura. Chu Zhongtian snorted. Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan had also exceeded his expectations. One of them had an aura as deep as the starry sky, while the other had a powerful thunder intent. They were way more powerful than the last tea gathering. Of course, the more powerful the opponent, the better. Otherwise, what would be the point of beating them? Another day passed in a flash, and Yi Chen still hadn't shown up. On the street, young figures could be seen everywhere. Lynch, Su Wen, and Yu were among them. If I don't go out, I would really be a frog at the bottom of a well. Walking down this street, 9 out of 10 people would be more powerful than me. As the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, Su Wen seemed to have matured a lot. However, the young man's ambition had not decreased at all. Yu said, before, I thought that Yi Chen was purposely exaggerating the level of the tea gathering. But now, it seems like he was just being conservative. Lynch, I'm not trying to discourage you. Only with discourage will there be improvement. I don't mind. Lynch looked very calm. Hearing him, Su Wen nodded silently. Speaking of which, Lynch's talent was not that high. At least in the Windy Nation, he was neither the first nor the second in terms of talent. However, his achievements were the most powerful after Yi Chen, which had a lot to do with his mentality. On another street, Lu Wuxiang looked at Zhuang Fei and Ji Xueyan. What do you guys think? Ji Xueyan stayed silent for a while, then said slowly, very powerful. None of them are weak. If they come to the Windy Nation, besides the number 1, everyone else would be ranked lower. Indeed very powerful. Zhuang Fei had to admit it. Lu Wuxiang forced a smile and said, walking with them, I feel like we are like defenseless kids, unable to fight back at all. Alright, let's just be spectators. This is the chance that Yi Chen has fought for us, and it is also the chance for us to see the gap between us. It was not scary to see the gap, but it was scary not knowing where it was. After 3 days, the tea gathering officially began. Thousands of miles away from the martial city, there was a flat area surrounded by mountains. The flat area occupied hundreds of miles, and the gravity was extremely strong. The plants were even taller than the trees in the sky. In the middle of the flat area, there was a huge manor built. The manor was surrounded by a 100-meter-tall wall, with thousands of clasping Yuan realm warriors guarding outside, preventing people from sneaking in. Of course, this was just a formality. If someone really wanted to sneak in, with their clasping Yuan realm cultivation, they would not be able to stop him. However, it was basically impossible for someone to be blind. It should be known that once the tea gathering was held, the manor would become a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Without Sea of Souls realm cultivation, no one would dare to barge in. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would have to take care of their own faces. There were 4 entrances to the manor. Outside of each entrance, there was an attacking power testing pillar. After careful consideration, Yi Chen had raised the requirement for entering the tea gathering a bit higher. One would have to get a score of 79 before they could enter. The others were not allowed to stay in the flat area. As for standing on the tall mountains, it was up to them. Since the surrounding mountains were 200 to 300 miles away from the manor, even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to see the battles inside clearly. Boom, someone had already started the test. The first person had successfully passed, getting a score of 80. The second person had been eliminated. Lynch, it's your turn. Su Wen and Yu looked at Lynch. Lynch sucked in a deep breath, pulled out his long blade, and walked up. Boom, the long blade fiercely hacked on the crystal of the pillar, causing it to flicker crazily. Eventually, he got a score of 80. Pass. The supervising astral-reaching realm warrior was expressionless. Huff, Lynch let out a breath. In fact, he could not get 80 every time. When he was not in good condition, he might not even be able to get 79. Lynch, let's go to the tower over there. Su Wen and Yu also let out a breath of relief and walked toward the magnificent tower 10 li away. After half an hour, all the young warriors had finished their tests. Although the requirement had been raised, it had been 2 years, so the number of young warriors who had the qualifications to enter the tea gathering was much higher than the last one. There were more than 460 people in total. The inside of the manor was huge, and there were a lot of tea houses. In the middle of the tea house was a 3 li long and wide battling platform. Arriving at the tea house with South River region written on it, Lynch saw a lot of top young warriors from the South River region. There were Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua, Tua Baku, and more than 20 others. As for Si Kongxing, he did not come. You are from the Windy Nation, right? Yan Qihua was the first to notice Lynch. There was no other reason other than the fact that he was using a blade. Lynch nodded. Indeed, there is one more in our South River region. Li Daoxian chuckled. Finding a seat and sitting down, Lynch started to observe the other tea houses. Every tea house he sensed had a sky-piercing qi, which was immeasurably deep. Among them, the Thunder region, Floating Light region, and Gold Sand region had the strongest qi. The Thunder region tea house seemed to be brewing an endless thunderstorm, the Floating Light region had a starry sky-like depth, and the Gold Sand region was covered in a blood-red qi, looking like a demon. Right then, Tua Baku said, "Why is Yichen not here yet?" "We were waiting for him." Li Daoxian said, "Perhaps he was delayed by something." "No rush." It was early in the morning, and the mist in the air was drizzling on the ground under the effect of gravity. Thousands of li away, a wave of sword light was flying at 10 times the speed of sound. I did not expect to be late. Fortunately, it is not that bad. The human figure in the sword light was indeed Yichen. Normally, it would take him 10 days to half a month to comprehend the gold profound, but this time it took him 20 days. Fortunately, he had finally comprehended a little bit of the profound, which allowed him to increase his gold resonant radiant sword art to 60%. Otherwise, it would be very hard for him to wake up from his meditation. Yichen felt a bit lucky. It was his first time hosting a tea gathering in the South River region, so he did not want to make a fool of himself or give people the impression that he was acting like a big shot. The heavy mysterious mountains were still in front of him, and Yichen's speed increased again. Just as some people in the manor started to express their dissatisfaction, a cold sword qi suddenly shrouded the area. This sword qi was different from the sword qi Yichen had used before. It was more aggressive, like a tornado that swept away the clouds. It appeared instantly, covering thousands of miles. It is Yichen. This sword qi is so scary. He is so much more powerful than the last time. As the crowd discussed, Jing Yaoshuan, Li Xiaoyun, and Chu Zhongtian all changed their expressions. Last time, Yichen was very reserved. Without taking out his sword, it would be hard to know how powerful he was. But this time, Yichen seemed to be a completely different person. Without taking out his sword, he was already giving people an intense pressure. The countless qi in the air above the manor had all disappeared because of his arrival, unable to handle the pressure anymore. Unbelievably powerful, this was the consensus of the three. My apologies, everyone. Yichen is a bit late. I hope you can forgive me. At the wide entrance of the manor, Yichen, who was dressed in blue robes and had a long sword on his waist, walked in with big steps. His blue robes fluttered in the wind, as if he could shrink the ground. Every step he took covered dozens of meters. Li Xiaoyun hid his surprised expression and said with a huge distance between them, "It's good that you are here. Then, let the tea gathering begin." Yichen nodded and arrived on the battling platform. He looked around and said, "In the tea gathering, drinking tea and exchanging pointers are both indispensable. I wonder who is willing to be the first to go up and add some liveliness to the tea gathering." Just as Yichen finished his words, two people flew out of the tea house at the same time. On the way, they looked at each other in surprise before laughing out loud. Without slowing down, they landed steadily on the battling platform. Let's stop the sparring. You two can start. Seeing the situation, Yichen took a few steps back. After 3 steps, his body jumped up and landed on the top floor of the tea house in South Rudra region. This time, there were a total of 23 people from South Rudra region participating in the tea gathering. Including Yichen, it would be 24. Seeing Yichen coming up, everyone greeted him. Tua Baku couldn't help but ask curiously, Yichen, how come you seem to have changed from 2 years ago? Yichen knew what he was talking about. Ever since he had imprinted the slaughter element on his sword spirit embryo, his chi had changed from being reserved to being extremely aggressive. Then, he had comprehended a bit of the gold profound a couple of days ago, which made his sharpness even more threatening. If it were only this, it would not be too ostentatious. However, the chi inside the manor had caused his chi to rebound, which was why it had such an effect. Smiling, Yichen said, I had a breakthrough in my cultivation, and it will be like this for a long time. I see. Li Daoxian, who was at the side, nodded. The only thing that could cause Yichen to change was definitely a breakthrough in the way of the sword. Right now, although Yichen's aura was not as reserved as before, it was even more dangerous. If the previous Yichen was an unfathomable swordsman, then he was now a king among swordsmen. He was not reserved, but he was even more terrifying than that. It was as if he was using a high profile to cover up an even higher profile. The sparring on the martial arts stage was extremely intense. In the past 2 years, no one had stopped advancing. They had improved from their original foundation. Rumble. The battling platform started to shake. The black sword artist and deadly sword artist had started to fight. Both of them were sword artists, but one had comprehended the slaughter sword intent, and his sword aura was overbearing. The other sword art was extremely fast, and he specialized in deadly attacks. Besides Yichen, the battle between these two had attracted the attention of every sword artist present. In the end, it was still Fatal Sword Artist who was more skilled. His sword pierced through Black Sword Artist's shoulder. Although Black Sword Artist had also sent Fatal Sword Artist flying with his sword, most of his sword chi had been dissipated by his opponent. Unknowingly, 2 days had passed. During this period of time, Lynch had sparred 3 times on the stage. However, he had lost all 3 times. It was not that he was weak, but that his opponents were too strong. In fact, among the 460 people present, there were not many who were weaker than Lynch. Almost all of them were above him. Apart from Lynch, all of the young warriors of South River region had gone on the stage. Among them, Tua Baku was still the most eye-catching. Although Li Daoxian and Yan Qihua had made great progress, their rankings had only risen by 1 or 2 ranks, which was not too obvious. As for Xikongxing, who had appeared in the last South River region, he did not come. Morong Qingqing also seemed to be in closed-door training in her family. Too powerful. Every one of them is several times stronger than me. On the top floor of a tower 10 li away, 50 young warriors of South River region opened their eyes wide and held their breaths. In South River region, they were the pride of the heavens and were the center of attention. However, when compared to the whole South region, they were nothing. They were merely bystanders, insignificant bystanders. This opportunity was given by Yichen. Seeing such a frightening sparring, some of them felt depressed, thinking that no matter how hard they tried, they would never be able to reach such a realm. Some of them secretly swore that they would use their own strength to participate in the next tea gathering. Yichen, I will be your opponent. Feeling Yichen's frightening power, Xianxia, who had always been inseparable from Li Xiaoyun, flew out. She wanted to take the lead for Li Xiaoyun and test Yichen's strength. Li Xiaoyun forced a smile, but deep in his heart, he was looking forward to it. He wanted to see how far Xianxia could push Yichen. Putting down the teacup, Yichen stood up. A blue shadow flashed, and he appeared on the battling platform. Xianxia closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with a mysterious light. Pop! The air suddenly vibrated, as if he had been hit by something. This mental attack did not hit Yichen. He had teleported in the air, leaving 7 shadows in a straight line, and 3 of them had been shattered. Xian was not in a hurry. His eyes followed Yi Chen's trajectory. This strange attack had shocked most of the people. What kind of attack is this? On the tower, Luo Hansan and the others were even more confused. Young Master North Snow Suwen guessed, it looks like martial will, but martial will cannot be this powerful. Perhaps it is a secret art related to eyesight. After dodging for a while, Yi Chen suddenly said, "You are from the underground world?" Xian's expression changed. "It has nothing to do with you." The mental attack became more and more violent. Yi Chen did not try to dodge anymore. He flicked his fingers, and beams of lotus heart sword chi that were as thin as bullets shot out. Wherever they went, Xian's psyche was cut off, and the air was torn apart. It covered Xian's entire body, leaving no space for her to dodge. Plain armor. The surrounding air twisted, and a transparent, tight-fitting armor appeared around Xian's body. The armor covered her entire body, including her head. Only her beautiful eyes could be seen. Pop. 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 After 7 clear sounds, blood came out of Xian's mouth corner, and the transparent armor cracked inch by inch. Xian, give up. In the tea house, Li Xiaoyun gave up the idea of letting Xian test Yi Chen, because he knew that even if there were 3 Xian, they would not be able to test Yi Chen's bottom line. Compared to 2 years ago, Yi Chen had improved a lot. Only the sword chi inside his body had become a few times more powerful. Xian let go of the mental attacks around her and looked at Yi Chen with a bit of shock. Then, she turned around and went back to the tea house. She is from the underground world? A saint lady? Yi Chen really did not expect that Xian would be able to use a mind attack. Since she could do that, she was most likely from the underground world. But, judging from her strength, she should at least be a saint girl of some tribe in the underground world, which would only be stronger than Goldwind's Saint Sun. I wonder if that Yin Demon Master has come out or not. Yi Chen thought about the Yin Demon Master who was trapped in the underground world. He was the first master-level warrior he had seen. As for how powerful he was, he did not know. He only knew that with his current power, he would not be his opponent. He would probably have to wait until he reached the Sea of Souls realm to have the confidence to escape. 2 years, and he is already this powerful? It is beyond my imagination. Princess Jing, how confident are you? In the Thunder Region tea house, Mo Xiang's face was full of disbelief. He had not fought with Xian before, but the power she had shown was definitely not weaker than his. He could not help but turn his head to ask Jing Aoshuan. Jing Aoshuan shook her head. At most, 40%. But if I do not lose, I have more than 50% confidence. She had trained the Extreme King Tyrannical Fist Art and Extreme King World Shocking Fist Art to 70%, so it was already incredible that she admitted she was not as powerful as Yi Chen. After beating Xian, Yi Chen jumped lightly and went back to the top floor of the tea house in the South River region. Maybe they knew that they would not be able to compete with Yi Chen, or maybe they wanted to save the top battles for the last. But after that, no one challenged Yi Chen, and no one challenged Li Xiaoyun, Jing Aoshuan, or Chu Zhongtian. Besides these 4, the battles in the second tier were still going on. Luo Shan from the Gold Sand region, Mo Xiang from the Thunder region, Tua Baku from the South River region, and Lu Hun from the Floating Light region. These 4 were the most popular candidates for the 5th place. Once one of them managed to win, the host of the next tea gathering would be him. Yi Chen, do you think Tua Baku has a chance? Watching the battle between Tua Baku and Luo Shan on the battling platform, Li Daoxian could not help but ask. Yi Chen said, I am afraid not. If I have guessed it right, the next host should be Luo Shan. She has the least weaknesses, and her overall power is the most powerful. Just as he finished talking, Luo Shan, who had been fighting with Tua Baku, made a slight noise. She used her spear to blow away the incoming lizard body and dragon head shadow, while the other short spear landed on Tua Baku's protective Zhenyuan layer. That spear attack was extremely powerful. Even with Tua Baku's powerful defense, he could not help but puke out a huge chunk of blood. It seems like it really is Luo Shan. Li Daoxian forced a smile. As the young generation of the South River region, There was no one who did not wish for the South River region to have 2 tea gatherings in a row. It was not only an honor, but also a motivation to motivate the young generation of the South River region. As for Chu Zhongtian, although he had never hosted the tea gathering before, with his arrogant personality, he would not attend the next one, unless Yi Chen, Li Xiaoyun, and Jing Yaoshuan were all there. Unfortunately, it was not possible. Yi Chen shook his head. Perhaps Tua Baku still does not want to accept the host position, because he knows that the level of the next tea gathering would be lower. You are right. He is a battle maniac, and does not care about winning or losing at all. After taking down Tua Baku, Luo Shamb was getting more and more powerful. Not only had she beaten Lu Hun, she had also beaten the super popular candidate, Mo Xiang. Right now, Luo Shamb's position as the 5th warrior was unshakable. Phew. Finally, the most exciting moment of the tea gathering. After 2 years of training, I wonder who will become the true number 1 warrior of the young generation of the southern regions. Yeah. Although Chu Zhongtian lost to Yi Chen last time, he tied with Princess Jing. Princess Jing and Li Xiaoyun, as well as Li Xiaoyun and Yi Chen, also tied. There was no clear winner. Who do you think will win? I'm more optimistic about Yi Chen and Chu Zhongtian. One has super combat power, while the other has an outstanding physique. Do not underestimate Li Xiaoyun and Princess Jing. Li Xiaoyun's physique is also quite mysterious. Both of his hands have the wind power and the star power sealed in them, while Princess Jing has trained the thunder element Xin Yuan and learned the profound of thunder. She is unbeatable. As the second-tier young warriors had finished their battles, everyone's spirits were lifted. They really wanted to know who would be the number 1 warrior of the southern regions, and not just a tie. Lin Qi, who was wearing white, was sitting against the wall. He could not help but glance at Yi Chen, wanting to see what kind of expression this young sword artist, who was born in the same generation as him but had already become a legend in the South River region, would have. But, he was disappointed. Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. He was drinking tea while chatting with Li Daoxian and Tua Baku, as if he did not care about the upcoming battle at all. In the tower 10 miles away, the group of people from the South River region were also looking forward to it. They could finally see Yi Chen's true strength, and they wondered what kind of shocking performance he would have. After drinking his tea, Yi Chen raised his head, and his voice spread out under the amplification of his Xin Yuan. You 3, let the battle between us begin now. All right. Li Xiaoyun was the first to respond. Yeah. Jing Yaoshuan's voice was very calm. Only Chu Zhongtian did not respond. However, the aura above the Gold Sand region's tea house suddenly increased, and it did not seem to fit in with the surrounding world. Yi Chen, I did not have the chance to battle with you in the last tea party. This time, let's start with us. Jing Yaoshuan stood up, and tiny electric arcs appeared in the air. Yi Chen smiled lightly and was about to stand up. Eh? Someone is coming. Yi Chen looked toward the north. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyun, Jing Yaoshuan, and Chu Zhongtian had also noticed the abnormality in the north. There, the sea of clouds was tumbling endlessly, and thunder and lightning could be heard. For shocking auras spread out, clashing with the auras of Yi Chen and the other 3. All of a sudden, the airflow around the manor suddenly accelerated, turning from gentle to raging waves. Who is it? With such a huge formation, it was impossible for the others to not notice it. They all stood up and looked toward the north with serious expressions. Who are you? As the host of the tea party, Yi Chen had to maintain the image of the tea party. If he lost his momentum, it would not only be the southern region's face, but also his own. Therefore, he reacted at the first moment. He stepped out, and his forehead swelled up. His shocking aura caused the clouds in the sky to change, and the wind to blow wildly. Soon, an invisible sword chi filled the sky above the manor, pointing toward the north. Everyone was scared by Yi Chen's aura. With just one movement, his aura had increased to such an extent. They could even feel that every inch of space above the manor had been occupied by the invisible sword chi. With his power alone, he was fighting against the 4 auras in the north. Li Xiaoyun shook his head with a bitter smile. He had to admit that the Yi Chen after 2 years had already made him feel like he could not win against him. This was something that had never happened before. In a battle between two powerful warriors, being scared before the battle even started was a huge taboo, and a sign of losing. I guess I am not his opponent. Li Xiaoyun let out a breath and sat down. Yu Xian sat down as well. Jing Yaoshuan took a deep look at Yi Chen, who was on the top floor of the tea house, and also sat down. With Yi Chen there, she would not have to do anything. The most shocked one would be Chu Zhongtian. Judging from the Zhenyuan vibration, Yi Chen was still not as powerful as him. No, it was quite a bit weaker than him. However, in terms of aura, he had been completely suppressed by Yi Chen. The dark red qi that had covered a large area started to shrink, as if it had sensed the power of the invisible sword qi. Ha 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 ha, it seems like the southern region still has one or two geniuses. This is indeed out of my expectation. The sea of clouds split open, and 4 figures appeared at an extreme speed. Shoo! 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 In the blink of an eye, 4 more people appeared on the martial stage. All 4 of them had extremely powerful auras, so powerful that there was no limit to their strength. The aura they released earlier was just a test, especially the long-haired young man in the lead. His terrifying aura caused the entire world to darken, as though night had arrived. The pitch-black sky enveloped the earth, covering the sun and moon. Moreover, he had to thank Watermelon Skin N0 for tipping him 70,000 Qidian coins, which allowed him to become the 3rd leader of this book. Blood Hand Tang Jia, Shadowless Whip Chuaying Hao, One Blade Ling Luohan, and East Demon Xia Zhiqiu. Oh my god! Why are they here? And 4 of them at the same time. In the tea gathering, there were young warriors from other regions outside of the southern region. The one speaking was the number 1 warrior of the Snow Iron region, Gao Hua, who was one of the smaller regions in the eastern region, which was quite close to the southern region. Another young warrior from the Snow Iron region forced a smile. It seems like someone had spread the news of the last tea gathering. With Yi Chen and the other 3's power, their power must have been exaggerated, which attracted the attention of these powerful warriors. Now, they are here to suppress the southern region. Although we were born in the eastern region, compared to the open challenge of the eastern region, the tea gathering of the southern region is more suitable for us. I think we should remind Yi Chen and the rest to prepare themselves. These people are not normal people. They are all battle-hardened warriors who have walked through blood rain. After thinking for a while, Gao Hua sent a Zhenyuan message to Yi Chen and the other 3. They are from the eastern region? Yi Chen's voice was transmitted over. Indeed. The one in the blood robes is called Blood Hand Tang Jia, and he has already learned the profound of blood. His battling power is extremely powerful, and he is good at direct attacks. He can easily break through the protective Zhenyuan of warriors at the same level. I heard that once hit by his palm attack, all the blood in one's body would be drained. Without top-rank blood replenishing medicine, one would not be able to recover to the peak state within 3 to 5 years. The one with the whip around his waist is called Shadowless Whip Chuaying Hao. His movement art is just like his nickname, shadowless and shapeless. Once the whip was thrown out, the one who was hit would not even be able to see the trajectory of the whip. What was even more horrifying was that he used to be a genius killer in the eastern region. Killing normal Sea of Souls realm warriors would be as easy as eating and drinking for him. The one with the battle blade on his back is called One Blade Ling Luohan. He would only throw out 1 blade attack at a time, and after that, he would put the blade back into the scabbard and wait for the next attack. Therefore, people call him One Blade. Because he would only throw out 1 blade attack at a time, he was very strict with his blade art, trying to kill with 1 blade attack. He was an extremely horrifying warrior, and an opponent that most people did not want to face. That long-haired young man. If you meet him, you better admit defeat. Oh. What's so great about him? Li Xiaoyun's voice rang out. Gao Hua took a deep breath and said, Xia Zhiqiu, nicknamed the Eastern Devil, is one of the 2 people who have intruded into the Sky Martial region of the eastern regions. Moreover, his fame is not weak in the Sky Martial region, and he has attracted the attention of many forces in the Sky Martial region. His nickname has the word devil because he walks the devil way and has comprehended the devil will. His luck on the devil way is extremely frightening. He has inherited the mantle of several devil kings, and he himself has a devil nature, which is very strange. When other people's children are born, they cry loudly, but when he was born, he laughed loudly, which scared his parents and clansmen. After he was born, he could walk on the same day. At the age of 3, he killed a servant who did not dare to fight back. When you meet him, you must admit defeat, otherwise, even if you don't die, you will be crippled. Gao Hua's voice was tinged with fear. It was obvious that Xianxia was giving him a lot of pressure. Humph, East Demon. Chu Zhongtian sneered disdainfully as a demonic aura spread out from his body. Thank you for your reminder. We got it. Yi Chen's voice was very calm, without a trace of emotion. Dong Hua sighed. He knew that the top geniuses would never admit defeat. No matter how frightening you were, they would not take the initiative to retreat. However, those 4 were not ordinary people. There were no tea gatherings in the eastern regions, but there were challenges. What? Nobody dares to answer? Tang Jia, who was wearing a blood-red robe, had a cold smile on his face. Yi Chen walked to the window of the tea house. You guys have intruded into our southern region's tea gathering. I wonder what you want, but if it's nothing big, then don't blame me for kicking you out. Oh, you can try. Cui Yinghao, who had a whip wrapped around his waist, grinned. The weather seemed to have turned gloomy and cold. So scary. The young warriors from the other regions all took a deep breath. This shadowless whip Cui Yinghao was like a poisonous snake that devoured its own kind. Anyone who was targeted by him would feel their blood run cold. 10 miles away, Lu Hanshan and the rest also had a serious look on their faces. The 4 warriors were all extremely powerful. Even from 10 miles away, they could still feel the horrifying aura coming from them. This Cui Yinghao was not targeting them, but they could still feel the cold sweat on their foreheads. It was the kind of death chi that only people who had killed countless people would have, the kind that was extremely close to death. I can't take it anymore. A young warrior who had reached the astral reaching realm not long ago hurried to look away, his face pale. Huh. Right then, Yi Chen's eyes met Cui Yinghao's. The sharp chi spread out from his eyes, and the sword chi spread out in all directions, as if there were countless swords floating in the air. Eh? It's you. You are that Yi Chen, right? I've heard about you. But, you have to be careful in front of me. I might cripple you. Cui Yinghao was a bit surprised, but then he laughed, showing his white teeth. So reckless. Knocking on the window frame with his fingers, the slaughter sword spirit embryo inside Yi Chen's soul ocean started to vibrate. This was the first time he had actively used the slaughter sword spirit embryo. When he had just arrived at the mansion, it was only because of the rebound of the chi that leaked out a little bit. Before, he also felt that these 4 people were just testing him, so he held back a little bit. But now, he decided to give them a good lesson. Haha. A loud laughter was heard. East Demon Xiajiqiu glanced at Yi Chen and said with a loud voice, I heard that the level of the southern region martial tea gathering is quite high, so I came here to see for myself. I wonder who among you would like to battle with us. Of course, if you are not qualified, don't come out and embarrass yourselves. Otherwise, you will die miserably. If you want to fight, then let's fight. We will keep you company. Jing Naoshuan said coldly. Good, good. Tang Jia, let's start with you. Don't let down our eastern region's name. Xiajiqiu said to Bloodhand Tang Jia. Tang Jia slowly walked to the center of the battling platform. Who wants to come down and die? Shameless boasting. Edict Prince Li Xiaoyun's body flashed, and like a tornado, he appeared on the battling platform. You are barely qualified. Tang Jia glanced at Li Xiaoyun, shook his head, and then nodded. Cut the crap. Let's begin. Although Li Xiaoyun's fame had been stolen by Yi Chen, it was undeniable that he used to be the #1 warrior of the southern region's young generation for a period of time. Everyone was full of confidence in him, thinking that he would be able to defeat Tang Jia and strengthen the southern region's reputation. Let's go up. There are actually people from our eastern region here. Xiajiqiu, Cui Yinghao, and Ling Luohan appeared on the top floor of the Snow Iron region's tea house. Xiajiqiu, please sit. The #1 warrior of the Snow Iron region, Gao Hua, offered his seat on his own. His expression was very cautious, even carrying a trace of fear. Xianxia sat down without any hesitation. The two seats next to him were taken by Cui Yinghao and Ling Luohan. The others all stayed far away from them. You guys have brought shame to our eastern region. Xianxia said intentionally or unintentionally. Sweat appeared on Gao Hua's forehead, not at all. Cui Yinghao sneered, participating in the martial tea gathering and not being able to get a rank means that you are all trash. If this isn't shameful, then what is? This. Everyone from the Snow Iron region was angry, but they did not dare to say anything. Alright, let's talk about this later. Xianxia looked at the battling platform. On the platform, the battle between Tang Jia and Li Xiaoyun had already begun. Boom 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 boom, Blood Hand Tang Jia's attack was extremely fierce. Once he attacked, the sky was filled with blood palm prints. Each of them was pushed by the profound of blood. As soon as Li Xiaoyun's Jinyuan came into contact with them, it would immediately shatter with a chi-chi sound, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Wind barrier. Li Xiaoyun released the wind power in his left hand, arranging layers of wind walls in front of him. These wind walls contained profound mysteries, and their insides were always in a moving state. Petty tricks. Tang Jia sneered. His body moved along with his palm, slapping on the wind wall. Pop, 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 several layers of wind walls were shattered. Tang Jia pushed out his palm, and the blood palm print shrouded towards Li Xiaoyun. The 5 blood-red Jinyuan fingers were like pillars in the sky. 7-star crossing. Releasing the star power in his right hand, Li Xiaoyun closed his iron fan and waved it in a slanted manner. The 7-star beads were arranged according to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The moment they were arranged, 7 stars flashed in the sky. In the next second, the battling platform turned dark, as if it had arrived in the starry sky, leaving only the 7-star beads flickering with eternal light. Compared to 2 years ago, Li Xiaoyun's ace attack, 7-star crossing, was more than twice as powerful. When he performed this attack with all his power, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, which was extremely far away from the continent, would shine once, transmitting the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in a mysterious way. Break for me. Tang Jia was slightly surprised. This Li Xiaoyun was definitely not as simple as he looked. Even he could not figure out the operation of this ace attack. However, Tang Jia always liked to fight attacks with attacks. Therefore, the stronger Li Xiaoyun was, the more fun he would have. Pushing his blood Jinyuan to the limit, Tang Jia suddenly roared and jumped high into the sky, throwing out a palm attack. Boom, the black starry sky shattered. 5 blood-red Jinyuan fingers were like huge hands in the universe, grabbing and destroying the stars one after another, shattering Li Xiaoyun's 7-star crossing. At the same time, another blood-red Jinyuan finger rose up and pointed at a certain part of the starry sky. Pooh, the darkness dispersed, and Li Xiaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. On the battling platform, Tang Jia was not unscathed. The clothes on his right arm and shoulder had been shattered, with a total of 3 circular marks on them. These were the injuries caused by the 7-star crossing. Unfortunately, only 3 of them had taken effect, and their power had been reduced by 90%. Therefore, Tang Jia was only slightly wounded. Edict Prince Li Xiaoyun lost. He really lost. All of the young warriors from the southern region could not believe their own eyes. It was only a warrior from the eastern region, and Li Xiaoyun had been defeated. Just how powerful were these people? All of a sudden, they started to lose their confidence. Perhaps, this tea gathering would become the shame of the southern region. Too powerful. Be it Jinyuan or profound sense martial arts, they are all above mine. Only my martial intent has a slight advantage, but it is not enough to make up for the other 2. At the edge of the battling platform, Li Xiaoyun stood up with difficulty, blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth. Shoo, the blood in his chest was boiling. It was the blood Jinyuan eroding his body and blood. If not treated in time, his body would soon die, and his blood would dry up. Shoving an upper-rank healing pill and a blood chi pill into his mouth, Li Xiaoyun activated his Jinyuan, trying his best to resist and erase the blood Jinyuan. Lost. Jing Yaoshuan frowned, seeming to be caught off guard by this result. This blood hand Tang Jia, is he really that powerful? Mo Xiang had already learned the identities of the 4 from Jing Yaoshuan, but Li Xiaoyun was the Edict Prince, the former #1 warrior of the young generation in the southern regions. Even if Xianxia's power was extremely frightening, Mo Xiang could not help but feel shocked, which was hard for him to accept. Don't think too much. After me, there is still Chu Zhongtian and Yi Chen. Jing Yaoshuan had already decided to join the battle. As for Yi Chen, he was the strongest among them, so he should be the last to join the battle. Chu Zhongtian's defense would be very useful at this moment, and he might even be able to turn the tables. What happened? Tang Jia was wounded? Could it be that he was too careless? Cui Yinghao made a face. In his opinion, Tang Jia should have crushed Li Xiaoyun with an overwhelming advantage, instead of fighting with the latter until both of them were wounded. Although, Tang Jia's injury was not serious. Ling Luohan glanced at Li Xiaoyun, who had been blown away, and said lightly, at the last moment, Tang Jia tried his best, but the opponent's attack had a flickering effect, which broke through his protective Xinyuan. Tang Jia received about 10% of the damage. Hearing this, everyone from the Snow Iron region was dumbfounded. With just a single glance, he had seen how Tang Jia had lost, as well as the characteristics of Li Xiaoyun's attacks. He had even seen how much damage Tang Jia had suffered. What kind of eyesight was this? No wonder he was called One-Blade Ling Luohan. Xie Zhiqiu smiled. It seems like the southern sector is not that bad. He turned his head. Ling Luohan, it's your turn. Ling Luohan nodded. At this moment, Tang Jia might still be able to put up a fight. However, he had still suffered some light injuries, and his battle power had been affected. Standing up, Ling Luohan crossed his arms in front of his chest and flew out. Go back and leave this to me. Hee, with your blade, Ling Luohan, I'm afraid you will be able to sweep the entire southern sector. It was not only the others who were afraid of Ling Luohan, even Tang Jia was. The latter's blade art was just too horrifying. Any flaw that he could grasp would be a fatal attack. Whoosh, Tang Jia returned to the tea house in the Snow Iron region. Taking a deep look at Ling Luohan, Li Xiaoyun also flew back and sent a message to Jing Yaoshuan, be careful. Jing Yaoshuan slightly nodded and landed in front of Ling Luohan like a thunderbolt. Ling Luohan raised his head and glanced at Jing Yaoshuan, then said indifferently, make your move. My blade will not easily leave the sheath. The moment it leaves the sheath, it will be the moment you reveal your flaw. Royal Extreme Tyrannical Fist. Jing Yaoshuan did not waste any time. Her first attack was a killing attack. She performed the Royal Extreme Tyrannical Fist at 70% completion. Thunder and lightning crisscrossed, filling up the heaven and earth. Within the endless thunder and lightning, a white fist appeared. This fist was like the arrival of a king, displaying the will of thunder and lightning. Retreat, Ling Luohan's body flew backward, his sharp eyes without a trace of emotion. Retreat. Seeing this scene, a lot of people were secretly happy. Jing Yaoshuan's attack was about advancing without retreating. She did not retreat herself, but forced the opponent to retreat. Once the opponent retreated, her fist aura would become smoother, and her attacks would become fiercer. This time, she might be able to win. However, only Jing Yaoshuan and Yi Chen did not think so. Ling Luohan seemed to have retreated, but his retreat was very strange. He was obviously retreating, but it gave people the illusion that he was advancing. It was an extremely brilliant battle technique, retreating to advance, pressuring the opponent with his aura. It was equivalent to not retreating at all. Sigh. Yi Chen faintly shook his head. There was not much difference between Jing Yaoshuan and Ling Luohan. The real difference might be in the battle. Although he had shown his battle techniques to the other three last time, it was still impossible to say that he had reached the top-tier level in one go. On the other hand, this Ling Luohan seemed to be a bit weaker than Bloodhand Tang Jia, but his battle techniques were above Tang Jia's. Yi Chen, can Jing Yaoshuan win? Tua Baku's eyes were filled with confusion. Battle techniques had always been his weakness. Ling Luohan's battle techniques are indeed top tier. It should be related to his habit of only throwing out one blade attack each time. If you want to beat him, you would have to make him throw out another blade attack without putting his blade back in its scabbard. Throwing out another blade attack without putting it back in its scabbard? What kind of logic is that? Tua Baku did not understand what Yi Chen meant at all. On the contrary, Lynch seemed to be thinking about something. On the stage, Ling Luohan threw out his first blade attack. Besides a few people, no one else could see how he did it. All they could see was a white light shooting out from his back, slashing at the center of Jing Yaoshuan's fist. This attack happened to be when Jing Yaoshuan's Jin Yuan was at its weakest. Chin, bright sparks spilled everywhere as Jing Yaoshuan's arms shook, her sleeves exploding. Ling Luohan did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he flew to the side and put his long blade back in its scabbard. Boom, the second he flew away, Jing Yaoshuan's other fist punched into the surreal space. Thunder and lightning interweaved together, looking like an angry dragon. Shoo, the second blade attack appeared instantly, and a white light shot out. Jing Yaoshuan was extremely furious. Her opponent was like a slippery fish, escaping as soon as she touched it. Every time she was about to use up her power, he would launch an attack. Jing Yaoshuan was not a stupid person either. Once she realized when she would be attacked, she immediately changed the rhythm of the battle. She threw out a punch, but only used half of her power, waiting for her opponent to counterattack before launching an even bigger attack. Yi Chen and Ling Luohan shook their heads at the same time. Jing Yaoshuan's advantage was that she could only advance and not retreat. This was not only in terms of form, but also in terms of mentality. Her mentality had to have an unstoppable momentum. Even if she was going to lose, she would try to win in the midst of defeat, without a single bit of hesitation. Indeed, the second Jing Yaoshuan changed the rhythm of the battle, Ling Luohan's body had already gotten close and he threw out a blade attack. Boom, Jing Yaoshuan had tasted the bitter fruit she had planted herself. She had only used half of her power, and even if she added it again, there was still a slight gap, and her figure was forced to retreat. Jing Yaoshuan retreated, while Ling Luohan rushed forward. His long blade had just returned to its scabbard when he pulled it out again. This time, the way he pulled it out was extremely meticulous, pausing 3 times in the middle. The first time, Jing Yaoshuan was just about to counterattack, but she immediately pulled it back. The second time, Jing Yaoshuan clenched her teeth and counterattacked without caring about anything else. She had already realized that she had still fallen into her opponent's rhythm, and had even lost her usual style. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Luohan stomped on the ground and jumped up high. His long blade was unsheathed, and a white light poured down. Crossing her arms, Jing Yaoshuan was sent flying, and she could not help but puke out a mouthful of blood. Boom, all of a sudden, the tea house of the Gold Sand region shook. The red-haired Chu Zhongtian was like a mad dragon as he rushed down, attacking Ling Luohan. I will be your opponent. All right. Ling Luohan was not caught off guard. For him, any time was the time to counterattack, and it was also the time to attack. There was not much of a difference, the only difference was who was attacking. Chu Zhongtian was powerful. His advantage did not lie in anything else, but his evil spirit body and evil yuan. Therefore, he did not have any scruples, and immediately launched a fierce attack. He was like an angry mad dragon, destroying and tearing apart anything in front of him. Ling Luohan frowned. Chu Zhongtian's aura was too crazy. Moreover, it was not Jing Yuan that he was using, but evil yuan. Clang! 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 Unlike Li Xiaoyun and Jing Yaoshuan, Chu Zhongtian seemed to be suppressing Ling Luohan. Occasionally, he would be hit, but it was still hard to break through his protective evil yuan and physical defense. Evil spirit body. In the tea house of the Snow Iron region, Xie Zhiqiu squinted his eyes. He had not expected that there would be an evil spirit body in the southern regions. It was a constitution that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. People with this kind of constitution were born to be invincible, and basically had no weaknesses. It was also the constitution that all kinds of geniuses feared the most, as it could almost ignore one's attack. Boom, the clothes on his chest exploded, revealing a crisscrossed sword mark. However, Chu Zhongtian did not care about it and continued to attack. You are still far from it. There will only be one person who can leave a wound on me. Come and try if you have the guts. Ling Luohan had also gotten angry. He did not believe in evil. Since the opponent had said so, then he would show it to him. All of a sudden, the frequency of his blade drawing increased as he slashed at Chu Zhongtian's protective evil yuan again and again. With his precise control, 1 out of 5 blades would be able to break through the evil yuan. This battle was extremely intense, and it lasted for a long time as well. A lot of people had a new understanding of Chu Zhongtian. It turned out that he was this powerful. Then, they remembered that Yi Chen had left a sword mark on Chu Zhongtian's chest, so they wondered what kind of level he would be at. After 2 hours, the two had consumed a lot of their evil yuan and Jin yuan, but there was still no clear winner. Although Ling Luohan might lose if his Jin yuan was weak, Chu Zhongtian might also lose if his evil yuan was weak, because the weaker the evil yuan, the weaker his defense would be. Enough, this battle is even. Xianxia did not want to watch this kind of battle, it was too ugly. Chu Zhongtian, get off the stage. Leave the rest to me. Yi Chen also opened his mouth, telling Chu Zhongtian to stop the battle. It was not shameful to be able to fight to this point. Hearing him, the two took a couple of steps back and stopped fighting. Chu Zhongtian snorted coldly and returned to the tea house in the Gold Sand region. Ling Luohan followed him back to the tea house in the Snow Iron region. On the way back, Xianxia passed by him and landed on the battling platform. Taking off the whip from his waist, Xianxia waved his arm, and the long black whip curled towards the tea house where Yi Chen was. Get the hell out. He had not liked Yi Chen for a long time. Yi Chen's attitude gave him the feeling that he could easily crush him. Boom, the long black whip was blown away, and the shocking sword chi seemed to have been suppressed for a long time before finally exploding, forming a shocking sword mark in the sky. If you can take one attack from me, I will let you leave in one piece today. The expressionless Yi Chen flew out of the tea house, his body filled with strands of sword chi. Even his fluttering hair seemed to have a horrifying penetrative power, tearing apart the air. What a powerful sword chi. This person's sword arts must be extremely frightening. In the tea house of Snow Iron region, Ling Luohan's pupils shrank. Blade Dao and Sword Dao seemed to be worlds apart, but they actually had some similarities. As a top-grade blade artist, he could naturally tell that Yi Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Interesting. An evil smile appeared on Xiaojiqiu's face. Hearing Yi Chen's words, a dense death chi appeared on Xianxia's body. It was invisible and formless, and could interfere with others' judgment to a certain extent, causing them to feel panic and fear towards death. In a battle between experts, a single stray thought was enough to decide the outcome, not to mention being shrouded in death chi. Take one of your moves. Even if you have Qingwu in your Sea of Soul, it can only protect you from death. It was impossible for Xianxia not to know that some of the top martial geniuses would have Qingwu in them, and he himself was one of them. However, Qingwu was not omnipotent. It would only take effect when one was close to death. If it was only an arm being chopped off, it would not be considered close to death. Therefore, everything depended on oneself, and others would not be able to help. Shadowless whip kill. Pushing his Jin yuan to the extreme, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and the black whip disappeared into the void. In the next moment, within a radius of dozens of meters, there was a tearing chi that could cut through gold and jade. Under such a large amount of tearing chi, anyone who entered this range would either die or be crippled. Moreover, the profound Xianxia had used was the Wind Profound, which was extremely outstanding in terms of speed and tearing effect. Humph. To be crippled by this ace of mine is your honor. Xianxia used to be an assassin, so how could he not know that even a lion would use its full power to catch a rabbit? Moreover, the aura Yi Chen displayed made him feel a bit threatened. He could not afford to be careless. Therefore, he immediately used his most prized ace, hoping to cripple Yi Chen with one whip. I can't even see the whip's shadow. How can I fight? The young experts of the southern region were all anxious, and their nerves were stretched taut. Right now, Yi Chen was their last hope. Once he fell, the southern region would truly be finished, and the martial tea gathering would be marked with a mark of humiliation. Many people closed their eyes, not willing to see the following scene. This is your strength? You can't even withstand a single blow. Yi Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind as his body leaned forward. It was as if he was drifting at the edge of the world. He shuttled back and forth between the random ripping chi and approached Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword. The sword was not out of its sheath, but the sword chi had already locked onto Xianxia. Body, sword technique. Cui Yinghao's breathing hastened. Not only Cui Yinghao, the East Demon Xiaozhiqiu and One Blade Ling Luohan were also quite surprised. Using his body as a sword, Yi Chen was like a beam of sword light, tearing through the air without even touching his body. It was as if he had directly passed through the sword light, allowing Yi Chen to enter. Don't play tricks in front of me. Your so-called shadowless whip technique is just a joke in my eyes. No matter how hard you try, it won't disappear. As he spoke, Yi Chen himself disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Cui Yinghao. Yours is the shadowless whip. What is my sword? Chin, the second the sword was taken out of its sheath, Yi Chen waved out hundreds of sword attacks. Because of the sword's extreme speed, it seemed like he had only waved it once before putting it back into its sheath. The long black whip fell down from midair, its front end connecting with Cui Yinghao's right hand. He looked down and realized that he was not wounded at all. He then laughed in astonishment. So this is your sword art? Haha, it couldn't even cut through my protective Jin Yuan. How could it hurt me? Shoo. Shoo. Shoo, blood suddenly splashed out. Left shoulder, left chest, left rib, left waist, left leg, left arm, right arm. There was not a single part of Cui Yinghao's body that was unscathed. It was almost at the same time that hundreds of sword wounds appeared. Blood blossomed like scythes, covering Cui Yinghao's body. Looking from afar, Cui Yinghao looked like a human firecracker with countless bloody fireworks gathered together. Dead silence. Inside the manor, inside the tower 10 li away, there was a deathly silence. Shadowless whip Cui Yinghao could walk together with blood hand Tang Jia and One Blade Ling Luohan. If one were to say that he was far inferior to Tang Jia and One Blade Ling Luohan, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. The young experts of Snow Iron region knew that Cui Yinghao's reputation was even vaguely higher than Tang Jia and Ling Luohan. It was simply because he had killed too many Sea of Soul Realm experts. Speaking of Cui Yinghao, who didn't know that his whip rarely left anyone alive? The number one young expert of Snow Iron region had never expected that Cui Yinghao would not be able to receive even one sword attack from Yi Chen, so he mumbled something to himself. Xiaozhiqiu's face was extremely ugly, and killing intent gradually leaked out from between his brows. Good sword art. I, One Blade Ling Luohan, would like to experience your moves. Ling Luohan couldn't bear it anymore, almost as if he had seen his prey. It was not that he had never lost before. Xiaozhiqiu had beaten him once, but Xiaozhiqiu had relied on overwhelming strength. In terms of techniques, Xiaozhiqiu was not as good as him. He believed that among the young generation, only Sky Martial region could surpass him in terms of techniques. Be it Eastern region, Southern region, Northern region, or Western region, there would not be anyone who could surpass him in terms of techniques. At most, they would be able to keep pace with him. Therefore, after seeing Yi Chen's sword art, apart from a trace of numbness, he felt even more excitement, as if he had eaten a stimulant pellet. Like a rock spreading its wings, Ling Luohan's figure leaped up and arrived in front of Yi Chen. He stretched his right hand backward, and a white light shot down. This white light did not move in a smooth arc, but was like lightning, twisting and turning, fast like an aurora. The spiraling sword light curled up as Yi Chen made his move. As soon as he made his move, the white light was cut into 3 parts, with each cut being at the turning point. The spiraling sword light's remaining power was even more ferocious as it headed straight for Ling Luohan's chest. Not good. Ling Luohan's long blade did not have enough time to return to its scabbard, and at this moment, he would not allow it to do so. He was afraid that the moment it returned to its scabbard would be the moment he would be defeated. Therefore, Ling Luohan made an exception. Without putting his blade back into its scabbard, he waved out the second blade. Lose. Another spiraling sword light appeared from within the spiraling sword light. It was Yi Chen who had instantly changed the size of the spiraling sword light, compressing it by an inch. The outer spiraling sword light was just a shadow formed by the chi flow, and its killing power was also not bad, but it was a little less sharp. Swoosh, while in the air, Ling Luohan's chest burst out 3 feet of blood as he was blown backward. His eyes were filled with shock and horror. In terms of techniques, he had been utterly defeated. After defeating the two top young warriors of the eastern region, Yi Chen, who was standing in the center of the battling platform, was like a sharp sword that had been sharpened. Affected by his aura, the surrounding air gave people a sharp feeling, as if it could easily pierce through the mountains and the 9 heavens. The number 1 young warrior of the southern regions is finally here. Indeed. From today onwards, Yi Chen is the number 1 young sword artist of the southern regions, and also the number 1 warrior, without a doubt. Who dares to argue? Even Xianxia and Ling Luohan couldn't take a single sword attack from Yi Chen. His power has already reached an unimaginable level, completely surpassing Li Xiaoyun, Princess Jing, and Chu Zhongtian. He has walked ahead of everyone and ascended to the throne. The people of the southern regions were very excited, their bodies were shaking. They were excited for Yi Chen beating Xianxia and Ling Luohan, but also shocked by the fact that Yi Chen had become the number 1 young warrior of the southern regions for many years. Although Li Xiaoyun had the title of the number 1 young warrior, a lot of people still didn't want to admit it, because he didn't beat all of his opponents, and was only the number 1 warrior. But now, Yi Chen had beaten Xianxia and Ling Luohan, which meant that he had indirectly beaten Li Xiaoyun and the other two. The title of the number 1 young warrior could not be shaken off even if he wanted to. Number 1. In the tower 10 miles away, Luo Hanshan's eyes were shining as he murmured unconsciously. Those who were close to Yi Chen all had the same expression on their faces. They had almost watched Yi Chen climb to the top step by step from a weak existence to a legendary warrior. This feeling was 10 times stronger than the others, and it was hard for them to understand. How did you do it? Ling Luohan covered his chest with his hand and slowly stood up. He was not wounded too badly, mainly because Yi Chen had shown him mercy. After all, from the beginning till now, Ling Luohan's words and actions had never been out of line. At most, he was a blade maniac. Yi Chen said blandly, if you only use 1 blade attack at a time, you will lose sooner or later. Lose in this aspect? Ling Luohan was confused. Ever since he had set a personal rule of only using 1 blade at a time, his blade art had improved by leaps and bounds within a year. Normal blade artists were no match for him, and even if he were to encounter a warrior of the same level, he would be able to defeat them in a short period of time. You've already gone down the wrong path. Although you can progress quickly on the wrong path, the further you go, the slower your progress will be. In the end, you will come to a standstill. You still have time to change now, but if you go too deep, it will be very difficult to change in the future. Yi Chen was not a friend of the other parties. Hence, the most he could do was to share his views on the Saber Dao. As for whether the other party listened or not, that had nothing to do with him. No matter what, thank you. Ling Luohan cupped his fists and returned to the Snow Iron Region tea house. He had actually forgotten about Xianxia down there. Perhaps, he did not care about Xianxia at all. All he cared about was his own blade Dao. Damn it. Xianxia, who was bathed in blood, could only feel the sword qi rampaging through his meridians. If he hadn't found enough spirit energy crystals in an ancient tomb and cultivated a spirit body, his meridians would have been broken long ago, and he would have become a temporary cripple. Yi Chen shot a glance at Xianxia. Honestly, Xianxia and Ling Luohan were not that bad. After all, the former was a genius assassin, and the latter had defeated Jing Aoshuan and tied with Chu Zhongtian. However, the thing that the two should not have done was to play tricks with Yi Chen. Tricks, tricks, tricks. If they did not play this well, they would lose very quickly. If they had fought with Yi Chen honestly, they would not have lost so badly. Especially, in Yi Chen's eyes, the skills of the two had obviously gone down the wrong path. The former thought that if he was fast enough and stealthy enough, he would be able to kill invisibly. However, he did not know that the core of an assassin was to kill with 1 strike. If he did not kill with 1 strike, he would have to retreat 1,000 miles away. In order to become an assassin, one would have to give up a lot of things. The latter thought that he would only throw out 1 blade attack at a time, which would increase his efficiency. However, the Saber Dao was just like the Sword Dao, it was broad and profound. If he only threw out 1 blade attack at a time, how would he be able to push it to the peak? Yi Chen did not need to use any killing moves against these two, because if he did, he would have to fight them head-on. Since the others were playing tricks with him, there was no need for him to use brute force to break through their tricks. That way, he would not be able to take care of them in one move. Therefore, he only needed to use his normal fast sword to take care of the problem. The fast sword was very fast, without any impurities. Combined with his slaughter sword intent, its power was actually very impressive. Cutting open Chuayinghao's protective Xianyuan was not a problem at all. Ling Luohan only threw out one blade attack at a time, which in Yi Chen's eyes was full of flaws. When his own sword speed was faster than his blade speed, throwing out one blade attack at a time would be a joke. The reason why he could make it this far was because the others were not as fast as him. In the tea house of Snow Iron region, Blood Hand Tang Jie's pupils shrank as he stared at Yi Chen in a daze. He had never seen such a frightening sword artist before. Shadowless Whip Chuayinghao could not even last one sword attack, and the one-blade Ling Luohan could not even last one sword attack. Since when did such a frightening sword artist appear in the southern regions? Not bad, not bad. Xie Zhiqiu clapped his hands and stood up, looking at Yi Chen with a big smile. Your skills are rare even in the Sky Martial region. Even Chuayinghao and Ling Luohan had lost in your hands. However, have you ever heard of this saying? No matter how good a skill is, it still needs to be based on one's own strength. Without a solid foundation, the so-called skills would just be a circus. Hearing this, Ling Luohan frowned. Xie Zhiqiu's words had dragged him into the water as well, even though he had to admit that Xie Zhiqiu's strength was not something that could be beaten with skills. Yi Chen lifted up his eyes, come down and try, and you will know. Of course, if we don't sweep the southern regions, then coming here would be meaningless. Xie Zhiqiu waved his hand, and an invisible force covered Chuayinghao, dragging him into the tea house. He then moved his feet slightly and appeared in front of Yi Chen within a blink. I will beat you within 100 attacks. Xie Zhiqiu did not have the confidence to beat Yi Chen within 10 to 30 attacks, just like how he could not beat one-blade Ling Luohan within 10 attacks. Make your move. Yi Chen did not have a top-rank longsword on his waist, but 3 swords and a scabbard. Facing warriors below the Sea of Souls realm, 3 swords and a scabbard would be enough. Boom, Xie Zhiqiu's attack was very sudden. Without moving his body, he threw out a fist attack. The Black Fist Chi formed into a huge skull and attacked toward Yi Chen's face. When the skull was about to land, it opened its mouth and let out a strange howl. The miserable sound wave made people confused and unable to concentrate. Yi Chen had a firm will and was not affected at all. Before Xie Zhiqiu threw out his fist attack, he had already sensed the latter's fist aura. Lifting his hand, the thunder sword bounced up and a sky thunder cut through the sound wave, shattering the skull. The sword chi and fist chi exploded. Reverse sky thunder cut. Stepping forward with his left foot, Yi Chen's killing attack followed right after. Holding the destruction sword in a reverse grip, the sword light slashed out. Not bad. Xie Zhiqiu was not surprised at all. As a warrior of the demonic arts, he had seen a lot of strange martial arts. He had even seen sword arts that were even more unusual than the reverse sky thunder cut. What surprised him was that the reverse sky thunder cut was obviously a reverse attack of the sky thunder cut, which complemented each other seamlessly. Pop, 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 Xie Zhiqiu backed out. As he was backing out, layers of black chi walls appeared in front of him, cancelling out the reverse sky thunder cut's attack. Demonic chi power spell. Backing out 100 meters, the black chi flow behind Xie Zhiqiu's back surged, turning into a bone demon. There was a red flame burning in its pupils. Although it was a flame, it did not feel hot at all. Instead, it was cold and gloomy, as if it was a strange flame made of yin chi and ice chi. Crack! Crack! The bone demon screamed into the sky, and the black sound wave spread out. Within miles, only a couple of people were not affected by the sound wave, while the rest of them were all tensed up. It's not a bloodline. It should be a demonic profound art. Demonic beast phantoms appeared behind one's back out of thin air. However, the bone demon behind Xie Zhiqiu was clearly formed from Xianyuan and operated with profound. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Judging from the aura emitted by the bone demon, it was clearly not a low-grade profound martial skill, but a mid-grade profound martial skill. Its profoundness could only be created by a life and death king. Sword intent radiated from his body, annihilating the black sound wave as soon as it approached. Yichen indifferently gazed at Xiaojiqiu. With the bone demon completely formed, Xiaojiqiu took a large step forward and punched toward Yichen. Woo! 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 The fist chi was like a ghost wailing and wolf howling, more than 10 to 20% stronger than before. Xiaojiqiu laughed heartily. Demonic chi power spell can amplify battle power 10 times. Dealing with you, it only needs 2 times. You're the one who can't do it. Of course, Yichen would not believe that Xiaojiqiu could perform a mid-rank profound sense martial art to 100%. To be able to perform 20 to 30% would already be impressive. But, from this, it could be seen that Xiaojiqiu had indeed received the teachings of a couple of king warriors. Otherwise, he would not be able to have a mid-rank profound sense martial art. Golden Resonant Radiance Sword. Holding the sword with both hands, Yichen's thunder sword vibrated at an astonishing frequency. The cyan sword light was instantly dyed with a layer of gold as the sword chopped toward the opponent's fist. Clang, blazing sparks filled the sky, and fist-sized holes appeared on the stage, looking like a beehive. The black fist chi on Xiaojiqiu's fist dissipated, and he couldn't help but retreat several steps. The bone demon behind him also swayed. Xiaojiqiu was beaten back. Inside Snow Iron Region's tea house, everyone was somewhat astonished. Humph! Xiaojiqiu coldly snorted as his 2 fists collided in front of his chest, releasing a surging chi wave. Demon Chi 10 power spell, 3 power combined. All of a sudden, Xiaojiqiu's aura became even stronger, and his fist aura became even more ferocious. Half of the stage had been dyed black, a ghostly black color. Facing this fist, Yichen didn't back out. Instead, he moved forward, crossing his 2 swords in front of him, performing the Sky Thunder Cut and the reverse Sky Thunder Cut. Boom, the entire manor was shaking. A violent shock wave exploded between the 2 of them, spreading out at a speed 10 times faster than the speed of sound. It rushed out of the manor and rushed out for more than 100 miles. Crack! Crack! Countless fine cracks appeared on the rock walls of the surrounding mountains, spreading out wantonly like creepers. Even with 3 amplifications, I still can't beat him? Rubbing his feet on the stage, Xiaojiqiu's whole body slid out. Black chi surged. Boom! A corner of the stage was blown away. Xiaojiqiu stopped and quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. At the same time, the 2 arms of the bone demon stabbed into his shoulders. All of a sudden, his aura skyrocketed, making him look like a demon. Hundreds of meters away, Yichen quietly watched the ever-changing Xiaojiqiu. Strands of sword chi curled up around his body, giving off a layer of blue vibe. Hee hee. Xiaojiqiu raised his head, and issued a strange laughter that didn't sound like that of a human being. His arms were covered by a layer of black light film. The light film then combined into the shape of a huge arm skeleton. At the end of the skeleton was a palm leaf fan-sized skeletal palm. Each finger was a foot long, and the nails were sharp. They were curved into hooks, and were glistening with a dark gray halo. The demonic chi power top 10 spell can increase the battling power as well as contain killing attacks. You should be proud of being able to push me to this level. Now, I will completely suppress you. Shoo! Just as he finished speaking, Xiaojiqiu jumped toward Yichen at an extreme speed. His right arm, which was covered by the bone demon's arm, waved out, leaving 5 black claw marks in the air. It reached Yichen within a blink of an eye. Yichen waved out a sword attack to block out the bone demon's arm. The power contained in the bone demon's arm was unimaginably huge. It was like a giant waving its palm, blowing away Yichen along with his sword. Get down! Xiaojiqiu chased after him as the bone demon's arm turned into a fist, throwing out a punch. Gold Resonant Radiance Sword. Even in the air, Yichen's posture did not change at all. Seeing the incoming fist, he threw out a 60% trained Gold Resonant Radiance Sword attack. Beautiful sparks flew everywhere as Yichen was blown away once again. That bone demon's arm was indeed a super powerful existence. Not only did it have a horrifying defense, but its attacking power had also surpassed 60% trained profound sense martial arts. It was like the bone demon had been reborn, and its power was boundless. You have no chance at all. Lose. No one knew the terror of the demonic Qi power top 10 spell better than Xianxia. When he had gotten the jade letter containing the profound sense martial arts of the demonic Qi power top 10 spell, he had been shocked by the images inside. It was only one punch, but it had shattered a falling star that had a diameter of hundreds of miles. Even normal king warriors would have to back out of its way. Crack, Bone Devil's arms became even tighter as he attacked at an extremely high speed. In the process of retreating, it was clearly impossible for Yi Chen to dodge, but he didn't need to. He raised his left hand, extended his index finger, and lightly tapped. Then, a frightening scene occurred. A 1-meter-long cyan-colored finger as thick as a thigh burst out, and firmly pressed on Xianxia's Bone Devil's fist. The fist of the Bone Devil, which had an extremely frightening defensive power, was like a fragile crystal. It exploded with a pop sound. Then, the Bone Devil's arm was affected, and exploded into pieces. Xianxia's body shook violently as he was connected to the Bone Devil's arm. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, and he even spouted a stream of blood from his mouth. What kind of finger technique is this? Xianxia was sent flying like a meteor. His face was full of fright. Putting the thunder sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said indifferently, "Although I really don't want to say it, my strongest attack is not sword arts, but finger arts." When he had returned from the underground world and traveled through the void through the undying altar, Yi Chen had already comprehended the void-shattering finger art to 30%. 30% might sound low, but the void-shattering finger art did not contain any ordinary profound, but the extremely rare space profound. Time was the king, and space was the most powerful profound. Without the time profound, space profound would be the strongest profound, and all other profounds would be restrained by it. The void-shattering finger art was not a single movement, but a set. Yi Chen had obtained the third movement. If the first and second movements were low-grade profound martial arts, then even if the third movement was not a mid-grade profound martial art, it would still be somewhere between mid and low-grade, and its power had completely reached the level of a mid-grade profound martial art. If it was not necessary, Yi Chen would not use the third movement of the void-shattering finger art, because it was his ace attack. Once it was revealed, it would be the time to kill. Right now, he used it not because he wanted to kill Xianxia, but because he had another ace attack that was not weaker than the third movement of the void-shattering finger art, which was the Lotus Heart Sword Qi. By itself, the Lotus Heart Sword Qi might not be as powerful as the third movement of the void-shattering finger art, but when the Lotus Heart Sword Qi turned into a Sword Qi storm, its power would not be any weaker, and its attacking range would be even greater than the third movement of the void-shattering finger art. It could be considered as Yi Chen's most powerful killing attack. The most powerful attack is actually not the sword art, but the finger art. So shocking. A true dragon can soar into the sky, and no one can stop it. So what if it is the East Demon Xianxia? He is still not an opponent for Yi Chen when he gets serious. So powerful. Is this Yi Chen's real power? Not only people from the southern region, even people from the Snow Iron region were shocked, especially Ling Luohan, Chuanghao, and Tang Jia. They had come to this martial tea gathering to sweep the entire gathering, and everything had been going smoothly, and they had almost succeeded. But in the end, a single Yi Chen had ruined all of their efforts, and made them fall into such a situation. Now, even the East Demon Xianxia was not an opponent for him, so who else could stop Yi Chen? I had never thought that Yi Chen would grow to such a horrifying level. I really wonder if he came from our Sky Cloud martial school. Lu Hanshan's face was filled with disbelief. Zhu Mei said, "Dragons can be big or small, they can hide in swamps, they can also soar into the sky, and they can create clouds and rain." Without a doubt, Yi Chen is a true dragon that has descended into the Sky Cloud martial school. Before this, it was his dormant period. Once he shows his power and grows his claws and teeth, it will be the time for him to soar into the sky. I, the East Demon, have not lost yet. Fire Demon God Palm. The bone demon behind him disappeared, merging back into his body. Xianxia's hands burned with a bright red flame, seeming like an inextinguishable flame. He abruptly stepped on the platform, stabilized his body, and waved both of his hands, throwing out 2 flame palms. Boom, within the torrent-like flame, a sharp demon claw could be faintly seen. It was a palm that looked like a human, yet not a demon, and contained the will of fire. Seeing that Xianxia still had such a powerful martial art, everyone was shocked. He was indeed worthy of being the East Demon Xianxia. If it were someone else, they would have been defeated long ago, and would not have been able to push him to such a desperate situation. Thinking up to here, everyone could feel the terror of Yi Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Chen shook his head as he pointed out his right index finger. The next second, a stone pillar-like finger appeared in the air. It was 10 meters long and 1 meter thick. The fingerprints were blurry, but it was still emitting a transparent halo like a shooting star. With one finger, this finger had destroyed Xianxia's flame palm power, and pressed onto his protective Zhenyuan layer like a hot knife through butter. Boom! Finally, the battling platform could not bear the repeated attacks anymore, and was instantly torn apart, collapsing from the two sides to the center. Meanwhile, Xianxia was pressed onto the ground by the huge finger, his hair disheveled. At this moment, the East Demon Xianxia looked miserable. However, the calm Yi Chen made everyone suck in a cold breath from the bottom of their hearts. Even someone as powerful as Xianxia could not have an easy time against him, and ended up in such a miserable state. Xianxia has lost. Cui Yinghao and Tang Jia looked at Xianxia, who was being pressed on the ground by the huge finger. They could tell that he could not move at all, as if he was being pressed by a mountain. In front of him, Yi Chen, who was dressed in blue, was still in his finger-pointing posture, looking very calm. The East Demon Xianxia was not a flower in a greenhouse, he was the ghost grass in the wild grassland, growing up through slaughter and ascending through slaughter. His achievements were not fake at all, they were all from real battles. Those who doubted him were either trampled under his feet, or had their souls shattered. His most shocking action was that he had gone to the Sky Martial region alone. The Sky Martial region was the center of the continent, where the geniuses were as numerous as the carps in the river. It was not only the gathering place of geniuses, but also the birthplace of monsters. Wanting to make a name for oneself was as hard as climbing up to the sky. Countless people had been beaten black and blue, and had left in low spirits. However, Xianxia had done something that others could not, and had spread the title of East Demon in the Sky Martial region, gaining him quite a bit of fame. But what was going on right now? The East Demon Xianxia had been beaten by a young man who had not even walked out of the southern regions, and had no power to fight back. In the end, he was lying on the ground with no face left. If it were not for the fact that it would hurt if they pinched themselves, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Ling Luohan took a deep breath and said to the two, "Don't look at me in disbelief. There is no reason for the birth of monsters. If there could be an East Demon Xianxia, then there could be another Yi Chen. In this era, there is no such thing as the strongest, only stronger." To be honest, even he himself was shocked. How could it be such a coincidence that they had met a Yi Chen, and a Yi Chen had beaten them all to the ground? Pop, the huge finger containing the space mentality disappeared as Yi Chen said lightly, "You can leave now. There is no need for me to invite you in person, right?" Cough cough, Xianxia slowly stood up while coughing out blood. "Good, very good. This is the first time I, Xianxia, have lost outside of the Sky Martial region. You are the first, and you will be the last. Wait for my return. The day I return will be the day of your nightmare. Today's humiliation will be returned 100-fold. It was not that Xianxia had never been defeated before. However, those who defeated him were all geniuses of the Sky Martial domain. Most of them had already been trampled underfoot by him. He believed that Yi Chen would be the next one to be trampled underfoot ruthlessly. I've heard these words countless times. Unfortunately, they are getting further and further away from me. I can't even see hope. Do you think you have hope? Yi Chen didn't take Xianxia's threat seriously. In fact, he actually hoped that someone would challenge him. But, the prerequisite was that they had sufficient strength. Humph, how could you possibly understand my future achievements? You're just a stepping stone for me. One day, I'll step on you and reach even greater heights. Hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head and chuckled, "Get lost. I'm waiting for you to step on me. Go." Xianxia flew out of the manor with a pale face. Then, Ling Luohan, Tang Jia, and Cui Yinghao also flew out of the tea house, flying towards the north. The manor was silent for a while before it suddenly boiled up. defeating the 4 top young warriors of the eastern regions with his own power. When had anyone in the southern regions ever done this before? In the past 1,000 years, only Xianhou and Yichen had done it. In other words, Yichen's current achievements could already be compared with Xuanhou's. Until the very end, no one could say for sure. Yichen, congratulations. From now on, you are the king of the young generation of our southern regions. Li Xiaoyun was the first one to go downstairs to congratulate him. Yichen didn't care, it's just an empty title. An empty title could easily make people obsessed. Taking it too seriously would just be asking for trouble. Hee, whether it's an empty title or a real one, you deserve this position. However, the throne is not that easy to sit on. In the future, the glory of the southern regions will be closely related to you. Even if you want to stay out of it, you won't be able to. There are some things that won't work according to your will. Yichen nodded. Having come this far, he couldn't back out anymore. Then, everyone went downstairs to congratulate Yichen. At this point, there was no longer any suspense. Even Jing Aoshuan and Chu Zhongtian had accepted this result. What else could they do if they didn't accept it? If they had the ability, they could go beat Xie Zhiqiu and the others. In fact, they should be glad that Yichen was here. Otherwise, this tea gathering would have been the most humiliating one. Now, they understood that the throne was not something ordinary people could sit on. Without the power, sitting on it would only be a joke, and they could be beaten down at any time. The next morning, the tea gathering had come to an end. Xie Zhiqiu's incident had added a legendary color to this tea gathering. Perhaps people would forget about the previous tea gatherings, but they would never forget this one. The tea gathering's end was not the real end. When the news spread out, and everyone knew that Yichen had officially become the #1 warrior of the southern region, all the martial institutions gasped. This growth speed was way too fast. In the last tea gathering, he was only on par with Li Xiaoyun and the other two, with a slight advantage. How could he leave them in the dust after only 2 years? Yichen could no longer be described as a genius. Only a monster would be more suitable. The South Ridra region was already shocking enough, and the other regions were even more shocked. They had no doubt that as long as Yichen could continue to grow, he would definitely reach the life and death realm. Moreover, they believed that once Yichen entered the life and death realm, he would definitely surpass normal king warriors. Perhaps he would be like Xianhou, becoming a top king warrior in a couple of years. This kid cannot be left alive. Back then, one Xianhou had already made us lose a lot. With another Yichen, I am afraid that even when our leader recovers his peak power, he would not be able to do anything. Inside a secret underground manor, a group of mysterious people in black robes gathered together. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? He is not even a Sea of Souls realm warrior yet. He is still far away from the life and death realm. Stupid. Have you forgotten about Xianhou? It is because we underestimated her that we ended up in this situation. Killing him while he is still weak is the best choice. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, no one will be able to do anything to him. In that case, let me do it. Just in case, we have to kill him with one attack this time, because there is still a South Ridra martial school in the Windy Nation. I suspect that there is more than one Long Bai there. Perhaps there will be other Sea of Souls realm warriors, and even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Therefore, we will not have a second chance. Ghost Cry, Ink Wolf, you two move together and kill this kid once. Don't worry. Although we are not master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors, killing a brat who is not even fully grown yet will be a piece of cake. Just wait for the good news. Shoo. 2 people in black robes were gone. Nightmare, you follow them. The leading man in black robes seemed to be worried as he said to the shadow hidden in the darkness behind him. Yes, second master. A dry voice was heard, but the shadow had already disappeared. After Yichen had won the title of the #1 young warrior of the southern region, the Skycloud Martial School had held a celebration for 3 days. One could not blame the Skycloud Martial School for being so grand, but the fact that the #1 young warrior of the southern region was just too shocking. The population of the southern region was more than hundreds of billions, and among those trillions, there were at least 100 billion young warriors under the age of 30. The number 1 among 100 billion, just thinking about it made people's hair stand on end. And what was Yi Chen's background? The Yi family, a rank 8 family, the Sky Cloud Martial School, a rank 7 martial institution. Other than that, there was nothing special about him. If Yi Chen was a disciple of a rank 5 martial institution, it might not be so sensational, but he was just a nameless brat before. When Yi Chen returned to the Yi family did not want to be left behind. They held a celebration for 3 days. By this time, Yi Chen's golden statue had already been built. If everything went well, this golden statue would become the symbol of Luo City. In the next 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, it would be a legendary statue. If anyone wanted to build their own statue in Luo City, they would have to be as powerful as or even more powerful than Yi Chen. But of course, the chance was very slim. One Luo City, no, one windy nation, with one Yi Chen, was already a miracle. Who would dare to hope for another genius like Yi Chen? Although the celebration lasted for 3 days, Yi Chen had only shown his face once, and spent the rest of his time training. Yeah. He is about to complete the slaughter sword spirit. Inside the secret room in the yard, the spot between Yi Chen's eyebrows was expanding and contracting. The dark red sword intent spread out uncontrollably, making the spot between Yi Chen's eyebrows look like a shining gem. Pa! A sound that did not belong to this world was heard. Inside Yi Chen's soul ocean, a world-shaking change had happened. The surface of the ancient-looking longsword, which represented the slaughter sword spirit, started to crack. Pieces of iron skin fell off. As the iron skin fell off, a crystal-like dark red light leaked out. The dark red light was so sharp that it made the slaughter sword spirit look like a huge glowing object, releasing thousands of dark red sword light beams. The sword light swept across, dispersing part of the dark fog in the soul ocean, lighting up the whole world. Roar, an earth-shattering sword cry rang out, and the iron sheet finally peeled off completely. The ancient longsword had completely changed. Its entire body looked as if it had been forged from a dark red crystal, and its edges were incomparably sharp. On the body of the sword, lines of blood spread out, emitting an endless aura of slaughter. Slaughter sword spirit, done. Before Yi Chen could even let out a sigh of relief, an unparalleled slaughter sword will suddenly gushed out from the center of his eyebrows. With a rumble, the entire courtyard was split into 2. The terrifying sword will instantly absorbed a large amount of yuan qi, forming a blood-red sword qi that tore through the sky. What happened? Yi Tianhao, Xin Yuqing, and many other elders of the Yi clan rushed over. Whoosh, a figure flew out. It was Yi Chen. Father, mother, I'm about to make a breakthrough. I'll be leaving the clan for a while. After saying that, before Yi Tianhao and his wife could react, he turned into a streak of light and flew away. Breakthrough. Is it breaking through to the Sea of Souls realm? Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing's faces were filled with shock as they gasped. To the north of Luo City was a continuous mountain range called the South River Mountain Range. There were a lot of demonic beasts there, and they reproduced extremely fast. It was the training ground for the River Martial School's disciples. Shoo, a beam of light sliced through the sky, diving into the depths of the South River Mountain Range. I did not expect that I would be able to break through to the Sea of Souls realm so soon after the completion of the Slaughter Sword Spirit. The gate between the Astral Reaching Realm and the Sea of Souls realm is called the Mortal Transformation Gate. Once I make it through, my lifespan will increase by 100 years, reaching 300 years. It is also because of the importance of the Mortal Transformation Gate. On top of the mountain, the Zhenyuan vibration on Yi Chen's body was extremely unstable, causing the weather to change and the yuan qi to surge crazily. All of the demonic beasts within 100 miles were scared into hiding in their nests, shivering as they looked at where Yi Chen was at the same time. Boom, the surprising sky cracked open for no reason, and beams of thunder and lightning struck down. Although the thunder and lightning had become impure after leaving the surprising sky, it still contained the nature's will, which was even more powerful than the martial will, since it was formed by the rules. Crack, a couple of mountains nearby were shattered, and the thunder and fire splashed everywhere. Only when one got closer did they realize that the power of the thunder and lightning had actually reached deep into the ground, creating huge pits of unknown depth. Right at this moment, the Zhenyuan in Yi Chen's body exploded. It followed the top of Yi Chen's head straight up into the sky, connecting with stunning sky. Originally, the thunder and lightning were attacking randomly, but after being guided by Yi Chen's Xin Yuan, they suddenly found a target and fell down, drowning Yi Chen within the thunder ocean. Break! Yi Chen held his sword with one hand and sliced open the thunder ocean. Although the thunder ocean had been sliced open, the nature's will contained in it still managed to hit Yi Chen's sea of soul, causing huge waves to rise up. Nature's will, soul. I see. It was not that the nature's will did not have any destructive power. Once Yi Chen's sword intent could not compete with it, his sea of soul would be completely destroyed, and his soul would be destroyed. On the other hand, if the sword intent could fight against the nature's will, the nature's will would refine the sea of soul, making the soul stronger and purer. Of course, the nature's will would change according to the warrior's will. The more powerful the warrior's will, the more powerful the nature's will would be. Therefore, warriors with a weak will would have a higher chance of reaching the Sea of Soul's realm, provided that they had the chance to do so. Yi Chen's sword intent was just too powerful, and the natural will that he had triggered was just as powerful. After the first wave of thunder disaster, the second wave appeared in the sky. This time, it was not in the shape of a beam, but in the form of thunder balls. The thunder balls smashed down one after another, creating earth-shattering explosions. Sky thunder cut. Countless blue sword lights blossomed, cutting open all of the incoming thunder balls. Only the nature's will, which was invisible and formless, attacked into Yi Chen's Sea of Soul. With his slaughter sword intent, Yi Chen was able to fight against the nature's will as easily as eating or drinking. He was not hurt at all, and instead, his soul had become even more powerful. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, the third wave of thunder disaster arrived, and it was human-shaped lightning. Countless human-shaped lightning bolts formed into an army, attacking toward Yi Chen like a flood. Some of the more powerful human-shaped lightning bolts were holding lightning weapons in their hands, waving them around like powerful warriors. Even human-shaped lightning bolts have appeared. This little guy's sword intent is way too powerful. Even the sky is jealous of him. 100 miles away, a slim figure stood on top of a mountain. It was indeed the leader of the river martial school, Long Bai. Long Bai had already sensed it when Yi Chen was going through the thunder disaster. Since the river mountain was only 2,000 miles away from the river martial school, it did not take long for her to arrive. Seeing that it was Yi Chen who was going through the thunder disaster, Long Bai was quite surprised. If she remembered correctly, Yi Chen was 24 years old this year. If he was able to go through the thunder disaster and reach the Sea of Soul's realm at that age, wouldn't that be even faster than Xianxia? Gold Resonant Radiance Sword Art. The sword chi that was mixed with a golden light was thrown out, killing all of the lightning troops in a straight line. Soon, even more sword chi was thrown out, and the lightning troops were shattered instantly, turning into pure thunder yuan chi and dissipating in the air. The overwhelming nature's will attacked into Yi Chen's soul ocean. It was as if he had just eaten a great tonic. Yi Chen could feel that his spirit had never been so excited before. His soul power seemed to be increasing in a straight line without any pause. All right. Again. Yi Chen raised his sword up to the sky. Heaven and earth were furious. The fourth wave of lightning tribulation not only had humanoid lightning, but there were also lightning drums, lightning dragon horses, and even humanoid lightning clad in lightning armor. This was an even more standardized lightning army that was born from nothingness, slaughtering their way over from nothingness. A magnificent army with tens of thousands of men and horses, their imposing manner like rainbows. The fourth wave of thunder disaster. Long Bai thought that the thunder disaster would be over soon, but she did not expect that Yi Chen's thunder disaster was far from over. The fourth wave of thunder disaster arrived, turning into a huge army that attacked Yi Chen. The number was way more than the third wave, and even the human-shaped lightning bolts were a couple of times more powerful. Not to mention the lightning dragon horses, lightning drums, and human-shaped lightning bolts with lightning armors. The fourth wave of thunder disaster is extremely rare. I wonder if he can handle it. If he can, then the training of his soul would be unimaginable. Long Bai was actually very jealous of Yi Chen. Reaching the Sea of Soul's realm was not something that could be controlled, and it would happen without any sign. Therefore, even though a lot of people knew that the more powerful the thunder disaster, the more powerful their soul would be, they still could not do it. They could only hope to form their martial spirit as soon as possible. That way, once they made it through the thunder disaster and reached the Sea of Souls realm, their soul power would be much more powerful than normal people's. However, the more powerful the thunder disaster was, the more dangerous it would be. If it were a normal person going through the thunder disaster, they would be able to handle it easily. But for people with a strong willpower, it would be a different story. Facing this many lightning armies, no matter how powerful Yi Chen's sword art was, he would not be able to handle it. He put away his longsword and flicked his fingers rapidly. Shoo, 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 countless lotus heart sword chi shot out, turning into a sword chi tornado that attacked the lightning armies. There were a lot of them, so the sword chi in the tornado was not reduced at all. Moreover, there would be a huge amount of sword chi shooting out at every second, sweeping out like a heavy storm. Soon, the fourth wave of thunder disaster disappeared. Yi Chen's soul power had increased drastically, which made his eyebrows bulge out. The thunder disaster should be over by now, right? Long Bai let out a breath, feeling a bit shocked at Yi Chen's power. Boom, without any lightning, the sky darkened for no reason. From day to night, one could not even see their own fingers. Suddenly, an earth-shaking explosion was heard, shaking the whole South River Mountains. This is... Long Bai lifted up her head, her eyes wide and mouth open. In the dark sky, an even bigger crack was torn open. It was dozens of miles long and a couple of miles wide. It was the scene of the shocking sky barrier being torn open. Then, endless thunder and lightning gathered together, turning into a huge thunder palace. The palace looked so real that it was almost real. Countless thunder dragons coiled around the palace, roaring continuously. The fifth wave of thunder disaster, Thunder Dragon Palace. Long Bai mumbled to herself. Jinyuan Ocean, 10,000 streams returned to the origin. The unprecedented pressure made Yi Chen's spirit, qi, and soul power explode like a volcano, shooting out from between Yi Chen's eyebrows. Pop. Pop. A slight cracking sound came from his dantian. It was the Jinyuan core that had started to melt, turning into a huge amount of Jinyuan liquid. The liquid flowed inside his dantian, looking like a blue lake. On top of the lake, there was still half of the Jinyuan core that had not melted yet, floating there. Meanwhile, the natural Yuan Qi within hundreds of miles continued to pour in with Yi Chen as the center. Yi Chen was like a black hole, continuously devouring the Yuan Qi and storing it inside his body, training it into Jinyuan to fill up the emptiness in his dantian. No, the training speed is too slow. I still need top-rank spirit stones. Seeing that the Thunder Dragon Palace was slowly descending, Yi Chen hurried to take out a huge amount of top-rank spirit stones. With a shake of his Jinyuan, the top-rank spirit stones exploded together. The pure top-rank spirit stone's Yuan Qi spread out and was completely absorbed by Yi Chen. The top-rank spirit stone's Yuan Qi was not something the natural Yuan Qi could compare with. It was dozens of times purer, and with a slight training, it turned into liquid Jinyuan, expanding the Jinyuan lake. Right now, even if I cannot make it through the thunder disaster, I am already at half-step Sea of Souls realm. The Sea of Souls realm is indeed powerful. My Jinyuan is just like the ocean, rich and powerful. Plus, there is an undercurrent swirl in the center of my Jinyuan, which makes it extremely pure. As long as I can make it through the thunder disaster, I will have time to purify all my Jinyuan and turn it into Sea of Souls realm Jinyuan. All of a sudden, Yi Chen felt that he had become much more powerful. The huge amount of Jinyuan was like a powerful source of power, bringing him waves of power. Oh whoa, the speed of the Thunder Dragon Palace's descent was getting faster and faster. The space rippled like water. The Thunder Dragon that was coiling around the Dragon Palace roared into the sky, its voice loud and full of majesty. Crack, Yi Chen's body sank down. The ground under his feet was full of cracks. It turned out that hundreds of miles of mountain range could not handle the pressure from the Thunder Dragon Palace, and had sunk down dozens of meters. Countless mountains had been shattered, and countless beasts had been turned into ashes by the thunder. Sky Thunder Cut. Facing the Thunder Dragon Palace, Yi Chen activated his Sea of Souls realm Jinyuan, which was not very pure yet, and threw out a beam of blue sword qi. This sword qi was thousands of meters long, which was more than twice as powerful as before. Wherever the sword chi went, the space pattern spread out in a sharp cone shape. Clang, the thunder and lightning dragon palace seemed to have a physical body. When the sword chi struck it, it only scattered countless thunder and fire, leaving behind a sword mark that was neither shallow nor deep. Gold resonant radiance. After the blue sword chi was the green gold sword light. The sword light trembled and sent a corner of the thunder and lightning dragon palace flying. This won't do. A single attack won't be able to destroy the thunder dragon palace. I can only use the storm of sword beams. After reaching half-step Sea of Soul realm, the Lotus Heart Sword Chi had also become stronger. After all, the Lotus Heart Sword Chi was made of Jin Yuan. If the Jin Yuan was pure enough, the power of the Lotus Heart Sword Chi would naturally be strong enough. Bang 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 bang, countless Lotus Heart Sword Chi shot out. The surface of the Thunder and Lightning Dragon Palace looked like fireworks exploding. The 4 Thunder Dragons screamed before being killed completely by the Sword Chi. Carrying the broken pieces of the Sword Chi, the Thunder and Lightning Dragon Palace still attacked toward Yi Chen at an extreme speed. It was like a wave of light that had traveled thousands of miles. The light was getting dimmer and dimmer. When it was only 100 meters away from Yi Chen, the Thunder and Lightning Dragon Palace suddenly became blurry and disappeared with the wind. A wave of mysterious natural consciousness ignored the time and space, entering into Yi Chen's Sea of Soul in between his eyebrows. The Sea of Soul in between his eyebrows was filled with waves that shot up into the sky. Even the Slaughter Sword Spirit and the other normal Sword Spirit were affected, shaking violently. What a horrifying natural consciousness! Yi Chen tried his best to push his Slaughter Sword intent, making it shine with a dark red light that shone out in all directions. Standing on top of the mountain without moving, Yi Chen closed both of his eyes tightly. It is indeed impressive that he could reach half-step Sea of Soul realm in advance. Long Biyun let out a breath. Yi Chen's thunder test was ridiculously powerful. Compared to him, when she was going through the thunder test, it was just child's play. It was not even worth mentioning. She was afraid that from the ancient times until now, the number of people who had gone through 5 waves of thunder tests was not that high. I wonder how powerful he would be after reaching the Sea of Souls realm. Long Biyun was very curious. Gradually, the natural consciousness started to soften down, continuing to train Yi Chen's soul. Yi Chen's soul grew stronger again, shining with a silver light. His soul power was the Sea of Soul, making it look like a silver ocean. In the deep part of the ocean, there were a lot of blood-colored tunnels that led to different directions. Right then, the blood-colored tunnel seemed to have woken up and started to move quickly, absorbing the soul power and transferring it to the end of the blood-colored tunnel. Pap, something shocking happened. Yi Chen did not open his eyes, but the center of his eyebrows had cracked open. There was a silver light inside, shooting out a beam of silver light. It was hard for other people to see it, since it was the color of the soul. Only he himself could see it. Right then, that beam of light had pierced through the surreal space, spreading out for hundreds of thousands of miles, even millions of miles. Yeah, Snake Island, Star Regional Lake, Mountain Region. A series of mirage-like images appeared in his mind. They were very real, exactly the same as what he was seeing with his own eyes. However, the distance was way too far. Yi Chen was in the Windy Nation, but he could actually see the Snake Island, which was millions of miles away, as well as the Star Regional Lake, the mountains outside the lake, and beyond the mountains was the unfamiliar mountain region. All of a sudden, Yi Chen made a noise as a beam of black blood leaked out of the crack between his eyebrows. Then, the crack closed up quickly, and nothing could be seen anymore. Opening his eyes, a shocked expression flashed through his face. This is the legendary Eye of the Soul. The Eye of the Soul, just like the name suggested, was the Eye of the Soul. Only when one's soul was extra powerful would there be a small chance for it to form. Once it was formed, it would become a special talent with a very magical power. The Battle King had only heard about it by chance, and had never seen it with his own eyes. Obviously, Yi Chen did not have the power to use the Eye of the Soul yet, and it had been forcefully closed. If it were not for the fact that Yi Chen could still remember what he had seen before, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. Let me reach the Sea of Souls realm first. Reaching the Sea of Souls realm would require a lot of Yuan Qi. If he only relied on the natural Yuan Qi, he might not even be able to make it in half a month. Therefore, Yichen took out a box of top-rank soul stones. His Jinyuan vibrated, and the top-rank soul stones exploded together with the box. That powerful top-rank soul stone Yuan Qi poured into Yichen's body. Crack! Crack! As the top-rank soul stone Yuan Qi was refined into Jinyuan, the half-Jinyuan core inside Yichen's Dantian also started to melt faster, merging with the Jinyuan lake. Within a couple of breaths, the lake had changed. Not only did it expand a couple of times, but its depth had also increased by a couple of times. It was now like a small Jinyuan ocean. In the deep part of the Jinyuan ocean, the undercurrent whirlpool was getting stronger and stronger. A huge amount of Jinyuan was pouring into it every second. When it came out from the bottom, the Jinyuan would be twice as pure as before, turning into Sea of Souls realm Jinyuan. When the last bit of Jinyuan core was melted, Yichen's Jinyuan ocean was completely formed. A huge green lotus floated on top of it. There was a lotus seed in the middle of the lotus, and a bunch of solidified lotus heart sword chi was stored on top of it, looking like lotus seeds. In the surroundings, there were a lot of channels that connected to the Jinyuan ocean. Yichen knew that they were meridians, the channels for transferring Jinyuan. Finally, I have reached the Sea of Souls realm. Yichen let out a long breath. If one was immortal before the Sea of Souls realm, then after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, one could no longer be considered immortal anymore. Who had ever seen a mortal who could live to 300 years old? Most importantly, the Dantian of Sea of Souls realm warriors was the Jinyuan ocean. Their Jinyuan would be extremely rich, and their battle endurance would be dozens of times more powerful than astral-reaching realm warriors. Combined with the spirit body, they would be a tireless battle machine. Boom, a punch was thrown out, causing the space to ripple and a mountain far away to explode. Just the Jinyuan alone is already this powerful. Yichen nodded satisfactorily. Oh right. Let's see how much more powerful my soul has become. Between his eyebrows, Yichen tried his best to release his soul power. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles, 500 miles. 500 miles. Normal Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to go beyond 100 miles, and I am 5 times more than them. Yichen sucked in a breath of cold air. Right then, a beam of light shot over from afar. Yichen, congratulations! Once you have reached the Sea of Souls realm, you have transformed from a cocoon into a butterfly. Revealing her figure, Long Bai said with a smile. Yichen was not surprised by Long Bai's appearance. When he released his soul power, he had already sensed her existence. She also knew that she had been exposed. Leader Long. Yichen held his fists together. You have just reached the Sea of Souls realm, so you probably have some doubts about your own power. How about we exchange a few moves? Even as she said that, Long Bai had already attacked with 70 to 80% of her power. That sky-covering huge hand tore through the air, grabbing toward Yichen. Flicking out his longsword, Yichen welcomed the sky-covering huge hand. Swoosh, the sky-covering huge hand was split into two, and that powerful sword chi tore through the sky. The aftershock spread out, causing the cloud ocean to crack open like the mouth of a demon. Eh? Long Bai was a bit surprised. 70 to 80% of her power was already enough to beat normal spirit warriors. Plus, Yichen had just reached the early Sea of Souls realm, while she was at peak level late Sea of Souls realm. Be it the purity or quantity of her Jinyuan, she would be more powerful than Yichen. Not bad. Take another attack of mine. Taking a deep breath, Long Bai twisted her right hand in a circle, causing the water to vibrate. An even bigger mountain-like hand pressed towards Yichen. It was so huge that it covered the entire sky. The patterns on the palm could be clearly seen. It was Long Bai's low-rank profound sense martial art, Cloud Dragon Hand. Yichen did not back out, his longsword slashing down. Crack, the huge hand made of water element Jinyuan was cut off at the same time, exploding all of a sudden. This. Long Bai was shocked. That Cloud Dragon Hand she had used 90% of her power, but it still could not hurt Yichen. It was easy to tell that Yichen had not used all of his power either. Was he really just at the early Sea of Souls realm? His battling power was horrifying. With my current power, I should not be afraid of spirit warriors anymore. Yichen was not sure that he could win against all of them. Therefore, it would be more appropriate to say that he was not afraid. Once one's cultivation base reached the Sea of Souls realm, there would be too many factors that would affect one's battling power: cultivation base, martial spirit, profound sense martial skills, experience, and battle talent. Any one of them would be closely related to the battling power. Being powerful in one of them would not mean much, but being powerful in all of them would make one truly powerful. For example, a Sea of Souls realm master-level warrior would be powerful in all aspects. Their cultivation base would be at least late Sea of Souls realm, and their willpower would shine brightly. They would have mastered multiple low-rank profound sense martial skills and one mid-rank profound sense martial skill. They would have rich experience and battle talent. Only by reaching the standard in all aspects would one be considered a master-level warrior. If one or two aspects were not up to standard, they would still be spirit warriors. Therefore, some of the peak spirit warriors were very powerful, and Yichen did not have the confidence to win against them. In 5 aspects, my slaughter sword spirit is enough to look down on everyone. Even Sea of Souls realm master-level warriors would not be able to compete with me. In terms of experience, I am not that far behind, so there will not be a gap. Although my battle talent is not that much higher than others, it is at least one of my advantages. The remaining ones would be my weak cultivation base and profound sense martial skills. But, my soul is 5 times more powerful now, and my comprehensive ability has been greatly improved. The disadvantage in profound sense martial skills should not last for too long. As for cultivation base, there is nothing I can do about it. I can only train honestly and explore more when I have time, looking for some spirit herbs that can increase Xinyuan. After exchanging blows with Long Bai, Yichen had a general idea of his own power. Long Bai stopped attacking and sighed. From now on, you already have the right to explore the continent. As long as you do not run into Sea of Souls realm master-level warriors, you will be safe. As for life and death realm warriors, they rarely appear. Most of them are exploring unknown forbidden places and planets. Thank you for taking care of me before. Putting the longsword back into the scabbard, Yichen said gratefully. Long Bai waved her hand. Only with investment can there be profits. You are the one who has invested the least in Dragon God's Celestial Palace. Even I am surprised at your achievements. But, you still have a lot of potential. You have to keep working hard and keep improving. Don't be affected by external factors. Yichen knows. Now that you have reached the Seas of Souls realm, I do not have much to give you. This spirit pattern fruit was grown from a 10,000 years old spirit pattern tree. It blooms once every 100 years and bears fruit once every 100 years. It contains a huge amount of spirit pattern yuan qi. Once you stabilize your early Seas of Souls realm cultivation, I think you will be able to reach peak level early Seas of Souls realm. Long Bai took out a fist-sized orange-yellow fruit from her storage ring and threw it at Yichen. After receiving the spirit rune fruit, Yichen lowered his head and looked at it. There were mysterious patterns on the surface of the fruit, and a special yuan qi flowed along the patterns, causing the entire spirit rune fruit to be filled with spirit qi. It must be a superior grade spirit fruit. With a flip of his hand, the fruit disappeared. Yichen expressed his thanks and asked, Sect Leader Long, I wonder if Su Jing is doing well in the Dragon God Celestial Palace? Long Bai said with a smile that was yet not a smile, Don't worry, the little girl is doing very well in Dragon God Celestial Palace. When you see her again, you'll be shocked. Moreover, she's very popular in Dragon God Celestial Palace. If you don't work hard, you'll have troubles. Trouble? Yichen chuckled. What kind of trouble was he afraid of? The more trouble there was, the more it would force him to bring out his potential. Alright, I will go first. Yichen, remember, if you do not want to live an ordinary life, then you have to be powerful. In the future, you will realize that the more powerful you are, the more you will feel that you are not powerful enough. As for what to choose, I believe you already have the answer in your heart. The voice gradually faded away as Long Bai disappeared at the end of the mountain range. Looking at the place where Long Bai disappeared, Yichen mumbled to himself, Powerful? I have never thought about it, but being ordinary is also not my choice. My choice should be to climb one peak after another, until there is no road left to walk, no peak left to climb. After standing silently for a while, Yi Chen turned into a beam of light and flew away. The South Rudra mountain range once again returned to its peaceful state. Only the ruins left behind told people that something extraordinary had happened here. Returning to the Yi family, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were both waiting in Yi Chen's courtyard, while Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao were playing on the side. Big brother! Stopping playing, the two kids pounced at Yi Chen. Chenair, you've made a breakthrough? Yi Tianhao studied Yi Chen and realized that his son had become more and more mysterious. Because Yi Chen did not try to hide his Jin Yuan vibration, he could easily sense that the natural Yuan qi around him was surrounding Yi Chen, as if it was obeying him. Yi Chen nodded, I am already at the Sea of Souls realm. Good. There has never been a Sea of Souls realm warrior in our Yi family. I did not expect my son to break this record. As a father, I will die without regrets. Yi Tianhao laughed out loud. Besides excitement, he could not be more excited. In this world where only powerful people were respected, everyone knew the importance of power. He and Xin Yuqing were both still at the peak level late clasping Yuan realm, so it should not be a problem for them to reach the astral reaching realm. But it would be impossible for them to reach the Sea of Souls realm. On the other hand, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao were both very talented. In another 2 years, when they reached the optimal training age of 10, they would be able to start training their qi. Sky Thunder Cut. On the empty ground next to the lake, a row of training columns stood there. They were not made of normal iron, but were bought from the martial city. Each of them was as hard as a low-rank great weapon, and had been trained by the earth evulsion fire. Crack! 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 Yi Chen waved out a sword attack, and half of the training columns were cut in half. There were 5 to 6 of them. 60%. He has learned the Thunder Profound in such a short time. Yi Chen was very surprised. It had only been a week since he had reached the Sea of Souls realm, and he had already learned the Thunder Profound, increasing his Sky Thunder Cut to 60%. This kind of learning speed was almost 4 to 5 times faster than before. The things that were hard to understand before were suddenly understood. The soul is the foundation. Right now, Yi Chen was completely sure that the soul was the foundation of a human. If the soul was powerful, then the other aspects would be powerful as well. If the soul was not powerful enough, then one's achievement would be limited. What others could do in 10 days, one would need to spend dozens of days. I have not reached the bottleneck yet, so there is no need to rush out. I will rest for a few days in the Yi family and increase my power to the limit. After making up his mind, Yi Chen's state of mind became even more peaceful. The days passed by one after another, and Yi Chen's profound sense martial art matured day by day. Even the 9th movement of the Green Lotus Sword art, Amarantha Nature, had broken through to become a profound sense martial art. He had learned a bit of the Wood Profound, increasing it to 60%. Although the power of Amarantha Nature was not as powerful as the Gold Resonant Radiance Sword art, it was quite good at locking onto the target. With one sword attack, even the opponent with the same power as him would not have a chance to dodge, unless the opponent's movement art was way more powerful than his. Besides that, after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, the space mentality would no longer have to rely on the space power to train. Of course, observing the space power would be a lot faster, which was without a doubt. Chenair is so hardworking. Not far away, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing stood side by side. Xin Yuqing was talking to each other in a low voice. Yi Tianhao said, geniuses need to work hard as well. For Chenair to be able to reach where he is now, he must have gone through a lot of hardships and dangers. Those who have the reputation of being geniuses, but are too proud and arrogant, afraid of danger. They have already lost their brilliance. Xin Yuqing said with a complicated expression, we are not geniuses, so we do not know what kind of hardships geniuses have to go through. As his parents, we can only watch from the side and give him a warm home when he is tired. Children have their own fortune. Our Chenair will definitely be extraordinary in the future. So, we do not need to worry too much. If we worry about him, it will only bring him more pressure. Yeah. The two did not disturb Yi Chen's training and left quietly. 1 month had passed. Cut. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen waved out his sword. The gold light took up most of the space, and only 20% of the blue light was left. Crack. A row of training columns was cut down. It was not a normal cut, as the middle part of the training columns had disappeared completely. It had already been shattered into pieces by the power of the gold resonant radiance attack. 80%. My gold resonant radiance attack has reached 80%, and this is because I have controlled the attacking range on purpose. Otherwise, the Luo city in front of me would have been cut in half. A smile appeared on Yu Chen's face. In the past month, he had gained a lot. Sky Thunder Cut and Reverse Sky Thunder Cut were both at 70%. Amaranthan Nature was also at 60%. The one with the biggest improvement was the Gold Resonant Radiance attack, which had reached 80% right away. It was not that far away from completion. Of course, it did not mean that the Gold Resonant Radiance attack was easy to train. In fact, it was the hardest one to train out of the three. According to Yu Chen's estimation, it should be a top low-rank profound sword movement, which was extremely powerful in terms of attacking power. The reason why the Gold Resonant Radiance sword art was at the front was because it had been learned from someone else, and it was someone else's profound sword movement. The Sky Thunder Cut and Amaranthan Nature had to be created by oneself, which meant that it was like creating something out of nothing. Therefore, it was not that strange to be able to train it to 80%. The further I train the profound, the harder it gets. This should be my limit. Even in the extreme void, I would not be able to train it any faster. However, even though my profound sword movement has reached its limit, my body art has not reached its limit yet. My separating shadow flying art actually requires me to learn the shadow profound. Only by learning the shadow profound will I be able to train it to the profound flying art level, which is a bit hard. It is almost as hard as the space profound. People often described things as unpredictable and confusing. The wind profound was actually very easy to train, since it was one of the elements of Yuan Qi. However, the shadow profound was the real mystery. These days, he had been observing the shadows of the buildings, the birds, his own shadow, and the shadows of others. Because of the increase in his comprehensive ability, he had actually managed to learn the shadow mentality. It was just like how he had learned the space mentality when he was observing the space power. After learning the shadow mentality, Yu Chen's separating shadow flying art could only be described as mysterious and unpredictable. Within a flash, his shadow could be seen everywhere. Yi Tianhao, who had accidentally witnessed this scene, had his mouth wide open, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. The shadow mentality had been successfully learned, but Yu Chen knew that if he wanted to train it to the shadow profound, there would still be a long way to go. Of course, once he managed to learn the shadow profound, his separating shadow flying art would definitely be an extremely horrifying profound flying art. After all, the more powerful the profound, the more powerful the corresponding martial art would be. This was proven by the void-shattering finger. We have reached the Windy Nation. It is indeed quite a long journey. On top of a huge tree next to the Rocky Mountain, a man in a black robe looked into the distance. Under the tree, there were 7 or 8 corpses lying on the ground. All of them had their brains taken out. Next to them were a man and a wolf. The one who had eaten the brains was the wolf, a beast with red fur and eyes all over its forehead. Hey! Ink Wolf, every time I come out with you, it is always so bloody. Can you tell your dream-eating wolf to eat less? The man in the black robe standing on the tree said unhappily. The man in the black robe, who was stroking the beast's fur, said indifferently, no, the brain has the energy it needs, unless you can find some clam beasts. Where can I find clam beasts? Never mind, just put it away. Let's hurry. It has been 2 months since the tea gathering, that brat might leave already. Once we kill him, your dream-eating wolf's head will belong to you. This is the head of a genius after all. It would take some time for the news to spread. Although the two had left as soon as possible, it had already been 2 months. Hearing the words the head of a genius, the man in the black robe who was stroking the dream-eating wolf sneered and slowly straightened his body. Remnant soul, come in. He patted on the metal tag on his waist. Shoo! The dream-eating wolf turned into a beam of light and disappeared into it. This metal tag was the size of a palm, with an ancient character beast written on it. It was a beast tag that was even rarer than a storage ring. The beast tag contained a space inside, which could be used to raise beasts. Of course, it would only work if the owner left his own soul mark on the beast's soul. Shoo! Shoo! The two flashed once and disappeared, leaving behind the horrifying corpses. The poetic perspective of shadow is indeed mysterious. It contains the power of Yin, but it is not as pure as the poetic perspective of Yin. It also contains something else. Thinking of shadow, most people would think of the sun. Standing under the sun would produce a shadow. Therefore, the shadow was the opposite of the sun. Since the sun contained the poetic perspective of Yang, the opposite of the shadow was undoubtedly related to the poetic perspective of Yin. However, the truth was not absolute. The creation of shadows did not necessarily require strong sunlight. As long as it could emit light, it could create a shadow. For example, if a flame had light, it could create a shadow. If lightning had light, it could also create a shadow. It seems that if I want to raise the concept of shadow to the shadow profound, I will need to understand more of the mysteries of the world. The shadow profound is much more complicated than most profound. There were stone tables and chairs beside the lake. Yichen stopped cultivating and walked over. He sat on the stone chair and drank tea while looking at the lake. Ink Wolf, it's him. Several hundred miles away from Luo City, two black-robed men appeared. The slightly skinny black-robed man closed his eyes and sensed Yichen's presence through the airflow. The black-robed man called Ink Wolf smirked. There's no need to ambush him. Just kill him. My dream-eating wolf can't wait any longer. You. The skinny black-robed man shook his head as a cruel smile appeared on his face. Obviously, Ink Wolf had the same idea as him. To deal with a little guy who had not even reached the Sea of Souls realm yet, there was no need to ambush him. It was a strategy for dealing with people who were more powerful than them. The tallest buildings in Luo City used to be the towers. But now, the tallest building was Yichen's golden statue, which was hundreds of meters tall. Standing on top of it, one could see every corner of Luo City. The normally sacred golden statue had two uninvited guests. They were wearing black robes, and they were standing on top of the statue, looking toward where the Yi family was located. He is only a martial genius who has not grown up yet, and he already has his own golden statue. He would not even know how he died. Ink Wolf's feet shook once. The golden statue was full of cracks, seeming like it would shatter at any second. But, there seemed to be a subtle balance, and not a single piece fell. Without looking at the golden statue that was about to shatter, the skinny black-robed man pushed his eyesight to its limit, quickly finding Yichen who was dozens of miles away. In his sight, a young man in blue was enjoying the scenery and drinking tea, looking very relaxed. As for his cultivation. He had reached the Sea of Souls realm. How long had it been? How did he reach the Sea of Souls realm already? Damn it, the skinny black-robed man cursed with a low voice. Ghost Cry, what's wrong? Ink Wolf did not pay attention to Yichen, as long as there was Ghost Cry. Ghost Cry said with a creepy voice, he is already a Sea of Souls realm warrior? What? You are not mistaken, are you? Although I did not use my soul power to sense it, at such a close distance, the Zhenyuan vibration coming from his body was transmitted over through the Wind Yuan Qi. It could not be fake. Although Ghost Cry did not think much of Yichen, he did not want to alert him either, so he used his soul power to observe. Reaching the Sea of Souls realm within 2 months? Interesting. Unfortunately, he is still going to die. What a shame. Ink Wolf was a bit surprised, but he soon recovered. They were not normal spirit realm warriors. Even if Yichen had reached the Sea of Souls realm, he would only be a bit more powerful than normal spirit realm warriors. Plus, there were 2 of them, plus a rank 10 dream-eating wolf. Huh. Second Master is right. This guy has to be killed. A powerful killing intent spread out of Ghost Cry's body. Who are you? Come down now. Groups of patrolling soldiers appeared around the golden statue. The leader of the patrolling soldiers pointed at the 2 on the statue and yelled. Let's go. Ghost Cry did not care about the patrolling soldiers at all, shooting toward Yichen's direction. Hee hee. Ink Wolf followed closely. Before he left, he poured a wave of Zhenyuan into the golden statue. Boom, as soon as the 2 of them left, the golden statue exploded. Tens of thousands of golden fragments shot out, covering a radius of several miles. Puff, 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 puff. Within a radius of several miles, the buildings were pierced through, and blood flowed like rivers. Countless people died. Next to the lake of the Yi family, Yichen turned his head and squinted his eyes. Using his soul power all the time would consume a lot of energy. Therefore, normally, Yichen would not release his soul power. He would only scan the Luo city once in a while. When the two men in black were hundreds of miles away from the city, Yichen did not notice them. But when they got on top of the golden statue, Yichen noticed them. After all, he was very sensitive to gazes. He had seen the scene of the man in black stomping on the golden statue and killing countless people. Who are you? Yichen turned around, his sword chi rising up in the air. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being in the limelight. The tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. Ghost Cry's body art was very fast, just like the wind, but even more powerful than the wind. With a flash, he suddenly appeared and disappeared, throwing out a kick towards Yichen. Wind Profound. Yichen could tell that Ghost Cry was good at the Wind Profound. The Wind Profound was vague, and it was especially powerful in terms of speed and change. Reverse Sky Thunder Cut. Holding the long sword with his left hand, Yichen threw out a reverse sword attack. Reverse sword. Ghost Cry was shocked. Yichen's attack was perfect to counter his speed and attacking angle. Being in the air, he hurried to flash once, avoiding the sword chi. You are looking for death. Ink Wolf followed behind Ghost Cry. After Ghost Cry avoided the attack, the sword chi wrapped around his body like a waterfall. It was as fast as lightning. Without any preparation, he hurried to throw out a blade attack to block the sword chi. Pap. Pap, the sword chi and the blade chi clashed, and Ink Wolf's whole body was blown away. Since you were already here, then stay. Shoo, his body bounced out, Yichen appeared in midair. He switched the sword to his right hand, throwing out a sword attack towards Ghost Cry, who was the closest to him. Wind Phantom. Ghost Cry's body shook, and dozens of illusionary shadows appeared, attacking towards Yichen together. The space shook intensely as the two exchanged hundreds of attacks within a second. Although Ghost Cry had created a lot of illusionary shadows, in Yichen's eyes, they were not much of a threat at all. With one sword attack, he shattered all of them, leaving only his real body which was backing out quickly. It seems like I have underestimated you. Ghost Cry had wanted to kill Yichen with his speed, but he did not expect Yichen's sword art to be so fast and accurate, which made it hard for him to get close. Yichen said coldly, no matter what your purpose is, today is the day you die. Running away is useless. Haha. Run? Do you really think you are some big shot? How dare you look down on us? Wind Shadow Invisible Hand. Ghost Cry laughed out of anger. He threw out his right hand, and the air was filled with shadows. Some of them were clenched into fists, some were palm blades, some were finger stabbing, and some were tearing the air apart. It was like there were dozens of people attacking towards Yichen, and each of them was different. Fast Sword Hell. Yichen's hand that was holding the sword disappeared, and a large amount of sword light exploded out. It was also like there were dozens of people waving their swords. However, the difference was that all of them were faster than Ghost Cry's dozens, because they were all pushed by the Fast Profound. With his amazing comprehensive ability, Yichen had just learned the Fast Profound 3 days ago, and he did not expect that there would be people coming to test it out right away. So fast. Ghost Cry was shocked. He could only watch his attack being cancelled out and bounced back. Chenair, what happened? Right then, Yi Tianhao arrived with a large group of Yi family warriors. Die, all of you. On the other side, Ink Wolf waved his hand, and a black chi spread out in all directions, drowning Yi Tianhao and the rest within it. Swoosh, a beam of sword chi flashed past, and the black chi was cut in half, disappearing completely. Yichen yelled with a low voice, Father, you guys should leave this area as soon as possible. The further, the better. Tell the others to leave the Yi family immediately. Yi Tianhao understood the situation right away, so he made up his mind and ordered everyone to leave. Separating shadows. After yelling, Yi Chen's body flashed once, and countless shadows appeared, layer upon layer, separating the two from the rest of the Yi family. Brat, die. While Yichen was distracted, Ghost Cry and Ink Wolf both attacked towards Yichen. Gold Resonant Radiance attack. The golden blue sword light exploded, and Ghost Cry was blown away instantly. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth, and Ink Wolf was not feeling any better either. While he was dealing with Ghost Cry, Yichen pointed out his finger at Ink Wolf. That waist thick. Zhenyuan finger ignored the spatial distance and landed on Ink Wolf's protective Zhenyuan layer, blowing him away for miles as well. Let's take him together. Ghost Cry's expression turned serious. Yichen's battling power was out of his expectation. Fighting 1 against 2, he still had the upper hand. Fortunately, they were not working together before, and were just doing their own thing. Ghost Cry, stall him first. When he is not paying attention, I can let out the dream-eating wolf and let him enter the dream realm. As long as he enters the dream realm, he will lose control of his body and treat the dream as reality. Killing him will be as easy as flipping one's hand. Ink Wolf sent a Zhenyuan message to Ghost Cry. Ghost Cry nodded as a wicked smile appeared on his face. Wind Shadow Shapeless Hand. Battle Wolf Kill. The two regrouped, attacking toward Yichen together from the left and right. Yichen was not afraid at all as he waved his sword to welcome the incoming attack. A horrifying slaughter sword intent surrounded his body and eventually gathered on his long sword, which shone with a dark red light. The light was dreamy, carrying the purest killing intent in the world. The buildings of the Yi family started to shatter. Even though it was only a bit of that shocking sword intent, it had already darkened the sky completely, and the heavy clouds had reached the lowest point. Kill. As the battle reached its climax, Yichen waved out a sword attack. Gold-blue sword chi filled the sky, slicing through the dark clouds. Pooh, Ghost Cry and Ink Wolf both backed out, puking out a huge amount of blood. The two looked shocked. Who were they? They were the remaining elders of the 9 evil cult, with a cultivation at peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm and had learned a couple of low-rank profound sense martial arts. Their martial will was not bad either, having already reached the martial soul rank 3. Their experience and battling talent were not their weaknesses either. Otherwise, they would not have been able to become the elders of the 9 evil cult. With their power, they had joined hands to fight against Yichen, but they were still pushed back by the latter while puking out blood. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? If this brat is not killed, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Ghost Weep gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence filled with killing intent. Hold on. Dream-eating wolf is the key to our mission. Ink Wolf reminded Ghost Cry. I know. Let him be arrogant for a while longer. After blowing away the two with one sword attack, Yichen performed his sword steps and approached the slower Ink Wolf. Before the latter could react, he stabbed out an Amaranthan nature attack. The space pattern spread out along the sword body, and the blue sword light kept on shooting out. Not good, danger. Ink Wolf was fully aware of Yichen's offensive power. Even if he were to fight an attack head-on, he would still vomit blood and be forced to retreat. If he were to use his protective Zhenyuan to resist, he would definitely be courting death. Dang, blinding sparks flew. Ink Wolf took out a high-grade shield just in time to block Yichen's sure-kill sword. Quick sword hell. Using the counterforce, Yichen pulled away from Ink Wolf. Using the profound of fast, he fully performed the speed sword prison. The lightning-fast sword light almost covered the entire area where Ink Wolf and Yichen were standing. At the same time, countless streams of energy exploded, and a few blood flowers bloomed. Damn it! Ink Wolf held his saber in one hand and his shield in the other as he was sent flying again. Blood spurted out from his shoulder, left rib, and thigh. Those were wounds caused by the speed sword prison. Even with the long saber and shield, he couldn't completely dodge the sword light. Is there no way to wound it? Yichen frowned. Although the name of the speed sword prison sounded nice, it was actually just a sword attack that could be thrown out in a split second after comprehending the profound of fast. In terms of power, it was still not as powerful as the original sword attack. After all, the speed was too fast, and the power would be scattered. The speed sword prison was very simple, so Yichen didn't have to spend too much time on it. Otherwise, how could he create a sword movement in just 3 days? Naming it Speed Sword Prison was just his ambition for the fast sword. He believed that the weakness of this movement would slowly disappear, and he would be able to use it one day. Wind Kill. Behind him, Ghost Cry found the chance and pointed out a finger attack. This finger attack contained a powerful cutting power, as if it was a huge amount of wind blades. Chin, sparks flew everywhere. Yichen held the sword hilt with his backhand, blocking Ghost Cry's attack. He then used the chance to turn around and throw out a sword attack with his right hand. Gold Resonant Radiance Sword. The Gold Resonant Radiance Sword was Yichen's most powerful single-target sword attack. The intense vibrating power attacked out, and the sword chi shattered Ghost Cry's protective Xingyuan. However, Ghost Cry was not that easy to kill. At that critical moment, he activated his Xingyuan and let out a shrill sound wave. It was like a ghost's cry, low and deep. It went straight into one's soul, making it hard for one to get out of it. It lowered the warrior's battle consciousness to the lowest level, and made him fall into a deep state of fear. Being disturbed by the sound wave, Yichen's sword attack was slowed down by half a beat. Ghost Cry dodged it, and his own reaction was also slowed down by half a beat. Ink Wolf, do it now. Blood shot out of his shoulder, which was caused by the sword chi. Ghost Cry yelled at Ink Wolf. Remnant Soul, come out. Ink Wolf knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he put away his top-rank shield and patted the beast tag on his waist with his left hand. A huge wolf with red hair and eyes on its forehead rushed out. Create Dream World. Ink Wolf ordered. Awu, hearing him, the eyes on Dream-Eating Wolf's forehead shone with a dim light. The dim light expanded and turned into a dark light cover, covering all 3 of them. Since the Dream-Eating Wolf's target was Yichen, Ghost Cry and Ink Wolf were not affected by the dim light at all. What is this place? Yichen arrived at a desolate plain, surrounded by huge red wolves. Their eyes shone with a dim light as they stared at Yichen cruelly. Awu. Awu, the leading red wolf howled once, attacking at Yichen first. The other wolves followed right behind, rushing over like a flood. Kill. Yichen waved out his sword, killing a huge number of them. However, there were just too many of them. There was no end to them, and their numbers were uncountable. It was impossible to kill them all, and they were not afraid of death at all. No, this is not real. Yichen had the slaughter sword spirit, and his slaughter sword intent was more powerful than all of the master-level warriors. The reason why he was confused was because he had never encountered this kind of attack before. If it were someone else, they would not be able to think at all, and would only fall into a surreal world. They would numbly defend and kill until the surreal time was over. A moment inside was not even the blink of an eye outside. Let's kill him now. Ghost Cry was about to make his move. Ink Wolf hurried to say, no, he has just fallen in. If you make a move, he will wake up, and all our efforts will be wasted. Then how long do we have to wait? No hurry. Wait until he sinks deeper, and that will be the time to kill him. Ink Wolf was very confident about the Dream-Eating Wolf's ability to create dreams. The power of the Dream-Eating Wolf did not lie in its power as a rank 10 beast. In fact, although the Dream-Eating Wolf was a rank 10 beast, its power was similar to a rank 9 beast. However, the Dream-Eating Wolf had the ability to create dreams, which was even more powerful than the sea serpent's illusions. The latter could only make people hallucinate, making them think that what they were seeing was real, and their bodies could still move freely. However, the former could make people fall into a dream directly, making them think that they could move, but in fact, it was just a dream, and their bodies could not move at all. Hee, when the time comes, tell me. Ghost Cry reached out his right index finger, and the power of the wind kill started to gather. The white light ball seemed to be made of countless compressed wind blades. With one finger, most of the objects would be pierced through. Break! On that desolate grassland, Yichen closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he roared, and a horrifying sound wave spread out. In the outside world, a cold light flashed through Yichen's eyes. While Ghost Cry was still in a daze, the long sword in his hand changed from a wave into a stab, piercing through Ghost Cry's throat. Fresh blood spurted out, and Ink Wolf, who was not far away, was shocked. Destroying a dream, what level of willpower does that require? Ink Wolf was very clear that anyone below the master level would not be able to destroy a dream within a second and break out of it. Even for a master level warrior, if they encountered the dream-eating wolf for the first time, they would most likely die. The second master had sent him here because he knew that Yichen was raising an extremely rare rank 10 dream-eating wolf. With the dream-eating wolf's ability to create dreams, even if he encountered a master-level warrior, he might still be able to put up a fight, and might even be able to kill him. Could it be that his willpower has already surpassed the master level? Ink Wolf thought of a possibility, and his face turned extremely pale. He did not even care about the dream-eating wolf, whose soul had been injured, and ran away as fast as he could. Putting away his long sword, Yichen sneered and flicked his fingers. Swoosh, beams of lotus heart sword chi that were as thin as bullets shot out, forming a dense sword chi tornado. The sword chi tornado instantly covered Ink Wolf, attacking him indiscriminately. His soul power had sensed countless sword chi attacks, so Ink Wolf hurried to take out his top-rank shield to protect his back. However, there were just too many sword chi attacks, and the shield's defensive range was limited. Swoosh! His right arm was cut off from the shoulder, and then his right calf, left calf, neck, head. When the top-rank shield lost control, it fell down from the sky. Ink Wolf was instantly turned into a sieve, and eventually turned into a rain of blood. Stopping the sword chi attack, Yichen let out a breath. Those two people and one wolf were indeed horrifying. It was not that he did not want to perform the sword chi tornado right from the start, but he was not confident that he could kill the two of them with one attack. If he performed the sword chi tornado and scared the other one away, it would be a disaster. Therefore, he had been waiting for a chance to kill the two of them with one attack. However, he did not expect that there would be another horrifying red wolf. If he had guessed it right, that red wolf should be a dream-eating wolf that was about to go extinct, and it had the power to create dreams. It was similar to the Shin beast that he had met in the 9 curves and 18 curves. Amidst the blood rain, a light spot and a metal tag fell down. Yichen reached out his hand and sucked them into his hand. The light spot was a storage ring, and the metal tag was a beast tag with the word beast carved on it. If he remembered it right, only the beast-controlling martial school still had the method to make beast tags. A lot of martial institutions would need to buy beast tags from the beast-controlling martial school, and then capture some beasts that could be tamed. Without the tag, even if they could tame the beasts, they would not be able to bring them around, as it would be too eye-catching. There were also different ranks for beast tags. The low-rank ones could only be used to raise beasts below rank 3, the mid-rank ones could be used to raise beasts below rank 7, and the top-rank ones could be used to raise beasts below rank 10. This beast tag was at least a top-rank beast tag, and its value was immeasurable. It was not something that could be bought easily. Good stuff. But in terms of value, it is still not as valuable as the dream-eating wolf. The dream created by the rank 10 dream-eating wolf is way too horrifying. Even master-level warriors would be killed if they were not careful. I wonder how much effort they had put into raising this dream-eating wolf to this level. Looking at the dream-eating wolf, Yichen shook his head. This dream-eating wolf was almost half dead. The wound on its soul was not that easy to recover from, and its dream-creating power would be greatly reduced as well. But of course, he could not let it go to waste. He had to find a way to tame it, and one day, it might be able to help him. Early Sea of Soul Realm Cultivation, Rank 4 Sword Soul, Peak Rank 4, Profound Sense Martial Art, Great Alertness, Assassination Success Rate less than 30%, Personal Death Rate more than 50%. In a corner of Luo City, the color of the shadow suddenly became a bit lighter, as if something had disappeared. A clasping Yuan Realm warrior who was walking by had no idea. Putting away the storage ring and the beast tag, Yichen lowered his head and looked in the direction of the Yi family. He could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Half of the Yi family had been flattened, and the ground was full of holes. There were a lot of pitch-black cracks that had spread to the nearby streets. Fortunately, he had blown the two away in time and flown far into the sky. Otherwise, with the power of the aftermath, the whole Luo city would have been destroyed. The destructive power of a Sea of Soul Realm warrior was no joke. Shoo, Yichen flew toward the Yi family. Chenair, you're not hurt, right? Yi Tianhao and Shin Yuqing came to greet him. Yichen shook his head. How is the Yi family? Is anyone hurt? Fortunately, your initial battle was not that intense. Only a dozen people were heavily wounded, and 30 were lightly wounded. Nothing serious. Letting out a breath, Yichen said seriously, "Father, Mother, this Luo city is no longer suitable for our Yi family to stay. You're afraid that someone will slaughter the Yi family if they can't find you." Xianxia thought of the crux of the problem. Indeed. You've seen it for yourself. The destructive power of a Sea of Soul Realm warrior is very shocking. Not to mention the Yi family, even a Luo city can be destroyed easily. Therefore, it will be very dangerous for you to stay here. I don't want to see you suffer because of me. Yi Tianhao frowned, but our Yi family has been living in Luo city for generations. I don't think many people would be willing to move away. How about this? Luo city's Yi family is still here, but we have to build an even bigger one. You guys can live there. Yichen thought for a bit and said. Where to build it? Yi Tianhao and Xianxia looked at Yichen. Somewhere near the River Martial School. In the entire Windy Nation, only the South River Martial School was relatively safe, since everyone knew that it was a branch of the Dragon God's Celestial Palace. Wouldn't it be troublesome? Xianxia was referring to Long Bai. After all, Xianxia was an inner elder of the River Martial School. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Yichen had already displayed sufficient strength and potential, so this request wasn't excessive. In the future, he would pay back everything he owed Dragon God's Celestial Palace, and even double it. The only thing he could do at the moment was to make himself even stronger. All right. Yi Tianhao nodded. In fact, with the Yi clan's current situation, as long as sect leader Long agreed verbally, everything else would not be a problem. The Yi clan did not lack gold or spirit stones. They had enough to build 7 or 8 bigger Yi clans. Half a day later, Long Bai arrived. The news about the battle between Yi Chen and the 2 Sea of Souls realm warriors had just reached the River Martial School. Knowing that Yi Chen had eliminated the enemies, Long Bai didn't think much of it. She thought it was just 2 ordinary Sea of Souls realm warriors. Build the Yi clan near the River Martial School? No problem. I'll go back and have people pick a good place for you. After chatting for a while, Yichen expressed his idea, and Long Bai immediately agreed. Protecting the Yi clan and letting Yichen roam the outside world in peace was what they should do. Yichen's current performance was no longer that of a small genius, but a growing genius. When he reached his peak, it would be the time for the Dragon God's Celestial Palace to reap the harvest. Receiving Long Bai's approval, the Yi clan became busy. Not only the Yi clan, but the entire Luo city was busy as well. The central plaza was destroyed, the golden statue shattered, the casualties, and the compensation for the deaths. All of these required the Luo city lord mansion and the Yi clan to make arrangements. Since it was because of Yi Chen, the Yi clan would be directly responsible for the compensation. 3 days later, the construction of the new Yi clan began. The location was chosen to be 200 li east of the River Martial School. It was indeed a good place for feng shui. As for Yi Chen, he didn't participate in these matters and focused on cultivating. In another intact courtyard of the Yi clan in Luo City, it's been 2 months since I entered the Sea of Souls realm. My cultivation base has more or less stabilized. I'm about to eat the spirit pattern fruit to reach the peak of early Sea of Souls realm. Advancing from early Sea of Souls realm to the peak of early Sea of Souls realm actually didn't have much of an increase in battle power. It was just that the Jin Yuan would be more vigorous. However, having more vigorous Jin Yuan was also an advantage, as it would allow one to fight for a long time. Taking out the spirit pattern fruit, Yichen took a few bites and swallowed it. Gulp, the pieces of the spirit pattern fruit melted once in his mouth, turning into a rich spirit pattern Yuan Qi that poured into his meridians. As Yichen trained his martial art, the Yuan Qi slowly turned into new Jin Yuan. During the night, Yichen had successfully reached the peak of early Sea of Souls realm. His rich Jin Yuan was like a huge river, running around in his meridians and eventually flowing into the Jin Yuan ocean in his dantian. Hu! Letting out a breath, Yichen opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, lighting up the whole room. It is indeed a top-rank spirit fruit. The Yuan Qi it contains is thousands of times more than top-rank soul stones, and it is even easier to absorb. After reaching the Sea of Souls realm, Yi Chen's absorption of top-rank soul stones had slowed down a lot, since the Sea of Souls realm Jinyuan was a couple times purer than the astral-reaching realm Jinyuan. A woo, a wolf howl was heard from outside the room, shaking the windows and making a loud noise. Yi Chen chuckled as he pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Inside the yard, a huge wolf with red hair and a lot of eyes on its forehead was lying on the ground. It was howling with its head raised, bringing up waves of qi. Seeing Yi Chen come out, the dream-eating wolf shut up immediately. Not bad. You know that running is useless. Yi Chen did not use any chains to lock the dream-eating wolf, since he did not have chains that were hard enough to lock a rank 10 beast. Normal chains were like pieces of wood in front of it. The dream-eating wolf's spirit was still a bit low as it peeked at Yi Chen in fear. The fear that Yi Chen had brought to it was just too deep. Not only had he broken its dream, but he had also hurt its soul through the dream. Alright, I will break the soul mark on your soul now. Remember, do not resist. Otherwise, you will be the one in trouble. If he wanted the dream-eating wolf to recognize him as its master, the first step would be to get rid of the soul mark that the man in black had left in the dream-eating wolf's soul. Only then would he be able to brand his own soul mark. Woo, the dream-eating wolf howled a couple of times and nodded. Walking in front of the dream-eating wolf, Yi Chen pressed his palm on its forehead. A powerful soul power poured into its body. Soon, his pupils shone with a silver light, which was very different from the soul power he had released before. The dream-eating wolf's body was shaking. It was not because it was hurt, but because Yi Chen's soul power was way too powerful. It was 5 times more powerful than its previous master. Not to mention the fact that it did not want to fight back. Even if it did want to, it would have obediently followed Yi Chen's orders. If it did not want to die, then it could not go against the young man in front of it. In the deepest part of the dream-eating wolf's soul, Yi Chen found a strange soul mark. The soul mark was a very complicated thing. It was like a totem, but also a spell. And, the soul mark on the weapon was different from the one on the soul. The one on the weapon would need to be replenished every once in a while, while the one on the soul would not need to be replenished at all. It would be rooted in the dream-eating wolf's soul, absorbing the soul power of the dream-eating wolf. In other words, as long as the dream-eating wolf did not die, the soul mark would exist forever, unless someone came to get rid of it. If Yi Chen were only a normal Sea of Souls realm warrior, it would be very hard for him to get rid of the soul mark. But, his soul power was unbelievably powerful. Without harming the dream-eating wolf, he only needed to slightly circulate his soul power to get rid of the original soul mark. Soul mark. After getting rid of the strange soul mark, Yi Chen started the second step, which was to brand his own soul mark. With this soul mark, the dream-eating wolf would not dare to betray him anymore. As long as Yi Chen willed it, it would be in so much pain that it would want to die. The dream-eating wolf lied on the ground obediently, breathing heavily. Branding the soul mark would take a long time. It was not until midnight that Yi Chen stopped, the silver light in his eyes fading away. Alright, you can go out and hunt now. Don't hurt anyone, and don't run too far away. Yi Chen knew that the damage to the dream-eating wolf's soul would not be healed in a short period of time. If there were no soul-healing medicines, it would not be able to recover to its peak state in this lifetime. It might even leave some side effects. Therefore, letting it go out to hunt for food was a must. As for the dream-eating wolf's every move, it would not escape Yi Chen's senses. Deep inside its soul was his own soul mark, and only life and death realm warriors would be able to get rid of it. Hearing him, the dream-eating wolf rubbed against Yi Chen's clothes timidly, making a couple of low growls before turning around and disappearing into the night. A rank 10 demonic beast is indeed a rank 10 beast. Even if its power to create dreams is damaged, it is still way more powerful than a rank 9 beast. Easily sensing where the dream-eating wolf had gone, Yi Chen let out a breath. Next, he would need to get rid of the soul mark on the beast tag. Then, he would only need to keep the dream-eating wolf in the tag, and he would be able to take it everywhere without worrying about attracting attention. It was easy to get rid of the soul mark on the tag. After a quarter of an hour, the tag had completely changed owners, and had become Yi Chen's tag. It is indeed a top-ranked tag. The space inside is almost as big as the Yi families, and there is even natural yuan qi flowing in. Entering his beast tag with his soul power, Yichen saw the space inside the tag. It was a space that covered thousands of hectares. There were mountains and rivers, and the sky was dark and cloudy. Strands of natural yuan qi leaked in, nourishing the land and maintaining the balance of the space. The tag could not only keep one beast, especially the top-ranked tag with a huge space. As long as the beasts were not allowed to kill each other, it would be able to keep at least dozens of beasts inside. Of course, Yichen had calculated it based on the size of normal beasts. If it were a beast with a huge body, it would probably be too crowded with just one or two beasts. Second Master, this kid is tricky. I do not even have 30% confidence. Inside the dark underground building, the elder in black robes looked like he was thinking. Beside him, there was a lump of shadow, from which came a dry voice, one word at a time. The elder in black robes lifted up his head, his face blurry. Two cold stars shone in his eyes. You are my best assassin, and even you say that you do not have 30% confidence. It seems like he has already matured. People with great luck are hard to kill. It seems like the gods are on their side. But, if our 9-ghost cult wants to kill him, even the gods would not be able to help. What is the plan, Second Master? Wait for the black demon to come out. Black demon. The shadow moved a little bit, and it was obvious that it was emotional. Nightmare, you should not stay idle during this period of time. Bring your assassins and kill one of the candidates for the deputy leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Li Xiaoling. This kid is no less threatening than Yichen. Plus, he has the water spirit body. The elder in black robes had a cold look in his eyes. As long as it was a top martial genius related to the old Dragon King and Xianho, he would kill them all. It would not be wise to let an enemy with potential grow. If it were not for the fact that the Master Union was so busy, having to deal with all the information coming from all directions, and also having to watch out for the dark power, he would have done it himself already. Star Regional Lake, east of the core area, this place was calm and peaceful. The lake water was deep blue, and there were no islands around. Looking into the distance, one could only see the sparkling water. On the surface of the lake, a small boat was parked there, and an old man was fishing leisurely. The fishing rod was like jade, and the fishing line was shining with a crystal-like luster. However, that fishing hook was not a normal fishing hook, but a finger-long, slightly curved silver-sharp blade. The sharp blade was as thin as paper, and it seemed to be quite heavy. The fishing line was stretched taut, and even the wind could not move it. In the air near the boat, a middle-aged man wearing a scholar robe stood in the air, holding a book in one hand and the other behind his back. He seemed to be immersed in the world of books. Fisherman, you said that the Treasure River Island would appear in a couple of days. But we have been waiting for a whole week, and nothing has happened. Are you sure you are not mistaken? On the surface of the lake not far away, there was a huge flower boat with an antique design. A beautiful woman in red stood at the bow of the boat. She stopped looking at the lake and said to the old man who was fishing. The old man focused his attention on the fishing line and said lightly, "Before the Treasure River Island appears, there will definitely be a 5-colored light shining on the surface of the lake. I will not be wrong. Let's just wait patiently. I have no idea where this island came from. Every time it appears, it seems like it was born out of thin air. But before it appears, it would leave behind some kind of sign. It is really hard to tell." The lady in red looked helpless. The middle-aged man glanced at the red-clothed woman and smiled. The world is full of wonders. There are too many things that you and I do not understand. It is better to read more books. What is the point of reading? If you did not spend so much time reading, you would be a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior already. I'm just waiting for the right opportunity. Only the fisherman is free. Eh? The middle-aged man suddenly put away his book and stared at the lake in front of him with a sharp gaze. The lady in red and the fisherman had also noticed the anomaly. They did not even blink their eyes as they started to look more serious. Under the lake, a huge black shadow appeared out of nowhere. It was so huge that one could not even see the edge of it. They could only see the tip of the iceberg. Treasure River Island? Before the lady in red came, she had already checked the bottom of the lake and made sure that there was no trace of it. This black shadow was just too strange, as if it came from another world. Rumble, soon, the endless black shadow appeared on the surface of the lake. The 5-colored light spread out, dyeing the air, the lake water, and the clouds into a colorful color. It was like a dream, and it was not real at all. It is indeed the Treasure River Island. The middle-aged man gasped as his sight was filled with 5 different colors. Through it, he saw an island that looked like a small continent. The island was covered in a layer of 5-colored light, making it impossible to see what was inside. It was exactly the same as the Treasure River Island that was described in the ancient books. The lady in red sounded excited. There are countless spirit plants on this island, including some extinct ones. If you are lucky, you might be able to find 1 or 2 top-rank spirit plants. According to the rumors, someone had found the 9-twist reverse spirit plant, dragon blood plant, youth flower, and many other rare top-rank spirit plants. The fisherman chuckled. Spirit plants are just one of them. The Treasure River Island is a mysterious island where all the treasures are gathered. Alright, let's start to break the spell. This 5-colored light's defense and attacking power are not normal. Although we are all top spirit warriors, we cannot afford to be careless. The appearance of the Treasure River Island, no matter how troublesome it is, it would be worth it? The lady in red and the middle-aged man chuckled, feeling very happy. Right then, some people were attracted by the 5-colored light from afar. It was a group of Sea of Souls realm warriors who had been wandering around the core area of the Star Regional Lake. The Star Regional Lake was one of the few lakes in the whole True Spirit continent. It had a radius of millions of miles, and there were countless dangerous places, especially in the center of the core area. Even life and death realm warriors might not be able to make it back alive. Although the core area was relatively less dangerous, warriors below the Sea of Souls realm would not be able to go in and out as they wished, since the death rate would be extremely high. Therefore, most of the warriors who appeared in this area were Sea of Souls realm warriors. There were warriors from the South River region, the Misty Snow region, the Wavy Cloud region, and even the Mountain region. This group of Sea of Souls realm warriors had been traveling together for years, exploring all kinds of dangerous places in the Star Regional Lake. The 5-colored light from the island was too bright, and as long as they were within hundreds of miles, they would be able to sense it easily. Therefore, they rushed over immediately. This is the Treasure River Island. It is the Treasure River Island. Oh my God! Now that the Treasure River Island has appeared, our opportunity has come. One of the Sea of Souls realm warriors seemed to have thought of something, and his face lit up as he explained to his partner. What? It is the legendary Treasure River Island. The last time it appeared was 100 years ago, right? No one knew when the island would show up, so it was all up to luck. Therefore, no one knew when the island would show up, and how many years it would take to show up. After all, it was possible that when the island appeared, there would be no one around, and then it would disappear again. Huh. The lady in red sneered as she exchanged a look with the middle-aged man and the elder. Your fortuitous encounter ends here, said Yi Shiwen. The elder stood up and waved the fishing rod in his hand. The silver sharp blade that was attached to the fishing line shot out. The fishing line seemed to be bouncy, as it could reach dozens of miles with ease. Because of its crystal-like appearance, the fishing line was barely visible, which was hard to notice. Pooh, the silver sharp blade made an arc in the air, piercing through the throat of a Sea of Souls realm warrior. Then, with the bouncy effect of the fishing line, it shot backward, slicing through the other 2 Sea of Souls realm warriors. Blood splashed everywhere. The Sea of Souls realm warrior who had his throat pierced through clutched his neck and fell down from the sky in shock. He did not even see how the elder had attacked him. Meanwhile, the other 2 Sea of Souls realm warriors nearby were suddenly sliced in half. The cut surface was smooth like a mirror. Looking at the fishing line that had been pulled back, a blood-colored light shone on it as a drop of blood splashed out. The silver-sharp blade and the fishing line could both kill. Run! After a slight pause, the other Sea of Souls realm warriors started to run for their lives. The elder was way too powerful. He had killed 3 of their partners within a second. Plus, that silver-sharp blade and fishing line seemed to be extremely sharp, which meant that they might be top-rank weapons as well. Shoo, shoo. Shoo, after 3 of them had died, there were only 6 Sea of Souls realm warriors left, and they started to run toward the distance. 100 flowers. The lady in red had a cold expression on her face as she shook her hand and shot out a huge amount of bright light shards. They were crystal chips that looked like all kinds of flower petals. With a flash, they landed among the 6 warriors. All of a sudden, another 2 warriors had fallen down, and another 2 had been badly wounded. Their running speed had been reduced drastically. Flash sword. The middle-aged man's weapon was a sword, a thin and long sword. His long and slim hand held onto the sword handle as he waved out a sword attack. Pooh, a bright light shone, and the 2 badly wounded warriors were sliced into pieces. The remaining beam of light caught up with one warrior who was slower than them and cut off half of his body. The 3 of them had killed 8 Sea of Souls realm warriors with just one attack. It was as easy as eating and drinking. However, the last Sea of Souls realm warrior was extremely fast as he disappeared into the sky. The elder's eyes shone as he said slowly, "His flying art contains the profound of thunder. No wonder he is so fast. Let's not waste any more time. Let's break through the colorful light first and get into the island." The lady in red and the middle-aged man nodded. They did not look too good, and the carefree mood they had before had disappeared completely. Thousands of miles away, the Sea of Souls realm warrior who had just escaped was still scared, his face pale. So scary. I did not even have the power to fight back. The good thing is that I am at mid-Sea of Souls realm, and my flying art contains the profound of thunder. These 3 are so powerful. Once I get into the island, I will definitely die if I run into them. But, giving up on the island is not my style either. It is such a rare opportunity, so I will have to try. What should I do? What should I do to grab this opportunity? Oh right. Spread the news out. The man's eyes brightened as he said excitedly, "There are a lot of treasures on the island. It might not be a bad thing if more people go there. No matter how big the cake is, it would have to be big enough for one person to eat. Since I cannot eat it all, why don't I spread the news out? I don't believe that the 3 of them would be able to kill everyone else. Let's do this." After making up his mind, the man did not stop and flew toward the nearest mountain region. The news about the Treasure River Island had spread out very fast. Normally, it would be great if there were only a few people who knew about the secret. However, this time, it seemed like someone had been pushing it in the dark, so a lot of people knew about it. But of course, they were all close to the Star Regional Lake. If the distance was too far, the news would not be able to spread out. Since the person behind the scenes did not want everyone to know about it, those who knew about it all kept it a secret and headed toward the place where the island would appear. Inside the martial city of the Black Dragon Empire, Treasure River Island? Yichen had just arrived in the martial city of the Black Dragon Empire recently. He wanted to go through the city and trade for some pellets or medicines with some Sea of Souls realm warriors. These things were for his parents so that they could reach the astral reaching realm as soon as possible. After all, he already had the power and the identity of a Sea of Souls realm warrior, so why not do more for his parents? All of these things would be very easy for him. Just before, when he was about to talk with a Sea of Souls realm warrior in the martial city, someone sent a Zhenyuan message to them, telling them that the island had appeared somewhere in the Star Regional Lake. "Sorry, I will leave now." The Sea of Souls realm warrior who was talking with Yichen had heard the news and left in a hurry. Yichen did not mind, since there were a lot of treasures on the island. Perhaps he would be able to find some medicines that could help his parents increase their cultivation. If it were before, I would have to think about it. But now that I am not that weak anymore, it is a must for me to enter the island. His eyes flashed as Yichen left the room. The huge island had a circumference of nearly 1,000 miles. Because the multicolored light was too dazzling, the air could be seen from hundreds of miles away. Around the island, people kept coming over. Looking from afar, they looked like tiny black dots. It was already half a month after Yichen found the Treasure River Island. The island was not ridiculously huge, at least Yichen had seen a lot of islands that were bigger than this one. But, none of the islands were covered in a layer of endless colorful light. It was exactly because of the existence of the colorful light that made the Treasure River Island look so majestic and magnificent, and it could shock one's soul. Boom, not far away, a Sea of Soul Realm expert launched an attack, wanting to break through the restriction. However, the multicolored light was exceptionally tough, bouncing him back. Not only that, the multicolored light separated into numerous multicolored ribbons that chased after him. The colorful light bands were extremely fast as they intertwined with each other. Soon, that warrior was covered in sweat and blood. He backed out a couple of miles with an ugly expression on his face. Meanwhile, similar scenes kept happening around the island. Less than 30% of the warriors were able to break in. Taking out his emerald green longsword, Yichen took a deep breath and threw out a sword attack toward the colorful light. A chi explosion sound was heard as an extremely thin gap was torn open in the colorful light. The edge of the gap was intertwined with colorful silk threads. Like a piece of cotton cloth being torn apart, the threads were still connected. Chi. Chi. The colorful threads weaved back together and shot out even more colorful threads, turning into a light belt that attacked toward Yichen. Yichen's body flashed, avoiding the incoming light bands. What a strange power. It is actually made up of countless energy strings. My sky thunder cut with all of my power could only make a small crack. It is not enough for my whole body to get in. Swoosh, cutting apart the light band in front of him, Yichen suddenly increased his speed, traveling through a couple of light bands. His longsword carried a golden blue light as it landed on the colorful light. A long crack appeared on the surface of the colorful light. The colorful strings kept being destroyed and regenerated, maintaining the balance for a while. Shoo, Yichen turned into a beam of light and shot in. Huh? He can actually barge in? The Sea of Souls realm warrior, who was in a sorry state before, noticed what was happening, and a shocked expression flashed through his face. As soon as he entered the multicolored light above the island, Yichen's body sank, as if there was an invisible force pulling him down, or as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on his back. His Jingyuan and blood qi stagnated, and his breathing became stagnant. Yichen steadied himself when he was 10 meters away from the island's surface. Looking back, where the multicolored glow originally was, the sea of clouds was surging, and the fog was hazy. In the sea of clouds, there was an unhealed crack. Obviously, this crack was left when Yichen passed through the sea of clouds. Following the crack, Yichen saw the scene outside through the much softer multicolored glow. The scene was distorted and blurred, as if it had been refracted many times. Withdrawing his gaze, Yichen began to size up his current location. In his eyes, mountains were rising and falling one after another. Some of them were tall and green, while others were short and strange. On top of the mountains, there were waterfalls and fountains, looking very beautiful. From time to time, there would be beautiful spirit light and treasure light shooting out, as if there was some kind of treasure there, shining with its own radiance. Because he could not fly in the sky, Yichen could only see the mountains in a small area. His soul power was also greatly reduced in this place, and his detection range was not more than 5 miles. Without much hesitation, Yichen flew toward the area where the spirit light had shot out, trying his best to hide his aura along the way. After half the time it would take to make tea, Yichen found the source of the spirit light. In the crevice of the mountain rocks, there was a spirit flower with waxy white leaves and green flowers. This spirit flower was the size of a palm, and the tiny blood vessels on its stem were clearly visible, just like the meridians of a human body. Because there was too much spirit energy, this spirit flower was constantly releasing a condensed spirit light. Tendon refining flower. Yichen recognized the origin of this spirit flower. It was the tendon refining flower that he had obtained in the foggy area. The tendon refining flower was a mid-rank spirit flower, and one could be sold for 5,000 mid-rank soul stones. If it could be made into a tendon refining pellet with other precious materials, it could even be sold for 30,000 mid-rank soul stones. The meridians of the human body were very important, but they were also relatively fragile. If the meridians were not smooth, then the battling power would not be able to be used to its peak. If the meridians were broken, it would be a catastrophic injury for a warrior, and it would be very hard to recover. However, a tendon refining pellet could not only heal the broken meridians in a short period of time, but it could also strengthen the meridians, making them extremely tough. Although this tendon refining flower is a mid-rank spirit flower, it has probably reached the 10,000-year level. Even if it is not as powerful as the extreme rank spirit flower, it is not far from it. Yichen moved his mind and waved his hand. The tendon refining flower flew out of the soil and landed on his hand. He then put it into his storage ring. Inside the storage ring, there were many flower pots of different sizes, and the soil was very rich. In the corner, there were many jade bottles, which contained the spirit liquid that could help the plants grow. He had bought these spirit liquids from some special places. As for the nutrition liquid that Wang Heng had given him before, he had already used it up. Planting the tendon refining flower in the pot and filling it with soil, Yichen withdrew his mind power and flew toward the next area where the spirit light exploded. So many spirit plants. Almost every mountain has spirit light shooting out. This is something unimaginable in the outside world. The two Sea of Souls realm warriors looked at each other, their faces full of joy. What are you waiting for? Let's go and pick them. Suppressing their excitement, the two pushed their Jinyuan and flew at a low altitude. Ah! A wail was heard from another area. Right next to a blood-red spirit plant, there was a human and a beast. It was a Sea of Souls realm warrior with a pale face. One of his arms had been bitten off by something, and it was not blood that poured out from the wound. Instead, it was dirty pus, which was extremely disgusting. As time went on, his shoulder started to corrode, and more pus started to pour out. In front of him was a 10-meter-long blood-red poisonous snake. Its upper body was huge, and its tongue was sticking out of its mouth. A creepy light shone in its eyes. Damn it! Why is there a rank 9 blood dragon snake right next to the dragon blood plant? The warrior's face was full of despair. The blood dragon snake was an ancient beast, and its poison was extremely powerful. Without a special antidote, the victim would die for sure. Unless they reached the life and death realm and trained the undying body, they would be able to ignore the poison. Die. Knowing that he was going to die for sure, the warrior pushed his Jinyuan and tried to fight back. Boom, the blood dragon snake's body did not move, but it waved its tail. Without even a shadow, this Sea of Souls realm warrior's chest caved in and he was blown away. Blood dragon snake. Hundreds of meters away, Yichen stood on top of a hill. The hill was filled with lush greenery, covering him completely. Only his eyes could be seen. The blood dragon snake's name was well known to Yichen. Among all the poisonous creatures in the world, the blood dragon snake could be ranked in the top 10. It was said that no one under the life and death realm would be able to handle its poison. And, when the blood dragon snake reached adulthood, it would have the power of a rank 9 demonic beast, which was no weaker than the water ape race. Judging only based on rank 9 might not be that high, but it was an ancient beast with an extremely powerful battling power. Normal water apes would not be able to compete with it. My power is only at the same level as the blood dragon snake. If I want to get the dragon blood plant, I will need to think of a plan. Although Yichen had reached the Sea of Souls realm and had the power of a top spirit warrior, compared to Sun Xiaojin, he might not be as powerful as him. Judging from this, the blood dragon snake's power would definitely not be weaker than his, not to mention that it had the top 10 poison, which would definitely be a powerful ace. After thinking for a while, Yichen still could not come up with a good plan. Once a demonic beast reached rank 9, its intelligence would be no different from a normal human being's. So, it would be hard for him to trick it with his cheap tricks. I guess I will have to use my separating shadow flying art to get it. After making up his mind, Yichen walked out of the grass and pushed his Jinyuan to its limit, jumping out into the air. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, the blood dragon snake noticed Yichen right away. Its scales opened up, and its body expanded. A purple-green beast chi spread out from its body. Pooh, a poison arrow shot out like lightning. All the plants in its path started to wither, unable to handle the poison chi. Separate. His body was like a shadow as Yichen's real body shot out from the shadow and appeared behind the blood dragon snake, right near the dragon blood plant. The blood-flood dragon snake's reaction was extremely fast. The scales on its back trembled and fell off. With a tremble in the air, they shot out with crackling sounds. Indeed hard to deal with. Yichen did not dare to underestimate the attacking power of the scales. Only his upper body was wearing the top-ranked defensive treasure, the gold armor. His limbs and head were not protected at all. Once his protective Jinyuan was broken, he would definitely be badly wounded. After all, he had only trained his immortal body to the first level, which was flesh recovery. It was not really immortal. Turning shadow. His body turned thin, turning into a shadow as Yichen shot out toward the dragon blood plant. Above him, the sound of the scales breaking through the air could be heard. Yichen's separating shadow flying art was too amazing. Even if the blood dragon snake had thousands of attacks, it would not be able to stop him in time. It could only move its body and chase after him. Seeing that the dragon blood plant was about to be in his hands, a crystal-like light appeared in the air out of nowhere. It was faintly discernible, looking extremely creepy. Yichen sensed it and twisted his body, trying to avoid it. Swoosh, all of a sudden, a hair-thin crack appeared on the ground. At the end of the crack was the location of the dragon blood plant. With a flash of silver light, it stabbed into the soil underneath the plant, digging out the plant along with the soil. The speed was so fast that it was almost beyond Yichen's sight. This dragon blood plant, this old man will gladly accept it. The voice came from afar. What made Yichen's expression change was that before the old man left, he had thrown out a chi wall to block his way. If he backed off, it would be the furious blood dragon snake. Old man, you are too unkind. You stole my things, and now you want to kill me. Yichen's soul power could cover 5 times more than Sea of Souls realm warriors, reaching 5 miles. Therefore, the appearance of the old man was clearly seen by him. As for the old man, he knew nothing about him, since Yichen's soul power was 1 level higher than his after all. Ji, behind him was the ferocious blood dragon snake, and in front of him was the thick chi wall. If he went left or right, he would be blocked by the blood dragon snake. Yichen had nowhere to go. I can't fight with the blood dragon snake. Ancient beasts have the strongest defense. Without 1 to 4 hours, it would be hard to kill it. If both of us get injured, it would only benefit that old guy. Thinking quickly, Yichen withdrew his protective Xianyuan. Layers of sword light floated around his body. Shoo! The sword light carried his body and shot toward the chi wall. Pung! The mud behind him splashed out. The blood dragon snake's tail was as red as jade and as hard as diamond, leaving a deep hole in the ground. Swoosh! The sword light was condensed with the supreme slaughter sword will. The moment it touched the wall of chi, it only paused for a moment before it broke through the wall of chi and smoothly passed through. Through the chi wall, Yichen locked onto the figure of the elder in the distance and chased after him at an extreme speed. Behind him, although the blood dragon snake's speed was not slow, it could not compete with Yichen's sword light flying art. Within 2 to 3 breaths' time, it had been thrown a couple of miles away, its creepy eyes filled with anger. Old guy, hand over the dragon blood plant, and I will pretend this never happened. Soon, Yichen was only 1 mile behind the elder. The scenery on both sides was moving backward rapidly like a bubble. The elder was wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. Without even turning his head, he chuckled and said, "Little brother, you can instantly break through the chi wall and escape from the blood dragon snake's pursuit. Your strength is not bad, but it is still not enough in front of this old man. If you know what's good for you, you should leave immediately before I get angry." "Oh? Seems like you have made up your mind not to return it." Yichen's tone was calm, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Treasures belong to the fated. The dragon blood plant should belong to me. Then die. After chasing for 300 meters, Yichen pointed out his left index finger in the air. A waist-thick cyan Jinyuan finger shot out, creating a water-like pattern in the air. Eh? This is space mentality? The elder looked back and his pupils shrank. Without enough time to dodge, he swung his left hand backward. Dang, the old man's hand shone with a golden light, and a golden shield appeared. The Jinyuan finger smashed on the golden shield, making a teeth-aching metal explosion sound. Sparks flew everywhere like fireworks. Staggering back a few steps, the old man stood on top of a boulder and looked at Yichen. "Since you really want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." There were a lot of treasures on the island, and the elder did not want to get involved with Yichen. However, that was under the condition that Yichen would not bother him. "It's not up to you to decide who lives and who dies." Stopping his steps, Yichen's eyes shone with a murderous vibe, and his expression turned a little more serious. His void-shattering finger art had already reached 40% completion, and its power was only slightly weaker than his gold resonant radiance art, which had reached 80% completion. It was expected that his opponent would not die, but it was surprising that he had only taken a couple of steps back. This old man's fishing rod has killed countless people. Today, I will add another life to my tally. The old man shook the fishing rod in his hand and looked at Yichen expressionlessly. It was as if he was looking at a fish that had delivered itself to him. I am afraid that the result will disappoint you. Yichen did not take the initiative to attack. The elder was very powerful, and his fishing rod was even more mysterious and unpredictable. Before figuring out what was going on, attacking recklessly would only bring him more opportunities. A wave of strong wind blew across, and the air was filled with the unique color of the island. The old man made his move. The fishing rod in his hand shook once, and a silver light disappeared into the surreal space, shooting towards Yichen's neck without a sound. The fishing line was stretched perfectly straight, merging with the color in the air. It was hard to tell where the line was with naked eyes. Yichen indeed did not expect his opponent to attack this fast. He leaned his body back and flicked his left finger. The sword chi and the silver light clashed together. Ding! The silver light was bounced away. It was a sharp silver blade, and there seemed to be a transparent fishing line tied to it. Occasionally, it would shine with a crystal light. The old man sneered. The skinny hand that was holding the fishing rod sank down, and his Xianxia flowed rapidly along the fishing line. All of a sudden, the tip of the silver blade shone with a cold light. It shook once in the air, attacking towards Yichen again. Ding, ding. Ding, the silver blade was like a maggot on a bone, never leaving Yichen's body. His protective Xianxia was like a thin piece of paper in front of the silver blade. Shadow. His body turned into a shadow. Yichen suddenly lowered his body and shot out while sticking close to the ground. Earthquake sand. A skinny palm pressed on the ground, and a muddy yellow halo spread out. Along with a rumbling sound, the hard ground shook for hundreds of times before turning into pure sand. The sand wave shot up into the sky. Yichen had to wake up from his shadow state and back out in the air. This guy is powerful. It was the first time that Yichen had met a warrior who was at the same level as him. His opponent had a lot of battle experience, and was very cunning. Every time he attacked, it would be at the perfect time and angle. While not showing any flaws, he kept pressing forward. Withdraw. The old man shook his head slightly and pulled back his fishing rod. In front of him, the silver blade circled around with Yichen as the center, and the transparent fishing line wrapped around Yichen. As long as the circle shrank, even if Yichen's defense was twice as strong, he would still be cut in half. Shadow splitting. At that critical moment, Yichen left behind a shadow while his real body shot up into the sky, reaching a height of 10 meters. Old man, it's my turn. Once in the air, Yichen flicked both of his hands. The instant the space rippled, the lotus heart sword chi shot out towards the old man like a torrential rain. Danger! The old man took a deep breath and threw out a palm attack on the ground. Rumble, a sand wall with a yellow halo appeared, blocking in front of the sword chi. There were so many sword chi that the sand wall could only block for a blink of an eye. After that, it was punctured into a sieve and landed on the old man's protective Xianxia. Earth-walking art. The old man was hit by a couple of sword chi attacks. In his shock, his feet sank into the sand, disappearing without a trace. In midair, Yichen sneered. The lotus heart sword chi's attacking range expanded like a summer storm, turning the area where the old man had disappeared into thousands of holes. Earth-shattering palm. A figure covered in blood rushed out from the sand under Yichen's feet, throwing out a palm attack. The palm power was extremely powerful, and it seemed to be able to shatter anything that touched it. Gold resonant radiance sword. Yichen was already prepared for the old man to jump out of the sand and attack him. His body slid back a step and he held his long sword in his right hand before throwing it down. Boom, the golden-green sword beam and the earthy yellow palm energy collided. One contained a vibrating force, while the other contained a crushing and explosive force. The resulting energy exploded, forming a golden, green, and yellow light ball that swallowed both of them and expanded rapidly. Pooh, the old man puked out a mouthful of blood and fell down into the sand. Yi Chen's body bent and shot up into the sky, enduring the extreme pressure. Take another sword attack of mine. Yi Chen was the first one to recover from his paralysis. He followed the pressure and threw out another sword attack. The bright sword light was like a solar storm. Before the sword chi even arrived, a sword hole had already appeared on the surface of the sand. Countless grains of sand had been shattered into tiny particles by the vibrating sword pressure. This brat is tricky. The old man had to dig deeper. He was only a few hundred meters deep when the huge power started to spread out on the sand layer by layer. Sensing that the old man was still alive, Yi Chen threw out one sword attack after another, showing the power of the gold resonant radiance sword without a doubt. Damn. Right then, the old man's expression finally changed as he took out a small tower from his storage ring. It was only 1 foot tall, but the aura it gave off was as heavy as a mountain. No, it was 10 times heavier than a mountain. As he poured his Jing Yuan into it, the small tower shone brightly and expanded. It broke through the surface of the sand, revealing its tip and body. What is this thing? Yi Chen hurried to increase the distance between him and the old man. Boom, waves of sand rose up as the whole tower appeared in the air. On the first floor of the tower, the old man was covered in blood, stuffing pellets into his mouth. It has the aura of an extreme rank weapon. It is a semi-extreme rank weapon. Yi Chen realized that the tower was a grade item, and an extremely rare defensive grade item at that. Defensive grade items were not limited to grade armors, and could be in other shapes. The ones that could change their sizes were only extreme rank grade items and replicas of extreme rank grade items. Yi Chen wondered where this old man had found a semi-extreme rank weapon. Although they were only replicas of extreme rank weapons, they still had 30 to 40% of the power of the real thing. Some of the top semi-extreme rank weapons might even have 50 to 60% of the power. Even life and death realm warriors would not be able to ignore it. Little brother, I am willing to return the dragon blood plant to you. How about we call it even? The old man poured his Jing Yuan into the tower while talking to Yi Chen through the tower. Yi Chen's eyebrows flicked. You are willing to return the dragon blood plant? With the appearance of the semi-extreme rank weapon, Yi Chen thought that it would be a long battle, since it would be impossible for him to break the tower open. So, the old man would definitely be able to recover for a while before coming out. Indeed, I am willing to return it. The old man was very straightforward as he took out the blood-colored dragon blood plant and shot it out of the tower. Letting the plant fall onto the ground, Yi Chen cautiously approached it. After confirming that nothing was wrong, he sucked it into his hand. It is indeed the dragon blood plant. What is this old man thinking? Yi Chen's eyes flickered. The old man was a bit worried, but he still said with a calm face, you can see that my tower's defense is very powerful. You will not be able to break in, and I will not be able to attack you either. So, the best solution is to stop the battle. No need to say more. I am not interested. Yi Chen did not expect the old man to tell him the truth. If the tower had not appeared, he would have spent some time to kill the old man. But now that the situation had changed, he had to consider the consequences of attacking forcefully. Who knew what other tricks the old man had up his sleeves? If he really had to fight to the death, it would not be something he wanted to see. So, getting his dragon blood plant and injuring the old man was already the best outcome. Shoo, his body flashed once as Yi Chen turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Letting out a breath, the old man looked at the direction where Yi Chen had left with a dark look in his eyes. Yuan Splitting Tower is an extreme rank item, but it is the worst among all the replicas. Each time I use it, it will be damaged a little. After using it this time, I wonder how long it will last. The reason why the old man wanted to return the dragon blood plant was not because of anything else, but because he cherished the Yuan Splitting Tower. Even if the tower was damaged, it was still a life-saving treasure. Unless it was a life or death situation, he would not use it. So, naturally, he would not waste time with Yi Chen. Putting away the Yuan Splitting Tower, the old man left the place quickly, disappearing into the horizon. A couple of miles away, the image of the elder leaving appeared in Yi Chen's mind. He could see the subtle changes in the elder's expression and eyes. Dragon blood grass, a spirit plant that contains the blood of a dragon. The blood of a dragon is just like a spirit crystal stone, having a huge effect on the improvement of the spirit body. This dragon blood grass is almost 3,000 years old, which is at least equivalent to 30 normal spirit crystals. Most importantly, the blood of a dragon contains the power of a dragon. Even if there is only a trace of it, it is still very precious to a body training expert. Yichen was very clear about the value of the dragon blood grass. Using it as a spirit crystal stone would be a bit overkill. The power of a dragon contained in the blood of a dragon was the most essential part of it. When the old man chose to give up on the dragon blood grass, he must have had a moment of hesitation and heartache. However, this had nothing to do with Yichen. It was fine as long as he got the dragon blood grass. Shoo, his body flashed as Yichen turned into a shadow and shot out. In the next half a day, every time Yichen passed by a mountain, he would obtain a few valuable spirit plants. These spirit plants were at least 2,000 to 3,000 years old, while the older ones were at least 10,000 years old. Of course, once the spirit plants reached 10,000 years old, they basically could not continue to grow anymore. In fact, many of the same spirit plants could not even live for a few hundred years. Those that could live for a few thousand years were the best of the same kind. Therefore, they could withstand the passage of time. After passing through dozens of mountains, Yichen came to a flat area surrounded by mountains. The spirit chi in this area was very dense, and there was a drizzle in the air. This drizzle was not normal rain, but spirit rain condensed from spirit chi. Opening his hand and grabbing a handful of spirit rain, Yichen could clearly feel that the spirit rain had turned into spirit chi and merged into his body, being refined into pure Xinyuan. What a terrifying spirit chi! Training here would not be slower than training with top-rank spirit stones. Moreover, after a long time, the body would be nourished by the spirit chi, and it would be able to improve the spirit body even faster. Yichen sighed inwardly, feeling quite emotional. The flat area occupied a very wide area. After flying for 4 to 5 miles, Yichen finally arrived at the center of the area. Here, he finally understood why the spiritual energy in this area was so thick that it was drizzling. It turned out that this was a medicinal garden surrounded by a vine fence. The vine fence was very high, around 50 meters high. Yichen didn't think that he could fly over, but of course, he didn't need to. In front of him was an entrance propped up by 2 giant trees. Through the entrance, he could see the colorful and brilliant colors of the medicinal garden. So many spirit herbs. I've struck it rich this time. Once I get out and exchange them for upper spirit stones, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. What's the point of exchanging them for upper grade spirit stones? Exchanging them for pills to increase one's strength with a rank 5 sect is the way to go. That's true. Hurry up, there are more and more people. Yichen was not the first to discover the herb garden. There were already many people inside, all busy picking herbs and enjoying themselves. Eh? Star spirit fruit? Meridian cutting plant? No one wants to pick them? Yichen noticed some of the spirit plants on the edge. There were a lot of different kinds of spirit plants, and a few of them caught Yichen's attention. They were the star spirit fruit, which could help peak level late clasping Yuan realm warriors to reach the astral reaching realm, and the meridian cutting plant, which could increase the training potential of warriors below the Sea of Souls realm, but it was not that surprising, since all of the people here were Sea of Souls realm warriors. Who would want to pick the top and mid-rank spirit plants? Everyone would be fighting for the ones that would be useful to them. Come here. Yichen waved his hand, using his Xinyuan to loosen up the soil. He was about to pull out a couple of mid-rank spirit plants through the air. But, what surprised him was that the soil in the garden had been nourished by the spirit chi, making it extremely hard. As the soil cracked open, the broken parts turned into crystal particles, making a cracking sound. No wonder these people are stepping on them one by one. If I were to try to take them through the air, it would only cause a huge amount of waste. Yichen shook his head and forced a smile as he also bent down to pick them. Mid-rank iron wire plant. Mid-rank detoxification plant. Top-rank yuan fruit. Top-rank purple heartwood. Top-rank heaven immortal tea. There were just too many spirit plants in the garden. If he were to pick them one by one, it would take him at least 10 days to half a month. But, Yichen was not in a hurry. Once the Treasure River Island appeared, it would stay for 3 months. After that, it would disappear again. For him, time was more than enough. Who? Right then, a vibrating sound was heard from the center of the garden. It sounded like a bee, but was hundreds of times louder than a bee. There was also the sound of metal vibrating mixed in. The buzzing sound was getting louder and louder, eventually covering the whole area. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked toward the direction of the sound. Gold, a bright gold color, countless bright gold objects attacked toward everyone at a speed as fast as golden lightning. Ah! A couple of Sea of Souls realm warriors who were the closest to it widened their eyes and fell onto the ground. Their bodies were full of holes, and the color was light gold. Through some of the wounds, one could see a couple of pinky finger-sized golden thorns. It was indeed these thorns that had pierced through their protective Xianxia and bodies. It is the golden needle bee. Run! Someone let out a shrill scream as he tried his best to fly back. The others woke up from the shock and turned around to run as fast as they could. Yichen squeezed his eyes as he saw the so-called golden needle bee. It was the size of a palm, and its whole body looked like it was made of gold. The vibrating sound came from their wings, which vibrated at an extremely high frequency. Even with Yichen's soul power, he could barely tell what it was. There were a lot of them. With a rough estimation, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. They turned into a wave of golden light, attacking toward Yichen. Run! Yichen did not have any other thoughts in his mind. The only thing he could do was to run as fast as he could. If he were too slow, he might lose his life in the garden and become the fertilizer for the spirit plants. Soon, Yichen arrived at the closest vine fence. He took out his emerald longsword and threw out a sword attack. Crack, the vine fence was unbelievably tough. Yichen's sword attack only managed to cut through a couple of arm-thick vines, which were as smooth as a mirror. Looking at the thickness of the fence, Yichen could not help but feel helpless. Compared to the whole fence, the few vines that had been cut off were only like a strand of hair on a human's body, which meant nothing at all. The screams were getting louder and louder. A lot of them stopped abruptly on the way, but soon, more screams were heard without stopping for even a second. In the ancient era, the golden needle bee was 10 times more famous than the blood dragon snake. This kind of beasts might not be that powerful individually, but when they moved together, it would be a nightmare for the enemies. Their stingers contained a deadly poison that could easily pierce through the protective Xianxia. Their bodies were as hard as steel, and warriors with a higher cultivation might not be able to cut through their bodies. Moreover, their constantly flapping wings could leave a bone-deep wound on one's body. Damn it! Yichen gave up on cutting through the fence and flew towards the entrance a couple of miles away. Right now, he was starting to hate the size of the herb garden and the density of the spirit chi. The garden was huge, and it would take a while to fly to the entrance. The density of the spirit chi would create a huge obstacle, which would increase as one's speed increased, making it impossible for Yichen to break through the speed of sound. When Yichen was less than 100 meters away from the entrance, a group of golden needle bees had their eyes on Yichen. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, like a golden bomber, the golden needle bees separated into 3 groups. One of them shot out with a speed that was too fast for people to react. Piss off. Yichen threw out a sword attack, and a golden cyan sword light shot out. Pooh, Chin, what made Yichen gasp was that besides one golden needle bee that was cut in half by the longsword, the rest of them were only blown away by the sword light. They flew back dizzily, with faint sword marks on their bodies. These guys are way too tough. Yichen understood that if he wanted to kill the golden needle bees, he would have to use close-range attacks. Sword chi and sword light would not be able to kill them at all. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. Shoo, golden thorns shot out one after another, making Yichen's scalp go numb. He shook his wrist and performed the speed sword hell, and the sword light shot out. The attacking power of the speed sword hell was not high, but blocking the golden thorns was not that hard. While fighting and retreating, Yichen finally reached the entrance. Without thinking, he rushed out with all his power. Once outside, the spirit chi was much thinner, and Yichen's speed started to increase again. But, what made him feel helpless was that the golden needle bee's speed was also increasing at the same time, which actually shortened the distance between them. Biting on his teeth, Yichen let go of his protective Xianyuan layer and performed his sword light flying spell, turning into a beam of sword light to escape. The golden needle bees were persistent, as if they would not stop until they caught up to Yichen. A wave of sword light, and a wave of golden light, the two began a chase. After passing over a couple of mountains, Yichen arrived at a vast lake. He could not help but have an idea. After all, the golden needle bees needed to flap their wings to increase their speed. Under the water, flapping their wings would cause an unimaginable amount of resistance. On the other hand, warriors relied on Xianyuan to move forward, so the resistance would not be as much as the golden needle bees. Splash, Yichen shot into the water. As expected, the golden needle bees that were chasing him stopped. A couple of them that could not stop in time followed Yichen into the water, but soon came out again. After circling around the lake for a couple of times, the golden needle bees gave up on chasing Yichen and went back to where they came from. Finally got rid of them. Under the water, Yichen let out a breath. Staying under the water for a while, Yichen saw that there was no more movement, so he got out of the water and chose a direction to fly. He could not go to the herb garden anymore. The outer part of the island was filled with spirit plants, and there were mountains everywhere. Going further in, there were fewer spirit plants, at least they did not grow in clusters. Shoo, Yichen arrived in front of a magnificent palace. Entering the palace, Yichen focused his eyes. In the hall of the palace, there were 3 human figures. One of them was the elder in the straw cape who had fought with him before. Right then, the elder also looked over with a faint smile on his face. "Little brother, how have you been?" Yichen smiled lightly. What a coincidence. Indeed. The lady in red next to the elder laughed. "You are not the one who had embarrassed the fisherman, are you?" She had heard about it from the elder before, and she was quite surprised at that time. After all, according to the elder's description, Yichen was only in his 20s, and he already had the power to injure the fisherman. No matter how he did it, it was enough to shock people. "I am not that talented." Yichen had his back facing the door, so he could leave at any time. The lady gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive. Among the young people who could make a fisherman suffer a loss, you are the third one. But, in terms of age, you are the first. Little brother, you haven't used that dragon blood plant yet, right?" The elder could not forget about the dragon blood plant. He was sure that Yichen had not used it yet. There were countless treasures in the Treasure River Island, and the latter would not waste his time on refining the plant. Yichen raised his eyebrows. "So what if I did?" "So what if I didn't? How about this? You and I will make a deal. A 9-turn reverse spirit grass and a flood dragon grass for your dragon blood grass. The 9-turn reverse spirit grass can increase the lifespan of martial artists below life and death realm by 9 years. Moreover, it can strengthen the soul. I believe I don't need to explain what kind of benefits a powerful soul brings to martial artists. As for the flood dragon grass, its effect is almost the same as your dragon blood grass. 9-turn reverse spirit plant and flood dragon plant." Yichen was a bit surprised by the elder's gains. He knew the value of the 9-turn reverse spirit plant. Back when he was trapped in the bewildering fog forbidden zone, he had gotten 2 of them. He had used one and kept the other, which was indeed beneficial to the soul. "No," Yichen said firmly. If he did not have the 9-turn reverse spirit plant, he might have considered it. Plus, the flood dragon plant was much weaker than the dragon blood plant. The two were not even on the same level. The dragon blood plant was a top-rank spirit plant, while the flood dragon plant was only a mid-rank spirit plant. The elder's face twitched a little. To be honest, he was already reluctant to trade the 9-turn reverse spirit plant. If it were not for Yichen's power, he might not have been able to keep him here. Therefore, the elder would definitely not trade with him. He would just kill him and take his treasure. But, what he did not expect was that Yichen was not interested at all. It was as if the 9-turn reverse spirit plant was no different from a weed in his eyes. Is there really no room for negotiation? The elder did not give up. Yichen's expression did not change at all. "Humph, little brother, it's better to leave some leeway for others." While talking, the elder sent a message to the lady and the middle-aged man. "You too, if there is a chance, I will need your help. I cannot take down this brat by myself." As for the reward, I will do as you said before. All right. The middle-aged man and the lady in red did not try to bargain. They were only able to come to the island because of the information given to them by the other party. Since they were the first batch to come here, they would be able to get a lot more than the rest. Yichen saw that the three of them had a brief exchange of glances and sneered in his heart. As long as he did not make a mistake, no one below the master level would be able to stop him. Yichen took some time to look around the palace. The palace was very grand. Its length, width, and height were all measured in li. Around the palace, there were 36 golden stone pillars. Between every 2 golden stone pillars, there was a stone door. On top of the stone door, there was a number of ancient characters written from left to right, such as number 1, number 2, and so on. This seems to be the weapon forging palace for forging great weapons. Yichen caught a faintly discernible aura of a great weapon in the void. This aura did not come from a single great weapon, but was a unique aura formed by many different great weapons mixed together. Obviously, the three of them had also sensed that this palace was not normal. Their eyes flashed as they made a decision. Yichen's matter would be put aside for now. The great weapons were more important. If they could get a couple of top-rank great weapons, it would not be less than the dragon blood plant. Plus, such a huge weapon forging palace would not only have top-rank great weapons. There might be semi-extreme rank and extreme rank ones as well. Let's go. The elder flew towards the nearest stone door while the middle-aged man and the lady in red chose the 2 stone doors next to each other, leaving Yichen alone in front of the palace. How can I return empty-handed after entering the treasure mountain? It just so happens that I am still missing a top-rank greatsword. Although Yichen's 3 swords in 1 scabbard would also be a top-rank greatsword, it would not be that easy to use. However, as the Sky Thunder Cut and the Reverse Sky Thunder Cut were being perfected, 2 top-rank greatswords would be necessary. Shoo, Yichen chose the 7th stone door that was the closest to him. There was a switch on the wall next to the stone door. Once it was switched on, the heavy stone door started to rise up. It was the gate. The gate was opened halfway, and a rich treasure chi spread out. Eh? No great weapons? Behind the stone door was an empty crafting room. After scanning with his soul power, he could not find a single great weapon. However, there was a substantial treasure chi leaking out from the walls of the crafting room. Yichen had heard that if the treasure chi was rich, it would be very helpful for the maintenance of the great weapons. For example, a mid-rank great weapon could be stored for hundreds of years. Under the nourishment of the treasure chi, it might be able to last for 1,000 years or even longer. Go. With a suction force coming out of his palm, Yichen swept through all the treasure chi in the crafting room and stored them all in a low-rank storage ring. If he found any great weapons in the future, he would put them all in that storage ring. What? Nothing. Arriving at the crafting room next door, Yichen also did not find any great weapons. He could only see the treasure chi with his naked eyes. Perhaps they had all been taken away before? Yichen could not rule out this possibility. The history of the island was way too long. Perhaps all the great weapons had been taken away by someone already. As for the spirit plants and medicines, they could grow again, so there would be a lot of them. Putting away the treasure chi, Yichen walked towards the next crafting room. Not even a single great weapon? The elder in the woven raincoat and the other 2 had also encountered the same problem. They looked a bit disappointed. What they had done was the same as Yichen, which was to absorb all the treasure chi in the crafting room into their storage rings. Since the treasure chi in the crafting room seemed to be endless anyway. Once it was all absorbed, the inside of the walls would come out again. Unknowingly, the 4 of them walked towards the metal door in the front of the palace from both sides. The metal door in the middle was the biggest, so it must be something special. Plus, there was no switch on the wall next to the door. Judging from the shine of the metal door, it was not hard to imagine that the possibility of breaking the door open with brute force would be very low, since the crafting room was not made of tofu after all. The 4 of them stood dozens of meters away from each other, glancing at the metal door from time to time. Shoo, outside the palace, a sky-shattering sound was suddenly heard. A red figure flew towards the palace at an extreme speed. It was as fast as lightning, even faster than everyone present. Its chi was extremely powerful. Not good. The four of them all changed their expressions as they looked towards the direction of the palace door. Haha. This should be the crafting room, right? My iron palm master is quite lucky. Before the person arrived, the voice had already arrived, rumbling like thunder in the sky. Iron palm master. Could it be a Sea of Souls realm master level warrior? The lady in red was extremely nervous, her palms sticky. Shoo, the red figure arrived at the palace. He was in his 50s and 8 feet tall. He was wearing a big red robe with a pair of fire qilin embroidered on his chest. His muscular body was like a huge mountain. Just by standing there, his aura was already spreading out, pressuring the four to the point where they could barely breathe. More importantly, the four could not see through his cultivation. Let's go. The elder in the woven rush raincoat made a decision immediately, wanting to leave. No matter how good the things inside the metal door were, they would still need to be alive to take them. Fighting against a master-level warrior would not be a good thing. The middle-aged man and the lady in red nodded, following behind the elder. Yichen forced a laugh secretly. It would be impossible for them to leave. Did they not notice the trace of mockery in the other's eyes? Where do you think you are going? Indeed, the man in red did not plan to let the four of them leave the palace alive. He lifted up his palm and attacked the three of them. Boom, the aggressive flame palm power was extremely aggressive. Yichen had never seen such a horrifying palm power before. It contained the profound of fire, which was extremely horrifying. The three of them were very powerful. There was almost no one below the master level who could kill them. But, facing a real master level warrior, the difference was obvious. Their protective Xianxia was shattered, and the three of them were blown away together. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths like little snakes. Why are you blocking our way? The elder in the woven rush raincoat said with a low voice. The man in red laughed. All the stone doors here have been opened, so the great items must be in your hands. Hand them over, and I will consider letting you guys go. The lady in red said hurriedly, we did not get any great items at all. They are all empty. They must have been taken away by someone else. Huh. You think I will believe you? The man in red sneered. The middle-aged man in the scholar robe lifted up his palm and said, I swear to the heavens that we did not get any great items. You should believe me now, right? I swear to the heavens as well. The lady in red and the elder in the woven rush raincoat did not want to die. Sea of Souls realm warriors had a lifespan of 300 years. They still had a lot of time to waste. If they died now, it would not be worth it at all. Oh? Why are you not swearing? The man looked at Yichen. Yichen said, is swearing useful? Ha 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 ha. The man in red laughed out loud. After a while, he said, you three idiots are not even as good as a young man. If swearing was useful, then there would not be so many people dying in this world. Now, I will give you a choice. Hand over all the great items, and I will check them myself. If you do not, then I will kill you. Right then, the four of them had a bad look on their faces. They indeed did not get any great items, but there were quite a lot of good things in their storage rings. But, they were sure that once they handed over their storage rings, they would not be able to keep them anymore. Plus, they did not believe that the man in red would let them go. If they handed over their storage rings, then they would most likely die. We indeed do not have any great items. Asking us to hand over our storage rings, isn't that a bit too much? The middle-aged man in the scholar robe secretly activated his Xianxia. At the same time, he passed a message to Yichen, little brother, we are facing a huge disaster right now. If we want to survive, then we have to work together. Working together is not a long-term plan. You know how powerful master-level warriors are. Yichen knew very well that he could compete with anyone below the master level. If he could not beat them, then he would be able to escape. But, if he were to face a master-level warrior, then he would not even have 10% chance of winning, and the chance of escaping would not be more than 10% either. After all, they were blocking the door, so where could he run to? Too much. In the eyes of a powerful warrior, there is no such thing as too much. Boom. Boom, the man in red threw out 4 palm attacks in a row, attacking the four of them separately. This palm art was just a normal low-rank profound sense palm art. But, in the hands of the man, it was way more powerful than the low-rank profound sense martial arts performed by normal people. His fire profound was way too powerful, even more powerful than the normal profound sense of low-rank profound sense martial arts. In terms of fire power, it was at least 120%. Therefore, he had thrown out 4 palm attacks at once, each one of them fatal. Facing this fire palm power, everyone, including Yi Chen, felt like they were being roasted by fire. Even their Jin Yuan was being burned. Master-level warriors. So powerful. Yi Chen gasped as he threw out his gold-resonant radiance attack, clashing with the fire palm power. All of a sudden, the palace was filled with chi power. The 4 human figures crashed into the wall at the same time, puking out a huge mouthful of blood. Am I really going to die here? The red-robed woman's face was filled with unwillingness. The elder was quite old after all, so he was calmer than the lady in red. He said with a low voice, "Run. Run separately. If one of us survives, then we will all die." A master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior is not something that a couple of people can handle. Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded. He thought that if the 4 of them worked together, there would be some hope. But now, he realized that there was no hope at all. It was not his fault for making the wrong judgment. It could only be said that without battling with a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, one would not know how powerful they were. Run. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. Thinking about it, he was a bit scared. He could not believe that he had gone against the Een Demon Master in the underground world. Back then, the latter had been restricted by the rules of the underground world, so he had never used his real power. Once he reached the Holy Land, the rules had disappeared. But, under the protection of the Undying Altar, he still could not feel how powerful a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior was. Compared to the man in red, Yi Chen finally knew how powerful the Een Demon Master was. He was at least at the same level as the man in red, maybe even more powerful. It seemed like he could tell that the 4 were going to run separately, so a playful expression flashed through the man's face as he laughed. Run? Where do you think you are going? Fire cage. As he spoke, the red-robed man formed a seal with both of his hands, and an endless amount of fire yuan qi gathered from all directions. The fire yuan qi outside the door was the largest, and it surged in violently. Then, a huge flame cage filled the hall. Although it didn't trap the 4 people inside, it blocked the way out. Damn it! The middle-aged man's eyes turned red as he slashed at the flame cage. Bang! Shallow sword marks appeared on the pillars of the flame cage. Soon, the sword marks healed, and there was no damage at all. The man in red shook his head. You will not be able to escape. This fire cage contains the profound of fire. Unless you are close to me in terms of profound, you will never be able to break out of it. I will give you one last chance. Hand over your storage rings. Once you hand over your storage rings, I will consider letting you go. Otherwise, you will be dead for sure, and no one will be able to save you. What should we do? The 4 of them glanced at each other, their eyes filled with questions. Why don't we hand it over to him? At least we'll have a chance to live. The middle-aged man was actually not very afraid of death, but when he thought of his wife at home and the child he had just given birth to, his desire to live was very strong. He could not die. If he died, what would happen to his wife and child? Hand it over. The straw-caped elder shook his head, his face filled with bitterness. If we hand over our storage rings, will you let us go? The middle-aged man was still worried, his eyes filled with begging. The man in red did not nod or shake his head as he said proudly, I will not promise anything. I can only say that it depends on my mood. Alright, don't test my patience, I am not that patient. Bastard. The middle-aged man cursed in his mind as he took out the storage ring from his left hand. He hesitated for a second, then threw it through the gap of the cage to the man in red. Here you go. The elder threw out his own storage ring as well. You guys go this way, hurry up. The man in red opened a door on the cage, letting the 2 walk in. Then, he opened another door on the other side. After walking out of these 2 doors, they would be able to reach the entrance of the palace. Once they left the palace, they would be able to survive. Why don't you hand it over? Yichen looked at the lady in red confusedly. She looked like she was struggling, as if there was something she could not let go of. The lady in red turned her head. What about you? Yichen said, I can only say that the result will be the same whether I hand it over or not. But, I am not sure, so I will not stop them. His soul power was very powerful, and he could vaguely feel that the man in red was playing with them. Of course, it was just his instinct, and there was no proof. Therefore, he did not say it out loud. Whether he was playing with them or not, it all depended on whether the two who handed over the storage rings could leave this place alive. The middle-aged man and the elder walked step by step towards the first door of the cage. Before entering, the two hesitated for a second but eventually walked in. Clang, the two doors were suddenly closed, and they did not even have the time to react. What is the meaning of this? The middle-aged man was shocked, thinking of the worst possible result. The man in red looked at the two in the cage and could not stop laughing. Haha, this is so fun. Controlling other people's lives in your own hands, this feeling is so amazing. Can you understand it? Yeah, you don't understand. You are just poor things. Damn. Let us out. The middle-aged man and the elder attacked the cage as if they did not care about their lives, trying to open a gap. Alright, it is over. You have had a hard journey before. Now, you can go back to a quiet place, where there is no killing. The man in red put his hands together. As he closed his palms, flame spikes appeared on the inner walls of the flame cage. The flame spikes shot out and pierced through the middle-aged man. The raging flames engulfed him, and in a short while, he was burned to ashes. Not even his bones were left. What shocked the red-robed man was that the old man did not die. At the critical moment, the old man took out the Tower of Essence and expanded it rapidly. He himself entered the first floor of the Tower of Essence. Originally, he wanted to save the middle-aged man, but the speed of the flame spikes was too fast. He had already lost an arm, so there was no time to save the old man. Eh? A semi-extreme rank item? No, it is a low-quality item. Haha, with such a low-quality item, you want to block out my attack? In your dreams. The man in red saw that there was a slight crack on the Yuan Tower, so he laughed out loud. Then, more fire thorns shot out, drowning the whole tower. Within a couple of blinks of an eye, the Yuan Tower exploded, and the elder inside followed the middle-aged man's footsteps. Damn it! The red-clothed woman's body trembled. She had worked with the middle-aged man and the old man for many years. Although the three of them had often schemed against each other, they had never thought of harming each other. They had already developed feelings for each other. Now that she saw the old man and the middle-aged man die, the red-clothed woman's heart ached. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Yichen tightened his fists. Putting away the two storage rings beside his feet, the man studied Yichen and the lady with interest. I have to say, you two are indeed brave. You are lucky that you guessed it right. I indeed did not think about letting you go. But, it does not matter if you die earlier or later. You will still have to die. Seeming to have lost interest, the man in red waved his left hand in the air. The shape of the fire cage changed as countless sharp thorns appeared. They were spiral-shaped, bringing up sparks everywhere. They contained an extremely horrifying fire profound. As long as they were hit, the two's protective Jin Yuan would not be able to handle it at all. Shoo! 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 Dozens of fire thorns shot towards the two at lightning-fast speed. In that critical moment, the lady took out a shield and placed it in front of her head and chest. However, her abdomen and thighs had been hit by two thorns respectively. The flame was still burning her body, and she was in a critical situation. Yichen did not have a top-ranked defensive shield, so he could only perform his sword chi tornado and focus it on the upper half of his body, preventing the thorns from reaching his head and arms. As for the rest of his body, he had the gold armor, which might be able to block out the thorns. All of a sudden, Yichen's legs were hit by 3 to 4 thorns, but his upper body was perfectly fine. Boom! Right at that moment, the metal door behind the two suddenly opened. It was a deep sound that seemed to have been sealed for a long time. But in the ears of the two, it was definitely a life-saving cry. Go in. Yichen grabbed the lady who was badly wounded and jumped into the metal door. How dare you run? The man in red focused his eyes and soon found out the reason why the metal door was opened. It turned out that the flame thorns had shot through a hidden compartment in the wall. The hidden compartment was the mechanism, which meant that he had helped the two to open the metal door. How could he not be angry? Damn it. Kill. The rest of the fire cages all turned into sharp flaming needles, shooting towards the metal door and Yichen and the lady who had just entered the door like a storm. Where is the switch? Yichen was very anxious. Once he was inside, he immediately left the lady and looked for the switch to close the metal door. Got it. Pooh, he found the switch, but one of the fire thorns that had shot through the metal door hit his chest. Even with the protection of the gold armor, he was still hit by the power of the thorns, which made him puke out 3 liters of blood. His body was sent flying backwards. Hit it. In midair, Yichen flicked out a sword chi and shot it at the switch. Boom, the metal door rose halfway and then lowered down again, blocking the other fire thorns outside. We are saved. Landing heavily on the ground, Yichen did not have any energy left. He could only smile bitterly. Outside the metal door, the man in red was so angry that his eyes were burning. 2 people who were just his playthings had survived. It was beyond his expectation. Break! The man in red threw out a palm attack onto the metal door, and the flame power poured out. However, no one knew what the metal door was made of. No matter how hard he tried to attack, he could not break it open. Instead, he had shaken both of his arms until they were numb, and his chi and blood were boiling. Yichen could only hear a little bit of what was going on outside, since the soundproofing was very good. He took a deep breath and said to the lady, "Are you dead yet?" "I am fine." The place where the lady had been hit was almost burnt, and her voice was very weak. But of course, for Sea of Souls realm warriors, this kind of wound was not fatal. As long as you are still alive. As he spoke, Yichen swallowed a top-rank Yuan Qi replenishing pellet. Although the Undying Body's first-level flesh recovery had given him the ability to repair his body, it did not come without a price, which was a huge loss of Yuan Qi. This Yuan Qi was not natural Yuan Qi, but the Yuan Qi that was already inside his body. It was one of the most primal energies that had something to do with life force. Too much Yuan Qi damage would not be good for his future training, and he would lose his lifespan. The good thing was that Yuan Qi could be repaired, but it would take a long time. The lady in red didn't have an immortal body, so if she wanted to heal her body, normal pills would take a long time. She might not even be able to recover in 10 days or half a month. However, she was a Taoist master after all, so she had a lot of treasures. With a flip of her left hand, a milky white tree branch appeared. This tree branch looked as if it was made of white jade, smooth, without any flaws. 3 inches away from the branch, a thin layer of light was on the verge of collapsing. It looked like a candle flame, but also like water vapor, gentle and full of vitality. She moved the white jade branch closer to the burned area. All of a sudden, the scar there fell off, revealing a bloody wound. The flesh inside the wound started to move, trying to heal. As the wound got smaller and smaller, the soft light from the white jade branch started to dim down. Eh? The branch of the undying tree. Yichen saw this, and a surprised look flashed through his eyes. The undying tree is an extreme rank spirit tree, and even a branch would be a semi-extreme rank item. Where would I get it? This is a branch from the long life tree. The lady explained. It was the long life tree. Yichen nodded. The relationship between the undying tree and the long life tree was like a father and son. The undying tree was born naturally, and could move freely. The long life tree, on the other hand, was a huge tree that grew from the seed of the undying tree. It had some of the characteristics of the undying tree, but it was still not as powerful as the undying tree. It was only a semi-extreme rank spirit tree. Of course, it was already very impressive to have a long life tree. If a normal person stayed next to it for a long time, they would be able to live up to 200 years without a problem. If it were a warrior, not only would they be immune to all kinds of poisons, they would also be immune to heart demons. Withdrawing his gaze, Yichen closed his eyes and sat in meditation, working hard to refine the medicinal pellets and replenish his lost yuan qi. Outside the metal door, the man in red had a gloomy expression on his face. This metal door and the surrounding walls contain restrictive powers. There is no way to break through it. The only hidden compartment has been destroyed. Right now, the metal door can only be opened from the inside. Damn it. The red-clothed man was extremely regretful. If he had killed them right from the start, then Yichen and the red-clothed woman would not have been able to escape. Once he killed them, he would have spent some time to open the metal door and take the treasures inside. Now, not only had he not killed them, but he had also locked himself outside. Huh. Every time the Treasure River Island appears, it will only exist for 3 months. After 3 months, it will disappear into the deepest part of the Star Region Lake, and it will be hard to find. I will wait here until the day the Treasure River Island disappears. Let's see if you guys will come out or not. The red-robed man let out a long sigh. He flicked his sleeves, sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall, and started to cultivate. There is a palace here. There must be treasures inside. Let's go in. There are countless treasures on this island. I did not expect that we would be lucky enough to come here and get so many priceless spirit plants and medicines. Everyone has their own opportunities. This time, it is our opportunity. Outside the palace, a group of Sea of Souls realm warriors rushed over. When they saw the red-robed man sitting in the middle of the palace, their expressions all changed. The man opened his eyes, which were filled with killing intent. Since you are already here, then you will all die. Not good. Run. The aura exuded from the red-robed man was extremely tyrannical, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Before the crowd could even get close, they all felt like they were being roasted by the fire. They panicked and ran out of the hall, scattering in all directions. Do you think you can run? Dong, as soon as the red-robed man's voice fell, a huge flaming cage descended from the sky, trapping the group of people within it. There was no way out, no way out, no way out. Let's fight him. Everyone who had been forced into a desperate situation performed all of their top attacks, attacking on the fire cage. Chi power exploding noises could be heard continuously. It was extremely intense. I cannot break it open. Everyone had lost all hope. They realized that the fire cage was 10 times tougher than they had imagined. Not even a single pillar could break it. The man in red sneered as he put his hands together. Beams of light shot out everywhere inside the cage. It was actually countless spiral flame spikes shooting out crazily. Within a blink of an eye, only a pile of bone ash was left in the cage. You have overestimated yourself. The man put away his storage ring and closed his eyes to continue his training. On the second day on the island, Yichen had finally recovered all of his yuan qi. Studying the lady, Yichen realized that she was still healing herself. Obviously, the long tree branch would not be able to heal her instantly, and she would need to rest for a while. This crafting room is different from the others. Not only is it 10 times bigger, but the treasure qi is also 10 times thicker. There are 5 furnaces in the middle, and 4 of them are on the 4 sides. In the middle, there is a huge furnace that is 10 meters tall. Perhaps there are great weapons stored inside? Walking to the furnace that was closest to him, Yichen paused for a second. Accumulating Jin Yuan in his palm, he opened the lid from a distance. Boom, a bright treasure qi shot out into the sky. Meanwhile, a crystal-like short blade shot out into the air, shooting out a beam of blade qi towards Yichen. HM? Spontaneous blade qi. Yichen flicked out a beam of sword qi, which clashed with the incoming blade qi. Crack, the short blade backed out dozens of steps, shaking violently. Top of the top-rank great blade. The lady was woken up by the exploding sound. Her eyes brightened as she looked at the short blade happily, then looked at Yichen. She knew that she would not be able to compete with Yichen. Yichen knew what she was thinking, so he said, "For great weapons, you can pick one, but the one in the middle has to be mine. Do you want the short blade? Let's see." The lady did not dare to hope for the great weapon in the middle of the furnace, but the other 4 might be even better than the short blade. Hearing her, Yichen did not waste any more time and opened another lid. This time, it was a long spear that had fire crows carved on it. It was also a top-rank great weapon, and its aura was no weaker than the short blade. Just like the short blade, the long spear stabbed out toward Yichen the second it left the furnace. It was like a Sea of Souls realm warrior attacking Yichen with all of his power. Ting, flicking away the long spear, Yichen did not even look at it before opening the third lid. Ting, an earth-shattering sword sound was heard. This time, it was a golden longsword that shook in the air. Sword chi spread out everywhere. Great sword! Yichen's heart skipped a beat as he reached out to grab the golden longsword. The golden longsword had been nurtured in the furnace for countless years, and it was a freshly made top-rank great weapon. It was extremely powerful as it attacked toward Yichen's arm. How could Yichen be attacked by an ownerless weapon? He flipped his wrist, grabbing onto the tip of the longsword with his index and middle fingers. Zhen Yuan and Slaughter Sword intent attacked toward it. Ting! Ting! The golden longsword continued to shake before gradually calming down. A gold element top-rank great sword. It is way more powerful than that emerald longsword. Top-rank great weapons had different levels of power as well. The emerald longsword that Yichen had gotten from killing the sword artist in green was only a normal top-rank great sword, which did not increase his attacking power that much. However, this golden longsword was a top-rank great sword. After being nurtured in the furnace for countless years, it had gained a bit of spirituality and was at its peak. Holding the sword handle, Yichen casually waved out a sword attack. Shoo, the crescent-shaped golden sword chi spread out, blowing away the fourth lid. There was an extra cut mark on it, which was extremely sharp. Great sword! Yichen did not even look at the fourth great weapon as he continued to study the golden longsword in his hand. I will take this short blade. The fourth great weapon was a pair of gloves, which did not suit the lady's taste. Yichen waved his hand, and the short blade floating in the air flew toward her. Grabbing the blade, the lady studied it carefully before thanking Yichen. Putting away the three great weapons, Yichen looked at the huge furnace in the middle. The lady also stared at it without blinking. She was sure that the weapon inside must be at the semi-extreme rank. Open! Yichen threw out a punch and blew away the lid on the furnace. Hoo! A powerful vibration was released. The golden longsword in Yichen's hand and the lady's short blade kept on shaking, as if they could not handle the pressure of the chi. Ting! A sword sound that was 10 times louder than the golden longsword was heard. Before the sword was even pulled out, a bright sword chi had already shot out, attacking the two. Not good. The lady waved her blade and created a light wall, trying her best to block out the incoming sword chi. A smile flashed past Yichen's face. It was another sword, and it seemed to be even more powerful than the golden longsword. Just the sword chi alone was equivalent to a full power attack from a spirit warrior. If he could hold it in his hand, its power would definitely double. Pap! Pap, pap! Pap! All of the sword chi had been shattered by Yichen's sword before it could even get close to Yichen. As the sword chi disappeared, the great sword inside the furnace came out. The first thing that came out of the furnace was the sword handle, which was thin and long but powerful. Traces of deep electric current surged around it, making a cracking sound. Then came the sword socket, which looked like the head of a wild beast. It spat out a long sword, which was unimaginably sharp. It was like a flash of lightning, yet also like a thunderbolt. When the tip of the sword appeared in the two's sight, their eyes felt like they were being stabbed, and tears started to fill up their eyes. Shoo! The great sword flashed once, stabbing towards Yichen's powerful sword chi. Yichen waved his sword to block the incoming attack. Chin! Sparks flew everywhere, and Yichen could not help but back out a couple of steps, his face blank. A great sword was able to push him back. Was this an extreme rank great sword, or a semi-extreme rank great sword? After thinking for a while, Yichen felt that it should not be an extreme rank great sword. Back when the parallel space battlefield opened, the extreme rank axe's power was way more powerful than this sword's. It had even pierced through the ground. If this great sword was an extreme rank great sword, then it would have been able to wound him slightly. A semi-extreme rank great sword. The lady blurted out before looking at Yichen with admiration. Although a semi-extreme rank great sword was not as powerful as an extreme rank great sword, it would still be a great weapon for Sea of Souls realm warriors. Even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would want to fight for it. Even some of the normal life and death realm warriors would be holding semi-extreme rank great weapons. It was not hard to imagine how tempting a semi-extreme rank great weapon would be. Gold Resonant Radiance Sword Art. Before, Yichen did not have the time to leave his soul mark on the longsword, so he was not able to maximize its power. But now, once the mark was formed, the longsword seemed to have become his arm. The Zhenyuan and the sword's power complemented each other, exploding with a golden blue sword light that could make the sun lose its color. The golden blue sword light flashed once before disappearing, slashing onto the dark blue longsword in the air. Ting, the sword sound was heard as this semi-extreme rank sword, which was obviously thunder element, shook its body. A layer of sword chi appeared around the sword body, which was indestructible, blocking out the golden blue sword light. It is just a sword. Do you really think that I cannot do anything to you? Yichen held the long sword in his right hand while his left hand kept shooting out void-shattering finger power or a sword chi tornado formed by Lotus Heart Sword Chi. All of a sudden, a clanging sound could be heard, along with thousands of sparks. Soon, that thick sword chi tornado was shattered, and the dark blue longsword backed out continuously. The lady's pupils shrank slightly. She had always been proud of her hidden weapon skills, thinking that even warriors at the same level as her would have to back out when facing her hidden weapons. However, compared to Yichen's sword chi tornado, it was nothing, even though it was not a hidden weapon. Dang, 2 rows of sparks spread out as Yichen threw out a sword attack at the dark blue longsword from a close distance. There was no way that the longsword could handle a solid sword attack from Yichen. The light on its surface exploded, and it was blown back a couple of times. Following closely behind, Yichen held the hilt of the longsword. TSS. TSS, electricity surged out from the sword hilt, burning the Zhenyuan on Yichen's palm. The two clashed intensely, canceling each other out. Eventually, Yichen, who had endless Zhenyuan to support him, had the last laugh. He had completely controlled the longsword and poured his Zhenyuan into it, working with the power inside. Congratulations! The lady held her fists towards Yichen. You won't tell anyone, right? Yichen had the thought of killing him. The semi-extreme rank sword was not something to be underestimated. Perhaps life and death realm warriors would not make a move, but those Sea of Soul realm master level warriors would not care about it. If they knew about it, they would most likely come after him. But, thinking about it from another perspective, killing him for this reason would not go well with his sword Dao. The lady in red was shocked. She was afraid that Yichen would kill her to silence her. She quickly said, I know you must be worried, but please believe me. I will not say anything. In fact, if I can get out of here safely, I will find a place to live in seclusion and concentrate on my cultivation. I will not care about the affairs of the world. Why should I do something that harms others without benefiting myself? Of course, if you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Don't worry. I only swing my sword at my enemies. The thought of silencing the witness only flashed through Yichen's mind. He was the one who made the decision. Hearing him, the lady in red let out a breath and replied to Yichen with a smile before walking to the corner to continue her healing. Without paying attention to the lady in red, Yichen studied the gold longsword in his hand and thought to himself, the whole body is gold. It looks like it is made from gold. I will call it the gold sword then. The gold sword was 4 feet and 2 inches long, its body wider than normal swords. It was closer to a broadsword, but it was also a bit lighter. The back of the sword was very flat, with an ancient pattern carved on it. It extended all the way to the handle, which was perfect for one's palm to hold. The gold sword had a scabbard, which was inside the stove. Taking out the scabbard, Yichen put the gold sword back in and wore it on his waist. Putting away the gold sword, Yichen's eyes landed on the dark blue longsword. The dark blue longsword was 3 feet and 9 inches long, with a slim but powerful handle. The body of the sword was a bit thin, and the back of the sword was very thick. This kind of sword would not break easily during a battle, since its back was twice as thick as normal swords. On the body of the sword, there was a scattered thunder pattern extending from the handle all the way to the tip of the sword. As Zhenyuan poured in, thunder and lightning surged on the sword body, eventually combining into one. It looked like a beam of lightning, but also like a slightly vibrating thunder. It was sharp and aggressive at the same time. It was not hard to imagine how powerful this kind of sword would be once it was stabbed out. Even a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior would not dare to ignore its attack. Near the sword's handle, there were two ancient characters carved on it: Thunder Disaster. Thunder Disaster Sword. Good name. I wonder if it has anything to do with the Thunder Punishment Sword. Semi-extreme rank weapons were replicas of extreme rank weapons. Therefore, most of the time, the names of the weapons were very similar to the actual extreme rank weapons. The Thunder Punishment Sword was a famous extreme rank sword in history, and there were many replicas of it. Some were called Thunder Roar, some were called 10,000 Thunder, and some were called Light Thunder. If the Thunder Disaster Sword was a replica of the Thunder Punishment Sword, it would not be surprising at all. Thunder Disaster. Thunder Disaster. So aggressive. Yichen liked the Thunder Disaster Sword a lot. He could feel a kind of spirit from it, a spirit that could cut through everything. A sword with spirit would not be bad at all. Leaving a soul mark on a semi-extreme rank sword was a very tiring task. Fortunately, Yichen's soul power was 5 times that of normal Sea of Souls realm warriors. After spending 2 hours, Yichen managed to leave his own soul mark on the sword. With the soul mark, an unshakable connection had been formed between the sword and him, allowing it to explode with even more power. Ting, when the Thunder Disaster Sword was put back into its scabbard, it let out a clear and melodious sound, which was different from normal swords. Without the Thunder Disaster Sword on his waist, he would not be able to use it for a very long time in the future. The so-called treasure belonged to the fated, but it was not applicable in this world. This world was all about the strong, and treasures should belong to the strong. Although I have the Thunder Disaster Sword, it is still impossible to fight against the Iron Palm Master. I have to use this opportunity to train the Dragon Blood plant. With a bit of dragon power, I might be able to escape from the Iron Palm Master. Yichen was very afraid of the Iron Palm Master's fire cage. If he could not cut through it, he would not be able to escape. Therefore, training the Dragon Blood plant was a must. Sitting down with his legs crossed, Yichen took out the Dragon Blood plant. On the surface, the Dragon Blood plant did not look that special. It only had one long leaf, which was blood red in color. There was no bright spirit light coming from it, but if one looked deeper, they would realize that the spirit chi of the plant was all concentrated inside, not leaking out at all. One could even see a tiny dragon-shaped energy on the veins of the leaf, which was twisting and turning, giving people a deep sense of fear. Dragon Blood Plant. It is a top-rank spirit plant that contains dragon blood. I wonder how powerful it will be. Taking a deep breath, Yichen swallowed the Dragon Blood plant and tried his best to circulate his Jin Yuan, training the medicinal power and spirit chi of the plant. A woo, a vague dragon roar was heard in Yichen's head. Yichen seemed to see a majestic dragon flying in the sky, its eyes like lightning as it looked down on everything. The slaughter sword intent exploded, cutting away the influence brought by the dragon roar. Yichen recovered his calm state of mind and focused on training the Dragon Blood plant. Soon, 3 days had passed. The lady had already woken up from her healing state. She looked very energetic, not looking like she did a couple of days ago. Seeing that Yichen was still training the Dragon Blood plant, she did not disturb him. Instead, she stayed far away from him and took out her short blade to play with it, trying to familiarize herself with it. Just like that, another day had passed. Pap, on this day, Yichen's body had changed. A circle of invisible chi spread out from his body, clashing with the air. At the same time, his body shone with a red crystal light. His hair, facial features, and even his clothes were dyed red, as if they were made from red crystals. Rank 2 spirit body? A surprised expression flashed past the lady's face. The spirit bodies were divided into different ranks. Warriors who had just reached the Sea of Souls realm would usually have rank 1 spirit bodies. After decades of training or some special encounters, they would be able to reach rank 2. Master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would usually have rank 3 spirit bodies, and rank 3 would be the limit of Sea of Souls realm warriors. Only a small number of master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would be able to reach rank 3 peak level. As for rank 4, it would be very rare. The reason that Yichen was able to reach rank 2 spirit body this fast was partly because of the Dragon Blood plant, but more importantly, it should be because of his own body. People with a strong foundation would be able to reach rank 2 spirit body faster. I am still only at rank 2 spirit body. He is so young, and his spirit body has reached rank 2 as well. It is really annoying to compare with others. The lady shook her head and forced a smile. She could tell that not only was Yi Chen's spirit body at rank 2, but his sword spirit was also at rank 4. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how he could beat her old friend at peak level early Sea of Souls realm. The red crystal light disappeared as soon as it was released, merging into Yi Chen's body. Faintly, Yi Chen, who had his eyes closed, let out a breath of impure qi. After his spiritual physique grew to the second order, Yi Chen felt that his physique had risen by a whole new level. Regardless of whether it was his ability to endure damage or his defensive capabilities, they were all stronger than a first-order spiritual physique. If one were to compare the body to a vessel, before cultivating the spiritual physique, the body would be like a wooden barrel. After cultivating the first-order spiritual physique, the body would be like an iron barrel, and after cultivating the second-order spiritual physique, the body would be like a barrel made of steel. Thinking about it, the strength of Chu Zhongtian's physique was at least at the second-order spiritual physique, or even at the pinnacle of the second order. My spirit body has advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2, but the increase in strength is not much. It's just that it's stronger. Next, it's time to refine the dragon power. After expelling the turbid air, Yi Chen took a deep breath and circulated the Jinyuan in his body, washing away the residual medicinal energy of the dragon blood grass. The remaining medicinal energy was very tenacious. Like a small dragon, it swam through Yi Chen's blood and flesh, desperately avoiding the pursuit of true essence. Yi Chen set up layers of seals all over his body and gradually narrowed the battle circle. Only then was he able to control the remaining medicinal power of the dragon blood grass within a narrow area and nibbled at it bit by bit. Awoo, when half of the medicinal energy had been digested, a light dragon roar was heard from inside Yi Chen's body. Right then, the lady in red sensed the dragon power from Yi Chen's body. It was a light dragon power that she had sensed from a rank 10 flood dragon before, so it was very familiar. Dragon power. An envious look flashed through the lady's face. The spirit body was still a spirit body, but it did not mean that the body was powerful. It only meant that the body would be more powerful. Some of the body training warriors would still be more powerful than the Seas of Souls realm warriors who had trained their spirit bodies, even if they had not trained their spirit bodies yet. Moreover, with a bit of dragon power, it would be enough to increase their power drastically, and their close combat power would be as powerful as body training warriors. Pap. Pap, after the dragon roar, a popping sound was heard from inside Yi Chen's body. It was Yi Chen's own qi power being assimilated by the dragon power. The dragon power was a higher level qi power, and the normal qi power trained by the pure jade body boosting spell would not be able to compete with the dragon power at all. So powerful. Yi Chen could feel that every inch of his body was filled with explosive power. It was hard to describe, as if he could shatter a mountain. Once all of the dragon power is extracted, my power should be more than 200,000 pounds. The thought flashed through his mind as Yi Chen continued to train the medicinal power. The process continued until the night of the same day. Boom, the air in the crafting room exploded violently as a shapeless dragon-shaped qi power rushed out of Yi Chen's body, waving its claws and teeth. Success? The lady looked at Yi Chen. Right then, although Yi Chen did not look any different, his aura was extremely refined. One look from him was enough to make people feel pressured. Standing up slowly, Yi Chen threw out a punch. Boom, 10 meters away, the crafting furnace left the ground and landed on the wall, making a loud noise. On the surface of the furnace, there was a light fist mark. Before, my power was only around 150,000 pounds. But with the addition of one strand of dragon power, my power has reached more than 200,000 pounds. The dragon power is indeed the top qi power. Every strand of it is pure, without any impurities. On this true Spirit continent, most of the warriors trained Xinyuan, and very few of them trained qi power. But, it did not mean that qi power had nothing to do with them. When the Xinyuan circulated, the warrior's body would change as well. Normally, warriors who had just reached the Sea of Souls realm would have more than 100,000 pounds of power. Therefore, the stronger the power, the more powerful the close combat power would be. If two Sea of Souls realm warriors were to fight at a close distance, and one had more than 100,000 pounds of power while the other had more than 200,000 pounds of power, what would the result be? With my power right now, I only have 40% chance of escaping from the palace. Of course, if I leave you behind, then I will have 50% chance. Yichen said without beating around the bush. The lady had obviously thought about it before, so she said, I have a Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl, which can increase the chance to 80 to 90%. Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl. Yichen looked surprised. Just like the Silver Light Thunder Bomb, the Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl was also a powerful hidden weapon. But of course, the two were not at the same level. The former could only threaten normal clasping Yuan realm warriors, while the latter could threaten spirit realm warriors. It would not be impossible to use it to stop the Iron Palm Master for a while. Alright. Let's take a rest first. After a week, we will try our best to break out. With the Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl, the chance would indeed be 80 to 90%. But, they still could not let their guard down. There were too many accidents in this world, and they could happen at any time. They had to adjust their condition to the peak before coming up with a detailed plan to break out. It has been 2 months since the Treasure River Island appeared. Do we really have to waste time on these two? Inside the palace, the man in red had an impatient look on his face. The Treasure River Island appeared once in 100 years. If they tried their best to search for the treasures, it would be more than what they had gained in the past 10 years. If they waited here, they would not be able to get anything. If it were not for the fact that people came here all the time to give him treasures, he might not be so patient. No, I have already waited for so many days. If I give up now, it would be a waste of time. I have to wait for them to come out. The man in red's face was full of anger and hostility. 1 week later, inside the metal door, are you ready? Yichen asked. The lady in red took a deep breath and said a bit nervously, ready. Let's go. His palm pressed hard on the switch. Yichen's body tightened as he was ready to go. Boom, the metal door rose up at a fast speed. Haha, they are out. The red-robed man's eyes lit up. After waiting for half a month, the two of them had finally appeared. The red-robed man stood up and stared at the metal door. As long as the two of them appeared, he would use his lightning-fast methods to kill them. When the metal door was about 1 meter high, a blue shadow shot out. Gold Resonant Radiance Attack. The gold and blue sword light attacked toward the man in red. It was indeed Yichen. The man in red did not expect Yichen to attack him first, so his reaction was a bit slow. But no matter how slow he was still able to handle Yichen's full power sword attack and fight back. Boom, the gold longsword and the palm clashed together, causing a shockwave to spread out. Go. Right then, Yichen's body turned into a shadow as he avoided the man's attack and rushed out while staying close to the ground. As for the lady in red, she had already jumped out when Yichen and the man in red were fighting. Walking in front of Yichen, she was less than 30 meters away from the door. Do you think you can leave? The man in red sneered as he quickly formed a spell with both of his hands. Endless fire yuan qi gathered at a shocking speed, forming into a huge fire cage that trapped the two. If I were you, I would not come out. Once I do, I will definitely die. Seeing the two trapped in his fire cage, the man in red seemed to be a lot more relaxed. He did not think that the two would be able to get out. If they could, then there would be no point for him to exist as a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. But then, something unexpected happened. Yichen took out a dark blue longsword from his storage ring. The sword body was like lightning and thunder as he threw out a sword attack at one of the pillars of the fire cage. Break! The dragon power and Jin Yuan exploded at full power, and Yichen's spirit, qi, and mentality were extremely concentrated. Gotcha, the fire pillar was broken open, and Yichen and the lady in red got out of the fire cage. They flashed once and appeared outside of the palace. Impossible. How could he break open my fire cage with one sword attack? Yichen did not completely break open the fire cage, but only 2 pillars. But, for the man in red, it was the same as breaking his own fire cage. How could he not be shocked and angry? Get back here. The aggressive fire element Xinyuan exploded as the man in red tried to chase after them. With his speed, it would be easy for him to catch up with one of the two. Something unexpected happened again. The lady in red turned around, holding a red ball in her right hand. She threw it toward the man in red, which contained a horrifying chi. Boom, the flame spread out, and a burning ball of fire appeared. It expanded rapidly, blocking the way of the man in red and bouncing him back. Seeing this, Yichen did not relax at all. His Xinyuan formed waves of sword light outside of his body as he reached out to grab the lady and flew out at a shocking speed. Within a blink of an eye, they had traveled dozens of miles. After 2 to 3 blinks of an eye, they had already reached the edge of the sky. Waving his palm to put out the fireball, the man in red shot out of the palace. He looked around but could not find Yichen and the lady. He was not willing to give up, so he pushed his soul power with all of his power. As long as they were within 100 miles, they would not be able to escape from his senses. What? You are already 100 miles away? The man in red could not sense anything, so he was so mad. Oh right. He had changed to a dark blue longsword in the fire prison. Cutting open the fire prison must have something to do with that longsword. Could it be a semi-extreme rank greatsword? Yes, it must be a semi-extreme rank greatsword. Otherwise, he would not be able to cut open the fire prison. The speed at which Yichen had changed his sword was very fast. Before, the man in red did not think much of it. But now that he thought about it, he found something suspicious. After all, if the longsword was not that strange, then why would he change it? It must be to cut open the fire prison. Semi-extreme rank greatsword. A sharp light shone in the man's eyes. Although he had been focusing on palm arts, with a semi-extreme rank greatsword and some profound sword attacks, his power would definitely increase to the next level. In this world, only the powerful ones would be respected. No one would care about what kind of methods you used to increase your power. After flying for 800 miles without stopping, Yichen finally stopped at the edge of the island. It seems like we have gotten rid of him. It was because he was afraid that the Iron Palm Master would lock onto them with his soul power that Yichen performed his sword light flying art and escaped at his fastest speed. Before he reached the Sea of Souls realm, his sword light flying art could reach 15 times the speed of sound. But now, it had reached an even more unbelievable level, reaching 20 times the speed of sound. With that, he would be able to travel 13 miles within a second, which was almost the same as master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. The lady let out a breath and smiled at Yichen. Thank you. You are welcome. Without your heaven fire blasting pearl, I might not have been able to escape successfully. After that, Yichen looked around and said, I am going out now. This island is not that big, only 1,000 miles in radius. If I continue to stay here, I might run into the Iron Palm Master again. Yeah, you are right. The lady nodded. Shoo. Shoo, the two went through the colorful light that was covered by clouds and mist, arriving outside of the island. Someone's coming out, kill. Around the island, a huge amount of Sea of Souls realm warriors had gathered. There were groups in the east and the west, and even the smallest group had dozens of people. Because they were not powerful enough, they could not enter the island. Therefore, they decided to join up with other warriors who were not allowed to enter and form a group to kill and steal the treasures. But of course, since the island had a radius of 1,000 miles, it would be impossible to lock it all down. So, they could only try their luck. They formed groups of dozens of people, guarding different spots around the island. Once someone came out, they would attack together. Yichen and the lady in red were not that lucky. Once they got out, they were attacked by 20 Sea of Souls realm warriors, some of which were even spirit-level warriors. Courting death. Having lost 2 of her companions, the lady in red was in a terrible mood. She had nowhere to vent her anger, and the attack of these people had undoubtedly given her the opportunity to vent her anger. Hidden weapons that looked like petals shot out like a goddess scattering flowers, or 100 flowers blooming in full bloom. Pu. 3 or 4 of them had been hit by the hidden weapons, their bodies turning into sieves. On the side, Yichen shook his head. These people were really unlucky. Of all people, they had to ambush the 2 of them. Fortunately, he did not plan to kill them all. He held his gold longsword and waved it casually. With one sword attack, 5 or 6 people had been cut into pieces. The rest of them were scared out of their wits, trying to escape. Alright, let's split up here. After blowing away all the Sea of Souls realm warriors who had been hiding in ambush, Yi Chen said goodbye and flew toward the South River region. Looking at Yi Chen's back as he left, the lady in red had a heavy heart. There were 3 of them when they came, but now, she was the only one left. It was kind of sad. I will take care of your family for you, she muttered to herself. Then, she flew back the way she had come. She disappeared into the horizon after a short while. 200 miles east of the South River Martial School, a massive manor had already been built. It was right next to the mountains and rivers. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There were a lot of warriors walking around, most of them wearing the Yi family's long robes. Inside a yard near the mountain, a waterfall was pouring down. A couple of osmanthus trees were growing vigorously, and 2 kids were playing under them. Next to them, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were sitting on stone chairs, chatting while drinking tea. A beam of light approached at an extreme speed. When it arrived above the Yi family, the light disappeared, and a young man in blue landed down. It was indeed Yi Chen. Chen. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing stood up, a smile appearing on their faces. Yi Chen patted on Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxia's heads, looked around, and said with a smile, "Father, Mother, how is the environment of the new manor?" "Hee, we have money and people. How could the manor be bad?" It was not hard to tell that Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were in a good mood. Xin Yuqing said, "Chen, what did you experience this time? Tell me." As parents, they always wanted to know more about their children, and Xin Yuqing was no exception. Yi Chen told them about his experience. Of course, he purposely left out the Iron Palm Martial School incident, as he did not want his parents to worry. He then said, "This time, I got 5-star spirit fruits and 6 meridian cutting plants on the Treasure River Island. The meridian cutting plant can increase one's potential and speed up a warrior's training. The star spirit fruit can help a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warrior reach the astral reaching realm smoothly." What? Meridian cutting plant and star spirit fruit? Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were not ignorant people. They had heard about the famous meridian cutting plant and star spirit fruit before. These 2 spirit plants were definitely priceless treasures for warriors. It was said that 50 years ago, there was a bloody battle in the Windy Nation's martial world, and the reason was because a star spirit fruit had appeared in a valley. They did not expect that Yi Chen would be able to bring back 5-star spirit fruits and 6 meridian cutting plants. Although they were now peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors, without any accidents, they might not even be able to reach the astral reaching realm within 3 to 5 years. It might also take 7 to 8 years, or even 10 years. After 10 years, they would be in their 60s, and they would look a bit older. But now, with the star spirit fruit, they would be able to reach the astral reaching realm in a short period of time. They would have a lifespan of 200 years, and their appearance would stay the same, neither too young nor too old. These are the star spirit fruits and the meridian cutting plants. Under his parents' curious gaze, Yi Chen took out 5 sparkling fruits and 6 curled-up yellow plants. Taking over the fruit, Xin Yuqing smiled from ear to ear. In a woman's mind, besides family, age and appearance were the most important things. 1-star spirit fruit would allow her to become an astral reaching realm warrior earlier, giving her a lifespan of 200 years. What did 200 years of lifespan mean? Everyone knew about it. It meant that the speed of aging would be slowed down by 2 times. Plus, since they were already in their 40s, after entering the astral reaching realm, they would be able to maintain their current appearance for a long time. Haha, Yuqing, it is so nice to have a good son. Yi Tianhao had a happy expression on his face. Seeing that both their parents and brother were so happy, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao also laughed like idiots. The newly built manor was very large, several times larger than the Yi family's manor in Luo City. The continuous stretch of buildings stretched from the top of the mountain all the way to the foot of the mountain. It looked prosperous and extraordinary. The manor was located on a famous mountain near the River Martial School, the Misty Mountain. Therefore, from now on, the manor was called the Misty Mountain Yi family, the main family of the Yi family. At the peak of Mount Yunwu, the wind was fierce and the fog was thick. Although my comprehension ability has increased by several times and I can easily comprehend profoundness, it won't be easy for me to delve deeper. Yichen stood quietly on a rock at the top of a mountain, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Compared to 2 months ago, Yichen had made some progress. His wood element profound sword art amaranthan nature had increased from 60% to 70%, and his profound movement art separating shadows had also increased from 60% to 70%. As for his sky thunder cut and gold resonant radiance sword art, they were still at 70% and 80% respectively. The sky thunder cut was a sword movement created by Yichen, and it was not easy for it to reach its current level. After all, Yichen had just reached the Sea of Souls realm not long ago. Ordinary Sea of Souls realm experts might not be able to create their own profound sense martial skills even after 10 or 20 years. They would usually learn from others. No matter what, my current comprehension is indeed incomparable to before. If I spend some time, I'll definitely be able to comprehend a few of the major sword techniques to the level of mastery. A couple of years ago, Yichen thought that the comprehensive ability was just like this, and that it would be hard to improve it. But now, he knew that he was wrong. Soul power was actually the root of the comprehensive ability. Once the soul power was strong, the comprehensive ability would be strong as well. Of course, once one reached the Sea of Souls realm, they would be able to understand the essence of some things, which would increase their learning speed. Buzz, a strong fluctuation of primordial chi came from the mountainside of Mount Yunwu. He broke through. I wonder if it's my father. Or mother? 3 days ago, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing had begun closed-door training, attempting to break through to the astral-reaching realm. Huh? Both father and mother have broken through? A look of surprise flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Less than 10 minutes after the first wave of Yuan Qi fluctuation, another wave of Yuan Qi fluctuation spread out. They are really a married couple. Yi Chen chuckled, then flashed his body and shot towards the mountainside. Congratulations, father and mother. In the courtyard, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were both there. Yi Chen bowed with a smile on his face. Yi Tianhao said with a grin, I had always hoped that our Yi family would have an astral-reaching realm warrior and bring glory to our family. Then, Chenair, you reached the astral-reaching realm, so this wish was fulfilled. But, I had never thought that I would be able to break through to the astral-reaching realm. This feeling, I really don't know how to describe it. Actually, you don't need the star spirit fruit. In a couple of years, you will also be able to reach the astral-reaching realm. Yi Chen only wanted his parents to reach the astral-reaching realm as soon as possible. This way, they would be able to maintain their current appearance, and not continue to age. At this moment, Xin Yuqing said, your father and I know ourselves. Without your unconditional support, Chenair, we would not be able to reach the peak level late clasping Yuan realm in a couple of years, not to mention the astral-reaching realm we are now. Yuqing is right. Yi Tianhao nodded. Yi Chen forced a smile, what are you talking about? You are my parents. It is natural for a son to help his parents. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and had never felt the warmth of a family. After coming to this world, he had merged with the feelings of this world Yi Chen. In his eyes, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were his parents. It was natural, and there was no barrier between them. In the end, the Yi Chen of this world was not him, but he was the Yi Chen of this world. It meant that he had two identities. Therefore, he had accepted that he had parents from the very beginning. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing also felt that it was a bit strange. A son helping his parents was a son's way of showing his filial piety. There was no need for him to worry about anything else. Zhen Yuan is indeed not something Zhen Qi can compete with. The explosive power is more than 5 times stronger than before. The two had just made a breakthrough, so they were still not familiar with Zhen Yuan. They could not help but exclaim from time to time. Yi Chen said, wait until you have stabilized your current cultivation, then you can take the Earth Astral Pellet and increase your cultivation to the peak level early astral reaching realm. As for the future, you will have to rely on yourselves. The spirit plant pellets for increasing your cultivation level are hard to come by. This time, it was all luck. Hee, right now I feel like I am dreaming. Once I reach the astral reaching realm, I will have a lifespan of 200 years, which is twice as long as before. Yeah. Xianxia had the same feeling. She cared about her lifespan the most. According to the calculation of 200 years, 90 years would only be equivalent to 40 years for clasping Yuan realm warriors. And she was in her 40s right now, which meant that she would not age for the next 40 years. She would still look like Yichen's mother, since Yichen had stopped changing his appearance a long time ago. He was supposed to be 24 or 25 years old, but he looked like he was in his early 20s. Seeing his parents so happy, Yichen was just as happy. Actually, he had been troubled by a problem for a long time, which was that as time went on, his parents would eventually grow old. In 10 years, they would look a bit older, and in 20 or 30 years, they would be old people. Fortunately, the problem had been solved, so he let out a sigh of relief. Shoo, in the sky, a beam of light sliced through the sky at an extreme speed, reaching 20 times the speed of sound. When it was close to the river martial school, it stopped abruptly. It was a middle-aged man in black robes. He was huge, with wide shoulders and long legs, looking very mysterious. He suddenly stopped because two people had appeared in front of him. One was the leader of the river martial school, Long Bai, and the other was a handsome young man with silver hair. He looked to be 1 or 2 years younger than Long Bai, around 30 years old. Who are you? The man in black robes had a very powerful aura, and Long Bai could not see through it. Only Master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would be able to do that to her. But, she was not worried at all. The man in black revealed a smile. Leader Long, nice to meet you. I am Murong Jishui. You are the leader of the Murong family. Hearing him, Long Bai immediately knew who Murong Jishui was. He was the leader of the Murong family, a demi-demon family in the South River region, which was also Murong Qingqing's father. She just did not know why he was here. Indeed. And this is? Murong Jishui looked at the silver-haired young man. He said lightly, Mo Feng. Mo Feng, the leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng. A shocked expression flashed past Murong Jishui's face, but he soon realized something. No wonder the old Dragon King did not worry about Long Bai coming to the Windy Nation alone to build the South River Martial School. It turned out that it was not only Long Bai who had come, but also the leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng. What is your purpose for coming here? Long Bai asked. Yichen is living around here, right? Murong Jishui did not answer her question. Looking for Yichen? You are not here for your daughter, Murong Qingqing, are you? Long Bai seemed to know something, so she said with a faint smile. Murong Jishui forced himself to say, indeed. Hehe, Yichen is in the Misty Mountain 200 miles east of the South River Martial School. Long Bai pointed in the direction of the mountain. Thank you. I will go first then. After saying that, Murong Jishui turned into a beam of light and disappeared. He is indeed the leader of the demi-demon family in the South River region. Although he is not that famous, he is still not something that normal master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors can compete with. Mo Feng, what do you think? The silver-haired young man said, very powerful. Hearing Mo Feng's words, Long Bai had a rough idea of Murong Jishui's power. In front, Murong Jishui, who was flying at a high speed, turned around to look. The leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng, is here. Plus the great-granddaughter of the Dragon King, it is quite important. It seems like the old Dragon King really cares about Yichen. A smile appeared on his face as Murong Jishui became more confident. Young master, someone named Murong Jishui is here to see you. He is in the lobby. Outside the yard, a servant from the Yi family came to report. Murong Jishui. Yichen frowned, tell him that I will be right there. Yes. The footsteps disappeared into the distance. Stopping his training, Yichen mumbled to himself, there are not many people with the surname Murong in the South River region. It seems like there is only the Murong family. Perhaps it is her family? But why would her family come to see me? Perhaps something happened to her? I should go check it out first. Putting the longsword back into the scabbard, Yichen walked out of the yard. In the huge lobby, a man in black was drinking tea, looking very patient. Footsteps were heard, and Yichen walked in. You are Yichen. It was the first time that Morong Jishui had met Yichen, so he could not help but be shocked by his age and qi. Although he had seen his picture before, it was not even 1/10 of the real person. I am indeed Yichen. May I ask who you are? I am Qingqing's father, the current leader of the Morong family, Morong Jishui. Ah, it is Uncle Morong. Yichen held his fists together and said, I wonder how Morong is doing. Good, and not good at the same time. Sitting in front of Morong Jishui, Yichen asked, What do you mean? Do you know what kind of bloodline our Morong family has? The demi-demon bloodline. She even told you about this. It seems like I did not come here for nothing. Morong Jishui was not surprised at all that Yichen knew about this. Yichen's expression did not change, as he waited for him to continue. Since you know that our Morong family is a branch of the demi-demon family, then you should also know that in order to ensure the purity of the bloodline, the demi-demon family forbids marriage with outsiders. They can only marry within the family. Yichen nodded, I know. Morong told me about it. When Qingqing came back last time, she really surprised me. Not only did her bloodline grow to the perfect demi-bloodline, but she also had a trace of demon power essence in her body. But because of that, some things have been pushed forward. As her father, I have to come and find you. Uncle, if you have anything to say, just say it. Morong Jishui smiled and said, My Morong family is a demi-demon family, but it is only a branch of the demi-demon family. Therefore, the marriage within the family does not refer to the marriage within the Morong family, but the marriage within the entire demi-demon family. Let me ask you, are you interested in my daughter? If not, then I will not say more about what will happen next, because it is meaningless. If you are, then there will be a meaning in saying it. Yichen had thought about this question a long time ago. In his previous life, he had been in a relationship once, but it had ended in failure. Now that he was in this world, he did not want to get involved in a relationship so early, but he could not stop his feelings. No matter if it was Su Jing or Morong Qingqing, he cared a bit about them both. At the same time, he was a bit troubled. Sometimes, he would think about which one he cared about more. But, there was no conclusion. The two gave him different feelings, so he could not compare them. With that thought in mind, Yichen nodded without hesitation. For warriors, they would train their mind at the same time as they trained. Only by focusing on their own mind would they be able to reach a higher realm. If they kept lying to themselves, they would eventually fall into the heart demon and never be able to get out of it. Seeing Yichen nod, Morong Jishui chuckled. It would be great if there was one. If there was none, then he would have come here for nothing. He would feel bad for his daughter as well, since he could tell that his daughter actually cared about Yichen a lot. It was just that her personality was not good at expressing it. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. There are spies from my family in the Windy Nation as well. Pausing for a second, Morong Jishui continued to say, although Qingqing looks so calm, she is actually not good at expressing her feelings. It is the same at home and with me. Only when she is with her mother would she show the emotions of a little girl. Therefore, she is different from you. Although this is the first time we have met, I can tell that everything you say and do comes from your heart. Even answering this kind of question is very calm. Morong Jishui liked Yichen a lot. His mentality was not only admirable, but also frightening. What kind of environment could create such a mentality? This kind of mentality was something that even life and death realm warriors might not have. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and was always honest to himself. It turned out that Morong Jishui still had this side to him. Hearing Morong Jishui's words, Yichen chuckled to himself. Uncle, what happened? Yichen asked. Morong Jishui said, Qingqing is not that young anymore. Originally, she was supposed to marry Yuan Yi from the Yuan family in half a year. But, what we did not expect was that after Qingqing came back from the outside world, her bloodline had already grown to the perfect demon bloodline. Because some of the masters in the family were very supportive of the marriage, the news had already reached the Yuan family. They were afraid that something bad might happen if they waited too long, so they pushed the wedding forward by 3 months. In other words, in 3 months, it would be the wedding day of Qingqing and Yuan Yi. Yuan family is a demi-demon family? Indeed, there are more than 20 different families in the demi-demon family. Among them, the Yuan family is the most powerful one, which is the main family of our demi-demon family. As for Yuan Yi, he is one of the top warriors among the young generation of the Yuan family. Plus, he is just like Qingqing, with the perfect demi-demon bloodline. He has already awakened his special power. Once Qingqing and Yuan Yi get married, their children will definitely have the perfect demi-demon bloodline as well. That is the meaning of this marriage. Yichen frowned. What do you need me to do? Morongji Shui smiled, very simple, snatch Qingqing back. Yichen was a bit surprised, although I also do not want Qingqing to marry Yuan Yi, but I do not understand why you, as a member of the demi-demon family, would not want Qingqing to marry Yuan Yi. Normally, demi-demons can only marry demi-demons, which is the rule of your demi-demon family. Plus, I am a human, not a demi-demon. Being with Qingqing would be breaking the rule of the demi-demon family. Of course, I know that. I just do not want to see Qingqing marry someone she does not like, especially when he is a member of the Yuan family. I am not afraid of you laughing at me, but back in the day, I had a lover, and we loved each other very much. We could have been husband and wife, because she was also a demi-demon. But in the end, we did not get together because of the bloodline. Her demi-demon bloodline was very high, almost reaching the perfect demi-demon bloodline. Therefore, she was forced to marry into the Yuan family. As he spoke up to hear, Morongji Shui's voice turned cold. Why can the Yuan family do whatever they want to our branch family? The ones with the higher bloodline have to marry into the Yuan family, and the pretty ones have to marry into the Yuan family as well. What kind of rule is this? The worst part is that there are a lot of branches of the Yuan family, and the women with the higher bloodline will not marry into the branch family. Instead, the branches of the Yuan family will marry into each other, as long as they are 3 generations away. They do not care about our branch family at all. This is indeed very selfish. In Yichen's opinion, the Yuan family was like a blood-sucking bug. The essence of the branch family kept flowing into the Yuan family, which made the Yuan family prosperous. On the other hand, the branch family would never be able to surpass the Yuan family, and might even start to weaken. Now, you understand why I am doing this, right? Morongji Shui looked at Yichen. Yichen looked back at him and said, You said it yourself. The Yuan family is the main family of the demi-demon family. So, there would definitely be life and death realm warriors in the main family. Are you sure that I alone can fight against the Yuan family, and even challenge the whole rule of the demi-demon family? If it were someone else, I would not be able to, but you can. Why? Because you have the leader of the Dragon God Heaven Palace, the Dragon King, behind you. With him as your support, who in the demi-demon family would dare to oppress you? Even the demi-demon king would not dare to do so. Without the support of the Dragon King and Xianxia, the situation of the demi-demon family might not be as good as it is now. You also know that we demi-demons have the bloodline of the demons inside us after all. So, a lot of life and death realm warriors are hostile to us. Is it the Dragon King? Yichen nodded. Indeed, with the Dragon King as his support, the demi-demon family would not do anything to kill him, because it would be the same as turning against the Dragon King. It was not because he was arrogant, but because he had reached the Sea of Souls realm before the age of 25, and had the power of a top spirit warrior. It would be impossible for the Dragon King to not value him. Although he really wanted to rely on himself, in this world, which martial genius did not have a powerful background. Without a powerful background, people would kill you without waiting for you to grow up. Having a powerful background was also a part of one's power, and it was an unchanging truth. With that thought in mind, Yichen had already made up his mind. In fact, even if the Dragon King did not come, he would not just watch Morongji Shui get married. If she got married, he would have regrets and flaws in his heart. If he had the power to stop it, why not? Everything had to be fought for by himself, regardless of the result. What is your choice? Morongji Shui asked. Yichen said, Since you do not care about the rules of the demi-demons, then why should I? Oh right, does Morong know that you are here? I did not tell her why I am here. I think she would have guessed it for sure. Besides, it is not that I do not care about the rules, but your value is way beyond the rules. With your current achievement, I am afraid that you will become a life and death realm warrior in a couple of years. By then, who would dare to talk behind your back? It was true that Morong Jishui valued Yi Chen's background. But, if Yi Chen was not that powerful himself and did not have enough potential, he would not have come. Breaking the rules of the demi-demons was not a joke, and there would be consequences. Right now, he could only place his hope on Yi Chen. But, he believed that if it were anyone else, they would also bet on Yi Chen's potential, since he was so young. Yi Chen naturally knew that Morong Jishui was not only looking for Morong Jishui's happiness, but there must be something else that he did not know about. But, he did not care, since he knew that Morong Jishui had his own purpose. Anyway, he could not let Morong Jishui marry Yuan Yi. Chenair, who is this? Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing walked into the living room. Yi Chen introduced, Father, Mother, this is the leader of the Morong family, Morong Jishui. Uncle, these are my parents. Haha, Brother Yi, Sister Shen, is it too rude for me to call you guys like this? Morong Jishui was a bit older than Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing. It was only because of his higher cultivation that he looked younger. He did not look down on the two who were only at early astral reaching realm, since they were Yi Chen's parents, and they might become in-laws in the future. So, no matter what, he had to build a good relationship with them. Soon, the three got familiar with each other. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing also vaguely knew what they were here for, so they had a smile on their faces. Brother Yi, Sister Shen, I would like to borrow Yi Chen for a while. You won't object, right? He did not go straight to the point. Instead, he revealed a bit about Yi Chen and his daughter before saying that he wanted to borrow Yi Chen. Indeed, Yi Tianhao hurried to nod and said, not just for a while, even 3 to 5 years would be fine. This was related to his son's lifelong happiness. If he really could not see his son for 3 to 5 years, he would have to hold back his longing. Alright, Brother Yi is indeed reasonable. Let's not waste any more time. Yi Chen, come back to the Morong family with me. 3 months is not that long, but it is not that short either. Even going to the Yuan family would take a long time. Morong Jishui stood up and said. Yi Chen looked at his parents, then, Chenair will leave with Uncle Morong first. Yeah. Xin Yuqing nodded and reminded, be careful out there. Chenair knows. After that, Yi Chen and Morong Jishui walked out of the living room. Their bodies flashed, flying into the sky. Shoo! Shoo! The two turned into 2 beams of light and disappeared. Outside the living room, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing looked at the direction where the two disappeared and let out a breath. Xin Yuqing laughed, Chenair is too mature. I thought he was not interested in girls. Hee, the younger generation will have their own happiness. What is the rush? I heard that he was quite close with a girl called Su Jing when he was in the Sky Cloud Martial School. The Morong family was located in a huge mountain range in the west of the South River region, which was 2 million miles away from the Windy Nation. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yi Chen and Morong Jishui arrived at the mountain range. Our Morong family is not that famous, but the only thing in the South River region that we do not dare to mess with is the South River Martial School. The other rank 6 martial institutions are not as powerful as our Morong family. Even the royal families of the 4 empires are slightly weaker than us. Looking at the center of the mountain range, Morong Jishui kept flying at a high speed as he introduced the Morong family to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. It seemed like Morong Jishui letting Morong enter the Sky-Flying Demon Martial School was just a cover so that people would not know that she was a member of the Demi-Demon family. Uncle, why do so many people on the continent want to target the Demi-Demon family? Demi-demons look no different from humans, and they do not seem to cause any harm. Yi Chen did not understand. He did not think that the reason why people would target the Demi-Demon family was because they hated the demons. Morong Jishui sighed, actually, there is a reason. Our Demi-Demon family is indeed a big threat. The bloodline of the demons is not that easy to get. But, what can we do? Just because we are demi-demons, we have to take away our right to live. Morong Jishui still wanted to say something, but they had arrived at the Morong family. From a distance, the entire Morong clan appeared to be very mysterious and vast. The buildings were all very ancient, and there were also countless towers. The sky above the Morong clan was different from the outside world. The color was darker and gloomier, and dark clouds covered the sky. What a powerful demon chi! Yichen could not help but be shocked. Demon chi was also a kind of yuan chi. Normally, the yuan chi in the world would be distributed in a balanced manner. Every kind of yuan chi would be present, and the natural element yuan chi would be the largest. The other yuan chi would be reduced according to their rarity, and the demon chi would be one of the rarest yuan chi. Right now, the demon chi in the sky above the Morong family was not weaker than the natural element yuan chi, which had darkened the sky. Morong Jishui explained, in the demi-demon race, other than the perfect demi-demon bloodline, although the others could only train Jin Yuan, they would be tainted by the demon chi when training. The higher the bloodline, the more demon chi would be tainted. Our Morong family has more than 10,000 people, so the demon chi that we have gathered together has affected the yuan chi distribution in the sky. It is also one of the reasons why our family is so low-key. Leader. A group of guards flew into the sky, holding their fists together to greet Morong Jishui. Morong Jishui nodded slightly and said, "This is Yi Chen, Mr. Yi." "Greetings, Mr. Yi." Shock flashed through the guards' eyes. Obviously, they had all heard of Yi Chen's name. After all, there was no power in the whole southern sector that did not know about Yi Chen. If they did not know, then they would not be far from being annihilated. If they were not well informed, what would they do if they were attacked? While I was away, nothing happened in the family, right? Morong Jishui asked casually. The leader of the guards hesitated a bit before saying, "Leader, 3 days ago, people from the Yuan family came and took away the young miss and the leader's mother." What? Morong Jishui's expression turned cold. How dare they? What right do they have to take away my daughter? The leader of the guards replied, the headmaster had agreed to it. The leader's mother was afraid that the young miss would be taken advantage of, so she followed them as well. This be asterisk starred. Mentioning the headmaster, Morong Jishui's face turned green. Who came from the Yuan family? Suppressing his anger, Morong Jishui said with a low voice. It is the 3rd master and the 5th master of the Yuan family. Humph, the ones who came are actually elders. It seems like they're not only here to bring people over, but also to intimidate. Morong Jishui was very clear about the power of the Yuan family. As the main family of the demi-demon family, the elders of the Yuan family were either master level Sea of Souls realm warriors or top spirit level warriors. And the top 10 elders would all be master level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Let's go back first. Morong Jishui's good mood had been ruined, and he was very frustrated. But, he also knew that he had already been taken away for 3 days, and he would not be able to catch up. Plus, even if he did, there were 2 master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Yi Chen, in a couple of days, we will go to the Yuan family together. Just bear with it for now. Meanwhile, Morong Jishui passed on a message to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. I know, uncle. There were many people from the Morong family who came to greet him, but Morong Jishui ignored them and walked towards the hall. When he reached the hall, he ordered someone to invite the great elder over. Inside the hall, all of the Morong family's elders were gathered together, and Yi Chen sat on the first seat on the right. Soon, a middle-aged man with a bulky body and sharp eyes walked over. He looked to be 7 or 8 years older than Morong Jishui, and was about 50 years old. He was tall and muscular, and as he walked, he gave off a powerful aura. Third brother. The middle-aged man did not call him leader, but called him third brother. Morong Jishui's eyebrows flicked as he said coldly, Morong Wang, were you the one who agreed to let my daughter go to the Yuan family? I remember that I am the leader of the Morong family, right? What right do you have to make such a decision? The Morong Wang he was talking about was indeed the great elder, who was also his big brother. Morong Wang sat on the first seat on the left. After glancing at Yi Chen, he said slowly, sooner or later, she will still have to go. This is the truth. Plus, there is nothing wrong with Qingqing marrying into the Yuan family. Only there would she be able to bring out her full potential. If you really want what's best for Qingqing, then I have nothing to say. But according to what I know, your son wants to marry the 3rd daughter of the Yuan family's branch. Is that true? What does my son marrying have to do with this? That would depend on who your son marries. Marrying a girl with a rather good bloodline from the Yuan family, do you think they would agree? I think you are trying your best to make my daughter marry Yuanyi so that you can negotiate with them. Am I right? Morong Jishui was very angry. Third brother, this is already done. No matter what I do, it will not change anything. So, whether I do it or not, there is no conflict. You are the leader of the Morong family. Do not be reckless and drag your wife and daughter into this. Morong Wang was not happy, so he changed the way he addressed him. Qingqing is my daughter. I do not need you to lecture me. As for your son, I can guarantee that the Yuan family would not agree. Do you really think that you can negotiate with them? They are the Yuan family after all. Morong Jishui calmed down. Morong Wang sneered, you do not need to worry about that. If there is nothing else, I will excuse myself for now. Standing up, Morong Wang walked out. When he was about to step out of the lobby, he turned around and looked at Yi Chen. I forgot to mention this. It would be best if you do not provoke the Yuan family. The rule of the demi-demon family is not something that you can change. Bringing him here would only humiliate him. Yi Chen, right? If I were you, I would leave immediately. The Yuan family is way more powerful than you can imagine. Any young warrior from there would be able to beat the whole southern region's young generation. Plus, you have to know that after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, anyone below the age of 40 would be considered a young warrior. I am afraid you are still limited to those below the age of 30, right? Yi Chen took a deep breath. Of course, Yi Chen knows about this. How could he not know about the definition of the young generation in the Sea of Souls realm? At the astral reaching realm, people below the age of 30 would be considered as the young generation, and those in their 20s would be considered as the young generation. At the Sea of Souls realm, people below the age of 40 would be considered as the young generation, and those below the age of 30 would be considered as the young generation. The reason why it was so close was mainly because of potential. At the astral reaching realm, warriors below the age of 30 would have the most potential, so they would be considered as the young generation. As for those in their 30s, although they would still be considered young, their potential would be almost used up. Once they reached the Sea of Souls realm, their potential would increase a bit, but it would still be limited. After reaching the age of 40, they would not have much potential anymore, and would not be considered as the young generation anymore. All in all, the young generation in this world was not measured by age, but by potential. Otherwise, Sea of Souls realm warriors could live up to 300 years, and 60 years old would only be equivalent to 20 years old for clasping Yuan realm warriors. Morong Wang said that any random young warrior from the Yuan family would be able to beat all of the young warriors in the southern region was indeed a bit exaggerated, but it would not be too exaggerated, because people in Yi Chen's generation were all below the age of 30, and the young warriors of the Yuan family were not limited to below the age of 30. They were all below the age of 40, and Yi Chen and the rest had lived 10 years less than them, so it would be normal for them to be weaker than them. If they were at the same age, saying that the young warriors of the Yuan family could beat all of the young warriors in the South River region would be an exaggeration. Huh. Seeing that Yi Chen was not scared at all, Morong Wang sneered. In his opinion, Yi Chen was still basking in his identity as the king warrior of the southern region. But, that was only for warriors below the age of 30. If he were above the age of 30, he would only be humiliated, and no one would give him any face. As for the Dragon King, he would not come out to stop him just because he was humiliated, since the Yuan family would not really kill Yi Chen for real. Pausing for a second, Morong Wang waved his sleeves and left. This must be Yi Chen. Among the elders of the Morong family, a square-faced elder looked at Yi Chen without any expression. Morong Jishui introduced everyone. He is Yi Chen, the martial genius that the Dragon King thinks highly of. There are a lot of martial geniuses out there. I wonder what kind of power he has to stop this marriage. Third brother, you should know how many powerful warriors there are in the young generation of the Yuan family, right? The square-faced elder was Morong Jishui's brother, who was ranked 5th. Hearing him, Morong Jishui chuckled and did not answer. Instead, he passed on his Zheng Yuan to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, it seems like the elders do not really believe in you. They think that you will only be humiliated if you go and lose the face of the Morong family. Later, if they want to challenge you, you can show your power. Actually, Morong Jishui did not think that Yi Chen would be able to beat the elders of the Morong family. He hoped that Yi Chen would be able to exchange dozens of attacks with them, and that would be enough. No matter how powerful the young warriors of the Yuan family were, there would still be a limit. The so-called humiliation would only happen when there was a huge gap between them. Don't worry, uncle. Yi Chen nodded his head. Yi Chen, although I do not agree with Qingqing marrying into the Yuan family either, not just anyone can get our support. If you want to get our support, you have to show us your power first. How about this? If you can take 50 attacks from me without losing, then I, Morong Wu, will stand on your side. Otherwise, you will have to go back to where you came from. The Morong family cannot afford to lose its face. As you wish. Yi Chen sighed, his eyes turning sharp. This is not a good place to battle. Let's go to the battling field. Morong Wu was the first to fly out of the hall. Let's go and have a look as well. A lot of the elders were still hesitating. They wanted to resist the Yuan family, but they also wanted to feel that it was worth it. If it was not worth it, then why would they break the rule of the demi-demon family, even if it was a martial genius that the Dragon King thought highly of? Yi Chen, let's go. Morong Jishui and Yi Chen followed behind. The battling field of the Morong family was very vast. It was surrounded by mountains, and there were some tall buildings built on top of them. Shoo! Shoo! All of the elders of the Morong family landed on top of the mountains while Morong Wu and Yi Chen landed in the middle of the battling field that was surrounded by mountains. Looking at the two figures on the battling field, a lot of the elders started to discuss. Morong Wu is one of the top warriors of the Morong family. Taking 50 attacks without losing is a bit harsh. How can it not be harsh? Being humiliated here is still better than being humiliated in the Yuan family. Yeah, I wonder how much of his power he will bring out. Hearing everyone's discussion, Morong Jishui could not help but think to himself, Yi Chen, don't disappoint me. You and I have the same goal. If you want to stand out, then my Morong family will do the same as well. Right now, we are all in the same boat. We will share the same fate, and we will share the same fate. Morong Jishui knew that Yi Chen had a lot of potential, but he still did not know how powerful Yi Chen was. Demi-demons were different from humans, and their basic advantages were very obvious. After reaching the Sea of Souls realm, this advantage would be even bigger. For example, in terms of spirit bodies, the demi-demon spirit bodies would be even more powerful than humans. Moreover, once the Zhen Yuan was mixed with demonic qi, it would have some of the characteristics of demonic power, which would make it even more powerful than humans. If Yi Chen could not even handle 50 attacks from Morong Wu, then this plan would not work anymore. Boom, qi waves clashed on the battling field. It was Morong Wu and Yi Chen attacking at each other. The Zhen Yuan qi that was leaking out of their bodies pressed against each other, forming two hemispherical membranes, each taking up half of the sky. All of a sudden, a bright blue light and a bright blue light exploded out, looking extremely eye-piercing. Take my wave fist attack first. Morong Wu stomped on the ground and jumped up into the air. The dark blue light accumulated on his fist, and when it had condensed into a single point, he threw out a punch at Yi Chen. What? Using his water profound fist art right from the start? Is Morong Wu planning to finish this battle quickly? Seeing Morong Wu attacking so aggressively, some of the masters were shocked. Facing this unknown fist attack, Yi Chen did not panic at all. His body stopped halfway as he reached down with his right hand, grabbing onto his gold sword and pulling it out. The second the gold sword was pulled out of its scabbard, a bright gold light shot out from the left side of Yi Chen's waist, shooting out toward Morong Wu, who was in midair. Inside that gold light were countless blurry sword shadows. Because of their extreme speed, they could not be seen with naked eyes at all. Only soul power could simulate them. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, the dark green light and the golden light clashed together, bringing up hundreds of explosive sounds within a second. This kind of endless chi explosion sound could easily make a clasping Yuan realm warrior's heart beat faster and get severely wounded. Even if a normal person was far away from it, their heart would still explode and die. What a fast sword speed. Morong Wu's fist attack was supposed to explode when it reached in front of Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's sword attack speed was way too fast, and his sword was even faster. Once his fist was thrown out, the dark green light that had been accumulated on the tip of his fist exploded. That not-so-big fist seemed to contain the power of a river. The fist power was thick like water, surging and surging. Each wave was higher than the last, faster than the last. Compressing the fist force into a single point and exploding it in an instant, amazing. In the first exchange, Yi Chen immediately sensed the profoundness of the raging wave's fist. To face this fist technique, he had to be faster than it. If he was hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. The surging fist energy and the countless sword shadows were like light and darkness, contending against each other, canceling each other out, and finally annihilating each other. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Not bad. Take another one of my raging waves kick. Morongwu's body slanted as his right leg flew into the air like a shooting star, kicking at Yi Chen's head. This kick was extremely similar to the raging wave's fist, as it was also condensing the leg power into a single point before exploding. Yi Chen did not back out at all. His left hand, which was hanging by his waist, held the emerald longsword in a reverse grip and waved it up, drawing out a bright thunder arc boom. This exchange was different from the last time. Morongwu's leg power had been split in half directly, and the rest of it was pushed back towards Morongwu by the curved sword light. Even though he moved last, he got here first. Morongwu was so shocked that cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It was him who threw out the raging wave's kick first, but his opponent's reaction was way too fast. It seemed like he had already prepared for it. Plus, that backhand sword attack had made him extremely uncomfortable. Just when his leg power had been condensed, it had been shattered, sliced apart, and even rolled back towards him. This Yi Chen does not seem to be simple. Both of Morongwu's attacks had been cancelled out by him. His battling experience is very impressive. He is no weaker than Morongwu, and his intelligence is even more powerful. He is indeed the martial genius that the Dragon King has chosen. Martial geniuses usually had very powerful intelligence. Even the older generation would not be able to compete with them, which was something that everyone had to admit. Of course, the masters who were watching the battle did not think that Morongwu would not be able to do anything to Yi Chen, since the battle had just begun. Being blown back by his own leg power, Morongwu looked at Yi Chen with surprise. All right. I thought you would not be able to handle even 80% of my power. But now, it seems like I have underestimated you. But, the battle has just begun. Next, you will be facing the most embarrassing situation. You better be mentally prepared. It would be better to be embarrassed here than in the Yuan family. Morongwu's battling intent had been ignited. He planned to attack with all of his power to see what kind of level Yi Chen had reached. Without enough power, he would not be able to go to the Yuan family. Bring it on. I will make sure that you will be satisfied. Yi Chen's long hair danced in the wind. His whole body was like a sword that had just been taken out of its scabbard, ready to fly out at any second to kill the enemy. It was indeed this sword intent that had made Morongwu develop this intense battling intent, making him consider Yi Chen as his opponent. Boom, Morongwu exploded. A lot of dark blue Xianxia water flow extended out of his body. It was like a living thing, floating up and down. It was 100 meters long, turning the area within 100 meters into his territory. Once one entered that area, they would be restricted by the Xianxia water flow. Shoo! Morongwu shot out toward Yi Chen. With the help of that Xianxia water flow, he looked like a massive human-shaped octopus, twisting the surreal space. Take this. It was the same wave fist art, but this time, Morongwu's fist aura was even faster and more aggressive. As he attacked, dozens of Xianxia water flows tried to wrap around Yi Chen. Yi Chen threw out a sword attack at an extremely fast speed to cut down the incoming Xianxia water flow. However, he realized that after the Xianxia water flow had been cut down, it would still be able to reconnect. Moreover, after cutting down one, more Xianxia water flow would follow up. Under the interference of the Xianxia water flow, Yi Chen and Morongwu exchanged an attack head-on and backed out dozens of steps. Shoo! 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 The Xianxia water flow followed right behind Yi Chen. If it were not for Yi Chen's sword speed and technique, as well as his super reflexes, he might have been trapped by the Jinyuan water flow. Once he was trapped, the situation would be very bad for him. This water sealing spell of mine is a combination of restriction, attack, and defense. It will limit your power and make you unable to focus on battling. Morongwu secretly accumulated his power, preparing his ace attack. Senior, why don't you try my Jinyuan silk as well? Yi Chen's body shook once, and countless blue silk threads spread out. They interweaved and formed into a couple of meters wide ball, covering Yi Chen within. Once those Jinyuan water flows touched it, they would be sliced into pieces, unable to move an inch further. What? Jinyuan silk? Not only Morongwu's expression changed, even Morong Jishui and all the other masters of the Morong family were shocked. It was not that they had never seen Jinyuan silk before. But, they had never seen anyone use it to such an extent as Yi Chen did. He was able to use his body as the center and spread out the Jinyuan silk threads, forming into a ball to protect himself. What kind of controlling power was required to do that? So troublesome. Morongwu was starting to have a headache. Yi Chen's power had already exceeded his expectation, since he was able to use Jinyuan silk to this level. Seeing that his Jinyuan silk threads had broken his opponent's water-sealing spell, even Yi Chen himself was a bit surprised. He had learned this Jinyuan silk from Chu Zhongtian's evil Yuan silk. When he was at the astral-reaching realm, he was already able to turn part of his Jinyuan into silk and increase his attacking power. Once he reached the Sea of Souls realm, his soul power would increase by 5 times, and his controlling power would naturally increase as well. His achievement in Jinyuan silk had already reached beyond Chu Zhongtian, leaving him far behind. With the protection of the Jinyuan silk, Yi Chen was not afraid of the Jinyuan water flow at all. He flew towards Morongwu at an extreme speed, throwing out a sword attack. Swoosh, a crescent-shaped sword chi shot out. Seal. Morongwu quickly pulled back the Jinyuan water flow, gathering it in front of him. Boom, in the next second, that rich Jinyuan water splashed out, and Morongwu was blown backward. Gold resonant radiance sword attack. The Jinyuan water flow disappeared as Yi Chen waited for the moment when Morongwu's defense was at its weakest and threw out his most powerful sword attack. Gold and blue sword light spread out everywhere. Good brat. Morongwu's pupils shrank. That sword attack had brought him a lot of danger. Wherever that sword attack went through, the space started to vibrate, and dense space folds started to spread out. Arm demonization. Break. At that critical moment, Morongwu's right arm burst out with a strong black chi, which was very agile. It traveled inside his arm. Creak. Creak. The sound of muscles tightening was heard as Morongwu's arm expanded within a second. Even the sleeves of his shirt had been torn apart, exposing the skin of his arm. No, it should not be called skin anymore. It was an arm that was covered in dense scales. Demon chi was rolling in the air, and the claws were huge. The streamlined muscles had a black luster to them. Tightening his fist, Morongwu threw out a punch onto that gold and blue sword light. Shoo! Shoo! Burning sparks spilled everywhere. Morongwu's feet rubbed against the ground as he slid dozens of meters away. Besides that 1 second of looking pale, he did not puke out any blood. HM? This arm is just like a demon's arm. It blocked out my sword light with only 1 punch. Yi Chen stared at Morongwu's right arm. If it were not for this sudden transformation, he would have been wounded for sure. Of course, as the 5th master of the Morong family, he might have a top-ranked shield, but he had to rely on it to block out his own attack, which meant that he had lost the battle. He had forced the 5th to demonize his own arm. Morong Jishui gasped as he looked at Yi Chen in shock. All the other masters were shocked as well. Demonization was a taboo in the demi-demon family. Unless it was a critical moment, they would rarely use it to increase their power. Morongwu could only demonize his right arm, but after that, his right arm would no longer be a normal arm. It would become a demon's arm, and its power would increase exponentially. What shocked them the most was that although that sword attack of Yi Chen had been shattered by Morongwu, Morongwu himself had slid dozens of meters away as well. It was obvious that he could not suppress Yi Chen's attack at all. Did you guys feel it? The willpower of this sword attack had increased a little bit. Yeah, I had the same feeling as well. Some of the masters had noticed it. His right arm felt like it had just been electrocuted, numb and numb. Morongwu's eyebrows flicked as he recalled what had just happened. When his fist landed on the sword light, it felt like he had clashed with a mountain of gold. That intense vibrating power had layered on top of each other, acting on his right arm. This sword attack had vibrated more than 2,000 times within a second, which made it hard for me to concentrate my power. Plus, the sword intent of this attack was even more powerful, making the sword light even more condensed, like the toughest steel board. Rank 4 peak level sword spirit. Thinking about that sword intent carefully, Morongwu came to a shocking conclusion. Yi Chen's sword intent was actually at the peak level master level, which meant that his sword spirit had already reached rank 4 peak level. But, it made sense, since he was only at peak level early Sea of Souls realm, and he had not mastered all of his profound sword movements yet. Only through his sword intent would he be able to make up for this disadvantage. Alright, the battle is over. Now, is there anyone who still doubts Yi Chen's power? Morong Jishui took a deep breath as he looked around. All of the masters shook their heads. After Morongwu's right arm demonized, although he could perform some hidden ace attacks, this Yi Chen might still have some ace attacks. All in all, Morongwu was indeed at a disadvantage. Indeed. With this kind of power, it would be more than enough for him to go to the Yuan family. As for the risk, there must be. It would be weird if there was no risk at all. Hearing the master's discussion, a smile appeared on Morong Jishui's face. Morongwu was a top spirit warrior, and after demonizing his right arm, his overall power had increased by 20 to 30%. He was not that far away from the master level. So, the fact that Yi Chen could get the upper hand was already way beyond his expectation. Yi Chen, I admit that I have underestimated you. On the battling platform, Morongwu's right arm had not changed back yet. Once a demi-demon demonized, it would take a while for it to return to normal. Putting the gold sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said, "This is not important." Yeah, it is indeed not important. Whether I underestimate you or not, the result will be the same. Letting out a breath, Morongwu continued, "My niece, Qingqing, will depend on you to bring her back. Do not disappoint me. I believe that you will definitely succeed." Morongwu was the same as Morong Jishui, he did not want Morong Qingqing to marry into the Yuan family. But of course, his purpose was even purer than Morong Jishui's. Yi Chen nodded. I will. Among the young generation of the Yuan family, you have to be careful of 3 people. One is Yuan Hao, who is the brother of Yuan Yi. The other is Yuan Jia, who is the youngest uncle of Yuan Yi, who is below 40 years old. And the last one would be Yuan Yi. These 3 are very powerful. As for exactly how powerful they are, the spies of our Morong family are not very clear about it. As for the other young warriors, they should not get involved. The Yuan family is not that harmonious internally, and there are a lot of different factions. Morongwu reminded Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded again. Actually, he did not have much confidence either. Below 30 years old, he thought he had 90% confidence. But, below 40 years old, there would be too many uncertainties. Training 10 years more or less would sometimes make a huge difference. The only thing he could do now was to try his best. Yi Chen, follow me. The rest of you, you can go now. Morong Jishui left behind a sentence before flying toward the inside of the Morong family. Yi Chen followed right behind him. Inside a huge tower, Yi Chen and Morong Jishui arrived at the highest floor, the 21st floor. Each floor of the tower was very tall, 7 to 8 meters tall. The 21st floor would be 150 to 60 meters. Standing on the 7th floor, one could see most of the buildings inside the Morong family. Morong Wu's power. What do you think? Morong Jishui asked. Yi Chen said, not too bad. If I use all of my power, I can beat him within 10 attacks. It was not an exaggeration. After battling with Morong Wu for a while, he had already calculated his overall power, including the increase of his right arm after demonization. Oh. Morong Jishui turned his head and looked at Yi Chen with surprise. Yi Chen, can you tell me what rank your sword soul is? Is it peak level rank 4 or rank 5? Peak level rank 4. Yi Chen was telling the truth. Although his sword intent seemed to have surpassed the master-level sword intent, the rank of his sword soul was still at peak level rank 4. As for the reason, it was very simple. It was because his sword soul was the slaughter sword soul, which was at peak level rank 4. It was more powerful than a normal peak level rank 5 sword soul. Of course, he did not use the slaughter sword soul during the battle with Morong Wu. Instead, he used the normal sword soul embryo with the destruction element. His normal sword soul embryo was actually not normal at all. Just like the slaughter sword soul, it had already developed a will power, which was equivalent to a normal peak level rank 2 sword soul. Combined with the destruction element, it would be equivalent to a normal rank 4 sword soul, which was a master level sword soul. He knew it very well that although the peak level rank 4 slaughter sword soul was only equivalent to a normal peak level rank 5 sword soul, and it would not be as powerful as the ones in front of it. But, with the increase of the rank, the difference would be even bigger. Going from rank 3 to rank 4 and from rank 4 to rank 5 would have a totally different meaning, because a rank 5 sword soul would be a king level sword soul, just like how a rank 4 sword soul would be a master level sword soul. Peak level rank 4. No wonder. I did not expect you to be this powerful in the sword art. I am just like the others. I have underestimated you. After the surprise, Morong Jishui laughed, feeling very good. This time, no matter if he won or lost, he would not regret it at all. Yi Chen's potential was beyond his imagination. With enough time, he would definitely be able to create a miracle, since he had just reached the Sea of Souls realm not long ago. As long as he could increase his cultivation and profound sense martial arts, there would not be many people in the Sea of Souls realm who would be able to compete with him. This kind of person was born to be a king. What if he reaches the life and death realm? This thought suddenly flashed through Morong Jishui's mind, and he was shocked by himself. He finally understood why the Dragon King valued Yi Chen so much. He must have already seen how powerful Yi Chen was. This kind of horrifying martial genius was rarely seen in history. Once he became a life and death realm warrior, all of the powerful warriors in the whole continent would be shocked. With that thought in mind, he put himself in the Dragon King's shoes. From his perspective, no matter what, he would not give up on Yi Chen, this martial genius. For him, he would even fight against the king warriors. The bigger the investment, the bigger the profit. Anyone who dared to bully the weak would be going against the Dragon King. Once the Dragon King got angry, the consequences would be horrifying. I guess even Yi Chen himself did not know how important he was. For him, the Dragon King would do anything. Morong Jishui glanced at Yi Chen, feeling very excited. With the Dragon King protecting Yi Chen, breaking the rules of the demi-demon family that had been around for thousands of years would be nothing. Since the Dragon King had already bet on Yi Chen, why couldn't he? The Dragon King's vision was not something he could compete with. This brat will definitely turn the world upside down in the future. Following behind him and cheering for him would be the honor of our Morong family. With that thought in mind, the way Morong Jishui looked at Yi Chen had changed. Deep in his heart, he had already considered Yi Chen as a powerful warrior. In front of him, he seemed to be a little bit smaller. It was not shameful, not at all. Some people were destined to be the ones who could not see the truth clearly. About the demi-demons, I have not told you everything yet. So, it would be fine if I tell you now. Clearing his throat, Morong Jishui said, do you know what the demonization is? Yi Chen guessed, is it because of the demon's bloodline? Indeed. Every member of our demi-demon race has half or less of the demon's bloodline. The demons are a race that is even more powerful than the human race. Having their bloodline is a good thing, but also a bad thing. It all depends on whether or not you can control the bloodline of the demons, such as the demonization ability. You have seen it yourself. Morong Wu could demonize his right arm, and after that, his right arm would turn into a demon arm. I believe I do not need to say more about the power of the demons, right? Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, the demons were very powerful. Back in the parallel space battlefield, he had witnessed the battle between the Demon King and the 3 king warriors. That Demon King had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, and was at its weakest state. But still, it was able to beat the 3 king warriors so badly. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the demons were, which was hard to describe with words. The demonization ability can only be mastered after reaching the Sea of Souls realm. If it happens before the Sea of Souls realm, it would most likely turn into a murderous demon that had lost its mind. That would be the sign of not being able to control it. But once you reach the Sea of Souls realm, you would usually be able to control the demonization a little bit, and it would not happen again. Look at me, my demonization ability is even more powerful than Murong Wu's. As he spoke, Murong Jishui's left and right arms both started to expand. Demon chi rolled in the air, and the fingernail-sized black scales reached all the way to his shoulders. That streamlined muscle gave people a metallic shine, containing an extremely horrifying power and defense. The reason why my demonization ability is even more powerful than Murong Wu's is not only because I can demonize both of my arms, but also because I can get out of the demonization mode as I please. Crack! Crack, the scales disappeared, and Murong Jishui's arms soon returned to normal. Get out of the demonization mode as you please? Yi Chen had seen Murong Wu's right arm being unable to return to normal even after a long time. This Murong Jishui was not just a little bit more powerful than Murong Wu. Smiling lightly, Murong Jishui asked, "How is it?" "Very powerful." "Does the demonization have any side effects?" Yi Chen asked. Letting out a sigh, Murong Jishui said, "Yes. Demonization is a double-edged sword. The more you rely on it, the greater the consequences you will have to bear in the future. After all, we are human devils, not members of the demon race. Demonization is the same as developing into a demon race. Unfortunately, even if our whole body is demonized, we are not members of the demon race. There is an invisible abyss between one race and another race. Those who want to cross it will fall and break their bones. Therefore, unless it is a critical moment, we will not use demonization. This thing will erode our body. Once our body is completely eroded, it will erode our soul until we lose our reason." That's right. Demonization is a double-edged sword. The more you rely on it, the greater the consequences you will have to bear in the future. There are a lot of people who hate demi-demons on this continent because of this reason. They are afraid that there will be a demon king among us, or even a group of demon kings who have lost their minds. There must be some other reasons. Yi Chen did not think that the demi-demons would cause that much of a threat. First of all, the number of demi-demons would limit the influence of the demi-demons. There were 20 families, so how many demi-demons could there be? Adding all of them together, it would not be more than 1 million. How many of them would become demon kings or lose their minds would already be horrifying. The chance of them becoming life and death realm warriors would be 10,000 times higher than the chance of human warriors becoming life and death realm warriors. Of course, part of it was because of their higher foundation. With a smaller population, the chance of them becoming powerful warriors would be higher. How about this demonization? Since he was going to fight against the demi-demons from the Yuan family, Yi Chen had to figure out how much the demonization would increase his power. Murong Jishui said, "Demonizing parts of the body will increase in 2 ways, and it is a bit complicated. For example, if my right arm is demonized, then my right arm would increase by at least 30%, and my whole body would increase by 10%. If I demonize both of my arms, then both of them would increase by 40%, and my whole body would increase by 20%. If I demonize both of my arms and one of my legs, then each of them would increase by 50%, and my whole body would increase by 30%. The more parts that are demonized, the bigger the increase would be. So that is how it is." Yi Chen understood it very easily. Just like what Murong Jishui had said, after demonization, the increase would be in 2 ways, part and whole. As the number of parts that were demonized increased, the power of part and whole would increase by 10%. If he demonized all of his limbs, then each of them would increase by 60%, and the whole body would increase by 40%. Yi Chen wondered how it would be after he demonized all of them. By then, it would be a huge increase, and it would not just be a 10% increase anymore. Yuan Hao and Yuan Jie's demi-demon bloodline is similar to mine, so they would be able to demonize at least one part, and possibly both parts. But of course, in terms of controlling ability, they would not be as powerful as me. As for Yuan Yi, you really have to be careful. He not only has the perfect demi-demon bloodline, but he is also at the mid-Sea of Souls realm. Once the demi-demons with the perfect demi-demon bloodline reach the Sea of Souls realm, they would be able to master a special power that is even more powerful than the demonization ability. This power is not fixed, but it would be related to the demon's power anyway. Morong Jishui reminded him. The power of the demons? Yichen had heard about it from Morong Qingqing before. Although he did not know exactly what the demon's power was, he knew that it would not be simple, since the demons were a race that was even more powerful than the human race. Their power would not be normal at all. After thinking about it, Yichen frowned and asked, the perfect demi-demon bloodline can master the demonization ability. And the special power at the same time? No. Morong Jishui shook his head, the perfect demi-demons will lose their demonization ability. They are the most perfect demi-demons, so they don't have to worry about losing their minds. As for the reason, I don't know either. Logically speaking, the perfect demi-demons have much more demon blood than us, but they don't have the ability to demonize. Of course, with their talent, they don't need the demonization ability at all, because the demonization ability is a burden to them. Hearing this, Yichen let out a sigh of relief. He had never personally experienced the side effects of the demonization ability. He only knew that the demonization ability could increase one's strength, and there was no doubt about it. If the other party had both the demonization ability and the innate ability, then it would not be easy to deal with them. The Yuan family is in the Gulan region of the eastern region, which is 18 million miles away from here. Even with the red-eye vicious bird that we raise, it would still take us more than a month to get there without any rest. Normally, it would take us 2.5 months. In 3 days, we will leave. Morong Jishui suggested. Alright, we'll leave in 3 days. A sharp light flashed through Yichen's eyes. 800 miles to the north of the Morong family, there was a valley. It was not that big, only 4 to 5 miles long and hundreds of meters wide. There was a deep pond in the middle of the valley. There used to be a rank 7 weird fish, but it had been killed a couple of days ago, and its meat had been turned into soup. Right next to the deep pond, a couple of wooden houses had appeared out of nowhere. They were hidden between the rocks and the trees. Even if one walked into the valley, it would be hard to notice them. Shoo, a shadow shot into the valley through the entrance, arriving in front of the wooden house like it was very familiar with the place. It seemed like he had known about the existence of the house a long time ago. Who is it? A low yell came from inside the house. It was a middle-aged man in black robes. His face was white without any facial hair, and he had a healthy body. He laughed, Iron Dragon, it is me. Why are you so nervous? The door opened, and the bulky man in black robes who was called Iron Dragon said helplessly, come in. I thought we had been discovered. Crack, as the door closed, the two walked in. The inside of the house was a whole new world. There were a lot of shiny crystals embedded on the walls, and there were a couple of tubes on the east side of the wall. On the other side of the wall, there were a couple of bulky men in black robes who were grilling meat. The aroma filled the air. While grilling, Iron Dragon asked, Grey Eagle, how is the Morong family doing? Morong Jishui is back, and he has brought a young man with him. Do you know who that young man is? He is the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the southern regions, Yichen. According to what I know, Morong Jishui does not seem to want his daughter to marry into our Yuan family. Inviting that brat here probably does not mean anything good. Huh. What a reckless aunt. His daughter being able to marry into our Yuan family is a blessing that he earned in his previous life. How could he not appreciate it? As for that Yichen, should we inform the family and have them send someone to kill him? That would be the end of it. Iron Dragon's face was full of killing intent. The middle-aged man shook his head, this kind of thing is not something you and I can decide. He is a martial genius that the Dragon King has his eyes on. If we kill him, the consequences would be too severe. Who knows, it might even be traced back to our Yuan family. Iron Dragon said with disdain, a dead martial genius is no longer a martial genius. I think the Dragon King would not turn against our demi-demon family for a dead man, right? Although our demi-demon family relies on him for a lot of things, he should not push it too far. Without him, we still have Xianhou behind us. Xianhou and the Dragon King were both top king warriors. The reason why the Dragon King helped the demi-demon family was because one of his disciples was a martial genius of the demi-demon family. Of course, there were other reasons as well. On the other hand, the reason why Xianho helped the demi-demon family was because Xianho had owed the demi-demon family back in the day. You cannot say it like that. The dignity of a king warrior should not be challenged. It would be hard to tell if the Dragon King would get angry or not. Once he gets angry, our demi-demon family would not be able to stop him. As for killing Yi Chen, it is not impossible, but we have to make sure that no one knows that it was done by us. Hearing Grey Eagle, Iron Dragon was a bit frustrated. He was right. The demi-demon family would not be able to stop the Dragon King, even if there were 2 demi-demon kings in his family. Thinking about that, a dark look flashed through his eyes as he thought to himself, most of these human warriors are hostile to our demi-demon family. If we have a top demi-demon king or even a demi-demon emperor, then they would not dare to mess with us, and the Dragon King would not turn against us that easily. Let's send the news back. Let the family make the decision. Iron Dragon suggested. Grey Eagle nodded. Indeed, we have to send the news back. This matter could be big or small, so we have to pay attention to it. Luckily, the family had sent us here to spy on the Murong family. I did not expect that we would actually find something like this. No wonder the leader of the family said that the Murong family is a disaster. As he spoke, Grey Eagle patted the beast tag on his waist, and a gray, weird-looking bird flashed out. It was only 1 foot long, with a very thin neck. Its body was streamlined, and its feathers were very smooth, shining with a gray metallic luster. Putting the paper with the news into a small bamboo tube and tying it on the leg of the bird, Grey Eagle opened the door of the house and threw the bird out. Chee, the bird screeched once before disappearing without a trace. 3 days later, in the morning, a couple of red-eye birds flew out from the biggest building of the Murong family, carrying Yi Chen and the rest toward the northeast. This time, it was not only Murong Jishui and Yi Chen who were going to the Yuan family, but also the headmaster Murong Wang, the 5th master Murong Wu, and 10 other powerful warriors of the Murong family. All of them were at early Sea of Souls realm, so it was not hard to tell how powerful the Murong family was. The red-eye birds are rank 8 beasts, and their highest speed can reach 7 times the speed of sound. If we include the rest, we should be able to reach the Gulan region in 2.5 months. Of course, we could also make it 10 days earlier. There were 4 red-eye birds in total. Murong Jishui, Yi Chen, and Murong Wu were riding on one, while Murong Wang and 2 other powerful warriors were riding on the other 2. On the wide back of the birds, Murong Jishui stood right next to Yi Chen as he said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not really care about it. The red-eye birds were rank 8 beasts, and their speed could reach 7 times the speed of sound was already very scary. But, his flying puppet was even faster than them. Once it was loaded with top-rank spirit stones, its highest speed could reach 10 times the speed of sound, and it could fly without any rest. So, it would probably take them a month to reach the Gulan region. Of course, he would not take it out unless it was a critical moment. On the back of the red-eye bird on the left, Murong Wang sneered. In his opinion, Yi Chen would be looking for trouble by going to the Yuan family. So what if he managed to beat Murong Wu? Could there not be another young warrior who was more powerful than Murong Wu in the whole Yuan family? You do not know how high the sky is. Once you reach the Yuan family, perhaps you will be too scared to say anything. Murong Wang thought to himself. Murong Jishui glanced at Murong Wang. To be honest, he did not want Murong Wang to go with him. But, the latter was the headmaster of the family. Although he was not as powerful as him, he was still a top spirit warrior. When he was in his demonized mode, he might be able to compete with normal master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors, even more powerful than Murong Wu. If he wanted to go, Murong Jishui would not be able to stop him, since the latter did not listen to him at all. I hope he will not cause trouble for me. Shoo! Shoo! The red-eye bird's speed was getting faster and faster, eventually maintaining at 7 times the speed of sound. In the east of the continent, inside the Gulan region was full of power, and the 2 most powerful ones were the Yuan family and the Gulan martial school. The Yuan family was located near an abyss. There were so many tall buildings that one could not see the end of. Among the buildings, there were two towers that were very eye-catching. They were thousands of meters tall, looking like two huge swords that pierced through the clouds. And the ones who lived in the towers were the two demi-demon kings of the Yuan family. On the top floor of a similarly tall building, a middle-aged man in purple robes stood there with his hands behind his back, looking down at the buildings in front of him. The middle-aged man's eyes froze a bit as he noticed that there was a tiny dot in the sky. Soon, the dot enlarged and arrived in the sky above the Yuan family. It turned out to be a foot-long gray bird, which was traveling at an amazing speed. Shoo! The gray bird circled around for a couple of times before landing on the window in front of the middle-aged man. The man waved his hand, and the small bamboo tube on the bird's leg landed in his hand. He took out the paper inside and opened it. After a while, the middle-aged man sneered, "What a reckless brat! How dare you come to the Yuan family? I will not let you off easily. As for the Morong family, it is time to take care of them. That Morong Jishui does not have the right to be the leader of the Morong family." The space nearby vibrated a bit, and a gray shadow appeared there. "Headmaster. The third and fifth master have brought them back. The leader of the Morong family has also come with them." The gray shadow's voice was very vague. If one did not know where he was, it would be hard to tell where the voice was coming from. The middle-aged man ordered, "Arrange a place for them to stay. Also, send someone to watch over them. Without my permission, do not let them step out of the Yuan family." "Understood. Also, get Yi back and let the two of them get to know each other better. Although there is no more suspense in this marriage, if they can develop feelings for each other, it would be even better. If they do, no one would be able to stop them." The middle-aged man was actually a little bit worried that something might happen. For him, this marriage would not allow any accidents to happen. Once it was done, no matter if it was the Yuan family or him, they would both benefit a lot. Two perfect demi-demon bloodlines combined would also give birth to children with perfect demi-demon bloodlines. If there were two of them, then the Yuan family would have 4 perfect demi-demon bloodlines. Plus, all 4 of them would be on his side. So, his great-grandfather and the headmaster would definitely side with him. "Headmaster, should we use the shadowless poison on the leader of the Morong family? With it, the success rate would be even higher, and that little girl would be more obedient," the gray shadow suggested. The middle-aged man thought about it for a while, then nodded. "You will do it. Remember, do it secretly." "Yes. All right. You go do what you need to do first." Hearing him, the gray shadow left without a sound. Turning around, the middle-aged man looked up at the blood-colored crescent moon in the sky. "I hope it does not come to that. But, if it does, then it would not be my fault. This marriage can only succeed, and no failure is allowed. Whoever dares to stop it would be going against me." As the main family of the demi-demon race, the Yuan family had the most population, reaching a shocking 400,000. With such a huge population, there were naturally a lot of buildings. In the hundreds of miles radius around the abyss, there were all kinds of buildings. In a luxurious courtyard at the edge of the core region, 2 beautiful women were sitting on stone chairs and chatting. She was about 38 or 39 years old. Between her eyebrows, there was a charm that only a mature woman could have. An emerald green jewel hung from her earlobes, and she was wearing a luxurious dark green dress. Opposite of the mature woman was a much younger woman in a purple dress. Her face was covered with a veil, and through the contours of her face, one could see that she was somewhat similar to the mature woman. However, in comparison, she was more stunning. She had a pair of slightly purple pupils that were like 2 light purple gems. Her eyelashes were slender and curved, and her hair was like a waterfall. The latter was Morong Qingqing. "Qingqing, do you think that brat will really come?" The mature woman did not hold any hope. Morong Qingqing was a little absent-minded. She took a sip of tea and said, "Since father went to find him, he will definitely come. I know him." "Oh. Is it for you?" The mature woman showed an ambiguous smile on her face. Morong Qingqing blushed. "Not necessarily. Anyway, he will come. But it might not be entirely for me. It would be great if he comes. Otherwise, you will really have to marry that Yuan Yi." The mature woman did not look happy, the Yuan family is way too aggressive. They said that they invited you, but they were actually threatening you. Luckily, your father was not there that day. Otherwise, he would have to fight with the third and fifth master of the Yuan family. With his power alone, I am afraid he would not be able to win against them. Morong Qingqing said with determination, whether he comes or not, I will not marry you Wenyi. Worst case scenario, I will just die. Pausing for a second, she said again, Mother, why did you come? If you come, I am afraid that they will use you to threaten me. The mature woman was indeed Morong Qingqing's mother, Morong Jishui's wife. Her name was Su Ruhui. She forced a smile and said, Do you think that if I did not come, they would let you go and threaten you? I am afraid that it would be even worse. Plus, I am the former third daughter of the Su family, so they would not be too reckless. There were more than 20 demi-demon families in total, and the Su family was one of them. Different from the Morong family, the Su family was way more powerful than the Morong family, at least in the top 5. No matter how aggressive the Yuan family was, they would have to show some respect to the Su family. Plus, I also want to meet your father's old lover. Su Ruhui loved Morong Jishui a lot. As the former third daughter of the Su family, when she chose to marry Morong Jishui, there were a lot of obstacles. But in the end, she succeeded. However, there was still a knot in her heart. She knew that there was someone else in Morong Jishui's heart, and that person was his first lover. Morong Qingqing asked curiously, What will you say when you see her? Nothing much. I just want to see what kind of person she is. My eyes are very accurate. Su Ruhui laughed. Oh right, I have not seen that brat yet. When he comes, I will take a good look at him for you as well. The wind was blowing, and it was sharp like blades. 7-meter-long red-eyed birds flew at an extreme speed, shuttling through the clouds. Because of the extreme speed, a layer of air appeared 2 meters in front of the birds. It was very thick, and was formed by countless compressed air particles. It was a natural barrier. Inside the air layer, Yi Chen and the rest were all sitting on the back of the birds. The journey was too long, so they would occasionally wake up from their training mode and say a few words. But most of the time, they were training and adjusting their breathing. The back of the birds was very wide. Even with the 3 of them sitting on it, it still looked very spacious. If they squeezed a little, it could easily fit dozens of people. Yi Chen was sitting a bit to the right in front of him. When I first reached the Sea of Souls realm, my slaughter sword spirit and that normal sword spirit had both been strengthened quite a bit. The slaughter sword spirit was only rank 4, which was comparable to normal rank 5 sword spirits. But because of the huge increase in soul power, it naturally reached the peak of rank 4. But, the normal sword spirit had been nourished by a huge amount of soul power, so why did it not reach the sword spirit level? It was just a bit more powerful. Yi Chen could not quite understand it. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen let out a breath. His deep eyes went through the air layer and looked at the world outside, where the clouds were rolling and changing. Right then, Morong Jishui had also stopped training. Seeing Yi Chen's pondering expression, he chuckled, You are so hardworking. I always see you thinking. Yi Chen shook his head and said, There are too many things that I do not understand. It seems like the more powerful I am, the more things I do not understand. Even some of the simple things that I have experienced before, I do not understand much anymore. Oh. Morong Jishui was a bit surprised, You are right. The more powerful I am, the less I understand this world. Before, we could only see the surface, and thought that it was everything. But now that we know the essence, we realize that the surface is just like a floating cloud. Essence? Floating cloud? A beam of light flashed through Yi Chen's mind, as if something had suddenly become clear. He was afraid that the inspiration would disappear soon, so he immediately closed his eyes and entered the training mode. Morong Jishui was shocked, and then smiled bitterly. He shook his head and also started training. Essence, right, I have never paid attention to the essence of the sword spirit. The sword spirit is the condensed sword intent, which is the will, which is the external expression of the soul power, which is equivalent to the power of the soul. Since I want to condense the sword spirit, it must be related to the soul power. I have never thought about this before. The reason why I can condense the slaughter sword spirit is because it is natural, not intentional. Clang. 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 Clang, clang. 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 In fact, this sound did not exist at all. It was simulated automatically in Yichen's mind, and only Yichen could hear it. Above his soul sea, next to the dark red slaughter sword spirit, there was a rather illusory ancient longsword. This ancient longsword was the sword spirit embryo. Next to the sword spirit embryo, a silver hammer was hitting the sword spirit embryo, bringing out illusory silver sparks. The silver hammer was created by the soul power. A smile appeared on Yichen's face. Just as he had expected, the sword spirit embryo's density had increased. It seemed slow, but it was actually a couple of times faster than before. Morong Jishui's unintentional words had solved a problem for Yichen. Since the essence of the sword spirit was the external expression of the soul, then using the soul power to train it would be the perfect way to train the sword spirit, right? Oh right, since I could think of it, why didn't the Battle King think of it? Yichen suddenly thought of this question. According to the information that the Battle King had sent into his mind, training the sword spirit was all about learning and using more, but not training. Is it because they can't do it? After reaching the life and death realm, although the soul power would increase drastically, the rank of the sword spirit would be higher as well. So, the soul power would still not be able to train the sword spirit. After thinking about it, Yichen felt that this was the only explanation. It was because his soul power was 5 times more powerful than the other Sea of Souls realm warriors, which was why he could condense his soul power into the shape of a hammer and hit the sword spirit embryo. But, the other Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to do it. Even the Battle King could not do it when he was at the Sea of Souls realm. Once he reached the life and death realm, although his soul power would be more powerful, but the rank of his sword spirit would be higher as well. So, he would not be able to do it either. It seems like this is my talent, and no one else can learn it. Regardless, Yichen was in a good mood. He had found a shortcut to speed up the development of his sword spirit. Time passed quickly, day and night alternated. On the 7th day after Yichen had learned the essence of the sword spirit, the red-eye beast carried everyone to the eastern region. Right then, there was only 1,000,000 miles left before they reached their destination, the Gulan region. Ting, the moment the night arrived, a sword ting sound echoed in Yichen's head. 7 days ago, the vague sword spirit embryo had finally been completely condensed. If the sword spirit embryo was an iron sword that was not that sharp, then the completed sword spirit would be a great sword. The edge of the sword was extremely sharp, and the light of will power was like the cold light of the sword, making people's hearts skip a beat. The second sword spirit, done. Yichen abruptly opened his eyes. The dark sky suddenly brightened up, as if a flash of lightning had flashed across the sky, or a beam of sword light had appeared. Morong Jishui and Morong Wu, who were only a couple of meters away from Yichen, did not notice anything strange about Yichen. Compared to before, Yichen's control over his sword intent had already reached the top level. The second sword spirit was formed, he did not leak out any sword intent at all. Indeed, the third sword spirit has been formed. Letting out a breath, Yichen focused all of his attention on his Sea of Soul. Above his Sea of Soul, besides the slaughter sword spirit and the second sword spirit, there was another illusory, ancient-looking longsword right next to the second sword spirit. This longsword had a dim light, like an abandoned iron sword. However, on the surface of this longsword, there was a bright light of will power as well. The third sword spirit is just like the second one, which is as powerful as a normal rank 2 sword spirit. As for the second sword spirit, it has already reached the peak of rank 3. Combined with the destruction or immortality element, it would be as powerful as a peak rank 4 sword spirit. In other words, without the slaughter sword spirit, destruction or immortality element, Yichen's second sword spirit would only be below the master level sword spirit. Once it was combined with the destruction and immortality elements, its power would reach the peak of rank 4 sword spirit, which would not be weaker than any master-level sword artist. The reason why the slaughter element was imprinted on the first sword spirit and formed the slaughter sword spirit was because it had slaughtered enough people. If I want to imprint the destruction element on the second sword spirit, I must comprehend the true essence of destruction. Once the Destruction Sword Spirit is formed, its power will be even greater than the Slaughter Sword Spirit. Shaking his head, Yi Chen was confused. He was wondering how many sword spirits he could form in the end. According to his estimation, there should be 3 sword spirits, which were the Slaughter Sword Spirit, the Destruction Sword Spirit, and the Immortality Sword Spirit. After all, there were only 3 elements in his Sea of Soul. Of course, it was just an estimation. Who knew if there would be a 4th or 5th sword spirit? If there were, he would have to think about why. He could not even figure out what had happened to him, so what else could he figure out? The Slaughter Sword Spirit and the Second Sword Spirit are resonating. Right then, Yi Chen found out something amazing. Inside his Sea of Soul, the Slaughter Sword Spirit and the Second Sword Spirit had some kind of connection. It was very weak, and if he did not sense it carefully, he would not be able to sense it at all. Moreover, he found out that as the connection was formed, the Slaughter Sword Spirit and the Second Sword Spirit were condensing at a very small speed, as if they had formed a resonance field. A wave of strong flow blew past, causing the bird to shake a little. Morong Jishui and Morong Wu were both startled awake. Looking at the environment under the cloud ocean, Morong Jishui laughed, "We have entered the Gulan region. In about 2 to 3 days, we will reach the biggest city near the Yuan family, the Ancient Wind City. Shall we go to the Ancient Wind City first?" Yi Chen asked. Morong Jishui nodded. Right now, going to the Yuan family would be like entering a tiger's den. Although they would not kill us, they would still be able to imprison us. Once the wedding is over, it would be pointless for us to come out and cause trouble. So, we cannot be reckless. You're right. Yi Chen thought about it and agreed with him. If he entered the Yuan family on his own, there would be a big chance that he would be imprisoned. Then, the other party would be able to say that he was imprisoned because he had intruded into the Yuan family. Right then, Morong Wu said, "Third brother, the Yuan family would not be easy to mess with. I am afraid that our operation would not be that smooth. Even if they are not easy to mess with, we will have to. We have no way out now." Morong Jishui said viciously, then looked over at Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked very calm, but there was a sharpness in that calm look. Ancient Wind City, it was one of the most famous big cities in the Gulan region, which was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Yuan family. Inside the city, there were a lot of martial institutions branches, which were basically used to protect the local businesses. After all, the martial institutions were too far away, and it would be impossible to have no security. "Yuan Yi, I lost to you 2 years ago. Today, I will take it all back." On the street, 2 young men were confronting each other. The one who was talking was in his 30s. His long hair was tied up by a yellow band, and there was a dirt-colored battle blade on his back. The blade intent was shooting out of it. Easily blocking out the incoming blade intent, the handsome young man who was also in his 30s sneered, "Gao Yunfeng, you are a powerful warrior as well. Unfortunately, you should not have come to me. 2 years ago, you were not my opponent, and 2 years later, you will be even more so. I am not interested in competing with you." "What? Are you scared?" "Scared? Huh. I am just not interested in wounding you. Perhaps, I might even accidentally kill you." Yuan Yi looked disdainful. Injuries and deaths are inevitable in battles. I, Gao Yunfeng, do not care about it anymore. Alright, since you want to die that badly, I will fulfill your wish. Let's battle outside the city. A killing intent appeared in Yuan Ye's eyes as he flew toward the west gate. Gao Yunfeng followed right behind him. "Hurry! Follow him. Yuan Yi is about to battle with Gao Yunfeng, regardless of life or death." All of the warriors who were watching were excited as they followed. On the empty wasteland outside the city, the wind was blowing hard. 2 human figures kept crossing each other, bringing up a chi power that was enough to tear the ground apart. Burning Fire Blade. Gao Yunfeng faced the incoming wind and threw out a blade attack. This blade attack was extremely hot, and even the air had been heated red. It spread all the way toward Yuan Yi, who was not far away. "You have overestimated yourself." Yuan Yi reached out his right hand and formed a fist in the air. All of a sudden, circles of light black pattern appeared on the edge of his fist. The pattern expanded rapidly, covering half of the sky. The wind stopped suddenly, and the place became deathly silent. Die. Yuan Yi threw out a fist attack toward Gao Yunfeng, who was standing in front of him. Pooh, the burning blade chi had been shattered, and Gao Yunfeng puked out a huge amount of blood. His face looked extremely pale, as if he had lost a lot of his life force. Falling heavily onto the ground, Gao Yunfeng puked out a mouthful of blood and said, I did not expect you to have trained your killing water fist art to more than 100% already. I have not lost for nothing. I thought this fist attack would be enough to kill you. You are pretty tough. Don't worry, that fist attack did not kill you, so I will not attack again. Yuan Yi walked over and stepped on Gao Yunfeng's head, pushing it into the mud. If you want to fight against me, then you will have to be prepared to be killed or humiliated. You are very lucky. Seeing this, a lot of warriors shook their heads. The competition between the young generation of the eastern region was very intense. Therefore, the battles were very cruel and cold. Leaving the battling area, a gray shadow appeared right next to Yuan Yi. It was very easy for people to ignore it, since it was mixed with the color of the mud. Uncle Huang, what are you looking for me for? Yuan Yi said lightly. Your fiancé is here. The headmaster asked you to go back early and build up your relationship with her. A voice was heard from the gray shadow. A smile appeared on Yuan Yi's face as he said, I have heard from the spies that this fiancé of mine is so beautiful. I would like to go and see for myself. Your fiancé will be your wife in the future. But, there is one thing that you have to pay attention to. This fiancé of yours has a good friend, and his name is Yi Chen. Right now, he is almost here in the Gulan region. Whether or not you can get married successfully will depend on your own power. Yi Chen. I know. Isn't he just a lucky guy who was chosen by the Dragon King? If he wants to come, then let him. But, I will let him know what it feels like to have both his woman and his dignity taken away. I am afraid that he will not be able to get back on his feet. Haha. Yuan Yi did not care about Yi Chen at all. Indeed, the latter's talent might be higher than his, and he was a lot younger than him as well. But, in front of power, it would not be a problem at all. Once one reached the Sea of Souls realm, age would be an advantage. It was just like the age difference between life and death realm warriors. The gray shadow said calmly, he is the martial genius that the Dragon King has chosen after all. You better be careful. I know what to do with him. An evil smile appeared on Yuan Yi's face as he said, let's go back. I am a bit impatient now. Shoo. Shoo, the two flashed their bodies, flying toward the Yuan family. After about the time it took to brew a pot of tea, 4 black dots landed from the sky. They were 4 7-meters long red-eye bird, with human figures standing on their backs. We have arrived at the ancient Wind City. Let's go down. When they were close to the ground, Morong Jishui jumped down and stood steadily on the ground. With a shoo, Yi Chen jumped down as well. This is the ancient Wind City. It looks like it has been around for a long time. Landing in Yi Chen's site was a very ancient city. The mottled walls told the world that this city had been through years of wind and rain, but it still stood strong. Moving his eyes away from the city, Yi Chen said with a bit of surprise, so many astral-reaching realm warriors have gathered here. Did something happen just now? Morong Jishui said, I guess there was a battle earlier. Never mind it. Let's go in. Entering the city, the group chose a luxurious hotel to stay in. The night was like water, and the ancient Wind City seemed to be a lot quieter. Inside the guest room, Yi Chen quietly released his soul power. His powerful soul power covered the entire ancient Wind City within a second, allowing him to sense every corner of the city. Eh? There are quite a lot of Sea of Souls realm warriors here. Yi Chen's soul power was way more powerful than normal Sea of Souls realm warriors. Scanning out with his soul power, he would not be noticed at all. It was just like when he was at the astral reaching realm, where he used his soul power to scan out astral reaching realm warriors. There were more Sea of Souls realm warriors in the ancient Wind City than Yi Chen had expected. Most of them were training, and some of them were doing secret things. Of course, because the soul power was too scattered, Yi Chen would not be able to intercept their voices. He could only tell what they were saying from their mouths. Where's Morong Wang going? He was about to take back his soul power when Yichen sensed that Morong Wang had left the hotel and was flying toward the west, leaving the ancient Wind City soon. This guy. A cold light flashed through Yichen's eyes. To the west of the city was the Yuan family. With the speed of a spirit warrior, he would be able to reach there in half an hour. Morong Wang thought that no one would know that he had left, since he would be able to sense it as soon as he scanned out with his soul power. But, he did not expect that Yichen's soul power would be even more powerful than the Sea of Souls realm warriors, which allowed him to see his every move. Let's see what he is up to. Yichen thought about it and decided that he should still follow him. He did not like to be stuck in an unknown situation, so he had to take the initiative. Pap, the wooden window opened automatically, and Yichen flashed his body before jumping into the night. Tonight was a moonless night. If it weren't for the few stars providing a bit of pitiful radiance, the whole heaven and earth would be so dark that one wouldn't even be able to see their own fingers. However, this dark environment was like a fish in the water for Yichen. His profound art, shadow separation, was even more effective in the dark. With his shocking soul power, Yichen and Morong Wang maintained a distance of 200 miles, following closely behind. Morong Wang's speed was very fast. Under the cover of the night, he looked like a flash of light blue light. If a normal person saw it, they would think that it was an illusion. Huh. One is crazy and overconfident, while the other is young and arrogant. He dares to go against the Yuan family. If the Yuan family were this easy to deal with, then they would not have been able to hold the leading position of the demi-demon family for the past tens of thousands of years. Morong Wang had not been optimistic about Morong Jishui and Yichen since the beginning. Therefore, he had already made up his mind that he would not work with Morong Jishui, choosing to stand on the side of the Yuan family. He knew that if Morong Jishui and the Yuan family went against each other, he would lose the leader position sooner or later, and might even be imprisoned. Although he did not want the leader position of the Morong family, but if it were his turn, he would naturally not let it go. Being the leader of the Morong family would more or less bring him some benefits. My son might even have the chance to marry the third lady of the Yuan family. Most importantly, if this marriage is successful, I might be able to get a copy of the demon's martial art. Although the demon's martial art might not be as profound as the human race's martial art, but after demonizing and using the demon's martial art, my power would increase drastically. I might even be able to compete with master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. For this demon's martial art, I have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Morong Wang's ambition was huge. He was only in his 60s right now, and in the next 250 years, he would have a chance to enter the life and death realm. Once he entered the life and death realm, he would be able to go to the continent, the ocean, and even the stars. Therefore, before that, he had to become more powerful. Whoosh, with a slight air-piercing sound, Morong Wang's speed increased by a bit. What he didn't know was that over 200 miles behind him, a blurry shadow had been following him the whole time. He was fast, but so was the shadow. From time to time, a faint cyan sword light would flash across, causing the shadow's speed to increase drastically. 1.5 hours passed. Morong Wang could see the buildings of the Yuan family from afar. Who is it? On top of the watchtower, an astral-reaching realm warrior had discovered Morong Wang. It was mainly because Morong Wang had slowed down his speed to let the warrior see him. Morong Wang passed on his message. I am the headmaster of the Morong family, Morong Wang. I have something to discuss with your headmaster. Please let him know. Who are you? Who are our headmasters? What kind of things do we have to discuss at night? This astral-reaching realm warrior thought that Morong Wang was here to see him, so he did not think much of him. This tag, you should recognize it, right? Morong Wang did not try to explain. He took out a tag with the word gold carved on it and threw it over to the warrior. The headmaster's tag. The warrior recognized the tag. The headmaster's name was Yuan Jin, and his tag had the word gold carved on it. Obviously, this tag was given to Morong Wang by the headmaster. You wait, I will go let him know. All right. Morong Wang was not in a hurry. 100 miles away, Yichen stood on top of a huge tree, merging with the tree in the dark. Indeed. This guy is here for the Yuan family, and he even has the tag of the headmaster. Touching his chin with his palm, a cold light flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He had decided that if Morong Wan did something that he could not tolerate, even if he was the headmaster of the Morong family, he would kill him. As long as it was not a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, he would have 90% confidence. Soon, that astral-reaching realm warrior came out and gave the tag back to Morong Wang. Looking around, Morong Wang walked into the Yuan family. On the top floor of a rather tall building, the middle-aged man in purple robes and Yuan Yi were both there. There was also a gray shadow in the corner. "Father, what is that Morong Wang doing here?" Yuan Yi asked. The middle-aged man sneered, "It is nothing more than his son and the martial arts of the demons. If this marriage works out, then his son's marriage will be arranged for him. But, the martial arts of the demons will not even think about it. Only our Yuan family will have the martial arts of the demons. He is here." The middle-aged man in purple robes thought about the door on the top floor. With a creaking sound, Morong Wang pushed the door open and walked in. "Greetings, Headmaster Yuan." Morong Wang held his fists together as he slightly lowered his head. It was indeed the headmaster of the Yuan family, Yuan Jin. The middle-aged man in purple robes said lightly, "Morong Jishui and that brat have both come to the ancient Wind City?" "Yes." Morong Wang was not surprised at all that Yuan Jin knew about Yi Chen. As the headmaster of the Yuan family, he must be very well informed. "Alright, I have a mission for you here." The two did not have anything to discuss, but Yuan Jin had asked Morong Wang to come over. He needed him to do something for him to make sure that nothing would go wrong. "Just tell me what you need." "This is a bottle of 3 disaster powder. Give it to Morong Jishui and Yi Chen, then control them to come to our Yuan family." Hearing him, Morong Wang was shocked. "What kind of effect does this powder have? It won't turn them into idiots, right? You know, the Dragon King is behind Yi Chen." Morong Wang was worried that he would become a scapegoat. "Of course, I know that. This powder will only last for 3 days. During that time, they will lose their consciousness and be like walking corpses. When they wake up, they will forget everything that happened during that time. After they take it, you can give them simple orders." Originally, Yuan Jin was not planning to do this. But, after thinking about it for a while, he still felt that this method would be safer and more stable. "Father, if he wants to come, then let him come. We are not afraid of him," Yuan Yi said. Yuan Jin explained, "This marriage cannot go wrong. Do you really think that it is already set in stone? Plus, after he takes the powder, you can use him to do something good and make your fiancé give up on him. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Use him." Yuan Ye's eyes brightened. Today, he had seen Morong Qingqing. Although she was wearing a light veil, he could still tell that she was a stunning beauty, even more beautiful than all the other women he had seen. Because they both had the perfect demi-demon bloodline, he was even more attracted to her. However, she looked very cold when she saw him, so he could not force himself on her before the wedding. So, he had to hold it in. If he could take care of this troublesome Yi Chen, things would go a lot smoother. It would not be impossible for them to fall in love with each other. "Hee, father, you are so smart." A creepy smile appeared on Yuan Ye's face. 100 miles away from the Yuan family, Yi Chen's expression turned cold. His soul power could reach up to 500 miles away, so he could clearly see the movements of their lips. Naturally, he knew what they were talking about. These people. They deserve to die. An intense killing intent appeared in Yi Chen's heart. He did not care what kind of top-level people they were. As long as he had the chance, he would kill them all. "My third brother is a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. Will this 3 disaster powder really work?" Master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors had a very powerful willpower, and normal drugs would not be able to work on them. So, Morong Wang had to ask. Yuan Jin was a bit hurt. "Don't worry. The 3 disaster powder is made from the essence blood of 3 rank 10 beasts, along with some other rare spirit medicines. Even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to handle it." Yuan Jin had spent dozens of years to collect all the ingredients, and he had only made 2 bottles. Each bottle's value would be immeasurable. It was not hard to tell how important this wedding was to him. Then, I will not worry anymore. Morong Wang let out a breath. Actually, he was a bit scared of Morong Jishui. If he was found out, he might be killed, even if he was his big brother. Alright, you go back first. Remember, you must succeed. Yuan headmaster, this is not a small risk. The demon's martial art that I mentioned. Is it? Morong Wang wanted to get his hands on a martial art of the demons first. Yuan Jin's face turned cold. Wait until you succeed, then we can talk about it. You do not know how important the demon's martial art is to our demi-demon family. Then. Alright. Morong Wang also knew the importance of the demon's martial art. He bit on his teeth and turned to leave. Before he left, an evil look flashed through his face. Morong Jishui, Yi Chen, don't blame me for this. Every man for himself. Waiting until Morong Wang left, Yuan Jin and Yuan Yi looked at each other and smiled, feeling that everything was under their control. In the night, Morong Wang followed the way he came, flying at an extremely fast speed. Yi Chen followed behind him quietly, his heart filled with killing intent. No one knew how long it had been, but the elder inside one of the two towers of the Yuan family woke up from his training. He subconsciously released his soul power, spreading it out in all directions. 1,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 8,000 miles. It reached 10,000 miles before stopping. The elder was one of the two demi-demon kings of the Yuan family. He had been in closed-door training all year round, and would occasionally go out to explore ruins. However, even if he was a demi-demon king, he would not be able to keep releasing his soul power for a long time. Therefore, he did not realize that Yi Chen was spying on the Yuan family. Right then, Yi Chen had already left for a long time. The wind roared as Morong Wang pushed his speed to his limit. Headmaster, stay. A beam of sword light flashed through, and a human figure caught up. Morong Wang turned around to look, and his face turned blue. Yi Chen, how dare you follow me? Do you want to die? It is you who wants to die. Yi Chen's voice was very cold. What do you know? Morong Wang did not think that Yi Chen knew anything about the 3 disaster powder. None of this is important. Yi Chen's speed was as fast as Master Level Sea of Soul's Realm warriors. Soon, he was already a couple of miles away. Taking out his gold sword, Yi Chen threw out a wave of sword chi toward Morong Wang. You? Morong Wang sneered as he threw out a blade attack toward the sword chi. Morong Wang's blade was a long and narrow blue blade, which looked very light and agile. As he waved his right hand, the blade light was like a tornado, flashing across horizontally and clashing with Yi Chen's sword chi. Boom, the bright light ball exploded, and a deep hole appeared on the ground. Shadow shift. Yi Chen's body was like a ghost in the dark as he avoided the explosion range of the light ball and approached Morong Wang without a sound. The second he got close to him, he took out his gold sword again and threw out dozens of sword attacks in a row. Each sword attack was as fast as lightning. Morong Wang had seen Yi Chen's fast sword before. However, it was Morong Wu who had been fighting with Yi Chen. Now that he was fighting with Yi Chen, he realized that his opponent's sword was way too fast. It was almost faster than his reflexes. Every single sword attack was extremely tricky, aiming at his blind spots. Ding! Dang! Relying on his intuition and rich battle experience, Morong Wang took a deep breath. He brandished his cyan long blade and created a light screen, which protected him tightly. It kept bouncing off the sharp sword lights, and the dazzling sparks were like fireworks, exploding outside his body. Reverse Sky Thunder Cut. Holding the emerald long sword with his left hand, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. The sword edge went through the gap of the blade light and left a sword mark on Morong Wang's left rib. Morong Wang made a noise as he bent his knees and jumped into the sky. Can you dodge it? Yi Chen and Morong Wang stood up almost at the same time, jumping into the sky. Along the way, he crossed his 2 swords together, attacking towards the sky. There was no time for Morong Wang to breathe, so he had to block it out. With his blade. The crossing point of the 2 swords clashed with the long blade. All of a sudden, a thumb-sized thunderball was born. It expanded at an extreme speed, swallowing both Morong Wang and Yi Chen, and expanding at an even faster speed. In the next second, a 100 meters wide thunderball exploded. The intense electric blast wave destroyed the area within a radius of dozens of miles, causing the mountains to collapse, the rivers to dry up, and the ground to crack open. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Morong Wang was blown backward with smoke rising from his body. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Not only that, this sword intent is making it hard for me to concentrate. Morong Wang's eyes were filled with shock. He knew that Yichen was very powerful, and that he had the power to fight beyond his realm. Even his fifth brother, Morong Wu, was slightly weaker than him. But, when Morong Wu was battling with him, he was not his opponent at all. Could it be that Yichen had been hiding his power during the battle with Morong Wu? Enough. Yichen, why are you attacking me? I am Qingqing's uncle. Going to the Yuan family does not seem to have anything to do with you, right? What, do you want to turn against the Morong clan? Morong Wang didn't want to continue fighting with Yichen. He believed that even if he went all out, he might not be able to kill Yichen. Instead, he would be heavily injured, and the gains would not make up for the losses. It wouldn't be too late to give him the 3 calamity bewitching powder when he had the chance. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Do you really think that I don't know about you and the headmaster of the Yuan family? Putting both swords back into their sheaths, Yichen coldly looked at Morong Wang, who had suffered serious internal injuries. You know about this? Impossible. How could you possibly know about it? Morong Wang's expression turned evil as a hint of killing intent appeared in the depth of his pupils. Above the Xingyuan Ocean in his dantian, the lotus heart sword chi vibrated slightly. Yichen looked at Morong Wang coldly. You should never have tried to trick me. Therefore, you have to die. Haha. Morong Wang laughed out loud as he pointed his finger at Yichen and said angrily, who do you think you are? What right do you have to be with my niece, Qingqing? Let me tell you, I am trying to trick you, not letting you get what you want. What can you do to me? You are only a martial genius who was chosen by the Dragon King. Without the Dragon King, you are nothing. I can kill you if I want to. But, since you know about this, I will not let you leave in one piece today. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant. He had decided that he would wound Yichen first before giving him the 3 calamity bewitching powder. I hope you can still be so stubborn before you die. Strands of sword light appeared between Yichen's 10 fingers. A silver light appeared in Yichen's pupils as he saw through all of Morong Wang's weaknesses. With me, Morong Wang, here, you are destined to be the same as Morong Jishui. A loser, a pitiful man. Demonize. Morong Wang smiled viciously as his right arm and right chest started demonizing. Scales with black chi appeared one after another as his muscles expanded and expanded. Compared to Morong Wu, the range of Morong Wang's demonization was without a doubt larger, and the increase in his power was greater as well. The second Morong Wang started to demonize, Yichen flicked out all 10 of his fingers. Beams of lotus heart sword chi shot out like countless light beams. Ah! Morong Wang yelled out. He did not expect that Yichen would have this kind of ace attack, and it was so coincidental that he only started to attack when he demonized. It was obvious that the demonization would take some time. Little B** starred, I will let you know what regret is. Taking out a huge tower shield with his left hand, Morong Wang curled up his body without thinking, hiding behind the shield. Ding! 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 The shield brought up thousands of sparks. The continuous power attack had made the bones in his left arm groan and crack. What made him grit his teeth even more was that the sword chi did not all go in a straight line. Some of them went around the shield and brushed past his body. Soon, blood splashed out from his body, making him look like a man made of blood. Such a huge shield. Yichen frowned. The tower shield was one of the biggest types of shields. If he slightly squatted down, he would be able to use it to protect his whole body. Let's see how long you can last. Stabilizing his right hand, Yichen reached out his index finger slowly. It seemed like he had used all of his power as he stabbed out at the tower shield in the air. Buzz, space rippled, and a huge cyan finger, ignoring the distance between them, pressed down on the tower shield fiercely. Crack, the tower shield was not damaged. Morong Wang, who was behind the shield, looked like he had suffered a heavy blow. He spat out a huge amount of blood towards the sky. The bones in his left arm were broken inch by inch, drooping down powerlessly. Damn it! The tower shield fell down, and Morong Wang's demonization was also completed. The current Morong Wang was not so much a human, but a half-demon and half-human. His right arm had swelled up to twice its original size, and the thickest part was like a wooden barrel. His right chest and left chest were completely different. Not only were they covered in black scales, they had also swelled up like a millstone. Even his head was tilted to one side. A pair of bloodshot eyes glared at Yi Chen, filled with anger and madness. Demonization cut. After demonization, a human demon would perform some killing moves according to the characteristics of the demonization. Of course, these killing moves were modified from the human race's martial arts, so they were not that powerful. However, when used with the demonized body, the killing power would undoubtedly be huge. Whoosh, the black blade light was like a black crescent moon, attacking towards Yi Chen. So fast. It was Yi Chen's first time facing a demonized human demon. He raised his eyebrow and raised his gold sword to block in front of him. He then poured his dragon power into his right arm. Chin, the black blade light contained an unbelievable amount of power. If Yi Chen did not have the dragon power, he would have been blown away. However, with the dragon power, Yi Chen did not move an inch. That black blade light exploded with a sharp chi flow that shot out from both sides of his body. Get down! Morong Wang shot up into the sky and glided above Yi Chen's head. He then slashed down with his blade fiercely. This blade attack did not shoot out a black blade light, but a black light ball. The black light ball was like a small black sun. Before it even landed, it had already sunk a few hundred meters into the ground. Only the ground under Yi Chen's feet remained standing, like a thick stone pillar that was a few hundred meters tall. Crack, the stone pillar cracked open inch by inch as Yi Chen shot out towards Morong Wang. He held his gold sword with both of his hands and waved it out. That bright gold blue sword light was like the golden clouds in the sky. The small black sun and the golden clouds clashed with each other, stopping right there. Pap, pap. Pap, the first thing that could not handle it was the mud inside the deep pit. It cracked open piece by piece, and countless different-sized mud pieces floated up into the air, surrounding the two. Thunder exploded as the two suddenly separated. A circular shockwave exploded in the center, destroying all the mud pieces around them. Even this could not do anything to him? Morong Wang's face was full of shock. After demonizing, his right arm's power had increased drastically. For others, it would increase by 30%, but for him it had increased by 40%. After all, his right chest had demonized as well. However, after battling with Yi Chen, he realized that Yi Chen's power was just as powerful. It was like there was a huge volcano inside his body. What should I do? Should I go back to the Yuan family and let them take care of him? Morong Wang's eyes flickered. A few hundred meters away, Yi Chen put his gold sword back into its scabbard. After taking a deep breath, he took out a dark blue longsword. It was indeed the Thunder Disaster Sword. Morong Wang was not Morong Wu. If the battle dragged on, although Yi Chen had 80 to 90% confidence that he could kill him, it would take too much time. If there were people from the Yuan family coming over, he might be able to escape. In order to avoid any accidents, he would have to take out his ace attack and finish it all at once. His ace attack was naturally the semi-extreme rank greatsword, the Thunder Disaster Sword. Yi Chen, it is still not too late to stop now. Do not make a mistake. Morong Wang's eyes looked dark as he threatened. Yi Chen did not reply as he took out the Thunder Disaster Sword with his right hand. You can die now. As Jin Yuan poured in, the sword's body started to vibrate. The next second, the entire sword body started to change, looking like a beam of lightning. Shoo, performing his sword light flying spell, Yi Chen's speed reached its limit all of a sudden. Within 1/10 of a second, he had arrived in front of Morong Wang and threw out a sword attack. You will not be able to kill me. Stop it now. No, Morong Wang's eyes were wide open as the blue long blade in his hand was blown away. His head shot up into the sky, leaving behind a headless body. Morong Wang's eyes were wide open as the blue long blade in his hand was blown away. The head shot up into the sky, leaving behind only a headless body. That sword attack was not only fast enough to make people despair, but the power contained in it was also something that even his demonized right arm could not handle. It is a semi-extreme rank great sword. The head made an unconscious moan before losing its vitality. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yichen turned around and made a grabbing gesture with his palm. The tower shield, the long blade and the storage ring on Murong Wang's finger were all pulled over by an invisible power, and the tower shield and the long blade disappeared instantly. 3 disaster powder. I wonder what it is. What he cared about the most was still the 3 disaster powder. According to Yu and Jin, even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to handle it. Invading the ownerless storage ring with his soul power, Yichen soon found a small black bottle. With a wave of his soul power, the bottle was taken out. Pop, opening the bottle cap, Yichen looked inside and saw that it was half filled with a gray powder. He leaned over and carefully sniffed it. Without knowing what it was, Yichen only felt that his nose was a bit numb, and his consciousness slowed down for a second. Then, he did not feel anything at all. This 3 disaster powder sends its effect into the brain through the nerves, making people lose their consciousness. It seems like it would not work on me. Yichen's soul and will power were way more powerful than master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Even if he took the 3 disaster powder, it would only cause a short side effect. It would not even make him lose his consciousness, not to mention lasting for 3 days. Although it would not work on him, it would be a huge threat to master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Putting away the 3 disaster powder, Yichen started to study Murong Wang's collection. This guy is quite rich. He has more than 300,000 top-rank spirit stones. This is the Earth Spirit Pellet, and there are 3 Heaven Spirit Pellets as well. Yichen still had less than 30,000 top-rank spirit stones left. It would be enough for training, but if he ran into a big auction, it would be hard for him to make ends meet. But now that he had more than 300,000 top-rank spirit stones, Yichen had become one of the richest Sea of Souls realm warriors. As for the Earth Spirit Pellets and Heaven Spirit Pellets, they were both top-rank pellets. The Earth Spirit Pellets could save a month of training for Sea of Souls realm warriors, while the Heaven Spirit Pellets could save 3 months of training. Murong Wang had 3 bottles of Earth Spirit Pellets, each with 10 pellets, and 3 Heaven Spirit Pellets. Adding them all together, it would save 3 years of training time. Yes, this is a top-grade spirit stone. Yichen's expression froze. In the corner of the storage ring, Yichen saw a half-opened small animal skin bag, from which a milky white light leaked out. Although this light was not bright, it was extremely condensed, as if a huge amount of light had been compressed together, releasing a shocking yuan qi vibration. Buzz, the animal skin bag was taken out. Yichen opened it and couldn't take his eyes off it. There were a total of 7 milky white crystals in the bag. These crystals were purer than diamonds, and there was not a single flaw. The 7 milky white crystals and the palm-sized animal skin bag weighed about half a kilogram. It was very heavy in his hand, and it was very heavy. It really is a supreme-grade spirit stone. Yichen took a deep breath. Top-grade spirit stones were different from top-grade spirit stones. They had been condensed into crystals, so they could be called top-grade spirit stones or spirit crystals. The spirit crystals contained within them were dozens of times purer than top-grade spirit stones. If I really want to convert them into top-grade spirit stones, one of them would be worth at least 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. In the true spirit continent, 1 mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 50 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 top-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, 1 supreme-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for at least 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Of course, no one would be stupid enough to exchange the supreme-grade spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones, since top-grade spirit stones were easy to come by, while supreme-grade spirit stones were hard to find. For example, building a conveyor door would require supreme-grade spirit stones. No amount of top-grade spirit stones would be enough. Although these 7 supreme-grade spirit stones can be used for training, and the effect would be 10 times better than the Heaven Spirit Pellet. But right now, I am at peak level early Sea of Souls realm, and I only need to make a breakthrough. The Earth Spirit Pellet would be more than enough. Once I reach mid Sea of Souls realm, I would try not to use the spirit stones as much as possible. Using supreme-grade spirit stones to train would be too wasteful. According to what Yichen knew, normal life and death realm warriors did not even have that many supreme-grade spirit stones. Most of the time, they might not even be willing to use them. The one who had the most supreme-grade spirit stones would be Su King. Su King had found a small half of an extreme spirit vein under the ocean. That extreme spirit vein did not consist entirely of supreme-grade spirit stones. In fact, most of them were top-grade spirit stones, and the extreme spirit stones were less than 1/10,000th of them. However, 1/10,000th was already horrifying enough. A lot of king warriors were guessing how many extreme spirit stones there would be. Of course, they only dared to think about it, and did not dare to fight for it. Who would dare to fight for something from Su King? Even the Dragon King and Xianxia would not dare to do so, since they were not kings after all. Putting away the storage ring and the extreme spirit stones, Yichen let out a breath as he looked at Murong Wang's dead body. Boom, he threw out a punch, and the headless body and the head exploded into pieces, leaving no bones behind. Shoo! Yichen flew toward the ancient Wind City. Adding the time he spent in between, it was only 6 hours. When he got back to the restaurant in the ancient Wind City, it was already midnight, and no one had been alerted. On the second day, during breakfast time, Murong Zhishui said curiously, "How come I did not see Murong Wang?" Strange. Yichen smiled lightly, but did not say anything. Murong Wu said, "Who cares what he is doing? He is not on our side." In the demi-demon family, besides the parents and children, family ties were not that strong. The main reason for this was because of the intermarriage within the family. Once the intermarriage happened, everyone would be a relative. Therefore, once there were a lot of relatives, there would be no relatives at all. Plus, this Murong Wang had never been on good terms with them. After breakfast, the three went back to Murong Zhishui's room. Murong Zhishui said, "It would not be suitable for us to go to the Yuan family at any other time. We can only go during the wedding. In front of everyone, I believe they would not dare to do anything. Plus, there is a branch of the Yellow Dragon Palace in the ancient Wind City. If the Yuan family were to hold a wedding, they would definitely invite the top management of the Yellow Dragon Palace." What kind of people are there in the Yellow Dragon Palace? Yichen knew about the Yellow Dragon Palace. There were 5 palaces under the Dragon God Heaven Palace, which were the Azure Dragon Palace, Black Dragon Palace, White Dragon Palace, Red Dragon Palace, and the Yellow Dragon Palace. The first 4 were all in the East Shallow Ocean, and only the Yellow Dragon Palace was in the East region. The leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace in the ancient Wind City is the second leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Yaoi Feng, who is a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. Murong Wu said. Even the second leader was a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. Adding all the 5 palaces together, there would be more than 10 master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. This Dragon God Heaven Palace was way more powerful than Yichen had imagined. He had thought that the number of master-level warriors in the AO family would not be any weaker than the Dragon God Heaven Palace, but it seemed like he had been too ignorant. Clearing his throat, Murong Zhishui continued to say, "With the second leader Yaoi Feng here, the Yuan family would not dare to do anything. But, the rest would be up to us. Specifically, it would be you, Yichen. You have to beat all of the young warriors of the Yuan family. Only then would you have the right to speak. Otherwise, it would only be a joke, and even the second leader Yaoi Feng would not be able to speak for you." Yichen nodded. "If it really comes to that, I will not hold anything back. As long as you have the confidence." "Oh right, since we have come to the ancient Wind City, we should pay a visit to the second leader Yaoi Feng. If we could communicate with each other, perhaps it would be a lot smoother." Yichen thought about it and realized that it made sense. He had not had much contact with the people of the Dragon God Heaven Palace yet. He only knew the Dragon King himself and the 2 senior brothers he had met in the Extremine place. With his power now, it would be time for him to meet some of the top warriors. After that, the 3 discussed some other things. Then, Murong Wu stayed in the restaurant while Yichen and Murong Zhishui went to the Yellow Dragon Palace in the ancient Wind City. As a power of the Dragon God Heaven Palace, the Yellow Dragon Palace had occupied a huge area in the ancient Wind City. Even the Yuan family and the Gulan Martial School were not as big as them. From the front door of the Yellow Dragon Palace, two middle-aged men walked out. "Brother Yan, have you heard? In a couple of days, a brat from the Yuan family will be getting married. I think they will invite us and the second leader to come." It was the middle-aged man with a yellow face who was talking. The bulky middle-aged man said with disdain, "The Yuan family is not a good thing. Relying on the support of the leader and Xianxia, they have become more and more arrogant. A couple of days ago, that master of the Yuan family had dared to compete with me in the auction." "Huh." The yellow-faced man laughed, "Are you still angry about that?" "Hee hee, the ancient Wind City is an important city in the eastern region. You and I being sent here, I wonder how many brothers and sisters would be jealous of us. Be happy." There were a lot of Yellow Dragon Palace branches in the eastern region, but not every one of them had a second leader. To be more specific, the rest of the branches could only be called the headquarters. It was not hard to tell how important the Yellow Dragon Palace in the ancient Wind City was. "Eh? Isn't this Xichen?" The bulky middle-aged man was about to reply, but his eyes froze all of a sudden. He saw the young man in blue and the middle-aged man in black walking over from the side. "It is indeed Xichen." The yellow-faced man laughed, "What is he doing here? Let's go." Yichen had also noticed them, so he walked over with a smile on his face. "Brother Wang, Brother Yan, you are here as well." These two were indeed the two brother disciples that Yichen had met on his way to the extreme place. One was called Wanshi, and the other was called Yan Kuei. These two had battled with the Six-Finger Man, forcing him to hand over the top-ranked shield of his dead brother disciple. The Six-Finger Man wanted to vent his anger on him, but he was chased away by the two. Wanshi laughed, "Yichen, what a coincidence. It has been a couple of years since we last met." "Eh? You have reached the Sea of Souls realm? Peak level early Sea of Souls realm. TSK. Wanshi and Yan Kuei were both shocked. Yichen was only 24 or 25 years old, but he had already reached the Sea of Souls realm. This result was even better than Xianxia when she was young. No wonder the leader thought so highly of him. No, if it were not for the leader, this genius might have been taken away by other life and death realm warriors. The two could not help but feel lucky. "Yichen, what are you doing here in the ancient Wind City?" Yan Kuei asked. "It is a long story. Uncle Morong and I are here to visit the second leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace." "You guys are also from the Yellow Dragon Palace, right?" Hearing him, Wanshi and Yan Kuei looked at Morong Jishui with surprise. They could not tell his cultivation at all. Without any surprises, he should be a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. But of course, the two were not people who had never seen the world before. They had even seen life and death realm warriors before. A master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior would not be worth their attention. Wanshi nodded, "Indeed. I will take you to the second leader. Let's go." "Thank you, brother disciples." "What are you thanking for? We might be family in the future." "Oh right, the second leader is a bit strict. You guys should be prepared." Yan Kuei laughed, "Yichen's status is different. How could the second leader be rude to him?" "You are right." The four of them talked and laughed as they entered the Yellow Dragon Palace. "Master Wang, Master Yan, are you here to see the second leader?" At the entrance of the palace, two late clasping Yuan realm warriors were guarding there. Seeing Wanshi and Yan Kuei walking over, they asked with a respectful tone. Wanshi said, "Indeed. These two are." One of the guards looked at Morong Jishui. "And Yichen." Yan Kuei said, "This is the leader of the Morong family, and this is Yichen, who we always talk about. He is Yichen. So young." The two guards were very surprised. As members of the Dragon God Celestial Palace, it was impossible for them not to have heard of Yichen's name. However, only some of the top warriors had seen his picture, and they did not have the chance to see him in person. Now that they had seen him in person, they could not help but sigh at how young he was. With this kind of cultivation at such a young age, it would be strange if the leader did not think highly of him. With that thought in mind, they hurried to hold their fists together and say with respect, "Warrior Yi." Yichen raised his right hand slightly and said with a smile, "No need to be so polite. Is second leader Yao here?" The leader of the Morong family and I have something to discuss with him. Please come in first. I will go inform the second leader. All right then. Thank you. Walking into the palace, the four each found a seat and sat down, waiting for Yao Yifeng to arrive. Yi Chen, with second leader Yao's help, this operation will basically be smooth sailing. Morong Jishui talked to Yi Chen with a light tone. Yi Chen nodded to himself. Holding a wedding was a big family event, and he had messed around like this, which would be like stepping on the face of the Yuan family. Naturally, the Yuan family would not give him a fair treatment, and would try their best to stop him. But, with second leader Yao here, the Yuan family would not be able to do anything. Soon, Yao Yifeng arrived. Once he entered the palace, he did not look at anyone and walked straight to the main seat before sitting down. A guard brought up the tea. Yao Yifeng picked up the teacup and took a sip, not saying anything for a long time. Strange. The second leader is not quite right today. Down below, Wang Shi and Yan Kuei exchanged a look. In the past, the second leader was very strict, but he would not act like that. Morong Jishui frowned. The situation doesn't look good. He could not be blamed for thinking like that, since Yi Chen had a high status. First, he was highly valued by the Dragon King, and second, he was also at peak level early seas of Soul's realm. No matter what, Yao Yifeng should not put on airs, even if he was the second leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace. Maybe it's just his personality. Yi Chen also had a bad feeling. Putting down the teacup, Yao Yifeng turned his head and said to Wang Shi and Yan Kuei, "You two can leave first." Wang Shi still wanted to say something. "Vice Hall Master," I said, "back off." Yao Yifeng sounded displeased. "Yes." Wang Shi and Yan Kuei left gloomily. Before leaving, they glanced at Yi Chen and said to themselves, "Yi Chen, you're on your own. We can't help you." After a while, Yao Yifeng spoke. He glanced at Yi Chen. "You are Yi Chen?" Yi Chen held his fists together and said, "Second leader Yao, I am indeed Yi Chen, and this is the leader of the Morong family, Morong Jishui. I am asking you, not him." Yao Yifeng frowned. "What do you want from me?" Yi Chen's heart sank as he said, "The Yuan family is very aggressive, forcing the daughter of the Morong family, Morong Qingqing, to marry Yuan Yi. Morong Qingqing is a good friend of Yi Chen's, so Yi Chen would not just stand and watch. So, I am here to greet second leader Yao." "You came here just for this?" Yao Yifeng's voice got louder. Before Yi Chen could speak, Yao Yifeng yelled, "Yi Chen, you have disappointed our leader and me so much. You are the martial genius that our leader thinks highly of, but instead of spending your time on training, you are fighting with someone else. How could you do this to our leader?" Right then, Morong Jishui was not happy. "Second leader Yao, you cannot say it like that. Although training is important, love is not the same. There are a lot of king warriors in the continent who had wives when they were young, and they still managed to achieve great things." Yao Yifeng sneered, "They are them. Can you guarantee that Yi Chen will become a king warrior? Plus, there are different levels of king warriors. What he is doing now is a disgrace to our leader and the resources that we have given him. He is not treating us seriously at all." Hearing him, Yi Chen's expression did not look good. Since his rise until now, besides the spirit pattern fruit that he had gotten from Long Bai, when had he ever gotten so many resources? Of course, it was not that he hated the Dragon God Celestial Palace for not giving him resources, but he thought that Yao Yifeng was lying through his teeth. Pausing for a while, Yao Yifeng said to Yi Chen, "You said that the Yuan family forced Morong Qingqing to marry Yuan Yi. I do not think so. Perhaps you have your own ideas. Of course, this is only my guess. However, I would like to advise you to be down to earth and not go around looking for trouble. Everything you have was given by the leader and the Dragon God Celestial Palace. You should work hard to improve yourself and repay them. As for the matter of Yuan family, you guys better not act recklessly." "That's right. Second leader Yao, have you been in contact with people from the Yuan family?" Morong Jishui's expression was dark. He was 80% sure that this Yao Yifeng must have received some benefits from the Yuan family. Otherwise, he would not be acting all high and mighty and trying to frame Yi Chen. Not to mention the fact that he was only a second leader, even the leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace would not be this arrogant. Yao Feng squeezed his eyes and said with a sharp look, "You are the leader of the Morong family, Morong Jishui, right? Do you know who you are talking to?" As a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, how could Morong Jishui let it go? Although Yao Feng's position was higher than his power might not be as powerful. So, he said right back, "I, Morong Jishui, do not think that I have offended the Dragon God Celestial Palace and the Yellow Dragon Palace with words. Are you saying that I cannot talk to you? Uncle, that is enough. Since Second Leader Yao does not appreciate it, then we have nothing else to say. Second Leader Yao, I will leave now." Yi Chen stood up and was about to leave. Morong Jishui snorted coldly. Today's events were out of his expectation. He did not expect that even Yao Feng would be bought over by the Yuan family. "You can leave now. Yi Chen, you stay," Yao Feng said casually. Yi Chen suddenly turned around, his eyes sharp. "Second Leader Yao, why do you want me to stay?" Yao Feng said, "You are now at peak level early Sea of Souls realm, which is more than enough to serve the Dragon God Celestial Palace. I have a mission for you." "You want me to do a mission? I don't seem to be a member of the Dragon God Celestial Palace yet. Senior Dragon King has never mentioned this, or rather, this is an order from you, Deputy Palace Master Yao. You dare to disobey?" Yao Feng said coldly, "Don't forget that I am the second leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, a high-level member of the Dragon God Celestial Palace. I represent the Dragon God Celestial Palace. You disobey me because you want to cut ties with the Dragon God Celestial Palace? Can I understand it that way? Sorry, in my eyes, you cannot represent the Dragon God Celestial Palace, and I do not need to listen to your orders. If it were the Dragon King or Senior Long Bai, I would be more than happy to accept it." Right then, Yi Chen felt that there was no need for him to be polite anymore, since it would be an insult to him. Yao Feng was furious, "How dare you? The ancient Wind City is under my jurisdiction. Since you are in this area, you will have to listen to my orders. If you dare to disobey, you will have to bear the consequences. Uncle, let's go." Yi Chen did not care about Yao Feng as he walked out of the palace. "You are looking for death. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the leader." Boom, as Yao Feng pressed his palm in the air, a huge earthy yellow hand reached out to grab Yi Chen. It contained an extremely frightening earth profound. Morong Jishui had already considered himself to be on the same side as Yi Chen, so how could he watch Yi Chen get caught by Yao Feng? His body slanted, blocking in front of Yi Chen. He flicked his right finger, and a beam of green light shot out, piercing through that huge brown hand. The battle between the two was so loud that all the people in the Yellow Dragon Palace had sensed the vibrations, and a lot of them had rushed over. What is going on? Why is Yao Feng fighting with Warrior Yi? The ones who spoke were the two guards outside the palace. They did not understand what was going on. "Everyone, listen up. Surround them. These two are being disrespectful to the Dragon God Celestial Palace." Yao Feng's voice spread throughout the whole palace. "Not good. Yao Feng wants to capture Yi Chen." Wang Shi and Yan Kuei had not gone far at all. Seeing this scene, they did not know what to do. Outside the palace, Yi Chen stared at Yao Feng angrily. "Second Leader Yao, you better not go too far. I, Yi Chen, have never been afraid of anyone since my rise. If you think you are right, we can go to the headquarters of the Yellow Dragon Palace or the Dragon God Celestial Palace in the future. Do you have the guts?" Yi Chen is right. Today, you won't be able to take us down with just this amount of people. Whether you're right or not, we'll know once we get to the headquarters. I'm just afraid that you'll refuse to go then. Morong Jishui was not afraid of Yao Feng, since he could leave with Yi Chen any time he wanted. Yao Feng's face was very dark. "You two will regret what you have done today sooner or later. As for going to the headquarters, why should I be afraid? Finally, Yi Chen, let me give you a piece of advice. Do not mess with the Yuan family. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Yi Chen, let's go." Morong Jishui sneered as he said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded and followed behind Morong Jishui. Thousands of meters away, Yi Chen's voice was heard. "Second Leader Yao, what happened today? I, Yi Chen, will not let it go like nothing happened. You just have to remember that your life will not be easy. I will be waiting. Yao Weifeng's face was extremely pale as he shattered the stone lion in front of the palace with one palm attack. Not good. How did this second leader get into a conflict with Yi Chen? Should we send a message back to the headquarters? Yan Kuei sent a message to Wang Shi. Wang Shi nodded, of course. Didn't you see that second leader Yao was a bit strange today? Yeah, he was a bit strange indeed. But, he had crossed the line a bit. Yi Chen is a martial genius after all. It seems like he does not have the right to teach him a lesson. I guess there must be some kind of benefit involved. Wang Shi and Yan Kuei were both on Yi Chen's side. In their opinion, the second leader had been acting all high and mighty right from the start, which was already a bit too much. Now that something like this had happened, there was no way it had nothing to do with him. After all, in their first impression, Yi Chen was quite a nice person. In the sky above the ancient wind city, two human figures were flying. I did not expect that even the second leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Yao Weifeng, would be bought over by the Yuan family. This Yuan family has indeed invested a lot. Morong Jishui did not think that normal wealth would be able to move Yao Weifeng's heart. As a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, there were not many things that could move him. But once there was something that could move him, then it meant that it was really important, and he would risk his life to get it. Yi Chen said calmly, without Yao Weifeng, Yuan clan can't do anything to us. What they fear is Senior Dragon King and Dragon God Celestial Palace, not Yao Weifeng. Morong Jishui nodded, you're right. Without Yao Weifeng's support, we may face some obstacles, but as long as we're careful, there shouldn't be any problems. No matter what, we can only rely on ourselves. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Although he didn't expect to rely on others, Yao Weifeng's matter still made him feel a trace of anger. Back at the restaurant, Morong Wu saw that the two did not look right, so he hurried to ask, what happened? Morong Jishui shook his head and sighed, don't even mention it. This second leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace has already been bought by the Yuan family. I suspect that they already knew that Yi Chen was coming. It is indeed not good news. Morong Wu looked serious. Suddenly, Morong Jishui thought of something and said to Yi Chen, Yao Weifeng has fallen out with us, your two senior brothers might be able to play a role. Senior brother Wang and senior brother Yan. Yi Chen thought for a while and said, I don't know them very well, but I think we can talk. They used to be disciples of the Dragon King. Senior Dragon King's disciple. That's good. It's impossible for Senior Dragon King's disciple to be completely obedient to Yao Weifeng. You're also someone Senior Dragon King thinks highly of, so your chances are high. Then I'll find time to contact them. Yi Chen didn't plan to use his soul power to contact them immediately. After all, his soul power was his secret, and it wouldn't be good to expose it. Moreover, he didn't know whether Wang Shi and Yan Kuei were on his side or not. Near the abyss, Yuan family, on the top floor of a tall building, Yuan Jin and Yuan Yi were chatting. Little Yi, have you made any progress with that girl? Yuan Jin asked casually. Yuan Yi was a bit angry as he said, there is no progress at all. She saw me go over, but she did not even leave the house. If it were not for the wedding, I would have used force already. The demi-demons had the bloodline of the demons, so it was easy for them to be aggressive. This Yuan Yi was very famous for his brutality. A smile appeared on Yuan Jin's face. If it's yours, it'll be yours sooner or later. Don't be too impatient. Let her do as she pleases for now. After the wedding, she won't be able to do as she pleases. Father is right. Yuan Yi nodded and brought up another topic. I heard from the scouts that Yi Chen and Morong Jishui had gone to the Yellow Dragon Palace. I am afraid that they are looking for the second leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Yao Weifeng. Would it affect us? Yuan Jin sneered, what kind of influence can it have? I'm afraid they still don't know that Yao Weifeng has been bribed by me. Has Yao Weifeng been bribed by father? The price must be quite high, right? Yuan Yi was shocked, since he did not know about this at all. Yao Weifeng is the eyes and ears of the Dragon God Heaven Palace after all, so he is still very useful. This time, he has been bribed, and we can continue to use him in the future. Therefore, it does not matter if the price is high. Our Yuan family can handle it, and we will definitely earn it back in the future. Huh. Even Yao Weifeng has been bribed by us, Let's see what else they can do. Yuan Yi let out a breath as he licked his lips. Outside of the city, inside a secret manor, Brother Yi, don't worry. We will take care of this. That Yuan family dares to go against you. They are looking for death. Yan Kuei had always been hot-tempered. Plus, he had just arrived at the ancient Wind City, and he had already gotten into a conflict with a master of the Yuan family, which made him even more annoyed. His face was full of killing intent. Wangsher was also annoyed, so he said, "What is a Yuan family? If it were not for the leader's protection, they would have been destroyed a dozen times already. Right now, they dare to climb on top of our heads. This is too much. Brother Yi, we did not know about this before, but now that we know, we will not just stand there and watch. We have already sent the news about you and second leader Yao." Yichen said gratefully, "During the wedding, I will have to ask you two senior brothers to help me out. Your problem is our problem. There's no need to trouble us." Wang Shi and Yan Kuei had already considered Yi Chen as their family since they used to be the leader's disciples. Although Yi Chen had not received any instruction from the leader, just the fact that he was valued by the leader was enough for them to try their best to help him. They would not allow anyone to bully their own people. Yi Chen was a bit emotional. Before, he did not expect things to go so smoothly. "Alright, Yi Chen, I will go back with Brother Wang first, in case Xiao Yifeng suspects us." Yan Kuei was very straightforward, and did not even call him second leader anymore. Of course, it was in front of Yi Chen and Wang Shi, so there was no need for him to hide his emotions. "Alright." Yi Chen stood up to see them off. 3 days passed in a flash, and there were only 7 days left before the wedding. During this time, Yi Chen did not do anything else. He only focused on training and comprehending the profound. He needed to be fully prepared for the challenge. My gold resonant radiance art has finally reached 90%. This gold profound breakthrough is not that hard, but it is not that easy either. It all depends on whether you can find the breakthrough point or not. Yi Chen's training time was way slower than the other Sea of Souls realm warriors, but he had already found some patterns. For example, in the early stages, as long as he trained quietly, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough. But after reaching 70%, he would have to focus more on the moment of inspiration, which would be worth a few months of training. Of course, it did not mean that he would just sit there and wait for something to happen. Instead, it meant that he would have to enter the training mode and search for that moment of inspiration. Once he found the pattern, Yi Chen thought that it would save him a lot of time. There is not much time left. I do not have time to train the Sky Thunder Cut and the Amarantha Nature yet. I will try my best to train the Void Shattering Finger Art. It would be impossible to train all of his profound within a short period of time. Right now, for Yi Chen, the Gold Resonant Radiance Art, the Void Shattering Finger Art, and the Sword Chi Tornado formed by the Lotus Heart Sword Chi would be his most powerful attacks. The rest would have to wait for a while. Right now, my attacks can already create space patterns, so it would not be that hard to train the Void Shattering Finger Art. It is too bad that I cannot go deeper into the surreal space. If I could touch the space power up close, it would be very easy for me to train the Void Shattering Finger Art to the next level. Soon, another 3 days had passed. During this time, there were more and more people in the ancient Wind City. Most of them were the top management of all of the powerful forces in the Gulan region. They had been invited by the Yuan family, such as the Gulan Martial School, some of the powerful Rank 6 martial schools, Rank 6 families, and some of the famous Rank 7 martial schools. As one of the top 2 forces in the Gulan region, even if the Yuan family did not want to invite people, it would mean that they did not care about anyone at all. Therefore, even though they knew that Yi Chen would go and mess around during the wedding, they still had to hold the wedding in a big way. I heard that Yuan Ye's fiancée is as pretty as a goddess. I wonder if it is true. The demi-demon family has always produced handsome men and beautiful women. I guess it is true. But, this Yuan Yi is also one of the rare handsome men. The two would make a great couple. All of the restaurants in the ancient Wind City were filled with people, and a lot of people were talking about the upcoming wedding. On the street, Morong Jishui and Morong Wu were walking side by side. There are quite a lot of people here. Morong Wu could see 2 to 3 Sea of Souls realm warriors with one glance. Morong Jishui said, the more, the better. These days, Yi Chen has been training his profound sense. I wonder how is his progress? Speaking of this, Morong Jishui was also very concerned. He shook his head and said, he will have to rely on himself. Yuan Yi is not that easy to take on. I think no one below master level Sea of Soul's realm would be able to take on him. I even think that Yuan Yi is not weaker than normal master level Sea of Soul's realm warriors. There is indeed such a possibility. The special power of the perfect demi-demon bloodline is not something to joke about. It would grow stronger as one's cultivation increases. With Yuan Ye's current cultivation, his special power would probably be equivalent to demonizing 3 parts of his body. Morong Wu was very worried. Perhaps it will be more than that. Morong Jishui thought to himself. Inside the quiet yard, space patterns appeared everywhere. Yi Chen was in the middle of the space pattern with both of his eyes closed. His soul power was constantly observing the pattern of the space pattern. I only need one more matching point. Once I find it, I will be able to train my void-shattering finger art to 50%. 50% was the dividing line for low-rank profound sense martial arts, which meant that he had reached the limit of the space mentality. Compared to 40% of the void-shattering finger art, it would be twice as powerful. The space pattern is different from the water pattern. When 2 circles of water pattern are stacked together, they will cancel each other out, creating a conflict. But, the space pattern will merge with each other. Merge. Oh right. The merging will make the power even more powerful. This is the limit of the space mentality. Deep inside Yi Chen's mind, something seemed to have been cleared up, opening up a whole new world for him. Opening his eyes suddenly, Yi Chen took a deep breath. It was a long breath, blowing up sand and rocks in the yard. The chi flow was chaotic. Break! Putting his tongue on the roof of his mouth, Yi Chen pointed out his finger at the fake mountain not far away. Pop! The fake mountain disappeared without a sound, and a bottomless black hole appeared where it had been. All the extra materials had been devoured. Once the void-shattering finger art reached 50%, it would not only be able to break through Jinyuan easily, but it would also have a devouring effect. This devouring effect would turn the materials into space power, which would increase the power of the void-shattering finger art. Time was king, and space was king. This statement was not empty at all. 50% of the void-shattering finger art's power would be way more powerful than the gold resonant radiance art, because as long as one was hit by the void-shattering finger art, 100% of the power would increase to 120% or even more. It would devour one's Jinyuan and increase one's attacking power. I should be 100% confident now, right? Yi Chen's brows relaxed a little. Before, he did not have much confidence, because demi-demons were different from humans. There were too many unknowns, especially Yuan Ye's special power, which was even more powerful than his demonization power. So, he had to be careful. But now, everything was no longer a problem. In the last 4 days, Yi Chen tried his best to familiarize himself with the void-shattering finger. The void-shattering finger art came from the Goat Horn Mountain, which was located in the 100,000 mountain range of the Grey Mystery Nation. Back then, other than the plain-colored jade slip that contained the 3rd movement of the void shattering finger art, there was also a huge white key. When the white key was activated with energy, it would form 6 huge characters in the air: Emperor's Tomb, Aries constellation. There was a high chance that the tomb of a martial monarch was the tomb of a titled monarch. Based on that, the white key should be the key to open the tomb. As for the void-shattering finger, it was probably not as simple as breaking through the invisible barrier and obtaining the white key. There should be more to it than that. The void-shattering finger art that Yi Chen had obtained was the 3rd movement, and it was related to the tomb of a martial monarch. Therefore, its power and potential were self-evident. If he wanted to master it, it would not be something that could be done in a day. After all, comprehension and application were 2 different things. Even if you had the power of 100 pounds, you might not be able to use all of it. The power of space was just too mysterious. Seriously speaking, Yi Chen was currently unable to use the power of space. What he used was true essence to simulate the power of space. If he wanted to simulate the power of space more successfully, he would need to use the profound meanings of concepts. Of course, if he wanted to comprehend the profound of space, the difficulty would not be as easy as comprehending a low-rank profound martial art to completion. In fact, it might be even more difficult. Yichen could only put more effort into using it, striving to bring out all of its power. This morning, the ancient Wind City was even more crowded than usual, because it was the wedding day of Yuan Yi from the Yuan family. Within the fog, countless human figures flew out of the ancient Wind City, heading toward the Yuan family in the west. Among them were Yi Chen, Murong Zhishui, Murong Wu, and 10 powerful warriors from the Murong family. The day has finally come. Murong Zhishui took a deep breath as a cold light flickered in his eyes. Murong Wu also said with a cold voice, "This Yuan family indeed does not respect our Murong family at all. They did not even send us an invitation. We, as the uncles and the father, seem to have become outsiders. Without an invitation, there's no reason to stand on our side. We'll just go." The closer he got to the Yuan family, the more Murong Zhishui felt a sense of suffocation in his heart. He could not help but think of his first love. "I wonder if you've been happy all these years?" Murong Zhishui thought. Whoosh. Whoosh, since they had to accommodate the 10 elites from the Murong clan, Yi Chen and the other 2 did not increase their speed to the limit. Occasionally, there would be people who would overtake them. Yi Chen frowned. He saw the Yellow Dragon Hall's deputy hall master, Yao Feng, and his 2 senior brothers, Wang Shi and Yan Kuei. Yao Feng glanced coldly at Yi Chen and transmitted his voice, "You really are a scourge. It's not too late to leave now." Yi Chen sneered. "You don't need to worry about it. We'll settle our debts later." "Settle accounts? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so." With a cold snort, Yao Feng sped up, turning into a streak of light and fleeing. At this time, Wang Shi's voice sounded, "Junior brother Yi, you can make a scene at the wedding. Junior brother Yan and I will speak for you." "Thank you, senior brothers." With these 2 speaking up for him, the situation would undoubtedly improve. At the very least, they represented Dragon God's celestial palace. "Then, we will go first. See you in the Yuan family." Wang Shi and Yan Kuei increased their speed, following behind Yao Feng. After an hour, everyone arrived at the Yuan family. Today, the Yuan family was decorated with lanterns and decorations, looking very festive. As far as the eye could see, there was red everywhere. Outside of the gate, there were rows of warriors in red uniforms waiting to welcome the guests. There was someone there to check the invitation cards. "Sorry, you do not have an invitation card. You cannot go in." Yi Chen and his group were blocked outside. Murong Wu said angrily, "I am Qingqing's uncle, and this is her father. If we cannot go in, who else can? Without an invitation card, no one can go in. This is the order of the headmaster." The gatekeeper sneered, not taking the 3 seriously at all. Murong Zhishui said calmly, "This is your Yuan family's responsibility. You did not even inform the bride's family. There is no need for this wedding at all. Who is making a scene?" The commotion had attracted the attention of the powerful warriors of the Yuan family. A good-looking young man walked over. He looked similar to Yuan Yi, but was a bit older. "Yuan Hao." Murong Wu recognized the young man immediately. It was indeed Yuan Ye's brother, Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao glanced at the 3 and said in a weird tone, "So, it is uncle and uncle. You 2 can go in. As for him, he will stay." Yuan Hao pointed at Yi Chen. "This is my brother disciple Yi." "What? You want to kick him out?" A loud yell was heard as Yan Kuei walked over with big steps. Yuan Hao's expression changed. He tried to suppress his anger as he said, "This is our Yuan family. The rules are set by us. Your Yuan family is so powerful. What? Are you going to kick out people from our Dragon God Heaven Palace to show off your power? You." A cold light flashed in Yuan Hao's eyes. If it were in the wild, he would kill Yan Kuei for sure. "Brother Yi, let's go in. Let's see who dares to stop us." They had already guessed that the Yuan family would do this, which was why they sent Yan Kuei out. Yi Chen took a deep breath and followed Yan Kuei into the Yuan family. He had already prepared himself for all kinds of troubles, since he was in someone else's territory after all. The wedding would be held in the biggest plaza of the Yuan family. Both sides of the plaza and the front were filled with seats. There were already a lot of people sitting there, drinking tea while chatting. The atmosphere was quite lively. Yuan Jin and Yuan Yi, who was wearing the bridegroom's outfit, saw Yi Chen and the other two, their faces darkened. All of their plans against Yi Chen had failed. First, Morong Wan disappeared mysteriously, and then Yao Feng did not let Yi Chen stay, asking him to go out on a mission. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving in one piece. Yuan Ye's evil chi increased, his eyes looking creepy. It has not reached that stage yet. Yuan Jin vaguely looked at the waiter in the crowd and nodded slightly, seeming to signal something. That waiter also nodded and walked toward Yi Chen's direction. There were a lot of waiters coming and going, bringing tea, snacks, and fruits to every table. It was no exception for Yi Chen's side. Morong Wu was about to drink some water when Morong Jishui stopped him. Do not eat anything when you are in someone else's territory. Oh right, I forgot about that. Morong Wu seemed to have thought of something as he put down his cup. As for Yi Chen, he did not even look at the tea and snacks on the table. You are not drinking? Yuan Jin frowned. He ordered the waiter to add some 3 calamity powder to their tea. The amount of powder was very small, not enough to make them lose consciousness for 3 days, but it was enough to make them lose consciousness for half a day. After half a day had passed, everything was settled. Mo Luo, it will be up to you now. Yuan Jin sent a message to the gray shadow in the corner. Headmaster, do not worry. I am not their opponent in a head-on battle. But, if it is a sneak attack, I have 100% confidence. The gray shadow's voice was very calm. I trust you. A creepy smile appeared on Yuan Jin's face. All these years, Mo Luo had never disappointed him, and he had never failed before. The number of master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors who had died in his hands had already reached 3. Judging on battling power, they were more than 10 times more powerful than Mo Luo. But, under Mo Luo's sneak attacks, they had all died very quickly without any suspense. Mo Luo was the most powerful assassin among Sea of Souls realm warriors. A waiter walked past the gray shadow. As he left, the gray shadow disappeared as well. No one knew how it disappeared, not even the master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors nearby had sensed it. No, they did not even notice the existence of the gray shadow. It was an extremely horrifying scene, one that would make one's hair stand on end. What do you think the Yuan family will do to us next? Morong Wu had brought his own wine, pouring one for Morong Jishui and Yi Chen as he said. Whatever comes, we will just have to deal with it. Yi Chen held the wine glass and shook it slightly. The inside of the glass started to ripple, reflecting everything around them. All of a sudden, a gray shadow flashed past in the glass like an illusion. Yi Chen did not look at the glass, but a vague smile appeared on his face. Morong Jishui frowned slightly. His sight was filled with the waiters' figures. They seemed to have been isolated, and he had a bad feeling about this. Strange. Why do I feel like sleeping? Morong Wu's eyes looked blank as he slowly lowered his eyelids. Not good. Morong Jishui also felt sleepy. For a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, it would be something unimaginable. A circle of surreal water waves spread out, and the surrounding area fell into darkness. Let's sleep. The twisted gray shadow passed by in front of the 3, making them feel more and more sleepy. They could not even open their eyes anymore. Morong Wu had even started to snore. Only Morong Jishui and Yi Chen were still struggling, trying their best to see the real face of the gray shadow. The gray shadow laughed as his body appeared. He waved his hand and threw out a pile of gray powder toward Yi Chen. It was colorless and odorless, mixed with the chi flow. It covered Yi Chen's head immediately, trying to get into his nostrils. I wonder what other tricks the Yuan family will have after killing you. All of a sudden, Yi Chen sat up straight and opened his eyes. His pupils were clear, and there was no sign of him wanting to sleep at all. The gray shadow yelled with a low voice as he shot backward, his body twisting rapidly. Do you think you can get away? Shoo, the wine spilled out as Yi Chen flicked his finger. That light like lotus heart sword chi went through the water curtain and landed on the gray shadow's chest that had not twisted yet. Blood splashed out. It was not red, but a dreamy blue color. The blue blood seemed to have washed away the darkness around them, returning the scene back to normal. The sounds of the guests chatting with each other started to become clearer. Boom, a human figure was blown backward, landing in the middle of the plaza. Everyone's attention was attracted by it. They looked over and could not help but gasp. The one lying on the ground in the middle of the plaza was a weird-looking monkey in gray robes. It was only 1 meter tall, and its limbs were covered in long hair. Its face looked like an elder's. Right then, there was a bloody hole in its chest, and blue blood kept pouring out of it. What? Emma Luo failed. Yuan Jin's pupils shrank, filled with shock. Emma Luo was the name of a clan. There were very few members in this clan. At most, there would not be more than 5. This Emma Luo who followed him was a level 10. He had spent more than 10 years to train this Emma Luo, which was as long as he had been collecting the materials for the 3 disaster enchantment. Emma Luo's battling power was not that powerful, and could even be considered very weak. Rank 10 Emma Luo's battling power would be similar to normal rank 9 beasts, and any Sea of Souls realm warriors would not need to be afraid of it. However, its soul power was extra powerful. Once it reached rank 9, it would master a special power related to the soul. Once it was used, even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to handle it. In the ancient era, Emma Luo's name represented nightmares. No matter how powerful you were, once it got close to you, your life would be under its control. Of course, Emma Luo was not without its weaknesses. Its special power could only be used twice within a short period of time, and after that, it would take a long time to recover. There were 13 people in Yu Chen's group, and they were all living separately in the restaurant in the ancient Wind City. Emma Luo could not control them one by one, and he could not kill them all like he did to master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors in the past. Otherwise, he would not have to wait until today. Yuan Jin had not expected that something that he was so sure of would fail. He did not even know if the Emma Luo was still alive or not. You are looking for death. Emma Luo was way too important for Yuan Jin. He could not control his emotions anymore as he stood up abruptly, looking at Yi Chen with a murderous look. Yi Chen looked at Yuan Jin coldly. If I have guessed it right, this thing is called Emma Luo. It is extremely rare in the world, and your Yuan family is very lucky to have one. Also, who here has discovered its existence? It tried to drug me just now, but I killed it with one finger attack. Emma Luo? I have read about it in the ancient books. No wonder it could hide in the crowd without us knowing. It is the most horrifying assassin among the beasts. Yuan family has a Emma Luo. Then, those master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors who were killed a few years ago might have something to do with it. Yuan Jin, what is going on? Let me ask you, was Emma Luo from your Yuan family the one who killed our Gulan martial school's master Han? The master of the Gulan martial school who had come to congratulate Yi Chen suddenly started to attack, his face extremely pale. The master Han he was talking about was a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior of the Gulan martial school. For a rank 5 martial school, master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors were definitely the backbone of the martial school, the symbol of the rise and fall of the martial school. As for the life and death realm warriors, although they were more powerful than master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors, they would not show up easily. They were like the nuclear weapons from Yu Chen's world. Having a master-level Sea of Souls realm assassinated, the Gulan martial school had suffered a huge loss. It would be strange if they were not angry about it. It was just that they still could not find the culprit. Right now, Emma Luo had appeared in the Yuan family. Without a doubt, the Yuan family was the biggest suspect. The master of the Gulan party was furious. People from the Yuan family looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Right then, Yuan Ye's brother, Yuan Hao, walked out and said with a loud voice, "Everyone, do not listen to his side of the story. He is trying to frame our Yuan family. Whether it is a trap or not, we all know it. As for Emma Luo appearing in the Yuan family, it is not a trap for you." Morongji Shui woke up from his drowsiness. Seeing this scene, he knew who was behind it immediately. He was secretly scared, but at the same time, he said sarcastically, "Morongji Shui." Yuan Jin stared at Yi Chen and Morongji Shui without blinking. If possible, he would like to gather all of the powerful warriors of the Yuan family to kill the two, just to relieve the anger of Mo Luo being killed. Yuan Jin, you still owe us an explanation. All of the people from the Gulan party who had come to congratulate the Yuan family all stood up, looking at the people from the Yuan family with an unfriendly expression. Father, you cannot admit that Mo Luo was raised by our Yuan family. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yuan Hao secretly sent a message to Yuan Jin. Yuan Jin naturally knew what to do. He tightened his fists, then relaxed them soon after. Everyone, our Yuan family did not know about this Mo Luo. Its appearance here might be someone messing around, purposely putting on a show for you all. Yan Kuei could not help but sneer, Headmaster Yuan, it seemed like you were angry just now. Why did you have to be angry right now? People from the Gulan party did not believe Yuan Jin's words either, so they stared at him without blinking. Huh. Today is my son's wedding day. How can we let blood be spilled? Do you think I cannot be angry after seeing blood? What kind of logic is this? Yuan Jin was even more cunning than expected. His words were flawless, making it hard for people to catch him. Pausing for a second, he continued to say, if Mo Luo was raised by our Yuan family, then it would not be discovered at all. Once it was discovered, it would mean that it has nothing to do with our Yuan family. After all, Mo Luo's special power is something that even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors could not handle. Do you think he could? It seems to make sense. A lot of people chose to wait and see. Tapping on the table with his fingers, Yi Chen's expression did not change. What kind of logic is this? If it was discovered, it would have nothing to do with your Yuan family. If it was not discovered, then no one would know about Mo Luo. In other words, no matter if it was discovered or not, your Yuan family would still be able to stay out of it. Is that what you are trying to say? How dare you? How dare you accuse me? Yuan Hao looked at Yi Chen with a creepy expression. The warning and threat in his eyes were obvious. Everything needs evidence. If you just listen to his words, then I will have nothing to say. But, I will make it clear once again that this Mo Luo has nothing to do with our Yuan family. Yuan Jin took a deep look at Yi Chen as he said to the leading master of the Gulan party. The leading master of the Gulan party took a couple of deep breaths, his eyes looking extremely dark. Indeed, there was no solid evidence for this. Without any solid evidence, it would be unreasonable to start a conflict with the Yuan family. So, he sat down and said with a cold voice, all right. Today, I will give your Yuan family some face. But, if my Gulan party finds out the truth in the future, you will not be able to get away with it. Hearing him, Yuan Jin let out a breath. Find out the truth? What a joke. If you can find out the truth, then you will have the capability. Turning his head, Yuan Jin ordered, come on. Take Mo Luo's body away before it stains the wedding venue. No hurry. It was Yi Chen who spoke. Since your Yuan family does not want to admit the existence of this Mo Luo, then this body should belong to me, because I am the one who killed it. Yi Chen did not have this thought at first, but the dream-eating wolf and his beast tag seemed to have sensed the Mo Luo's qi, so it started to roar excitedly. Through the soul mark, Yi Chen knew that it really needed the body. It was understandable, since the dream-eating wolf could create dreams, so it was extremely powerful in terms of soul power. Since the Mo Luo could enchant souls, its soul power should be equally powerful. Devouring the flesh and beast pellet of the Mo Luo would help the dream-eating wolf recover from the wounds on its soul. Yuan Jin would not let Yi Chen take away the body of the Mo Luo, since it would be useful to him as well. So, he said coldly, this happened in our Yuan family, so we have the right to deal with the body. There is no need for you to worry about it. Take it away. Yes. A powerful warrior of the Yuan family took away the body. What a shame. Yi Chen did not continue to say anything. He thought to himself that it was such a shame. Looking at the dream-eating wolf's desperate look, he knew how important the body was to it. Waiting until Mo Luo's body was moved away, Yuan Jin said with a low voice, today is my second son's wedding day. I hope things will go smoothly and without any problems. Whoever dares to mess around will be going against our Yuan family. If they go against me, Yuan Jin, they will have to bear the consequences. After he finished talking, he glanced over at Yi Chen and the rest, with a heavy sense of warning. As time went on, the wedding officially started. Soon, Morong Qingqing, who was wearing a bright red bridal dress with a red silk cloth covering her head, walked out. Then, Yuan Yi, who was wearing a black groom outfit with a big red flower on his chest, walked out as well. Just when they were about to perform the ceremony, Yi Chen took a deep breath and said with a loud voice, "I object to this wedding." With the help of his Jin Yuan, his voice spread out everywhere, and everyone could hear it clearly. Everyone could not help but be shocked, not knowing what Yi Chen was trying to do. Yuan Jin tried to control his anger. "Go on." Yi Chen sneered, "Do you Yuan family only know this kind of dirty tricks? This wedding is a conspiracy." "How can you say that? If you cannot give me a reason, then don't blame me for being ruthless." A horrifying qi exploded out of Yuan Jin's body as he stared at Yi Chen with an evil look. Yi Chen was not afraid at all. "The bride is already under your control. Right now, she is just a puppet. She is not willing to do this at all." "What? Are you serious?" Everyone was shocked. Hearing him, Yuan Jin, Yuan Yi, and Yuan Hao's expressions changed. Just as Yi Chen had said, right then, Morong Qingqing could not speak, nor could she move freely. All of her actions were being controlled, and it was not her own will. "Yi Chen, you have been messing around time and time again. Do you really think that our Yuan family is easy to bully?" Yuan Hao walked out. "Whether it is messing around or not, you can let the bride say a few words. If she can speak freely, then it will prove the innocence of your Yuan family." The clothes that Morong Qingqing was wearing had the ability to reflect soul power. It would not be that effective during a battle, since the soul power would be reflected back, which would expose her. But right now, it had the effect of not being detected by soul power. But, Yi Chen's soul power was way more powerful than Sea of Souls realm warriors, so he could naturally see through it and see Morong Qingqing's expressionless face. Yuan Hao said with a creepy voice, "Innocence is not up to you to decide. For the dignity of my Yuan family, I, Yuan Hao, will challenge you right here. If you do not dare, then the wedding will go on, just in case it gets delayed." "What if I win?" "We will talk about it after you win. Take my spear." A long black spear appeared in Yuan Hao's hand. The tip of the spear shook once, looking like a black angry dragon as it stabbed toward Yi Chen's chest. "How'er, wound him badly." Right then, Yuan Jin sent a message to Yuan Hao. "I know." In Yuan Hao's mind, he had been wanting to step on Yi Chen for a long time, humiliating him in front of everyone. It was the consequence of messing with the Yuan family. That black flowing light was like an angry dragon or a shooting star. A lot of people there did not even have the time to react before they saw Yuan Hao throwing out a spear attack toward Yi Chen. It was an unexpected attack, as if it was meant to catch people off guard. With just a little bit of carelessness, one would be at a huge disadvantage, or even be wounded badly. Despicable. Wang Shi and Yan Kuwei were both furious. Yi Chen did not have the time to stand up. His right hand reached toward his waist and took out his gold sword. The sword tore apart the air, clashing with the spear tip. Chin, sparks flew everywhere as the chair Yi Chen was sitting on turned into dust. This sword intent. Yuan Hao wanted to embarrass Yi Chen, since he could tell that Yi Chen was only at peak level early Seas of Souls realm. Even if he could fight beyond his cultivation, it would not be that crazy. But, his cultivation had already reached peak level mid Seas of Souls realm, and his martial spirit had reached peak level rank 3 as well. That unexpected spear attack should be able to make Yi Chen look quite bad. But, that sword attack just now contained a normal Jin Yuan, but the sword intent was extra powerful. It had shattered the martial intent that he had infused into his attack. Demon Monument Fist. After that spear attack, Yuan Hao's left hand left the spear body as he flipped his wrist, grabbing a huge black Jin Yuan stone tablet and smashing it down, trying to suppress Yi Chen. Shoo, the black Jin Yuan stone tablet had not fully materialized yet when a beam of sword chi flashed past, cutting the stone tablet in half. After cutting the stone tablet open, Yi Chen lifted his head to look at Yuan Hao. The latter had missed 2 attacks, so he used the power of the chi explosion to fly out dozens of meters into the air. That rich brown chi spread out from his body and eventually gathered on the tip of his spear. That spear light suddenly shot out from the tip of the spear, stretching and stretching like a snake's tongue, giving people an endless feeling of fear. No wonder you are so arrogant. You do have some power. But, it is still not enough. Looking down at Yi Chen, a cruel smile appeared on Yuan Hao's face. Use your demonification ability. Otherwise, the situation will be very ugly. Pointing the gold sword at the ground, Yi Chen sounded very calm. It was this calm tone that made Yuan Hao's veins pop out on his forehead. An ant asking him to use all of his power? Nothing was more ridiculous and infuriating than this. Many of the experts from the Yuan family were also full of disdain. In their eyes, Yi Chen was no different from a clown. Soon, he would know what humiliation was. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Big brother, remember to count my share as well. Teach him an unforgettable lesson. With the wedding paused, the angriest person would be Yuan Yi. Right now, what he wanted to see the most was Yi Chen being stepped on. Yuan Hao sneered and passed on a message, don't worry. I will let him know the consequences of going against the Yuan family. Of course, it is a rare opportunity. Beating him instantly would be too boring. Hee. It seems like this brat is going to be unlucky. Yuan Hao and Yuan Yi have always been cruel and brutal. Messing with them would hurt both physically and mentally. Yuan Hao is already 35 or 36 years old after all. He has reached his peak in almost every aspect. Those who are younger than 30 would have to go to the Sky Martial region to find them. Basically, everyone there did not think that Yi Chen would win. Even the masters of the Gulan martial school were shaking their heads and frowning. Shoo, just as everyone was discussing, Yuan Hao's body flashed like a brown lightning bolt. He appeared on the right side of Yi Chen within a second, throwing out a spear attack. Yi Chen backed out while his gold sword shone with a sword light. Do you think you can escape? Yuan Hao's spear aura changed along with Yi Chen's position. The long black spear had only swept out halfway before stabbing out again, chasing after Yi Chen who was backing out. Yi Chen sneered. His whole body turned into a sword light, moving forward instead of backing out. He stuck close to the long black spear and arrived in front of Yuan Hao, throwing out a sword attack. What kind of step art is this? Yuan Hao was shocked, throwing out a punch at the gold sword. Chin, bright sparks appeared as Yuan Hao dragged his long spear and backed out continuously. Such a horrifying sword power. Yuan Hao was wearing gloves, but his entire left arm had gone numb. Shoo, Yi Chen caught up with him and threw out a sword attack. This sword attack contained his profound sword movement, amaranthan nature. The sword power was endless, and in front of the tip of the sword, circles of vacuum halo appeared. It was a sign that the sword speed was so fast that the air had been pierced through continuously. Piss off. Yuan Hao roared as he lifted up the long black spear with his right hand and waved it out heavily. Swoosh, although the power of amaranthan nature was not as powerful as the gold resonant radiance attack, judging from the technique, it was definitely more powerful. Once the sword attack was thrown out, it would be very hard to defend against. The gold sword brushed past the long black spear, bringing up a bright spark. The sword attack landed on Yuan Hao's shoulder, and the sword light went right through. The trajectory is off. Yi Chen frowned slightly. That sword attack was supposed to pierce through Yuan Hao's chest, but since the latter did not plan to go easy on him, he would naturally not go easy on him either. He would pierce through his chest and make him bedridden for a couple of months. The wound on his shoulder had shocked Yuan Hao a bit. He had not expected that he would be wounded like this, especially by a young man who was 10 years younger than him. Not only was Yuan Hao shocked, everyone present was also a bit shocked. Impressive. That sword attack was not that powerful in terms of power, it could only be considered normal. But, it was able to increase its speed during the attack, making it even faster than it actually was. A few of them had seen through the mystery of that sword attack, so they praised in their minds. The asterisk starred. Yuan Hao's eyes turned red as he was about to fight back. Dang, taking out the gold sword, Yi Chen knocked on the bottom half of the long black spear. He then used his power to make Yuan Hao's right arm go numb as well. The long spear flew out of his hand and turned into a shooting star, shooting through all of the buildings in the distance before finally stabbing into an inner mountain. I told you to use your demonization power as soon as possible. After kicking away Yuan Hao, Yi Chen stood in the air. Pooh, Yuan Hao kept puking out blood. The wound on his shoulder had shattered his protective Jin Yuan layer within a second. That kick from Yi Chen had even cracked his chest bone. Yi Chen, this brat. He had been hiding his power when he was fighting with me. Morong Wu, who was on the ground, had a smile on his face. Morong Jishui said, he had told me that if he used all of his power, you would not be able to take 10 attacks from him. 10 attacks? So powerful. Morong Wu was a bit surprised. It should be true. Looking back at the time of his rise, have I ever seen him lose? That is true. But, Yuan Hao had not used his demonization power yet. I wonder how much more powerful he would be after partial demonization. Cough, puking out another mouthful of blood, Yuan Hao looked at Yi Chen with hatred. Very good. You managed to wound me. It has been a long time since I last got wounded. Yi Chen said lightly, do you still want to continue? Do you think you have one? What a joke. Next, I will show you what it means to pay you back in double. Yuan Hao groaned. His body tensed up all of a sudden, and waves of black qi could be seen coming out of his arms. Both of his arms seemed to be burning with a black flame. Both arms demonized. No, right chest demonized as well. Morong Jishui's pupil shrank. His opponent was indeed one of the top young warriors of the Yuan family. In terms of demonization, he was even more powerful than him. It was only his control that was weaker than him, since he was a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior after all. With both arms and right chest demonized, Yuan Hao's qi had increased by more than 30%. His right arm's attacking power had increased by 40 to 50%, and his left arm had also increased by 30%. All of a sudden, the whole sky had been dyed black. It was an endless darkness that even devoured the sunlight. Your demonization speed is too slow. There was no reason for Yi Chen to just watch his opponent demonize. He straightened his gold sword and a crescent-shaped sword qi swept out, cutting off half of the clouds in the sky. As for Yuan Hao, he was blown miles away by the sword qi, breaking a mountain. Little brat Yi, is this the fairness you seek? Yuan Jin's eyebrows twitched as he stared at Yi Chen angrily. Wangshi sneered, Headmaster Yuan, earlier, when your son attacked Yi Chen unexpectedly, why didn't you say anything? Now, it is your son's turn, and you are trying to talk about fairness? Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. Wangshi, shut up. What kind of attitude is this? Before Yuan Jin could say anything, Yao Feng stared at Wangshi with a displeased expression. Yan Kuei and Wangshi had the best relationship, so he argued back, second leader, what did brother Wang say wrong? You cannot speak for an outsider. Yao Feng said coldly, Yi Chen has caused so much trouble and brought shame to our Dragon God Heaven Palace. From now on, you are not allowed to speak for him. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the palace rules. Hearing him, Wangshi and Yan Kuei were both furious. The two exchanged a look and made up their minds. Boom, the mountain exploded, and Yuan Hao rushed out with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. As the eldest son of the headmaster of the Yuan family, Yuan Hao had 3 top-ranked defensive items on him, 1 chest armor and 2 arm guards. That sword attack from Yi Chen was very powerful, but it did not break through his defensive items. It had only wounded him a little bit, and after his body demonized, it was still within his bearable range. Damn it! You will regret what you have done. Demon Gold Flash. Yuan Hao reached out his right hand, and 3 inches away from his palm, a couple meters big dark gold light ball appeared. It spun at an extremely fast speed before being compressed into the size of a fist. The super dense Jin Yuan vibration had messed up the natural Yuan Qi in the air, and thunder and lightning interweaved in the sky. It is the Demon Gold Flash. Alright, I will wound him badly with 1 attack. Yuan Jin and Yuan Ye's eyes brightened. The Demon Gold Flash was one of the most commonly used martial arts of the demons. The principle was to concentrate the demon power to a high degree and then release it in the shape of a ray. The powerful power could pierce through the ground within a second, and warriors of the same realm would not be able to handle it at all. The reason why the demons' martial arts were so powerful was because of the powerful bodies of the demons. Only with a powerful body could they perform the extremely demanding martial arts of the demons. Normally, a human demon would have to demonize 3 parts of their body before they could perform the demon gold flash that was compressed with Xinyuan. Of course, normal demons did not have the martial arts of the demons, so no matter how many parts they had demonized, it would be useless. It was the advantage of the Yuan family. Fall now. Yuan Hao pushed out his Xinyuan, and the dark gold light ball shot out like a dark gold ray. Its speed was unbelievably fast. Wherever the dark gold ray went, the space pattern would be squeezed together, which was an extremely horrifying scene. Not good. It is the martial arts of the demons. Morong Jishui could not help but stand up, looking at Yichen nervously. This attack is quite powerful. It has displayed its attacking power to its fullest. Yichen could tell with a single glance that the demon gold flash was an attack that focused on attacking power. There was nothing special about it, it only had a horrifying destructive power. Perhaps it was lacking in attacking techniques, or rather, it did not have any attacking techniques at all. It was only a straight line of destruction. But, its speed had made up for that. Hundreds of meters of distance was no different from dozens of meters, it could be covered within a flash. There was only one way to avoid the demon gold flash, and that was to avoid it with his shocking speed. If he were to be scratched even a little bit, he would die a horrible death. With my speed, it would be a bit hard to avoid it. My sword light flying spell also needs a certain amount of time to activate. Plus, it would require me to take off my protective Xinyuan layer, so my external defense would be close to 0. Once I am hit, the consequences would be even more severe. It seems like I will have to expose some of my power. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Without backing out, he held his gold sword with both of his hands and waved it down. Almost at the same moment when Yi Chen waved out his gold sword, the dark gold ray appeared 10 meters in front of Yi Chen in a flash. Then, it was blocked out by a sword light that was almost completely golden in color. That sword light was not still, but vibrating. Each blink of an eye, it would vibrate for more than 2,000 times. There was no sound. The second the golden sword light and the dark gold ray clashed, the whole world went silent. Within a radius of dozens of miles, no sound could be heard at all. Everything had been shattered by the vibrating air, disappearing into nothingness. Without a sound, some of the buildings of the Yuan family down below started to crumble, turning into dust like sand. The good thing was that the location of the battle was high enough, otherwise, the area of destruction would be even bigger. Boom, the silence lasted for about 3 blinks of an eye. After 3 blinks of an eye, a huge ball of light flashed, making the sun in the sky seem dimmer. Within thousands of miles, the sea of clouds directly evaporated, and a cloudless and sunny scene appeared. Right then, the chi flow explosion was not over yet. The second the flash weakened, a circle of knife-like dark gold pattern spread out. Wherever the pattern reached, as long as it was higher than the height of the pattern, it would all be sliced off, leaving behind a smooth surface. Pooh, Yuan Hao did not have the power to fight back at all. He was blown away by the dark gold ripple. His top-ranked chest armor and arm guards were making creaking noises, as if they were going to shatter at any second. That sharp shockwave even traveled through the defensive treasures into his body, making him puke out a lot of blood. The shockwave is so powerful? Everyone watched as Yuan Hao was sent flying, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Normally, shockwaves wouldn't be able to hurt the combatants. After all, the shockwaves would spread out in all directions, and once they spread out, their power would quickly decrease, unless they were at the center of the shockwave. However, Yuan Hao was hundreds of meters away from the center of the shockwave. By the way, Yi Chen is only 10 meters away from the site of the explosion. I wonder how he is doing. His injuries are probably worse than Yuan Hao's. Most likely. A lot of people curiously looked at where Yi Chen was. In the sky, the flashes continued, but compared to before, they were 100 times weaker. Through the flashes, they could vaguely see a figure inside. Huh. It is so close. He must be badly wounded. Seeing that, Yuan Yi and Yuan Jin both thought that Yi Chen had taken in all of the shockwave. At such a close distance, even if he was at late Sea of Soul's realm, his protective Xinyuan would not be able to handle it. Plus, Yi Chen was only at peak level early Sea of Soul's realm. Yichen will be okay. Right? Morongwu said worriedly. Morong Jishui did not say anything as he stared at the flashes without blinking. Pop, the flashes disappeared, revealing Yichen's body. Yichen maintained the posture of waving his sword. On top of the gold sword, there was still a trace of dark gold chi surrounding it, spreading out to the sides. He did not puke blood? Yuanyi was shocked. No need to rush. Some of the more serious wounds would not be visible from the outside. Yuanjin frowned. He did not believe that Yichen would be completely fine. Letting out a long breath, Yichen's body relaxed. His gold sword pointed at the ground as he looked down at the crowd. Eventually, his gaze locked onto Yuanjin and his son. Yuanhao has lost. Can you take out the spell on her now? Yichen was talking about Murong Qingqing. She is really not wounded. Yuanjin and his son looked very bad. At the same time, they were secretly shocked by Yichen's power. Although Yuanhao was not as powerful as Yuanyi, he was definitely one of the top spirit warriors. Even if he ran into some of the weaker master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors, he would still be able to survive. Yuanyi was more powerful than him in terms of martial arts and his perfect demi-demon bloodline. Hurry! Bring Howard back. Yuanjin ordered one of the powerful warriors of the Yuan family, then said to Yichen with a low voice, I do not know what you are talking about. Yi and Lady Qingqing are both willing. This marriage is not a problem at all. Otherwise, she would not come to our Yuan family. My daughter and your son are both willing? What kind of joke is this? They did not even know each other before, did they? Morong Jishui said angrily. Yuanjin stared at Morong Jishui coldly. The relationship between a man and a woman would not be limited by time. Morong Jishui, you do not want your daughter to marry into our Yuan family because of what happened back then. I will tell you again, our Yuan family did not force her. You separating from her is something between the two of you, and it has nothing to do with our Yuan family. Whether it has anything to do with me or not, I know it very well. But now, please let my daughter go back to normal. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Mentioning his first girlfriend, Morong Jishui was a bit emotional as he said with a cold look in his eyes. Yuanjin was not angry at all as he said lightly, yes, we did do something to your daughter. But, it was because we did not want her to be affected by you. Everyone here has a family, so you should know how a father affects his daughter. For my son's happiness, we had to do this. You restricted my daughter, and you still think you are right? Let me ask you again, will you take off the spell or not? Morong Jishui stood up. I suggest that you do not do anything reckless. This is the Yuan family, and you are a member of the demi-demon family. You better watch your words and behavior. Otherwise, I would not mind locking you up in the Yuan family for you to reflect on. Uncle, do not do anything reckless. Let me take care of this. Yichen passed on his Zhen Yuan to Morong Jishui. Morong Jishui tried his best to take a couple of deep breaths before sitting down with anger. He knew that even if he made a scene, it would only make things worse, and it would only benefit the Yuan family. Right now, he could only rely on Yichen and Yichen's background. It seems like this is very complicated. We will just watch the show. Who cares who is right or wrong? Everyone on the scene sat there casually, drinking tea while chatting. For them, it did not matter who was right or wrong. His body slowly landed as Yichen stood in the middle of the plaza. He said with a cold voice, I will say it again. Take off the spell on her. This is our Yuan family's business. You do not have the right to interfere. Plus, she is destined to be my wife. If you dare to stand in my way again, I will not guarantee that I will not do anything. Yuanyi looked at Yichen provocatively. The threat was obvious. Lifting up his gold sword slowly, Yichen said lightly, what kind of dog thing do you think you are? You only know how to use this kind of dirty tricks. How dare you call me a dog thing? Yuanyi was furious. Yuanjin's face darkened as well. Yichen calling Yuanyi a dog thing was the same as insulting him and the whole Yuan family. How dare you, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you will not be able to walk out of the Yuan family today. Dozens of Yuan family warriors stood out, their chi power almost exploding out. You are the one who is presumptuous. Yi Chen is a martial genius that the leader of the Dragon God Heaven Palace has chosen. You dare to ask him to kneel down? Do you not want to live anymore? Wang Shi and Yan Kuei stood up together. He dares to bully our Yuan family. How are we going to deal with this? Even if he does not kneel down, he will have to apologize to the whole Yuan family. Yes. He has to apologize. One by one. Don't even think about leaving without apologizing. Our Yuan family is not that easy to bully. Apologize? What are you apologizing for? You should be lucky that I did not ask you to apologize to my brother disciple Yi. Yan Kuei said without a care in the world. Headmaster. Right then, that Yuan family warrior who had been sent out flew back with the badly wounded Yuan Hao on his back. Yuan Jin glanced at the unconscious Yuan Hao, and his face darkened even more. Yi Chen, you have wounded my son badly. This will not end easily. Right now, I will give you one chance. Leave the Yuan family immediately. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. I can leave. But before that, I will undo the spell on her first. That is impossible. Yuan Jin rejected without hesitation. If it is impossible, then what else is there to talk about? I think this marriage was forced by your Yuan family. Brother Yi, take her and leave. Whoever dares to stop you will be going against our Dragon God Heaven Palace. Wang Shi and Yan Kuei were helping him from the back. You two, shut up. Yao Feng was furious. These two had helped Yi Chen time and time again, and did not even put him in their eyes. His heavy cheek covered the two immediately. I respect you as the second leader. But, if you do things unfairly, then we will not listen to you. You will not listen to me? Yao Feng squinted his eyes, looking very dangerous. Father, let me fight with him. If I win, then he will have nothing to say. Yuan Yi could not help but suggest. Yuan Jin hesitated, are you 100% sure? He had already noticed that Wang Shi and Yan Kuei were obviously supporting Yi Chen. As long as they were there, the Yuan family would not dare to do anything to Yi Chen, and the wedding would not be able to continue. But, Yi Chen's power had shocked him quite a bit, and he knew that it would not be easy to take on him. Yuan Yi licked his lips and said, don't worry. I am 120% sure that I can take him on. I will only win, not lose. Alright then. Remember, use all of your power. Do not hold back. Yuan Jin hated Yi Chen to the bone. He had first killed Mo Luo, then messed up the wedding ceremony, and ruined everything for the Yuan family. This hatred would never be forgotten. One day, when the Dragon King passed away, he would let him know what it meant to be worse than death, and what it meant to regret. As for now, he would let Yi Chen get back some interest first. Show mercy? I will not. Morong Qingqing will only be my woman. Competing with me for a woman, he will have to live under my shadow for the rest of his life. I will attack and humiliate him all the time. Under that endless attack and humiliation, what else can he achieve? Once he has nothing left, I, Yuan Yi, will kill him like killing a dog. With a wicked smile on his face, Yuan Yi, who was wearing a bridegroom outfit, walked out with big steps. He pointed his finger at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, do you dare to battle with me? Before, it was your brother Yuan Hao, and now it is you. Do I have to challenge you one by one? Yi Chen said sarcastically. What? You don't dare? If you do not dare, then leave the Yuan family now. From now on, do not appear in front of me, Yuan Yi. Why not? But, what would I get if I win against you? Yuan Yi said, if you win against me, my father will naturally remove the spell on her. On the other hand, if you lose, then this has nothing to do with you. You will leave immediately. Whoever dares to break the promise, the other party can kill them. How about that? Are you satisfied? Yuan Jin, do you agree? Yi Chen looked at Yuan Jin. Yuan Jin said lightly, little Ye's meaning is my meaning. I hope you will not go back on your words. As he spoke, Yi Chen jumped up into the sky. Yuan Yi sneered, flying up as well. Thousands of meters up in the sky, the two of them maintained a distance of 500 meters, facing each other. The biting cold wind blew at their clothes and hair, giving them a trace of killing intent. Yi Chen, be careful of Yuan Ye's special power. Although I do not know what his special power is, but according to the special power awakened by the perfect demi-demon bloodline in the history of the demi-demons, it might be something related to speed or defense. These two are the most common and practical ones. Down below, Morong Jishui passed on his Jin Yuan to tell Yi Chen to be careful. Yi Chen replied without batting an eyelid, "Don't worry, uncle. No matter what his talent is, I will defeat him." If it were before he had trained his void-shattering finger art to 50%, Yi Chen would indeed be afraid of Yuan Ye's special power. But now, he did not need to be afraid at all. All he needed to do was to be cautious, since no special power would be able to increase one's power to such a ridiculous level. Being able to increase it by 1-fold would already be the best it could be. On the other hand, his void-shattering finger could easily break through the protective Jin Yuan of experts at the same level when he had only comprehended a tiny bit of it. The only thing lacking was its lethality. Right now, his void-shattering finger was more than 100 times stronger than before. It could be said that the protective Jin Yuan of Sea of Soul Realm experts was no different from a piece of paper in front of his void-shattering finger. Its lethality was even more incomparable. So confident? Morong Jishui had never seen Yi Chen's void-shattering finger art before, so he did not know where he got his confidence from. But of course, it would be great if he was confident. Are you ready? Yuan Yi looked at Yi Chen with confidence. We can start anytime. Yi Chen placed his right hand on his gold sword. Pap. Pap, pap. The two had not even exchanged blows yet, but their aggressive auras had already clashed together, bringing up countless air swirls. Once one reached the Sea of Souls realm, the aura would no longer be something intangible. Because of the martial will contained within, its attacking power would be quite powerful. It would be able to wound astral-reaching realm warriors badly. Of course, the aura did not have a physical shape, and was only a mental attack. Therefore, it would not be as powerful as the attacks between astral-reaching realm warriors. But, it was still quite shocking. Boom, the last wave of aura attacks seemed to be the two using all of their power. A circle of transparent pattern spread out, changing the color of the sky. Rank 4 Martial Spirit. Yi Chen had tested out the rank of Yuan Ye's martial spirit. It was rank 4, which was equivalent to master level, which was a lot more powerful than Yuan Hao. Added with his peak level mid-Sea of Souls realm cultivation, it was extremely powerful. No wonder he was so confident. Yi Chen's martial spirit has reached rank 4? A joyful expression flashed past Yuan Jin's face as he thought to himself, it seems like letting Yi travel in the Sky Martial region for 1 year was the right decision. Within 1 year, his martial will had already started to shine, and his martial spirit had reached rank 4. But, this brat's aura is no weaker than Yi Chen's. His sword spirit should be at least at peak level rank 4. It was impossible for Yuan Jin not to know that Yi Chen's cultivation was at peak level early Sea of Souls realm. To be able to compete with Yi Chen's aura, his sword spirit must be at least half a rank higher. Plus, using his sword intent to attack had made up for the disadvantage of his cultivation. If I have guessed it right, your sword spirit should be at peak level rank 4, right? Yuan Yi was a bit surprised. So what? It was just a test, so Yi Chen did not use his slaughter sword intent. His aura contained the destruction sword intent that had not been combined yet, which was at peak level rank 4. Very good. It will be more interesting to beat you like this. Yuan Yi had just returned from the Sky Martial region not too long ago. Back there, he had been beaten by a lot of young warriors with peak level rank 4 martial spirits or sword spirits. Plus, those young warriors were different from Yi Chen, they were all very powerful. Even with his talent, he could not do anything about it. So, he had been frustrated for a long time. And now, Yi Chen's sword spirit was also at peak level rank 4, which gave him another reason to humiliate Yi Chen and vent his anger. Water Beast Cage. Trap him. Yuan Yi groaned as both of his hands formed a spell at an extremely high speed. All of a sudden, a shocking amount of water yuan qi gathered from all directions, attaching onto the cage that was formed from Jin Yuan. This cage was pushed by the water profound and formed quickly. Judging from its shape, it seemed to be even more powerful than the Iron Palm Master's fire cage. But, the Iron Palm Master was a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, so his profound comprehension and control would be even more powerful. With a clank, the cage descended from the sky, trapping Yichen inside. "You want to trap me?" Yichen took out his gold sword and threw out a sword attack onto the cage. Crack, the cage was broken with a loud noise. Yuan Yi was not in a hurry as he said with a creepy voice, "It is not over yet." The final form. The broken cage was repaired at an extreme speed. At the same time, a toad-like Xinyuan water beast appeared on top of the cage. With the toad-like water beast's help, the surface of the cage shone with a green light, looking like it was made from solid crystals. Mid-rank profound sense martial art. Yichen finally understood. No wonder it was even more powerful than the Iron Palm Master's fire cage. It turned out to be a mid-rank profound sense martial art. However, his opponent's understanding of the profound sense of water was not that impressive. It seemed like he could only perform 30% of this profound sense martial art. Break! Zhenyuan vibrated as Yichen performed his gold resonant radiance sword art. Qin, the sturdiness of the water beast cage was not as powerful as the Iron Palm Master's fire cage after all. Under Yichen's most powerful sword attack, it was shattered into pieces. Killing water fist art. Yuan Yi had never thought about using the water beast cage to trap Yichen completely. After all, his achievement in it was not that high yet, so it could only be used to gain an advantage for himself. But now that his goal had been achieved, he roared as a circle of black pattern appeared on his right fist. It covered half of the sky, turning that area into a world of water. He threw out a heavy punch toward Yichen, who had already used up all of his previous power. Reverse Sky Thunder Cut. Yichen held his green longsword with his left hand and threw out a sword attack. Bang! The power of the killing water fist art was extremely powerful. Yichen was blown away. But, he had used his slaughter sword intent for this sword attack, so he was not wounded at all. Down. That fist attack had gotten him a bigger advantage, so Yuan Yi chased after him. His body kept flashing, and his speed was extremely fast, no slower than Yichen's. He then threw out one powerful killing water fist art after another. The whole sky was filled with black fist shadows and water patterns. Putting the longsword back into its scabbard, Yichen flicked out his 5 fingers on his left hand, shooting out beams of Lotus Heart Sword Chi. Because there were so many of them, they formed into a Sword Chi tornado. With the sheer amount of Sword Chi, it cancelled out all of Yuan Yi's fist power. What? Finger Sword Chi? So many! Yuan Yi thought that Yichen's most powerful attack would be his gold resonant radiance attack. Therefore, he had used the water beast cage to trap Yichen, forcing him to use up his gold resonant radiance attack first so that he would not be able to use it again in a short period of time. But, he did not expect that Yichen would also have the Sword Chi tornado, which was extremely concentrated. Dang! Dang! In that critical moment, Yuan Yi crossed his hands in front of his body and formed a 6-star shield in front of him. The shield looked like a human-sized crystal. It was very thick in the middle, and the 2 sides of the shield extended out in a streamlined shape. It was the defensive profound sense martial art that he was most proud of. The sword chi was endless, suppressing Yuan Yi so much that he could not move at all. All of a sudden, the sword chi tornado disappeared, and a wave of golden sword light rushed over, landing on Yuan Yi's shield. Boom, like a crystal that had been shattered, the shield was shattered. Right then, Yichen was already close to Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi lifted up his head, a creepy light shining in his eyes. "I have been waiting for you." My special power. Defense enhancement. Compared to Yuan Hao's demonization power, Yuan Yi's speed of performing his special power was extremely fast. 2 sharp horns suddenly grew out of his head. The base of the horns was extremely thick, with a spiral pattern on it. The tip of the horns shone with a cold light. Once they touched the air, a fist-sized vacuum space was created. The second the horns appeared, Yuan Yi's skin and protective Xinyuan layer had changed. It had turned slightly black, and its thickness had increased by a couple of times. This special power was similar to the demonization power, but it was even more powerful. The strengthening of his defense had increased Yuan Yi's power as well. More importantly, he could now ignore his opponent's attacks, and only needed to attack with all his might. Back out. Yuan Yi threw out his light black fist. It was still the killing water fist art, but its power had been increased by a lot. Space patterns started to appear on the surface of his fist. Yi Chen's well-prepared sword attack had already arrived, and it clashed with his opponent's fist. Dang, a metal exploding sound was heard as the two backed out in different directions. But, the difference was that Yuan Yi managed to stop himself from backing out very soon and charged at Yi Chen again. He sneered, after the strengthening of my defense, my endurance has increased, and my attacking speed will be even faster. Oh yeah? The slaughter sword spirit inside Yi Chen's soul ocean let out a sword cry as its slaughter sword intent poured out. Boom, Yuan Yi's fist had arrived. It was not a big light black fist, but it filled up the whole sky. Even the sunlight had been blocked out as it landed on Yi Chen's head. If this fist landed, even if Yi Chen's defense was twice as powerful, he would still be shocked into a retard. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. His gold sword vibrated at an extremely high frequency as he threw out a sword attack to welcome the incoming attack. The gold resonant radiance sword attack had been trained to 90%, and it could vibrate 2,800 times within a second, which was close to 3,000 times. Once it reached 3,000 times, the gold resonant radiance sword attack would reach the completion level, and its power would definitely be equivalent to the top profound sense martial arts. The gold resonant radiance sword attack was already an extremely powerful profound sense sword attack. Normal profound sense sword attacks would be slightly weaker than it. The fist and the sword clashed together, and the sound wave that exploded was extremely horrifying. The whole sky seemed to be filled with this metal exploding sound. Because of the loud sound, no one seemed to be able to hear it clearly. Loud sound, it was just that the sound was too loud, and it was beyond their ability to hear it. In the center of the battle, that light black and gold light ball had devoured the two. The light ball expanded to 100 meters wide, and the air was pushed out like a ball, forming a 1,000 meters wide vacuum ball. One big and one small, the two balls resonated with each other. In the center of the light ball, Yi Chen and Yuan Yi still maintained their attacking posture, their fists and the gold sword clashing together. Boom, the two balls exploded at the same time. The buildings of the Yuan family were shaking, looking like they were about to be destroyed. All of the powerful warriors of the Yuan family worked together to create a massive Jinyuan wall, blocking out the blasting wave. So, it would not affect the buildings of the Yuan family at all. As for the sky above, the shocking sky had been dented, turning into a half-sphere. Endless amounts of wind, fire, thunder, and water leaked out, looking colorful and eye-catching. It was like the end of the world had arrived, and the sky was going to bring down his anger. The two had only clashed for a second before separating. But, just like Yuan Yi had said, after performing his special defensive power, his endurance and attacking speed had increased. He had only backed out for dozens of meters before stepping on the air and shooting toward Yi Chen. Let's see what other tricks you have. Yuan Yi was very clear that the ace attacks could not be performed twice at the same time. This time, Yi Chen had used up his gold resonant radiance attack. If he wanted to perform it again, he would have to wait for the next second, and the next second, his fist would land on Yi Chen's body. Dual sword style. Of course, Yi Chen knew about it. Indeed, the ace-killing attacks would take a certain amount of time to prepare. Normally, the more powerful the killing attack, the longer the preparation time would be. Of course, it would also depend on the warrior's cultivation. If the warrior's cultivation was high enough, then there would not be such a problem, because the higher the cultivation, the more powerful the killing attack would be. Therefore, the preparation time would not be extended. Right now, he was at peak level early Sea of Souls realm, and his gold resonant radiance attack was not weaker than Yuan Yi's killing water fist art. Therefore, the preparation time would be a bit longer than his opponent, which would be his advantage. Therefore, he could not continue to perform his gold resonant radiance attack. But, even without the gold resonant radiance attack, he still had the Sky Thunder Cut and the Reverse Sky Thunder Cut to form his dual sword style. In terms of power, it would only be slightly weaker than the gold resonant radiance attack. Most importantly, the dual sword style consisted of 2 attacks, and both of them were way weaker than the gold resonant radiance attack. The preparation time would be very short, and he would be able to perform it before Yuan Yi. Shu, the sword light, one in the front and the other in the back, intersected and attacked toward Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi flicked his eyebrows, then sneered as he threw out his fist heavily. He did not think that throwing out two attacks at the same time would be that powerful. Boom! Once his fist touched the intersecting sword light, Yuan Yi immediately felt the two layers of power coming at him in a superimposed way. Because he was in a hurry to beat Yi Chen, his killing water fist art was not at its peak condition yet. Instead, he was at a disadvantage under this intersecting sword attack. He was blown backward, and the big red flower on his chest had been torn apart as well. How is this possible? Two sword attacks superimposed together? How could it be this powerful? Perhaps it was rare to be able to do two things at the same time in the southern regions, but in the whole True Spirit continent, there were still a lot of people who could do it. Back in the Sky Martial region, Yuan Yi had seen a lot of young warriors who could do two things at the same time. But it was rare for them to do so, because it would not only distract them, but the power of the superimposed attacks would also not be that powerful. Otherwise, everyone would have tried to do it already. He did not expect that Yi Chen's double sword attack would be this powerful. It was almost as powerful as his opponent's gold resonant radiance sword attack. Yi Chen did not have much of an expression on his face. He knew about the power of the double sword attack, and it was not a normal double sword attack. The Sky Thunder Cut and the Reverse Sky Thunder Cut that he had created were originally from the same source. One was the front, and the other the back. The combination of the front and back was flawless, and its power was not something that could be compared with just two sword attacks superimposed together. After forcing back Yuan Yi with one sword attack, Yi Chen's body flashed like a sword light, shooting toward his opponent's blind spot. Yuan Yi was shocked as he lifted up his left arm. Chin, the gold sword landed on his left arm. So hard. This sword attack of Yi Chen's was about speed, so its power was not as powerful as his ace attacks. But it contained the slaughter sword intent. Added with the amplification of the gold sword, even Master Level Sea of Souls Realm Warrior's protective Jin Yuan layer might not be able to handle it. When it landed on Yuan Yi's left arm, it was like using a knife to cut through steel. But of course, he also knew that his opponent's protective Jin Yuan had used up a lot of his power, which was one of the reasons why he could not hurt Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi was not wounded at all, but the clothes on his left arm had been completely shredded, turning into dust. How is this possible? Yi is at a disadvantage now? Yuan Jin could not believe his eyes as he stared at Yi Chen. Right then, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that Yi Chen had been hiding his power, and Yuan Hao had only forced him to use part of his power. Yi Chen is so powerful. Morong Wu and Morong Jishui looked at each other. With Yi Chen's power right now, he was not weaker than the weaker Master Level Sea of Souls Realm Warriors. But of course, it was just not weaker. It did not mean that he had the power to battle with Master Level Sea of Souls Realm Warriors, since Master Level Sea of Souls Realm Warriors were powerful in all aspects. Compared to Master Level Sea of Souls Realm Warriors, Yi Chen and Yuan Yi still had some weaknesses. It was the gap between the top Spirit Realm Warriors and Master Level Sea of Souls Realm Warriors. TSK. He is already this powerful at peak level early Sea of Souls Realm. Once he reaches mid Sea of Souls Realm, he would be able to enter the Master Level Sea of Souls Realm Warriors, and would not be the weakest one. Being able to enter the Master level with only mid Sea of Souls Realm. This kind of martial geniuses is rare indeed. Yeah, in the 4 regions. Li Xiaoling, one of the candidates for the second leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace in the eastern region, seems to be close to it. But, he is only close. He should not be there yet. There would be 1 or 2 in the western region and the northern region. There would not be many in the Sky Martial region either. There was only 1 region between the Gulan region and the Sky Martial region. Among the people present, a lot of them had been to the Sky Martial region before, so they knew a lot about the young generation. In the sky, Yuan Yi had a bad look on his face. Although that sword attack from Yi Chen did not hurt him, it had still hurt his left arm. But, it was not the physical pain that made him angry. It was the mental attack that he could not handle. I am at peak level mid-Sea of Souls realm, and my martial spirit is at rank 4. Plus, I have the special ability to strengthen my defense. I am powerful in all aspects. Why am I losing? Whether Yuan Yi wanted to admit it or not, it was a fact that he was losing. Shoo, using the momentum of his left arm being cut down, Yuan Yi backed out quickly. As he did, he lifted up his right hand, and a massive dark gold light ball appeared. Demon Gold Flash. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. Without even thinking, he knew that Yuan Yi's Demon Gold Flash would be even more powerful than Yuan Hao's attack. It would be unbelievably powerful, and it would be hard for him to dodge it. I have to release all of my slaughter sword intent now. Before Yuan Yi performed his special ability, Yi Chen had been using the destruction sword intent, and only then did he use the slaughter sword intent. Its power was around rank 5 normal sword intent. Because of his powerful soul power, the sword intent did not leak out at all. Therefore, no one knew that his slaughter sword spirit had already reached such a realm. If it continued to increase, it would be at peak level rank 5. No matter how good his control was, he would not be able to hide it anymore. Boom, Yuan Yi pushed out his Jin Yuan, and the dark gold light ball shot out. It turned into a beam of dark gold light, attacking toward Yi Chen at an extreme speed. Its speed was even faster than Yuan Hao's Demon Gold Flash. The dark gold light beam flashed once before disappearing. That flash of light made the sun in the sky lose its color, turning it into a black and white world. After releasing the Demon Gold Flash, a creepy look flashed through Yuan Yi's face. His special ability was defense strengthening, and his body was extremely powerful. How could he not have trained it before? Compared to Yuan Hao, he was more talented, so his achievement in training it would be much higher as well. If it were not for the fact that he was forced to do so, he would not use it at all. For him, the more ace cards he had, the better it would be. Plus, he thought that he would be able to beat Yi Chen without using it. With the Demon Gold Flash in my hands, even normal Master level Sea of Souls Realm warriors would not be able to handle it. They would have to avoid it for a while. To be defeated by this attack, it would be your honor. Next, I will humiliate you and destroy your dignity. Yuan Yi thought to himself coldly. Down below, the Murong Jishui brothers, Wang Shi, and Yan Kuei could feel their hearts racing as they looked at Yi Chen nervously. Yao Yifeng and Yuan Jin sneered, as if they could already see Yi Chen losing. Seeing that dark gold light beam approaching, Yi Chen exploded. His long black hair danced in the air as that horrifying slaughter sword intent shot out into the sky. This sword intent had already gone beyond his control, turning the whole place into a bleak, silent world. The sky had a dark red color, which was a sign of great danger and a massacre. Once it appeared, everything in the world would fall into a massacre, and Yi Chen was the embodiment of it. Because of the fact that he could not control the sword intent completely, it was immediately sensed by everyone present. Everyone opened their eyes wide, shocked beyond words. Impossible. This is the King Warrior Sword Intent. The King level sword intent was the sword intent of a life and death realm warrior, which was a rank 5 sword intent. For a Sea of Souls realm warrior to form a rank 5 sword spirit and use a rank 5 sword intent, it would only be slightly easier than reaching the life and death realm from the Sea of Souls realm. It was not hard to imagine how much of a commotion it would cause. It's indeed a King Sword intent, but it shouldn't be a King Sword spirit. This King Sword intent contains the slaughter attribute, which can increase the power of the sword intent. But even so, it's still extremely terrifying. His slaughter sword spirit is at least a level 4 slaughter sword spirit. Before, some of the master level Sea of Souls realm warriors were only there to watch the show. But now, all of them had their eyes wide open, their faces full of disbelief. The dark gold light ray was extremely fast. While everyone was thinking about it, it had already arrived in front of Yi Chen. It looked like it could pierce through everything and destroy everything in its path. As for Yi Chen, he had started to accumulate the aura for his gold resonant radiance attack the moment he used all of his slaughter sword intent. Right then, it was done. He held the gold sword with both of his hands and threw out a powerful attack. His expression was calm, but there was still a hint of killing in it. It was as if he was treating it as a normal thing, and he was not affected at all. Swoosh, that sword attack looked normal, containing a bit of gold light. But, once the dark gold light ray touched it, a part of it was destroyed. Once the sword tip landed, the powerful sword power spread out through the sword body, shattering the dark gold light ray completely. It turned into two beams of light, shooting toward both sides of Yi Chen. It was as if he was a rock, and the dark gold light ray was the flowing water. When the flowing water touched the rock, it would naturally be separated. However, although the rock did not have any attacking power, Yi Chen did. After his sword had cut open the dark gold light ray, it attacked toward Yuan Yi at a shocking speed. Not good. Yuan Yi had already sensed the danger the moment Yi Chen revealed his ace attack. He was very clear about how powerful the king-level sword intent was. Not to mention the fact that Yi Chen was not weak himself, even if he were a normal Sea of Souls realm warrior, he would not be able to be underestimated. Who, that light black protective Xianxia layer shone with a bright green light. That light looked like it was about to condense into a halo. It added on to Yuan Yi's protective Xianxia layer, making it look like it had solidified. With the combination of the two, Yuan Yi's body was impenetrable. Creak, that almost completely golden sword light landed on Yuan Yi's protective Xianxia layer, which suddenly cracked like a piece of tempered glass. With that crack as the center, the crack started to spread out in all directions, and eventually, a huge dent was formed in the middle. The sword light had a lot of hidden power as it kept attacking, trying to break through the protective layer of Xianxia and hit Yuan Yi inside. Yuan Yi pushed up his Xianxia as well, trying his best to defend. Soon, the sword light disappeared, and Yuan Yi was unharmed. What? Didn't hurt him? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. He had already used all of his power for that sword attack. Even the protective Xianxia of a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior could be cut open easily. No matter how powerful Yuan Yi's defense was, it would not be that much more powerful than a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. No. That dark green light. It seems to be the light of a great weapon. Yi Chen squeezed his eyes and released his soul power. Through Yuan Yi's clothes, Yi Chen could see a lot of weapons. There were dark green chest armor, arm guards, wrist guards, fist gloves, leg guards, and even waist guards. There were 6 types of weapons in total. Among them, the fist gloves were the attacking ones, while the rest were all defensive ones. All 6 of them had the same color, and the vibration they gave off was the same as well. It seemed like they were originally a set. It was a complete set. A set of prized artifacts, a perfect set of prized artifacts. Yi Chen finally understood why Yuan Yi was able to block out that sword attack. The reason was none other than the fact that he was wearing a full set of weapons. Normally, a full set of weapons would be able to fit all of the weapons on the body. A lot of people would be able to put together a full set of weapons, but it would only be a bit more powerful than the most powerful weapon on the body. Therefore, even if one had a full set of weapons, the increase in attack and defense would still be limited. It would only be a bit more powerful than the most powerful weapon on the body. Meanwhile, the set of items that Yuan Yi had on him was a complete set of items. Their elements matched perfectly, and they all had a deep connection with each other. Wearing all of them on him would be able to activate all of the power of the set of items, allowing all of them to combine perfectly together. Not only was Yi Chen surprised, everyone down below was shocked as well. They could tell that Yi Chen's sword attack was extremely powerful, and Yuan Yi being able to block it out was completely out of their expectation. Yi, have you been to the Treasure Holy Tower and gotten a full set of top-rank weapons? Yuan Jin was very worried before, but right now, all of that was gone, and a joyful expression flashed through his face. After cancelling out that sword light from Yi Chen, Yuan Yi laughed out loud. Yi Chen, you are indeed powerful, forcing me to use my weapons as an advantage. But, you would not have guessed that I have been to the Sky Martial region and gotten a full set of water element weapons from the Treasure Holy Tower. Each one of them is just a normal top-rank weapon, but when combined together, the defensive effect is even more powerful than a semi-extreme rank weapon. Plus, the attacking power has been increased drastically as well, allowing me to reach master level. A full set of water element top-rank weapons. Treasure Holy Tower. Everyone came to a sudden realization and were immediately overwhelmed with shock. A full set of top-rank weapons would be extremely valuable, and its value would be even more powerful than a semi-extreme rank weapon. And the Treasure Holy Tower. They all knew about this place. It was a mysterious palace that had existed for countless years. Different from the normal forbidden places, the tower was not hidden in the surreal space. Instead, it was located at a specific location, and anyone could enter at any time. However, there was a huge restriction on the tower. Only Sea of Souls realm warriors could enter, and anyone below the Sea of Souls realm would be killed the second they entered. Even those above the Sea of Souls realm would not be able to enter. Although life and death realm warriors were powerful, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to break through the restriction of the tower and enter. Besides that, people above 40 years old would not be able to enter either, since this tower had the ability to tell one's age. If one was older than that, he or she would be killed as well. As for what was inside the treasure holy tower, just like its name suggested, it was a holy tower that gathered all the weapons. There were countless of them inside, and it was said that it had something to do with the Treasure River Island in the Star Regional Lake. The two seemed to come from the same source. However, although the Treasure River Island was very attractive, compared to the Treasure Holy Tower, it was like a cottage. The Treasure Holy Tower was one of the reasons why the Sky Martial region was the holy place for all the martial geniuses. With the Treasure Holy Tower, a lot of martial geniuses would go to the Sky Martial region when they reached the Sea of Souls realm. This Yuanyi had entered the Treasure Holy Tower before, and he managed to bring out a set of top-rank water element weapons. He is so lucky. Unfortunately, I am already more than 40 years old. Otherwise, I would also go in and try my luck. With my master-level Sea of Souls realm power, the chance of me surviving would be huge. Without the age restriction, there would be no chance for us to get in. Back in the medieval era, all the weapons inside would have been cleaned out already, since there would not be an endless amount of weapons inside. That is true. Some of the master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors started to discuss excitedly. Oh no! Yuanyi actually has a set of top-rank weapons that fit perfectly with each other. Morong Jishui did not look too good. Perhaps, Yichen still has some other hidden cards. Morong Wu said uncertainly. Morong Jishui said bitterly, he has even revealed his king-level sword intent. What other hidden cards could he have? I can only hope that this Yuanyi's attacking power would not increase that much. Yi Chen, have a taste of this fist attack of mine. While everyone was discussing, Yuanyi threw out a killing water fist attack toward Yi Chen. As he threw out that fist attack, an endless dark green light flowed out of his body and was infused into his fist aura. All of a sudden, the fist power increased drastically. Yi Chen did not back out at all as he welcomed it with his gold sword. Boom, the light ball exploded, and the two backed out at the same time. It is only slightly weaker than my attack, and it has the whole set of weapons to cancel it out. Yi Chen frowned. Yuanyi's attacking power was actually slightly weaker than his, but the latter had a whole set of great items, which would be more than twice as powerful as Yi Chen's. Therefore, Yi Chen's attacks would not be able to put him at a disadvantage at all. Haha, I hope you will not get hit by me. His attacking power was catching up with Yi Chen's, and his defense was way more powerful than Yi Chen's. Yuanyi was not worried at all. Even if Yi Chen were to attack him, he would not be afraid. As long as he managed to land an attack on Yi Chen, he would lose immediately. It meant that he was born to be unbeatable. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The two continued to exchange attacks, their chi power spreading out everywhere. Morong Jishui and Morong Wu both looked a bit gloomy. Yuanyi's attacking power had also increased. Although it was not as big as his defense, his attacking power was already very powerful. Now that it had been increased, it would be even more horrifying. Even Yi Chen could not do anything to him. Boom, in the sky, the two separated again. Yi Chen, you will not be able to beat me. Just leave the Yuan family quietly. Otherwise, I will not let you have any face left. Yuanyi was secretly shocked at Yi Chen's battling technique. During this time, they had exchanged hundreds of attacks, but he had not managed to land a single hit on Yi Chen. Instead, he had been hit by Yi Chen a couple of times. If it were not for his whole set of weapons, even if he was not wounded badly, he would not feel good at all. Plus, activating a whole set of weapons would cost a lot of Jin Yuan. Although his cultivation was higher than Yi Chen's, he might not be able to last until the end. Yi Chen said coldly, "Is this all you have?" "What? Are you still thinking about it?" Yuanyi sneered. "Whether or not I am thinking about it, we will know soon enough." Actually, in order to beat Yuan Yi Chen had two options. One was to take out his semi-extreme rank great sword, the Thunder Disaster Sword. With it, even if his opponent had a whole set of weapons, he would not be able to handle it. The second option was to perform his void-shattering finger art, which was extremely powerful in breaking through Jin Yuan. It would also be able to break through his opponent's defense. But after thinking about it, he decided that he could not expose his Thunder Disaster Sword. Once he used it, he did not know how many people would want to get their hands on it. It would be troublesome. Although using his void-shattering finger art would expose his most powerful ace attack, it would not cause too much trouble. At most, people would know about it. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen put his gold sword back into its scabbard. He reached out his right index finger and poured his Jin Yuan into it. Woo! That finger of his was extremely long. As the Jin Yuan poured in, the edge of his finger started to have a space pattern. It seemed like even the surreal space could not handle the power of this finger. What kind of finger art is this? Yuan Yi squinted his eyes slightly. His instinct told him that this finger was very dangerous and should not be underestimated. But, after thinking about it for a while, he sneered inwardly. If a whole set of weapons were so easy to break, why would he risk his life to enter the tower? Come on. Watch me shatter your belief. With a low growl, Yuan Ye's long hair shot up into the sky. The protective Jin Yuan in front of him started to crystallize, combining the light black and the dark green together perfectly. At the same time, the glove on his right hand lit up with a dark green light pattern. As the pattern lit up, more dark green light poured out of his body and gathered on the glove, ready to be unleashed at any second. After everything was done, Yuan Yi was full of confidence and high spirits. Hundreds of meters in front of him, Yi Chen, whose pupils shone with a silver light, locked onto Yuan Yi. In his eyes, Yuan Yi was no longer Yuan Yi, he was just a coordinate, a target. All he needed to do was to hit the target with one finger attack. It was that simple. In everyone's eyes, Yi Chen's body seemed to have enlarged. It was not a physical change, but a mental change. The mental pressure that Yi Chen performed with his void-shattering finger had made them feel like the whole world was filled with his shadow. The sky started to shake as Yi Chen pointed out his finger. No one could describe how horrifying this finger attack was. Once it was pointed out, the space seemed to have turned into nothingness. Even the space pattern had been sucked in. Once it was pointed out, a huge blue finger appeared in front of Yuan Yi all of a sudden, pressing onto his protective Jin Yuan. So fast. It is even faster than my demon gold flash. Yuan Yi did not even have the time to throw out a punch, so the only thing he could do was to block out with his arms. Pop, with Yuan Yi as the center, a pattern spread out in all directions. At the same time, the protective Jin Yuan in front of his body started to shatter, like a piece of clay that had been pressed by a finger. In the next second, the finger had sunk in. That dark green light was like a dying flame under the attack of the blue finger, unable to fight back at all. Without the protection of the dark green light, there was no way Yuan Ye's basic protective Jin Yuan could block out the power of the void-shattering finger attack. It was instantly shattered, and Feng Ye's right arm went numb without any feeling. His chest felt like it had been struck by lightning, causing him to puke out a huge mouthful of blood. With one attack of the void shattering finger, Yuan Ye's defense had been broken through without any doubt. The powerful finger force caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The protective Jin Yuan has been strengthened by the defense and the whole set of artifacts. It has already surpassed ordinary Sea of Soul Master level warriors. How could he break through it with one strike? What the hell is the problem? What kind of finger art is this? Yuan Yi was panicking. Before this, he had never thought that he would lose. There had been so many twists and turns in the battle, but every time, he had an ace up his sleeve. Right now, his ace had been used up, but his opponent still had more. The continuous attacks had made his mental state very weak, and he was close to losing his mind. Haha, he really has a trump card. Morong Wu mumbled unconsciously. Morong Jishui was completely stunned. What kind of young warrior was this? Every time his opponent was about to make a comeback, he would beat him down. If it were him, he would not feel good either, not to mention Yuan Yi, who had always been cruel. Ranked first in the hidden dragon rank at the age of 18, his name spread across the entire southern region at the age of 21, becoming one of the top 4 young warriors. At the age of 23, he had dominated the whole southern region's young generation. At the age of 24, he had beaten Yuan Yi, who was 1 generation older than him. Is this his hidden power? Morong Jishui had finally understood why this young man had been able to show more and more power since he had risen to the top. It was not only because of his great talent, but also because he knew how to be patient. He would not reveal his ace cards until the critical moment, and he would never be satisfied. No one knew if he still had more ace cards or not. Scary, the young warriors who are living in the same era as him should be worried now. Right then, Morong Jishui had been completely convinced by Yi Chen. It had nothing to do with power or status, but Yi Chen's horrifying mentality and potential. He had a feeling that even if he went up there himself, he might not be able to do anything to Yi Chen. This was an unpredictable young man, like a huge dragon hiding in the abyss. Anyone who dared to challenge him would be torn apart by his claws. Our brother disciple Yi is not just a normal kind of horrifying. Wang Shi and Yan Kuwei were both spirit realm experts. The first time they met Yi Chen, he was only a weak astral-reaching realm warrior. The second time they met him, his cultivation base was already not that much lower than theirs, and his power was even more powerful than theirs. For no reason at all, the two felt very lucky. They were lucky that they had always treated Yi Chen as their brother disciple, and did not have any other thoughts. Although they did not have any thoughts, it did not mean that they would be indifferent to everything. As the saying goes, a big tree is a good shade. Yi Chen, this little sapling, had already grown up. It was not like they did not get anything in return for befriending Yi Chen. Of course, they did not think of anything in the first place. Yao Yifeng is out of luck. Wang Shi glanced at Yao Yifeng sympathetically. Speaking of which, as the second leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Yao Yifeng should have been on good terms with Yi Chen. Unfortunately, for his own benefit, he did not care that Yi Chen was a martial genius that the Dragon King valued. He had tried to make things difficult for him, which had completely pissed him off. It would not take him long to regret his decision. You can do whatever you want, but you can't do anything about it. Yan Kuwei sneered. Without noticing Wang Shi and Yan Kuwei's weird expressions, Yao Yifeng was very annoyed right now. In fact, ever since Yi Chen beat Yuan Hao, he had been feeling uncomfortable. The more powerful Yi Chen was, the more he hated him. It was also because of fear, the fear that Yi Chen would surpass him and take revenge on him. Right now, Yi Chen had beaten Yuan Yi, showing power that was not weaker than normal Sea of Souls realm master-level warriors. His annoyance had reached its peak, and killing intent had started to form. Yi Chen, I admit that I was a bit short-sighted. But, if you still want to hate me, then don't blame me. The chance of survival is in your hands. Yao Yifeng had a bad look on his face as his eyes flickered. Little Yu was injured? Yuan Jin's mood was just like the situation of the battle. It had been full of twists and turns, and his attitude of being in control of everything had disappeared completely. All that was left was anxiety and anger. If I had known this earlier, I would have stopped him at all costs. Yuan Jin was very regretful. He regretted that he did not pay enough attention to Yi Chen. If he knew that Yi Chen was about to come to the Gulan region and the Yuan family, he would have used all of his resources to stop him. Then, the situation would not have turned out like this. It was all because he had underestimated Yi Chen's power. Damn it. Yi cannot lose. Tightening his fists, a sharp light shot out of Yuan Jin's eyes. Wah, puking out another mouthful of blood, Yuan Ye's face was extremely pale. I have not lost yet. This finger art of yours must have consumed a lot of Jin Yuan. Let's see who can last until the end. After performing his special power, Yuan Ye's body was extremely powerful. The wound that the void-shattering finger art had brought to him would not affect his battling power too much. Plus, at this point, he would not allow himself to fail, since it would be a huge blow to him. Not long ago, he had said that he had 120% chance of winning, and that he would be able to kill Yi Chen like a dog. But now that the situation had turned around, how could he let it go? He could tell that the void-shattering finger art would consume a lot of Jinyuan. As long as he could last a couple of times, he would be able to beat Yichen completely and step on him. That finger attack was just a test. If you choose to continue, then you will have to face a bigger consequence. Yichen had thought it through very clearly. Killing Yuanyi right here would be very troublesome. Therefore, he did not perform his void-shattering finger art to its limit, since he was afraid that he might accidentally cripple or kill Yuanyi. So, he decided to test his opponent's bottom line first. Without wasting time, Yichen pointed out his index finger and performed another void-shattering finger art. Pop, the blue finger broke through the space and was like a deadly finger, easily landing on Yuanyi's newly formed protective Jinyuan. The second the blue finger touched his protective Jinyuan, a deep finger mark appeared on that crystallized layer. The power of this void-shattering finger art was even more powerful than before. The protective Jinyuan that Yuanyi had spent a lot of effort to build up had been shattered, and a trace of hatred appeared in his eyes. He hated it so much, losing to Yichen meant that he had completely lost the battle for the woman. If this news got out, how would the others think of him? This kind of blow was driving him crazy. Lose now. Yichen did not use his void-shattering finger art. If he used it for the third time, Yuanyi would die for sure. So, he flashed his body and took out his gold sword, stabbing out. Yichen, give our Yuan family some face. Pretend that you have lost the battle. After this, our Yuan family will reward you handsomely. I believe you would not want to turn against our Yuan family completely. Right at the second when Yichen's sword was about to pierce into Yuanyi's body, Yuan Jin passed on his Jinyuan to Yichen. His tone was a bit hurried, but there was also a hint of threat in it. Yichen sneered. Now that things had come to this, she still wanted to threaten him. Pushing out his Jinyuan, Yichen stabbed his sword into Yuanyi's chest. The sword light went through and shot out from his back, covering the whole area in gold. Down below, Morong Jishui took a deep breath. It was finally over. The asterisk starred. Yuan Jin's eyes were red. At this critical moment, he had already let go of his pride and promised to reward his opponent. But, the latter did not give any face to the Yuan family at all. Instead, he had stabbed through Yuanyi's body, which would at least make him bedridden for a couple of months. Since he does not want to give me face, why should I? Shoo, Yuan Jin shot up into the sky, approaching Yichen at an unimaginable speed. Yichen, it was only a battle, but you are already so cruel. I will teach you a lesson for the Dragon God Heaven Palace. Piss off now. Old bastard Yuan, you are so shameless. Morong Jishui's eyebrows flicked as an extreme anger flashed through his eyes. The second Yuan Jin moved, he had already chased after him, leaving behind layers of water shadow behind him. How dare you? Go back. The powerful warriors of the Yuan family jumped out, blocking the furious Morong Jishui. The leading warrior was a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. He exchanged an attack with Morong Jishui and managed to stop him from saving Yichen. Damn. How dare you bully my brother disciple Yi? Wang Shi and Yan Kuei could not stay calm anymore. The two of them moved out together, attacking toward the powerful warriors of the Yuan family. All of a sudden, the plaza of the Yuan family turned into a mess. End of chapter 552. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.